Chapter 1. Task completed. Rewards manifested. 99 years ago. Earth. A golden light swept across the land, erasing all biochemical weapons, nuclear arms, and biological laboratories. At the same time, a colossal golden hand pierced through the fabric of time and space. The Earth was seized like a marble and ultimately cast into a fantastical realm. Currently, the Earth is under a protective period, shielded from external disturbances and assaults. Thus began the resurgence of spiritual energy. Countless individuals transformed into martial artists. Ancient families, long hidden from the world, emerged into the light. Globally, the era of cultivation commenced. Martial civilization now reigned supreme, with two major empires establishing various regulations. However, figures from Western mythology have begun to materialize. In China, in Jiangnan City, an international metropolis. On the outskirts, there lies a modest courtyard. Within the courtyard, the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms create an aura akin to a secluded paradise. Beneath a small tree, Jun Xiao Yao reclines on a wicker chair, basking in the sun and drifting into slumber. Ding! Sign-in time has arrived. Would the master like to sign in? In his mind, the melodious and sweet voice of the system resonated, prompting Jun Xiao Yao. Sign in. By the way, could you refrain from that ding? I've nearly developed auditory hallucinations over the past 2 years. Jun Xiao Yao retorted to the system. Signing in. How could he possibly forego it? He recalled that today marked his final sign-in. After today, he would complete his task and be free to depart from this place. It all began 2 years ago, on this very day, when he was unceremoniously dumped by his girlfriend. Logically speaking, he was handsome, wealthy, and the quintessential rich second-generation heir. He should not have faced such rejection. The explanation was rather simple. His girlfriend had become a martial artist, and she was undeniably beautiful. Naturally, she declared, I have become a martial artist, and I no longer belong to this world. We should part ways. After the breakup, he unexpectedly bonded with a system, yet the first task assigned was to remain hidden for 2 years. Thus, he secluded himself within the courtyard. For 2 years, he had not stepped outside the premises. Within the courtyard, there were no electrical appliances aside from a light bulb, let alone a telephone or computer. He was entirely cut off from the outside world. Sign-in successful. Rewards have been dispatched. Notice, Master has completed the 2-year seclusion sign-in task. Would you like to continue your hidden sign-in? The system's voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiao Yao sprang up from the wicker chair in astonishment. Seclusion? Seclude your aunt. Who on earth would want to continue this hidden sign-in? Jun Xiao Yao felt a surge of indignation. If the system were before him, he would undoubtedly give it a sound thrashing. His frustration was not without cause. Let me explain. 2 years ago, upon binding the system and activating it, the first task was to remain hidden for 2 years. Jun Xiao Yao had readily agreed, believing that like the protagonists in novels, he would cultivate in obscurity until invincible. After all, the protagonists all did just that. Certainly, he was no exception. However, he discovered that the reality was quite different. Why was that? Because the treasures obtained through attendance were not for his own use. As he gazed upon the formidable techniques, powerful artifacts, and various precious resources, he could only stare in disbelief. Even now, he remained an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. To make matters worse, he was forbidden from leaving the courtyard until he completed his task. Should he venture beyond its confines, the system would revoke his progress, and he would meet his demise. Who wouldn't be infuriated by such a predicament? Congratulations, Master, you have completed the task and regained your freedom. Would you like to claim your reward and activate the second task? The system inquired. Reward? Second task? Jun Xiao Yao was momentarily taken aback. This was undoubtedly a trap, intricately designed. As for rewards, he was unaware of any such benefits. The system had never mentioned them before. Clearly, it sought to deceive him into activating the subsequent task. Yet, what could this reward entail? And what exactly was the second task? Moreover, since the first task came with a reward, having completed it, why couldn't they simply provide him with it instead of tying it to a second task? Was it akin to dealing with rogue software during a download, necessitating a bundled installation? First task completed. Reward: 1,000 years of cultivation, 3 supreme techniques, system upgrade. Would you like to claim it, Master? The system awaited Jun Xiao Yao's confirmation. Chapter 2. The rewards in hand. Invincible at once what? A millennium of cultivation, 3 divine techniques, a system upgrade? Surely, these rewards cannot be utilized by me. Jun Xiao Yao was taken aback. After 2 years of signing in, he had encountered countless rare treasures, seen myriad martial arts techniques, and amassed an abundance of resources. Yet he had never come across divine techniques, nor a millennium of cultivation. To be frank, these rewards are indeed terrifying. Soon, he regained his composure. No matter how formidable the rewards were, they served little purpose for him. Moreover, the system had yet to disclose what the second task entailed. Notification. Apart from the items obtained from signing in, everything else can be utilized by the host. Furthermore, after the system upgrade, signing in will no longer be available. The second task will impose no limitations or constraints on the host. May I inquire if the host wishes to claim the rewards and activate the second task? The system coaxed Jun Xiao Yao gently, enticing him. Can I truly use these? The new task imposes no restrictions? Then, I shall accept the rewards. Jun Xiao Yao was momentarily stunned. He dared not take this lightly. Having been deceived by the system once, he had approached the past 2 years with caution. Rewards have been dispensed. Please check the system space. The voice of the system echoed. Simultaneously, Jun Xiao Yao felt his consciousness being pulled by a mysterious force. And suddenly, his awareness illuminated as it transcended into an extraordinary, independent realm. This world was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers and melodious birdsong, brimming with spiritual energy, vast and boundless, its size unfathomable. Where's this? Who are you? Jun Xiao Yao instinctively inquired. Suddenly, an enchanting girl from a two-dimensional realm appeared before him. Suspended in midair, her fair, slender legs swaying gracefully. The sight nearly caused him to lose composure. Naturally, he became even more vigilant. Host, welcome to the system space, known as the primordial realm. I am the spirit of the system. You may call me Sue New Jersey. The ethereal beauty turned out to be the spirit of the system. Her voice was identical to that of the system, a sound he had become intimately familiar with over the past 2 years. However, Jun Xiao Yao had not anticipated that the spirit would take the form of a girl, and such a stunning one at that, fulfilling any man's fantasies. Whether the rewards mattered was of little significance. What he truly sought was insight into the second task. Jun Xiao Yao's gaze shifted away from Sue New Jersey. He understood that she was merely an illusion, a figment of the system, lacking any corporeal form. In a flash, 3 beams of light appeared before Jun Xiao Yao, concealing their contents. Host, would you like to integrate the millennium of cultivation? Would you like to merge the 3 divine techniques? Would you like to upgrade the system? The system, perceptive as ever, recognized that the rewards were what Jun Xiao Yao yearned for the most. Integration. Upgrade. Jun Xiao Yao responded affirmatively, then awaited the outcome. In the midst of cultivation fusion. Divine skill fusion in progress. System upgrade in progress. Suddenly, Jun Xiao Yao felt the world before him sway and shift incessantly, while his body underwent a profound transformation, his essence elevating and metamorphosing. He felt as if he were enveloped in a rejuvenating hot spring, growing stronger, evolving, transcending. Master's cultivation, 10 years, peak of inner strength realm. Master's cultivation, 20 years, peak of true chi realm. Master's cultivation, 30 years, peak of master realm. Master's cultivation, 40 years, peak of innate realm. Master's cultivation, 50 years, peak of martial king realm. Master's cultivation, 100 years, peak of martial emperor realm. Master's cultivation, 150 years, peak of martial god realm. Master's cultivation, 200 years, peak of human respect realm. Master's cultivation, 300 years, peak of earth respect realm. Master's cultivation, 100 years, mid-level celestial respect realm. In less than 5 minutes, a millennium's worth of cultivation seamlessly integrated within Jun Xiao Yao, causing his cultivation level to soar wildly, transforming him from an ordinary person into a celestial respect. The celestial respect realm, indeed. It is known that after Earth transitioned into a fantastical world and spiritual energy revitalized, a complete cultivation system emerged. This system is categorized into inner strength, true chi, master, innate, martial king, martial emperor, martial god. Thus far, the strongest among them has merely attained the martial king. Of course, hidden powers may have reached the martial emperor level. As for the martial god, it is a legendary existence that does not exist on Earth. What then of those above the martial god, namely the human respect, earth respect, and celestial respect? They are entirely beyond the comprehension of earthly warriors. Yet, Jun Xiao Yao has directly ascended to the level of celestial respect. His entire being is infused with formidable power. His essence elevated, radiating a mysterious charm and grace, akin to the purity of a sage. Divine skill, chaotic divine demon body, fusion complete. Divine skill, shield of domain, fusion complete. Divine skill, creation of celestial bodies, fusion complete. A cascade of information flooded his mind. Jun Xiao Yao experienced no resistance to this influx, feeling as if it were innately his, merging seamlessly with his very essence. He grasped a significant portion of this newfound knowledge. Nevertheless, he pondered the system. What is amiss? Are there no cultivation methods? Do divine skills require further training? Jun Xiao Yao discovered that the 3 divine skills he had fused encompassed offense, defense, and physical prowess, yet he lacked any cultivation method. Without a method, how shall he elevate his cultivation level? Moreover, although the divine skills have fused, he has only mastered a mere fragment. Shouldn't fusion lead to complete mastery? Must he still undergo personal training? Chapter 3. The 3 divine techniques and the 5 marriage contracts. The master possesses the chaotic divine demon body, rendering the cultivation of techniques unnecessary. As the chaotic divine demon body is birthed from the depths of the chaotic universe, it can autonomously absorb any energy from the heavens and the earth, transforming it into its own strength and cultivation. The 3 divine techniques require the master's cultivation, but they can also be enhanced through points. The spirit of the system elucidated. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiao Yao felt a profound relief. It turned out that the chaotic divine demon body was indeed extraordinarily powerful. It required no techniques, no personal cultivation to enhance its prowess. One could even say that mere repose would suffice for advancement, although the speed of such enhancement was another matter entirely. Subsequently, Jun Xiao Yao began to familiarize himself with the 3 divine techniques. Chaotic divine demon body. Born of the chaotic universe, it surpasses all divine bodies, comprising 13 levels. Each level grants mastery over the innate talents and powers of a divine beast, enabling transformation into the divine beast for combat, as well as the ability to project the divine beast as an extraordinary phenomenon. Field Shield, also known as the World Shield, it consists of 9 levels, possessing terrifying and unparalleled defense. It can manifest as a protective shield and envelop the world. When cultivated to its pinnacle, it can shroud 3,000 realms, rendering one invincible within the domain of the Field Shield, impervious to any assault. Creation of stars, comprising 9 levels. Each level allows mastery over a varying number of stars and different tiers of stellar power, enabling the conjuration of various weapons for combat through the manipulation of the celestial bodies. Having absorbed this knowledge, Jun Xiao Yao drew a deep breath. This was beyond extraordinary. Presently, with merely his cultivation realm, he was already invincible. All he needed to do was cultivate the 3 divine techniques, which were powerful, fearsome, dazzling, and domineering. System. From where do the points originate? What distinguishes the upgraded system? What is the second task? Jun Xiao Yao inquired in rapid succession. Being invincible necessitated a concern for his future. His life was destined to be splendid, free from constraints and limitations. The source of points is related to the second task. Now, the master comprehends the upgraded system. The spirit of the system responded. Soon after, a virtual light screen, 2 meters in size, materialized before Jun Xiao Yao. The screen displayed his information and data. System, version 2. 1000 points. Host, Jun Xiao Yao. Age, 21 years. Appearance, 92 points. Cultivation, mid-tier celestial sovereign, 1000 points. Talent, chaotic divine demon body, 1000 points. Divine ability, Field Shield, 1000 points. Divine technique, creation of stars, 1000 points. Companion, none mount, none treasures, none points, none wealth. 120. 000. Was this not akin to a gaming interface? Indeed, such was the nature of system panels, facilitating the convenient review of data. Everything could be upgraded using points. Jun Xiao Yao perused the materials before him, firmly convinced that he could cultivate his strength without engaging in traditional training, for he had the means to enhance his abilities through points. However, acquiring these points seemed rather arduous. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated, announcing a new feature, event triggered. The second task presented itself. 5 marriage contracts, from which the master could select one as a future partner, or opt for all, or indeed choose none, with the event linked to them. As the voice faded, 5 beams of light materialized, hovering around Jun Xiao Yao. As the luminescence settled, 5 crystal cards, each the size of a playing card, appeared. One bore simple information and details, while the remaining 4 were blank, as if yet to be activated. System. If I choose none, does that imply the task is null and void? Jun Xiao Yao pondered, somewhat perplexed. Was this how the system operated? 5 marriage contracts. Was there a catch? Even with his invincible prowess, would he truly struggle to find a partner without these contracts? Nevertheless, he thought it prudent to investigate. If any were unattractive, he could simply dismiss them. You may choose none, the system replied, yet the task remains valid, for even if you select none, you must still annul the marriage contracts. A gentle reminder, the triggered events are solely associated with them. The system continued. Jun Xiao Yao found the layers of this task quite perplexing. What must one accomplish for this task to conclude? He inquired, harboring doubts about its seemingly endless nature. This task is perpetually valid. New features will emerge following system upgrades. The system confirmed, validating Jun Xiao Yao's suspicions. Thus, he resolved to amass more points and elevate the system. May I depart now? He asked. Having long yearned for freedom over the past 2 years. You may leave at any time. However, a reminder, your current abilities do not permit proximity to the central Yuan realm's divine hall, where all manner of items and beings may be stored. Yet your physical form cannot enter. The system concluded before vanishing as if it had evaporated into thin air. Jun Xiao Yao gazed upon the magnificent palace at the heart of the Yuan realm, his consciousness withdrawing. Subsequently, he deposited the treasures he had accrued over the past 2 years into the Yuan realm. In Jiangnan, at the Tian Corporation, Jun Xiao Yao observed the sky before stepping out of the courtyard. A grin spread across his face as he mused. This is the only information I possess regarding the 5 marriage contracts. Thus, I shall commence with the first. Chapter 4. The Tian Family Group. Enigmatic beauty in the bustling metropolis of Jiangnan, a city of international stature, the world has transitioned into an era of martial prowess. Yet, the lives of ordinary individuals remain largely unchanged. They continue to work, study, and exist within the confines of their socio-economic standings. The sole distinction lies in the heightened technological advancements that permeate daily life. Martial artists remain a distant realm, separate from the common folk. The Tianmu Building, a towering edifice comprising 108 floors, stands as one of Jiangnan's iconic landmarks. It houses the headquarters of the Tian Family Group, a prestigious conglomerate belonging to the illustrious Tian family, renowned throughout Jiangnan and even across all of Huaxia. The patriarch of the Tian family is recognized as the wealthiest individual in Jiangnan. On the 108th floor, within the confines of the presidential office, a breathtaking figure stands before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down upon the vibrant cityscape. President Tian, a gentleman by the name of Jun Xiao Yao, is requesting an audience with you, the secretary announces, knocking on the office door before entering. Is there an appointment scheduled? Tian Yuzi, the eldest daughter of the Tian family and the executive president of the Tian Family Group, is famously known as the ice goddess of Jiangnan, a commercial prodigy overseeing the vast enterprise. Her days are consumed by a whirlwind of responsibilities, rendering her virtually inaccessible to the average person. No, but he insisted that you would see him. The attractive secretary respectfully presents a crystal plaque to Tian Yuzi. Ah, please, show him in, Tian Yuzi replies, accepting the plaque and glancing at the information inscribed upon it. A glimmer of mischievousness breaks through her typically frosty demeanor, transforming her countenance into one of unexpected delight. The secretary, filled with curiosity yet hesitant to inquire further, promptly exits the office. To seek Binger and end up here is quite intriguing, Tian Yuzi muses to herself, a charming smile gracing her previously icy features. Anyone witnessing her expression at that moment would surely be taken aback, for she is renowned for her stoicism, rarely displaying any emotion akin to warmth. Shortly thereafter, the office door swings open once more, and the secretary enters, escorting a young man. He appears to be in his late teens, with sharp features and an exquisite visage, exuding an air of calm confidence and striking handsomeness. You may leave. Tian Yuzi instructs the secretary with a glance before turning her attention to the young man, scrutinizing him. Are you Tian Luobing? The young man speaks, revealing himself to be Jun Xiao Yao. After departing from the courtyard, he had taken a taxi directly to the Tianmu Building. Uncertain of the Tian family's exact location, but aware that the Tian family group belonged to them. Now, standing before this captivating woman, appearing in her 20s, clad in professional attire with an enchanting yet frigid countenance, a flawless figure, and elegantly long legs, he finds himself captivated. The woman before him was undoubtedly the most exquisite he had ever encountered, unparalleled in beauty. In fact, she surpassed even the goddesses depicted in anime. This must be Tian Luobing. Her name is frosty as her demeanor. He never anticipated that he would find the one so effortlessly. This made things simpler. Are you Jun Xiao Yao? Tian Yuzi neither affirmed nor denied, but instead posed a question to Jun Xiao Yao. In the past, she had heard her father mention this matter, and she never thought it would hold true. Yes, I am Jun Xiao Yao. I trust you comprehend the purpose of my visit. I would appreciate a prompt response as my time is somewhat constrained. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiao Yao assessed the woman before him, beautiful and aloof. She epitomized the ideal of a goddess in the hearts of men. However, given her striking appearance and prestigious background, he surmised that she would likely disdain him and refuse his request. A rejection would simplify matters. He could then seek the other for. Pressured for time? Are you busy? Tian Yuzi was incensed by Jun Xiao Yao's words. I am a beauty, you know. What sort of attitude is this? Countless suitors yearn for an audience with me. Yes. You ought to reject me then. Jun Xiao Yao nodded, already preparing to leave, thinking that before nightfall, he could indulge in a leisurely stroll. Reject? Why would I refuse? I agree. Tian Yuzi's expression turned frosty. Had it been anyone else, she would have erupted in fury. Yet, she felt a mischievous inclination rise within her. She was determined not to give him what he desired. Moreover, how could she refuse on behalf of Binger? Naturally, she would agree to the matter, relishing the opportunity to vex him. Agree? What do you mean? Jun Xiao Yao had already turned to depart when he nearly stumbled upon hearing Tian Yuzi's words. Could it be that he had misheard? How could you possibly agree? Isn't refusing more delightful? I, the illustrious Tian family, would never breach a promise. Your demeanor suggests you are not here to propose, but rather to distance yourself from our engagement. Does this imply that you look down upon both me and the Tian family? Tian Yuzi's countenance grew serious as she sat elegantly in her swivel chair, exuding the commanding presence of a domineering CEO. Internally, she was indeed curious. In Huaxiao, in Jiangnan, who would not wish to curry favor with the Tian family? Countless exceptional individuals aspired to become favored sons-in-law of the Tian family, and many noble young men sought to marry into it. Yet, no one had succeeded, primarily due to the family's immense power and wealth, as well as the unparalleled pride of Tian Yuzi and Tian Luobing. Yet here stood someone who was seemingly eager to sever ties with such a prestigious opportunity. Did he truly scorn the Tian family? Did he look down upon her? Tian Yuzi felt a twinge of anger, yet found it difficult to express. Chapter 5. Given the engagement, shouldn't affections be cultivated? Your thoughts are your own. They do not concern me. Consider this. A faint smile graced Jun Xiao Yao's face. Do I look down upon the imperial family? Not at all. My lack of interaction with them precludes such notions. Furthermore, all wealth pales in comparison to martial prowess. I have transcended the pinnacle of martial arts, rendering all else beneath my regard. With that, he produced 4 crystal tablets. Now, I believe a refusal is in order. The marriage document. Upon seeing the crystal tablets in Jun Xiao Yao's hand, Tian Yuzi was momentarily taken aback. Internally, a tempest surged. She was far from foolish. On the contrary, her intellect and emotional acuity were exceptional, and she quickly deduced that the tablets represented a marriage document, one of which was also in her possession. An overwhelming shock coursed through her. What does this imply? How can one person be engaged to multiple others? Indeed, in today's world, while monogamy is the facade, numerous super-rich individuals and prominent figures maintain multiple spouses. The revival of spiritual energy has only exacerbated this phenomenon. Yet, encountering someone as brazen as Jun Xiao Yao was unprecedented. Indeed. Farewell. Oh no, not farewell, Jun Xiao Yao smiled. The woman before him was undeniably stunning, perhaps the most beautiful he had ever encountered, with not a single flaw to be found. However, the absence of genuine feelings rendered their union unappealing to him. Moreover, he harbored a deep-seated aversion to the arrangements imposed by the system. Having said this, he turned on his heel and departed with an effortless grace. Stop. Tian Yuzi's heart seethed at Jun Xiao Yao's demeanor. It was evident he looked down upon the Tian family and her. Though unacknowledged, his disdain was unmistakable. His apparent delight in departing only intensified her frustration. If he was pleased, she was not. Jun Xiao Yao, she called out, but he did not turn back. With a single word, he stated, the marriage document remains valid. Come with me. Tian Yuzi rose, striding in her high heels towards Jun Xiao Yao, her brows furrowing. She then proceeded towards the office exit, reminding him, still valid? Where are we going? This time, Jun Xiao Yao was left momentarily speechless. What was happening? Had he erred in some way? She was aware of his other marriage documents. Yet she insisted the engagement was still in effect. Was she jesting? Was it true that women were often deemed both beautiful and lacking in intellect? Furthermore, where to? I have matters to discuss with you, Tian Yuzi stated. Bored, Jun Xiao Yao retorted coldly as he spoke. As they exited the office, many corporate elites and senior executives of the group were astonished upon seeing Jun Xiao Yao and Tian Yuzi, their faces reflecting a mixture of curiosity and surprise. It is well known that the young lady of the Tian family is notoriously aloof. Countless suitors have dared not approach her even slightly. Yet here she was, accompanied by a handsome young man. Upon reaching the parking garage, they arrived at a striking pink sports car. Tian Yuzi entered the vehicle without hesitation and, noticing Jun Xiao Yao's lack of movement, called out to him. Jun Xiao Yao, upon seeing the car, nearly chuckled but managed to suppress it. He truly did not expect that a woman of such icy demeanor would prefer a vehicle of such vibrant color. One would think she would favor black, white, or gray. Is it a crime to remain silent? Tian Yuzi's face remained cold. Did driving a car really depend on its color? Indeed. She was not fond of this particular hue and always drove to the company discreetly, fearful of being seen. Jun Xiao Yao climbed into the car, and silence enveloped them, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Why the silence? Tian Yuzi finally broke the quiet, her curiosity overwhelming her. We have nothing to discuss, replied Jun Xiao Yao indifferently. Tian Yuzi was infuriated. Accustomed to being revered and exalted since childhood, her exceptional intellect had propelled the Tian family business to new heights. It was no wonder her family entrusted her with the management of their vast enterprise. Yet now, she found herself confronted by someone who consistently challenged her. With a surge of frustration, she pressed the accelerator, and the car seemed to take flight. After a brief journey, they arrived at a luxurious villa in Linjiang Garden. Sprawling across 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, replete with opulence yet oddly devoid of any human presence. You will live here from now on, she stated. By the way, you are from the Jun family of Jiangnan, correct? After parking, she showed Jun Xiao Yao around the villa before continuing. Live here? Tian Luobing, you must be mistaken. The Jun family of Jiangnan, sort of, Jun Xiao Yao replied, feeling exasperated. Was it even appropriate for a man and woman to live together like this? He was no idle person, nor did he intend to rely on anyone else. Furthermore, having just completed his first task, he had no intention of settling down here for eternity. While it was true that he belonged to the Jun family, he was more of an invisible presence there, lacking any sense of existence. Since there is an engagement, shouldn't we cultivate some feelings? Tian Yuzi's face remained as frosty as ever. A hint of a smile, reminiscent of a mischievous little fox, graced her lips. At the sight of this smile, Jun Xiao Yao nearly lost his composure. To be frank, this woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Despite her tender age of merely 18, her aura was nothing short of captivating, embodying the essence of an icy goddess. With a mere smile, she could enthrall an entire nation. Cultivating feelings? There was no time for that. After uttering these words, Jun Xiao Yao turned to leave. Who said anything about cultivating feelings? The other four were waiting for me. I simply could not afford to squander time here. The main concern was that I had been with you for nearly an hour. Yet no events had been triggered. Where, pray tell, would my points come from? Chapter 6. Will you assist me? Who bestowed you with such confidence? Where are you heading? Upon encountering Jun Xiao Yao preparing to depart, Tian Yuzi was rendered speechless, her mind racing with thoughts. Goodness, who are these individuals? Am I truly unworthy of you? The Jiangnan Jun family and the Tian Group exist in completely disparate realms. I am the esteemed executive president of the Tian Group, overseeing nearly $1 trillion in assets. In terms of appearance, is there anyone in Jiangnan City, or even all of Huaxia, who surpasses my beauty? Feeling a pang of hunger, she declared, let us dine, and then I shall return home. As Jun Xiao Yao spoke, he made his way toward the villa's exit. You won't starve here. Tian Yuzi, infuriated, marched toward the kitchen. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiao Yao hesitated, contemplating whether to stay or leave, feeling it might be rather inconsiderate to depart. Very well, I shall eat before I leave. He settled onto a chair beside the pool, reclining comfortably. In the kitchen, Tian Yuzi noticed Jun Xiao Yao's reluctance to leave, a faint smile gracing her lips. System, why have you not triggered any events? The information seems amiss. What of the other four individuals? Have they perished? Are you truly inactive? Reclining on the chair, with his eyes gently closed under the sun, a part of his consciousness had already ventured into the Yuan realm to communicate with the system. It had been an hour since he met Tian Luobing. Surely, some events should have been triggered by now. Accumulating points was proving exceedingly arduous. Moreover, the information displayed on the crystal card seemed erroneous. Name, Tian Luobing. Identity, heiress of the Tian Group. Talent, body of ice. Cultivation, mastery realm, great perfection. Yet, upon meeting Tian Luobing, he found no trace of her exceptional talents or cultivation. Rather, she appeared to be an ordinary person. Of course, her beauty was otherworldly, her figure impeccable, and her aura transcendent. After posing several inquiries, the system remained unresponsive, causing Jun Xiao Yao to grow anxious. Master, the system is currently in a dormant state. All programs have been preset. Upon reaching 1,000 points, the crystal card will automatically unlock the second tier. Upon reaching 10 million points, the third tier. 50 million for the fourth tier, and 100 million for the fifth tier. Farewell. Beep. The system's melodious voice echoed, yet its words left Jun Xiao Yao speechless. This system was utterly ridiculous. It chose to enter a dormant state at such a critical moment. In the kitchen, frustration boiled within him. How absurd. Why should I indulge him? Very well, I shall consider the face of Banger. Humph, little girl, with your daily demeanor. You could never have imagined that I would agree to the marriage contract for you. When you return from the blood refinement realm, I shall see how you handle it. Hee. Tian Yuzi directed all her annoyance towards the spatula, her lips pouting, rosy and tempting, presenting an utterly adorable visage, entirely devoid of the icy demeanor of a corporate president. Thinking of Jun Xiao Yao possessing 5 marriage contracts and her sister's headache over the matter almost made Tian Yuzi chuckle. Simultaneously, she felt an insatiable curiosity. This Jun Xiao Yao, aside from his good looks, seemed rather unremarkable. It is worth noting that in this era, martial artists possess martial badges, symbols of identity and honor, and it was apparent that Jun Xiao Yao lacked one. Furthermore, the Zhang and Jun family appeared exceedingly ordinary compared to the Tian group. Yet, he happened to hold 5 marriage contracts. Had she not heard her grandfather mention such a thing before, she would have found it hard to believe in the existence of marriage contracts. A few minutes later, a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup was served, rousing Jun Xiao Yao from his slumber. Can't you exhibit a bit of gentlemanly behavior? The two sat across from each other, with Jun Xiao Yao indulging in his meal casually, utterly at ease, as if he were in his own home, completely disregarding Tian Yuzi seated opposite him. Observing him relish his food to the extent of forgetting her presence ignited a frustration within her, wishing to gnash her teeth in annoyance. Gentlemanly behavior? Can that be consumed as sustenance? Jun Xiao Yao, at a loss for words, reflected on the nature of their surroundings, with meals as simple as birds fluttering about. And having not eaten a single grain in pursuit of completing his final task, he was simply too famished. Frankly speaking, he had not anticipated that the esteemed president of the Tian group would possess culinary skills, and quite commendable ones at that. May you choke on it, Tian Yuzi lamented, feeling despondent in the face of such oddity. Suddenly, her phone rang. Casting a glance at Jun Xiao Yao, she exited the dining area. Grandfather, I'm at home. What? That's impossible. All right, I'll come right away. Outside the dining room, as Tian Yuzi answered the call, her previously calm countenance shifted to one of gravity, even displaying hints of anger, as the call was from the patriarch of the Tian family concerning business matters. Encountering difficulties? Do you require assistance? Observing Tian Yuzi return, with his formidable cultivation, he knew that not even 100 miles away could anyone evade his grasp, should she wish it. This was the essence of a celestial sovereign. As he spoke, he leisurely set down his chopsticks. One should not bite the hand that feeds. If it is convenient, I could lend a hand, merely to repay the favor of the meal. You help me? What gives you the confidence? Tian Yuzi smiled softly. Chapter 7. The Trials of the Tian Family. Triggering events. I shall take my leave now. The meal was quite satisfactory and merits encouragement, yet one must not become complacent. Diligence is essential, remarked Jun Xiao Yao nonchalantly. It would be best if you refrained from assisting. The hour grows late, and I must find a place to rest. In the past, I could reside at the school. Now, however, I find myself utterly alone and without support. Who asked for your encouragement? Come with me, Tian Yuzi retorted, her frustration palpable as she listened to Jun Xiao Yao's words and observed his demeanor. She realized that her own actions today had led to this vexing encounter. With a cunning glimmer in her eye, she pursed her lips, revealing a mischievous smile. Where are we headed? Jun Xiao Yao inquired. Did you not intend to lend a hand? Tian Yuzi responded, striding towards the vehicle and beckoning Jun Xiao Yao to join her as they departed from the villa. The car sped forward, and Jun Xiao Yao noted that they were heading away from the city, even merging onto the expressway. After leaving the villa, 4 armored vehicles followed closely behind, 2 in front and 2 at the rear. He deduced that the occupants of these vehicles were likely bodyguards from the Tian family. As dusk descended, the car eventually halted by the riverside. Miss, the elder awaits just ahead, announced one of the bodyguards as they parked. A few agile bodyguards approached, greeting them courteously while casting sharp glances at Jun Xiao Yao. Tian Yuzi acknowledged, proceeding ahead. Soon, Jun Xiao Yao found himself following Tian Yuzi to an elderly man who appeared to be in his 80s, his face radiant and indicative of a formidable martial artist. Surrounding the elder were over 30 master-level martial artists, all devoted to the Tian family, each adorned with a badge signifying their mastery. Grandfather, Tian Yuzi called sweetly as she approached the old man. Who is he? Inquired Tian Lanxing. Tian Lanxing, the founder of the Tian group, had established the conglomerate through his mastery of martial arts, yet it was under Tian Yuzi's stewardship that the company flourished. Upon noticing Jun Xiao Yao at Tian Yuzi's side, Tian Lanxing paused, his expression shifting as he asked, "Grandfather, he is." Tian Yoji leaned closer, whispering into Tian Lanqing's ear. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Tian Lanqing's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Jun Xiao Yao. "Jun Xiao Yao, Ziryu," Tian Lanqing murmured, his brow furrowing in confusion as he looked at his granddaughter. "Grandfather, I will explain shortly. Do they truly believe they can disregard the implications of acquiring that formula? It is a matter that only Binger can decide, and if we were to relinquish it, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the Tian family," Tian Yoji replied softly, redirecting the conversation towards more pressing matters. "You are well aware that over the past decade, the West has acted with utter impunity, driven by the emergence of formidable deities that lend them support, leaving the martial artists of our illustrious Huaxia unable to resist. While ordinary commerce remains largely unaffected, the prescription of our Tian family is of great significance. Thus they seized the opportunity to strike at us while Binger ventured into the blood refinement realm. Even had Binger been present, they would still have acted without restraint." Tian Lanqing sighed in resignation, reflecting on the situation. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed across the river, heavy with a Western accent and rather clumsy in its articulation. "Currently, the Huaxia language is the foremost language globally, with nearly all of humanity possessing some proficiency in it. 3 centuries ago, Western marauders plundered countless treasures from our Huaxia. Now, these brigands have returned. Yet our treasures shall not easily fall into their grasp." Tian Lanqing responded firmly, asserting that even if the adversaries demanded the prescription, the Tian group would not yield it without resistance. This embodies the indomitable spirit of the Huaxia people. 300 years ago, Huaxia was weak and trampled upon by the West, but now, even with the advent of these Western deities, Huaxia shall not submit to their tyranny. Very well. Henceforth, the Tian group shall vanish from this world. The booming voice drew nearer. Soon, a speedboat approached the shore, and 5 Westerners disembarked, advancing toward Tian Lanqing, exuding an overwhelming aura, each one a formidable innate realm expert. In the face of such prowess, even masters of the martial realm appeared insignificant. 10 top-tier masters would struggle to contend with a single innate expert. Without further ado, the 5 Westerners launched their assault, incapacitating the Tian family's martial masters with a single punch each, leaving them unable to rise again. In less than a minute, all the martial masters beside Tian Lanqing lay defeated. Tian Yuzi's exquisite visage was overtaken by terror, as the executive president of the Tian group. She had never witnessed such a scene. Her delicate form trembled, paralyzed by fear. "Hand over the prescription, and you may live." The 5 Westerners halted 5 meters from Tian Lanqing, a distance ideal for innate experts to strike, a mere flick of the finger capable of ending his life. Meanwhile, Jun Xiao Yao maintained an expression of indifference, as if he were oblivious to the unfolding events. Notification, triggered event. Assist Tian Luobing's family through adversity, reward of 200 points. Eliminate an enemy of the Tian family, reward of 100 points. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in his mind, the system's sweet tone signaling the activation of an event. The long-awaited rewards were finally within reach. Chapter 8. My surname is Jun. My given name is Xiao Yao. Do you require my assistance? Tian Yuzi trembled with fear. All of her bodyguards had been defeated, leaving only herself, her grandfather, and Jun Xiao Yao. If they did not surrender the prescription, the 3 of them would surely perish here. Moreover, even if they handed over the prescription, there was no guarantee that their adversaries would spare their lives. Nevertheless, relinquishing the prescription offered a slim chance of survival. Yet it was something that could not be given away. In that moment, her heart was in turmoil. At that instant, Jun Xiao Yao's voice rang out. "Do not act recklessly." Tian Yuzi whispered softly. "Even our numerous master-level guardians are no match for them. If you act impulsively, it would be tantamount to seeking death." Although they had only known each other for a couple of hours, she could not bear to see Jun Xiao Yao meet his demise so easily. Furthermore, Jun Xiao Yao was betrothed to Binger. Had the pale-skinned fiends grown so bold? Jun Xiao Yao's anxiety surged. At such a critical moment, why did she not simply utter the words, "Please assist me"? Such a statement would enable him to act and earn some points. Calculating the figures, aiding the Tian family would yield 200 points, while eliminating an enemy would grant 100. With 5 adversaries present, that amounted to a total of 700 points. In this light, accumulating points seemed quite feasible. For the past few years, they had operated in this manner. It was merely that she had not been exposed to it. Tian Yuzi rolled her eyes at Jun Xiao Yao, exasperated. "Oh, I see." Jun Xiao Yao acknowledged. Indeed, 2 years prior, he had been an ordinary person, and thus had no access to this realm. Although he had often heard tales online of certain Western deities that had led many Chinese warriors to their demise, mocking the lack of history and mythology in China. As he spoke, Jun Xiao Yao extended a hand, and instantly, the entire space became frozen. The 5 Westerners appeared to be ensnared by an invisible giant hand, their bones shattering, their cultivation dissipating, and they were reduced to mere ordinary beings. You. The 5 pale-skinned individuals were engulfed in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. Tian Lanqing's expression shifted dramatically as he turned his gaze towards Jun Xiao Yao. Get back. Remember this. My surname is Jun. My name is Xiao Yao. Jun Xiao Yao released his grip, and the 5 suspended figures plummeted like deflated balloons, propelled by a tremendous force, ultimately landing on the deck of a speedboat, which then sped away into the distance, vanishing into the night. Having met young Master Jun, Tian Lanqing finally snapped out of his shock and greeted Jun Xiao Yao. Initially, he was uncertain of Jun Xiao Yao's capabilities, yet he was aware of one thing. Jun Xiao Yao had a remarkably formidable master who had aided him in becoming a master-level warrior and had established the Tian family enterprise. At that time, the Tian family and Jun Xiao Yao had entered into a marriage contract, though he was blissfully unaware of it. Jun Xiao Yao had no master, only a system. He waved his hand, feeling elated as he received 700 points. Are you truly that formidable? Tian Yuzi inquired, her beautiful eyes glimmering with astonishment and unexpected admiration. She never anticipated Jun Xiao Yao's immense strength. Could this be an instance of a wolf in sheep's clothing? Despite lacking innate talent for cultivation, her exposure had endowed her with a fundamental understanding of it. The offerings of the Tian family were merely at the master realm, and her grandfather was also at that level. Faced with 5 innate experts, the Tian family was utterly crushed. Yet, Jun Xiao Yao effortlessly obliterated all 5 with a mere wave of his hand. This level of power was beyond comprehension. Truly a prodigious talent. Young Master Jun is indeed a dragon among men, Tian Lanqing praised. As a martial artist, or rather a strong individual, he could sense Jun Xiao Yao's overwhelming prowess even more acutely. Just moments ago, Jun Xiao Yao had nonchalantly eradicated 5 innate fighters with a single gesture, exhibiting a degree of mastery that was almost divine. The pressure of space itself was palpable to him, meaning that the 5 innate fighters had been crushed by Jun Xiao Yao's control over the very fabric of reality, a terrifying concept that transcended ordinary imagination. I shall remember the matters concerning the Tian family, Jun Xiao Yao stated plainly. He was well aware of Tian Lanqing's intentions, but before he could articulate them, Jun Xiao Yao preemptively agreed. His reasoning was simple. He wished to avoid a lengthy discourse. Moreover, he had a marriage contract with the Tian family. Even if he did not ally with Tian Luobing, extending a helping hand would be beneficial for him, offering an opportunity to earn points. Only a fool would decline such an advantage. Thank you, young Master Jun. Tian Lanqing expressed his heartfelt gratitude, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment, having had his thoughts seen through by Jun Xiao Yao. It was indeed true. He hoped Jun Xiao Yao would assist the Tian family in overcoming their tribulations. Despite the recent resolution of the 5 innate fighters, would the adversary simply acquiesce? The Tian family was poised to face an even more terrifying storm, and in the face of such a tempest, not only the Tian family but the entirety of China would struggle to withstand it, especially considering the existence of deities in the West. Where are you headed? Tian Yuzi called out as she realized Jun Xiao Yao was departing, and she quickly pursued him. Chapter 9. The arrival of the heavenly rankings. Prepare a computer for me. Jun Xiao Yao commanded as he cast a glance at Tian Yuzi. After 2 years of secluded cultivation, he had been entirely cut off from the outside world. Not only was he devoid of a computer, but even his phone lacked a network connection, rendering him oblivious to current events. Now, to grasp the state of affairs outside, the internet would surely suffice. Ah, I have one at home, Tian Yuzi exclaimed, her astonishment palpable, a surge of inexplicable joy swelling within her. As they spoke, she ushered him into the car, and they vanished into the night. At the riverbank, Tian Lanqing stood frozen, watching Jun Xiao Yao and Tian Yuzi depart, his mind reeling. The turn of events had surpassed all expectations. What on earth was Zier up to? How was he to explain this to Bing? Reflecting on his granddaughter's haughty demeanor and icy disposition, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. However, with Jun Xiao Yao's involvement, their chances had significantly improved. Boom. Before long, Tian Yuzi returned to the villa, her previously frosty countenance now adorned with a faint smile. Jun Xiao Yao, puzzled, pondered what could possibly elate her. You will occupy this room, she stated, presenting him with a new laptop she had procured from the villa while gesturing towards a room. Jun Xiao Yao acknowledged, taking the laptop and entering the room, closing the door behind him. Humph, Tian Yuzi huffed outside, her lips forming a sulky pout, clearly displeased. Inside the room, Jun Xiao Yao connected to the internet and began his search. Within half an hour, he had gleaned a comprehensive overview of significant events from the past 2 years. Remarkably, Little had changed. The West continued its brazen exploits, primarily due to the emergence of deities. Thus far, a total of 29 deities had manifested in the West, while no divine figures or myths had surfaced in Huaxia. Deities? Jun Xiao Yao scoffed, a derisive smile curling his lips. What nonsense! They are merely individuals who have transcended the martial god realm to enter the human respect realm. To call them deities is utterly absurd. Upon reviewing battle footage, he noted that several so-called deities employed techniques characteristic of the earthly respect realm. Moreover, the system had previously stated that his cultivation was unmatched on Earth. If the Western deities were truly divine, could he still be invincible? Boom, boom, boom. As Jun Xiao Yao browsed the internet, ominous rumbles filled the air, reverberating across the globe, causing the Earth to tremble. Concurrently, a brilliant golden light erupted in the sky, enveloping the entire world. What is this? He pondered, recalling a scene from 99 years prior. Was something amiss? A terrifying golden light enveloped the sky. What could this phenomenon signify? Could it be that a deity has emerged in the West once more? This scene eerily mirrors that of 99 years ago, leaving one to ponder what transformations the Earth might soon undergo. Is a monumental upheaval on the horizon? The world has descended into a state of fervor. Regardless of whether one is an ordinary individual or a martial artist, whether from the East or the West, all gaze upon the golden light above. Reminiscent of the events of 99 years past, the distance of those 99 years feels negligible, as though some have even encountered individuals from that bygone era. With a resounding boom, the golden light rapidly coalesced. In the mere span of a breath, it enveloped the globe, forming a colossal banner in the heavens. On that banner, only two words were inscribed: Heavenly Rankings. What could this possibly entail? Is it the fabled golden rankings of the heavenly Tao? What sort of list is this? Humanity across the globe felt a surge of curiosity at those two characters, sensing that it was a remarkable and powerful list. For the youth of Huaxia, the meaning was abundantly clear, as such rankings frequently appear in novels. Earth has entered the realm of fantasy for 99 years. 1 year remains in the protective period. After 1 year, Earth will fully transition into a fantasy world. The heavenly rankings bear witness to this. Those who rank for the first time will receive no rewards, while new entrants will be granted rewards. Above the firmament, a massive display descended, radiating 9 beams of light, shrouded in an enigmatic glow that obscured any writing upon it. Simultaneously, a resonant and ancient voice echoed across the globe, clear and distinct to every ear, as all could see the heavenly rankings in the sky. Indeed, it was a list, the rankings of martial artists. Anticipation surged. Surely, the West would dominate the leaderboard. In this contemporary era, 2 great empires, the Western Empire and the Huaxia Empire, have long governed the world, dictating all rules, with even the 5 major alliances compelled to follow. However, in the past decade, the emergence of deities in the West has propelled it back to its zenith of 300 years ago. Can anyone from Huaxia make it onto the list? With only a year left in the protective period, what will the Earth become in a year's time? The entire globe found itself engulfed in concern. The transition from a technological civilization to a martial civilization, devoid of any protective measures, conjures a daunting picture. The heavenly rankings encompass the top 1,000. Yet only the top 10 shall be revealed. Now, we shall unveil the inaugural rankings. Chapter 10, Dual First Place. Tian Luo Bing, a deep and resonant voice, began to announce the rankings. The entire humanity gazed in anticipation at the celestial leaderboard above. Finally, the banner unfurled, revealing the following. First place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Tian Luo Bing. Second place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Jiqing Wu. Third place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Yiqing Xian. Fourth place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Su Ming Yao. Fifth place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Mu Wan Jun. Sixth place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Shang Guan Wu Jian. Seventh place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Yi Tian Nan. Eighth place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Mu Rong Tian Lan. Ninth place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Jiang Ming Cheng. 10th place in the talent rankings, Western Persuas Wei, in a mere 2 seconds. The talent rankings were presented before the eyes of the world. There was no build-up, no suspense. The top 10 were displayed outright. It was a sheer display of dominance, a testament to the 5 millennia of civilization that is Huaxia. Of the top 10, 9 hailed from Huaxia. Had it not been for the appearance of the Western deity, Huaxia would have reigned supreme. How gratifying it was, yet infuriating, to see the entire talent rankings filled with Huaxia individuals. As the rankings emerged, the descendants of Yin and Huang in Huaxia erupted in jubilation. The talent rankings symbolize both talent and the future. Simultaneously, countless individuals searched for the term heavenly rankings on their computers and mobile devices. revealing a complete list of the talent rankings, which included not only the top 10, but also the top 1,000. Astonishingly, 80% of those 1,000 were Huaxia individuals. It could be stated that within the top 500, 490 were the pride of Huaxia. Could this list be fabricated? In the West, many scrutinized the rankings with furrowed brows, declaring it to be false. Some even suggested that it was a creation of the Huaxia people, overwhelmed as they were. Huaxia, indeed, displayed its might. In the Tianzhu alliance, shock reverberated through their ranks upon viewing the list. Having been in comparison with Huaxia for centuries, they found themselves utterly overshadowed. In the island nation, the Yamato alliance, countless strong individuals seethed with anger. In Jiangnan City, at the Linjiang Villa, Tian Yuzi sat in the pavilion, gazing at the sky in astonishment. Her beautiful eyes filled with envy, lamenting her inability to cultivate. Yet, she held hope, eager to discover whether Jun Xiao Yao had made the list. Such strength at such a young age surely warranted recognition. However, as the rankings concluded, she found no trace of Jun Xiao Yao's name. Not even a single individual with the surname Jun. Yet, her own sister stood proudly as the first in the talent rankings. It was not only she. In the Tian family's ancestral home, Tian Lansheng also fixated on the heavenly leaderboard. He too had not made the list, perplexed by this anomaly. The second list of the heavenly rankings, known as the master rankings, was soon unveiled. 1. The first place, Huaxia Tian Luo Bing 2. The second place, Huaxia Jiqing Wu 3. The third place, Huaxia Yiqing Xin 4. The fourth place, Huaxia Mu 1 Jun 5th. The fifth place, Huaxia Chun Bei Xian 6. The sixth place, Huaxia Shangguan Wu Jin 7. The seventh place, Huaxia Yi Tian Nan 8. The eighth place, Huaxia Mu Rong Tian Lan 9. The ninth place, Huaxia Jiang Ming Cheng 10. The 10th place, Huaxia Zhao Wu Ji. The second list was quickly completed, showcasing an entirely homogeneous representation of Huaxia. Not a single foreign name appeared, and even the previously 10th-ranked Perseus from the talent rankings had fallen off the list. The changes were minimal, with only Perseus and the formerly 4th-ranked Su Ming Yao being removed. This dominance of the master rankings is indeed remarkable. In the face of Huaxia, the West appears insignificant. I am convinced that this list was orchestrated by Huaxia, merely to bolster morale and stabilize the hearts of the people, a display lacking in democratic principles. The master rankings, in the presence of my Western deities, are but a triviality. Globally, a fervor ignited once more, all due to the radiance of Huaxia. Both lists were essentially monopolized, and these are the most promising and future-oriented rankings. The third list, known as the innate rankings, then emerged. 1. The first place, Huaxia Nengong Qi 2. The second place, Huaxia Yiqing Song 3. The third place, Huaxia Mu Rong Wu Di 4. The fourth place, Huaxia Guozi Xian 5. The fifth place, Huaxia Tang Yaoqing 6. The sixth place, Nippon S Miyamoto Aikir 7. The seventh place, Egypt S Pharaoh Ming Zhang 8. The eighth place, South Asia S Golden King 9. The ninth place, Huaxia Daoyi 10. The 10th place, Huaxia Jian Xin. Upon the completion of this list, it was evident that Huaxia continued to dominate the top ranks. This revelation stirred discontent in other regions and nations worldwide. The term innate signifies the pinnacle of strength, as true martial kings are exceedingly rare, and the existence of martial emperors remains a mere legend, never witnessed. The fourth list, known as the divine rankings or semi-spiritual rankings, then resonated with a profound and resonant voice from the heavens. Chapter 11, The Divine Rankings. Merely a just the divine rankings? A Western list. Alas, my homeland has yet to witness the emergence of mythological figures. We can only observe the performances of the West. Countless souls in my land are left despondent, for no matter how extraordinary, they cannot rival the divine. Moreover, with the advent of the heavenly rankings, the prodigies of my homeland shall undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from Western powerhouses who are loath to see the rise of strength in the East. This has always been the predatory nature of the West. At last, the tide has turned in favor of the West. In the presence of the divine, all are but mere ants. The divine rankings, how eagerly I anticipate them. Any single deity could vanquish all the prodigies and champions of my homeland. The West is in a fervor. The divine is their sole reliance, their greatest support. As long as the divine exists, they can trample over my homeland. Otherwise, the multitude of Western nations would not unite into a single empire, solely to oppose my homeland. Yet, in the absence of true deities, the West is but chaff before my homeland, merely a pack of canines yet to evolve. Following the divine rankings, why is it also referred to as the half-divine rankings? What does half-divine mean? Does it imply that the deities of the divine rankings are merely half-divine? Countless individuals around the globe are curious. In truth, even the Westerners are perplexed. The names of other lists are straightforward and clear, yet when it comes to the divine rankings, an additional term, half-divine, is appended, suggesting that the divine is but half-spiritual. The divine rankings, also known as the half-divine rankings, because, on Earth, there are currently no true deities. Those so-called deities are merely half-divine. Note, humanity belongs to the primate family, while half-divine beings are akin to half-humans. At this moment, a resounding and profound voice echoed from above the firmament, elucidating the concepts of half-divine and divine. As the voice faded, the world erupted in chaos. What? Not even classified as human? Half-human? Is this a form of discrimination? The so-called deities of the West are indeed mere fakes. Judging by their appearances, it is evident that they have not fully evolved. Nevertheless, the Western deities are undeniably formidable, far surpassing the martial arts of my homeland. The globe buzzes with fervor and debate. The most delighted, however, are those from my homeland. For the past decade, our martial arts have been utterly crushed. Infuriating. The West, united in a singular voice, resonates with anger. Yet, what does it matter? First on the divine rankings, Zeus. Second on the divine rankings, Gaia. Third on the divine rankings, Hecate. Fourth on the divine rankings, Kronos. Fifth on the divine rankings, Odin. Sixth on the divine rankings, Perseus. Seventh on the divine rankings, Athena. Eighth on the divine rankings, Apollo. Ninth on the divine rankings, Siddhartha Gautama. 10th on the divine rankings, Amaterasu. Upon the announcement of the rankings, the world was left in shock. 4. The deities and sovereigns, once mythologized by the West and the land of India, have indeed manifested. Previously, the divine figures that emerged in the West were mere obscure personalities. Yet now, true mythological entities have ascended to prominence on the rankings, signifying their presence upon the earth. In the land of Huaxia, there is a collective sense of despondency. In the face of such legends, what significance does a mere warrior hold? The rankings have been revealed. Further announcements will continue in 3 months. In the expanse above, a voice resonates. The names upon the 4 grand lists appear as if they reign supreme over the world. The other 5 lists remain devoid of entries. That gigantic ranking seems to suspend in the heavens like an eternal monument, visible to humanity at any moment they cast their gaze upward. The talent list, the grandmaster list, and the primal list pale in comparison to the divine list. This night is destined to be one of insomnia, whether on television or the internet. The discussions revolve solely around the divine list. Ding! Triggered special event. Eliminate individuals on the divine list to earn substantial points. Assist others to ascend the ranks for generous rewards. Note: currently, there are 7 deities listed within the borders of Huaxia, in a villa, within a chamber. Jun Xiao Yao reclines upon his bed. The divine list? What concern is that to me? He muses, though astonishment flickers within him. His fiancée ranks first on both the talent list and the grandmaster list, and the top names on these lists are all female. The so-called divine list is merely a farce. At that moment, a notification echoes in his mind. System, are you not in hibernation? Jun Xiao Yao inquires. I am still in the hibernation phase. Currently, I am limited to providing prompts and rewards, unable to address the master's inquiries comprehensively, the system replies. Oh, so it is merely a programmed setting. The Western deities have foolishly ventured into Huaxia. A smile spreads across Jun Xiao Yao's face. He does not seek to create turmoil. Yet it would be against the natural order to forego the opportunity to earn points, especially since he is in dire need of them. Slaying an enemy of the celestial realm yields 100 points. How many points would one garner for vanquishing a deity? The mere thought fills him with anticipation and excitement. As for the identity of the adversary, it matters not. They are merely deities, to be slain without hesitation. By the way, system, do you possess precise locations and rewards? Jun Xiao Yao queries. The address has been relayed to the virtual screen. The rewards for slaying deities are as follows. Slaying over 500 deities grants 1,000 points. Slaying between 200 and 499 deities awards 2,000 points. Slaying between 100 and 199 deities yields 4,000 points. Slaying between 11 and 99 deities bestows 10,000 points. Slaying between 4 and 10 deities earns 20,000 points. And slaying the top 3 deities rewards 50,000 points. A note indicates that public kills double the points, while assassinations result in half points. The system responded, articulating the magnitude of the rewards. Observing the extensive array of figures, Jun Xiao Yao felt a surge of greed. These points, to him, held more significance than vast wealth. However, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. He pondered how he could earn a mere 100 points for defeating an enemy from the Celestial clan, while the points for slaying deities seemed so scant. Was the system deceiving him? After a moment's reflection, he concluded that in his eyes, a deity and an ordinary martial artist were as different as a chicken from a duck. With a resolute mind, he exited the realm of consciousness, rising and stepping towards the door. Chapter 12. The beginning of the Godslayer. Upon arriving outside the room, a sweep of divine perception revealed the top of the talent list and the master list. How remarkably concealed. Jun Xiao Yao cast a glance at Tian Yuzi, who was in the pavilion on the second floor of the villa, and remarked with a hint of surprise that he could not discern her talents and cultivation level. What sort of cultivation technique was this that eluded his scrutiny? Where are you going? Tian Yuzi inquired, noticing Jun Xiao Yao's intent to step out. At this hour, was he merely seeking mischief? Out to have some fun, he replied nonchalantly. I'll join you, Tian Yuzi declared, rushing to her room to quickly change into a casual dress. To be honest, while her professional attire was enticing and alluring, this high-cold aesthetic exuded an entirely different charm. As they departed the villa, Jun Xiao Yao chose to avoid the main road, opting instead for a secluded path leading towards the outskirts of the city, accelerating with each step. Hey, wait for me, Tian Yuzi called out from behind, her cheeks flushed and breathless. She understood that Jun Xiao Yao was doing this intentionally, as he perceived her as Tian Luobing, the number one on the master list and the talent list. Yet she, in contrast, possessed neither talent nor cultivation. Why pretend? Jun Xiao Yao remarked. The world-renowned master prodigy walks as if he were an ordinary person. I am not pretending. Where are you headed? Why are you dragging me along? Tian Yuzi seized the moment when Jun Xiao Yao paused, rushing to his side, utterly exhausted yet reluctant to reveal her feelings. Jun Xiao Yao scoffed. And you wish to foster a relationship while keeping things hidden? Is it truly necessary? Even if you wish to conceal it from me. The talent list has already unveiled your identity. Is this amusing? With that, he reached out and grasped Tian Yuzi's hand. Upon contact, her small hand felt cool and delicate, sending a tremor through him. It was his first time holding a girl's hand, and such a beautiful one at that. He had never managed to hold hands with his girlfriend from 2 years prior. In that moment, he felt a rush of nervousness. Tian Yuzi's face flushed, her pink earlobes reddening, her body trembling and stiffening. This was also her first experience of being held by a male. What's wrong? Jun Xiao Yao feigned innocence, attempting to mask his own embarrassment and tension, putting on a facade of indifference. Nothing, Tian Yuzi replied, initially feeling shy and nervous. But she soon realized that Jun Xiao Yao was even more anxious, though he pretended to act nonchalant. It was utterly amusing and delightful. She had not anticipated this side of him. This man was indeed intriguing. As Jun Xiao Yao gazed at Tian Yuzi's enchanting smile, he found himself momentarily captivated by her unparalleled beauty, yet simultaneously filled with trepidation. Had she perceived something beyond the surface? The thought was unsettling. Without further hesitation, he extended his hand, propelling himself into the air, astonishingly defying gravity, with Tian Yuzi soaring alongside him. The suddenness of this experience left her pale with fright. Such a phenomenon was utterly foreign to her. Not to mention, even the mightiest warriors could not achieve such feats, for, in principle, only a martial god possessed the ability to fly. Time swiftly elapsed. After 20 minutes, Jun Xiao Yao alighted upon a mountain peak. What was the purpose of this journey? Tian Yuzi, disoriented and overwhelmed, felt a tumult of emotions, excitement intertwined with anxiety, and an irritation that gnawed at her. For she was acutely aware that Jun Xiao Yao regarded her as Tian Luobing. Slayer of gods, Jun Xiao Yao declared. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and in an instant, his once distinct features became obscured, enveloping Tian Yuzi in a radiant aura. Slayer of gods? What does that signify? Tian Yuzi gasped, her mind racing. Deep down, she had already begun to piece together the implications, yet disbelief held her captive, for such a title belonged to a deity of the West. Oaks arise, Jun Xiao Yao commanded, his gaze fixed upon the villa at the foot of the mountain, where the virtual map within the Yuan realm indicated that one of the 7 deities dwelling in Huaxiao was present. He sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from this location, confirming that Oaks was indeed nearby. Who goes there? A harsh voice resonated from within the villa. Simultaneously, an unparalleled force surged forth. A half-spirit from the west had stepped into the realm of Huaxia. Die? Jun Xiao Yao's voice remained calm, yet it reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout Jiangnan City. In that moment, a blinding light erupted from the mountainous region surrounding Jiangnan City. What was transpiring? A great battle? The presence of a Western deity had breached Huaxiao's borders. Was there a warrior from Huaxiao daring enough to challenge this divine being? Could a deity be vanquished? The city of Jiangnan was abuzz with fervor. Before long, News of the event permeated the internet, and several artificial satellites had already locked onto the mountainous area. Within a mere 10 seconds, the unfolding drama in the mountains became the leading headline across Huaxia's networks. Suddenly, above the villa, a towering figure emerged, a 2-meter-tall man with golden hair, wielding a colossal spear. He exuded an aura akin to that of a deity, his unmatched majesty casting a shadow over the surrounding landscape. At that instant, space itself trembled, and the earth quaked beneath his formidable presence. Chapter 13. The Fall of the Deity, the Slayer, Emperor Jun of the Sky, and the Western deity, Oxus. Ranked 1011 on the deity list. To my astonishment, Oxus stands within the borders of my homeland, suspended in the air, a true deity indeed. Atop the mountain, a man and a woman stand, their faces obscured, yet they unmistakably bear the traits of our Chinese heritage. Who might they be? Across the internet and on television, the atmosphere has become utterly electrified. The scene in the mountains is being broadcast live. In this moment, the hearts of the entire Chinese populace are gripped with anxiety. For the past decade, our martial arts have been trampled by the West. Countless formidable warriors have perished. Today, at last, a Chinese individual dares to challenge a Western deity. Should victory be theirs, the hearts of the people shall find solace. Should they falter, our nation will sink further into despair, forever shrouded in darkness. The Chinese martial artist is humble and ignorant. Oxus hovers in the air, casting a disdainful glance at the youthful couple atop the mountain. He fundamentally looks down upon our warriors, perceiving them as no more than ants in the eyes of Western deities. Today shall be remembered as the day of the dog slayer. You shall be the first. Jun Xiao Yao takes a step forward, walking at a leisurely pace. Beneath his feet lies the void, yet in his eyes, the ground appears solid. For him, there is no distinction between earth and sky, owing to his profound cultivation. Beside him, Tian Yuzi is pulled along, her small face a canvas of shock and excitement. Oxus is infuriated. As a dignified deity, he has never endured such humiliation. The spear in his hand expands to a terrifying length, launching towards Jun Xiao Yao with destructive force. In an instant, the very fabric of space seems to shatter, and that fearsome spear, imbued with annihilation, looms before Jun Xiao Yao. However, when the spear is merely 10 meters away, it halts abruptly, unable to advance further. The mountain peak where Jun Xiao Yao once stood is devastated as if struck by a ton of explosives, shaved down by several meters. Such terrifying power. Could this truly be the might of a deity? Oxus is utterly incapable of moving him even an inch. That young Chinese man exudes an inexplicable aura. Globally, numerous powerful individuals and deities are astounded by the battle unfolding in the mountainous region outside Jiangnan City. A deity's furious strike fails to budge an ordinary person. The spear cannot even enter within 10 meters of its foe. What a miraculous technique is this? Mere ants, Jun Xiaoyao remarks with indifference. Relying on his unparalleled cultivation, he boldly withstands it all. He perceives clearly that this so-called Western deity is merely a lowly subhuman, while he himself stands as a mid-tier heavenly being, one an ant, the other a dragon. As he speaks, his palm slowly extends, revealing. In the palm of his hand, 2 stars emerged, radiating a cataclysmic brilliance. This light cascaded overwhelmingly towards Ox, crushing all in its path. No! The anguished cries of Ox echoed amidst the annihilating glow, blood soaring into the heavens. Soon, the radiance dissipated, revealing 3 colossal characters, Emperor of Heaven. The Western deity, Ox, had been utterly transformed into a mist of blood, vanishing from this realm. In that moment, across the globe, the online world fell into a state of sheer astonishment. The process and outcome exceeded the bounds of their imagination. They had anticipated a fierce battle, expecting the champions of Huaxiao to meet a tragic end. Yet, the confrontation was anything but brutal. From beginning to end, Ox struck once, and Jun Xiaoyao countered with a single blow. The battle concluded with Ox being decisively overwhelmed, ultimately reduced to nothingness. Emperor of Heaven, Emperor of Heaven, Emperor of Heaven. The land of Huaxiao erupted in fervor. Countless descendants of Yan and Huang, along with formidable martial artists, embraced each other in tears of joy. The exhilaration was palpable. At last, a champion from Huaxia had obliterated a Western deity, albeit merely one, yet it marked a promising beginning, demonstrating that Huaxia could triumph over Western gods even in the absence of legendary figures. In this moment, the name Emperor of Heaven resonated throughout Huaxia. Boom! Above the firmament, the heavenly ranking shone brilliantly. The divine ranking trembled momentarily. Divine ranking, 1011th place. Ox has fallen. Slayer, Emperor of Heaven. Reward, 10 luck points for Huaxia warriors. Reward, 10 spiritual energy within Huaxia, a resonant and ancient voice echoed, clear to all of humanity. In Jiangnan City, on the outskirts, the mountainous region fell silent. From that day forth, it would be revered by the people of Huaxia as the land of God slaying. For it was here that the first Western deity met their demise. Was it truly over? On the ground, Tian Yuzi, still stunned, gazed with a mixture of shock and excitement. The events of that night had far surpassed her wildest expectations. She had never imagined that Jun Xiao Yao could be so formidable, effortlessly annihilating a deity as one would squash an ant. Even now, she struggled to ascertain whether this was reality or mere illusion. A mere half-immortal. Did one expect further conflict? Jun Xiao Yao was at a loss for words. The so-called deities were merely mortals in human form. As a distinguished celestial being, erasing a mortal did not necessitate a grand battle. Did they even possess that qualification? Shall we return now? Tian Yuzi inquired, having grown accustomed to Jun Xiao Yao's nonchalance. Not in haste, Jun Xiao Yao replied, and as he spoke, his figure flickered and vanished. The silhouettes of the two individuals vanished beneath the inky expanse of the night sky. Chapter 14. Entering Huaxia, annihilating 9 clans, and eradicating 10 generations on this fateful night. Slumber eluded all. The heavenly ranking emerged into existence. Subsequently, a formidable warrior from Huaxiao publicly vanquished a Western deity before the eyes of the world. To be candid, the term vanquish scarcely encapsulates the reality. The truth is, the deity was crushed like an insignificant insect beneath a foot. When did such extraordinary figures arise in Huaxia? Why is his name absent from the divine ranking? Astonishment and tumult ensued. Yet, the saga did not conclude there. Merely an hour following the obliteration of the deity, another from the west was extinguished. Huan, ranked 1018, met a similar fate, crushed effortlessly. 2 hours later, yet another deity fell. Ming Shun, ranked 822. In the 3rd hour, the 4th, the 6th, and the 7th hours, the Emperor Jun Tian eradicated 7 Western deities in total. This night has been dubbed the Night of God Slaughter, or the Sorrow of the Gods. I declare, within Huaxia, there are no deities. Those who tread upon Huaxia shall face the annihilation of 9 clans and 10 generations. As the 7th deity perished, the Emperor Jun Tian's calm voice resonated, akin to the authority of a divine being, reverberating across the globe. The name Jun Tian echoed throughout Huaxia and beyond. In an instant, countless Western deities trembled in fear, while numerous Western warriors stealthily fled the realm under the cover of night, terrified of attracting the emperor's attention, who crushed deities as if they were mere ants. Tian Luo Bing, where lies your prowess and talent? As dawn broke over Jiangnan City, a modest breakfast stall adorned with a few simple tables and stools came into view. Jun Xiao Yao sat upon a stool, indulging in breakfast while quietly conversing. This night left him perplexed. Despite being the top of the talent ranking and the grandmaster ranking, he masqueraded as an ordinary person, far too convincingly. Had it not been for the unveiling of the heavenly ranking, he might have doubted the authenticity of the information provided by the system. Why should it concern you? Tian Yuzi pouted, her expression stern as she replied. She too was at a loss for words. Should she lay her cards on the table? It was a difficult decision. Initially, she had merely wished to play a prank on her sister, agreeing to the marriage proposal without hesitation, but after witnessing Jun Xiao Yao's prowess, jealousy and reluctance stirred within her heart. Proud as she was, no one had ever captured her attention until Jun Xiao Yao. Your mind must be troubled. Let us part ways here, Jun Xiao Yao remarked coolly, continuing to savor his breakfast. Presently, he possessed a considerable number of points and a multitude of matters to address. Crying softly, Tian Yuzi unexpectedly found herself overwhelmed with emotion, lowering her head as tears began to flow. This left Jun Xiao Yao momentarily at a loss, muttering to himself, I haven't wronged you. It's broad daylight, and there are others around. Aren't you concerned about misunderstandings? He called out, Hey, stop. Forget I said anything. I truly have matters to attend to. You saw for yourself yesterday that we are not suited for one another. I assure you, I have not bullied you. There are eyes upon us. Jun Xiao Yao felt a sense of helplessness. If you were a deity from the West, I would simply press you away with a finger. Yet, the tears of this girl surpass even the might of such divine beings. The critical factor is that we are in public. I've finished eating. I'm heading home, Tian Yuzi said, retrieving a tissue from her bag to dab at her eyes before lifting her gaze. Her icy, exquisite visage was now adorned with a radiant smile, as if the tears had never been shed. Aren't you working? Jun Xiao Yao inquired, intrigued by the enigmatic nature of her feelings, which seemed to shift by the second. Besides, you are a remarkable prodigy. Why bother with work? Isn't wealth trivial for a martial artist? I'm not going today, Tian Yuzi replied, rising from her seat. Jun Xiao Yao also stood, handing over some money before moving forward. only to notice that Tian Yuzi remained still, extending her delicate hand toward him. What is the meaning of this? Jun Xiao Yao questioned again, bemused. It's broad daylight. Propriety dictates that men and women maintain distance. I can't move, Tian Yuzi responded. I simply refuse to budge. Let us go, Jun Xiao Yao said, exasperated. He took a few steps back, grasped her soft hand, and began walking ahead. A hint of a smile flickered across her frosty yet beautiful face as she pursed her rosy lips. Within half an hour, they returned to the villa. Jun Xiao Yao retreated to his room, while Tian Yuzi departed in her car. Meanwhile, at the Tian family residence, the old patriarch had not slept a wink, anxiously awaiting news. At 7:30 in the morning, he finally heard Tian Yuzi's voice. Zier, he called out. Was it him last night? Tian Lan was filled with urgency, barely allowing Tian Yuzi to sit before inquiring. Last night's global upheaval shocked me more than anyone else. For I am certain that Jun Tiandi is none other than Jun Xiao Yao. The girl by his side is my granddaughter. Although the means employed by Jun Tiandi obscured his face, his form was familiar. That individual is a harbinger of death to the divine. In a single night, he had annihilated all the deities within the borders of Huaxia, causing countless Western powers and formidable beings to flee the country like frightened animals. Grandfather, you know? Tian Yuzi asked curiously as she settled down. Chapter 15. Upgrading the 3 supreme skills. New feature. Super map you, my dear, are utterly carefree. Such a monumental event has transpired. Who remains oblivious to it? Pray, enlighten me. What is truly happening with you? Binger will return tomorrow. Tian Lan Sheng nearly stumbled in disbelief at her words. How could she be so naive? The world is in turmoil, and Huaxia is ablaze with news. No one is unaware. Yet the identity of Jun Tiandi remains shrouded in mystery. Deep down, he harbors a suspicion that Jun Tiandi is indeed Jun Xiao Yao. Grandfather, it was only yesterday that I became acquainted with him. He approached the group seeking Binger, seemingly wishing to dissolve the engagement. I, in her stead, acquiesced. And he mistook me for her. With Binger returning tomorrow, what shall we do? Tian Yuzi pouted, playfully expressing her concern. She succinctly recounted the events of yesterday and today to Tian Lan Sheng. Upon hearing that his sister would be back the following day, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, unsure of how to proceed, a sense of inexplicable reluctance tugging at his heart. What can I say? Alas, I am at a loss, and dare not presume to find a solution. After listening, Tian Lan Sheng was left in a state of dismay. He knew his 2 granddaughters all too well. He recognized that Zier was merely jesting at her sister's expense, hoping to witness her embarrassment. Yet she had inadvertently ensnared herself in the predicament, a truth she was reluctant to acknowledge. Indeed, that young man is extraordinarily remarkable. Grandfather, Tian Yuzi exclaimed, shaking Tian Lan Sheng's hand in an affectionate manner. Sigh, you find yourself without recourse. You can only. Tian Lan Sheng spoke softly. Beside them, Tian Yuzi paused, a delightful blush gracing her exquisite visage, ultimately nodding in delight. Grandfather, I shall take my leave now. As soon as Tian Lan Sheng finished speaking, Tian Yuzi flitted away like a jubilant sparrow, darting towards the exit. That girl. Tian Lan Sheng chuckled softly. Inside the villa, Jun Xiao Yao reclined by the poolside. Basking in the sun, his consciousness delved into the Yuan realm, where his gaze fell upon the data panel. Available points, 7,700. Observing the accumulation of points, Jun Xiao Yao felt a surge of wealth. One must understand the significance of these points to him. They were of greater importance than the elixir of life to a dying man. Now he must judiciously allocate these points, ensuring that his resources are wielded wisely. After some contemplation, he began to execute his plans. 1 minute later, System, version 3. 0, 1,000 10,000 points. Host, Jun Xiao Yao. Age, 18 years. Appearance, 92 points. Cultivation, upper level celestial sovereign, 1,000 10,000 points. Talent, chaotic divine demon body, first level, 1,000 10,000 points. Divine skill, domain shield, first level, 1,000 10,000 points. Divine technique, creation of stars, first level, 1,000 10,000 points. Partner, none mount, none treasure, none points. 2,700 wealth, 119,218 after usage. Only a little over 2,000 points remain, as he has upgraded all possible aspects. The system has been enhanced, cultivation elevated, talent improved, domain upgraded, and divine skills refined. Currently, the system stands at 3.0, with cultivation having ascended to a minor realm, reaching the upper level celestial sovereign. His talent has reached the pinnacle of the first level, as has the domain shield and creation of stars. Now, in future battles, he will not deplete his internal true essence excessively, for his divine skills can overpower all. With the first-level chaotic divine demon body, he can transform into a divine beast, possessing its talents and strength, and can manifest this divine beast as an extraordinary phenomenon. The first-level domain shield renders him invincible among peers, capable of transforming into a protective shield akin to a wizard's magical barrier in games, and can also expand the domain shield to envelop a radius of 100 meters. The first-level creation of stars grants him mastery over 99 crimson stars, transforming them into various weapons for combat, exhibiting overwhelming power and unpredictable forms. Regrettably, his points are insufficient. Jun Xiao Yao sighed, lamenting that with ample points, he could elevate all 3 divine skills and the system to their utmost perfection, thereby infinitely enhancing his realm. However, points are lacking. The first upgrade requires 1,000, while the second demands 10,000. He speculated that subsequent upgrades would necessitate tenfold or even greater increments of points, akin to the astronomical experience required in games, which would ultimately amount to staggering figures. System, what new features are available? Jun Xiao Yao inquired. New features loading. New features loaded. New feature, super map. Note, the super map centers around the host, encompassing a complete map feedback within 10,000 miles in all directions, 1,000 miles above and 100 miles below. Details are for the host to explore independently. Beep. Upon completing its explanation, the system emitted a beep and fell silent. Impressive. It signifies that nothing within 10,000 miles can evade my grasp. This is indeed a bug for dungeon exploration. Jun Xiao Yao, upon hearing the system's introduction, was filled with astonishment. In truth, he had grown somewhat numb to the system's extraordinary capabilities. Subsequently, gazing intently at the virtual screen, one observes a complete map adorned with countless luminous points of various colors. Annotations. Blue, signifying oneself and allies. Devoid of aggression or threat, the deeper the hue and the larger the point, the more formidable the presence. Red, denoting adversaries, possessing aggression and menace. Similarly, the deeper the color and the larger the point, the greater the peril. Green, representing precious resources of botanical origin. A deeper shade and a larger point indicate greater rarity and value. Gold, symbolizing invaluable treasures of metallic essence. Again, a deeper color and larger point denote exceptional rarity. Multicolored, signifying extraordinary treasures. The greater the depth and variety of colors, the more remarkable and precious they are. Upon finishing the annotations, he noticed a blue point approaching him. Immediately, his consciousness withdrew from the ethereal realm, for he was aware that Tian Luo Bing had returned. Chapter 16. Tian Luo Bing. Do you have a mental affliction? Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Come in, Jun Xiao Yao called out. Here are your change of clothes and toiletries. As the door swung open, Tian Yuzi entered, her left hand laden with a large bag, while her right hand held several exquisite boxes. Upon entering the room, she meticulously unpacked the boxes, revealing garments and shoes that appeared to be of considerable value. Tian Yuzi organized these items, including 3 pairs of boxer shorts. Upon witnessing this, Jun Xiao Yao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Thank you, he replied. Realizing he had yet to change into fresh attire, his previous clothes remained in the courtyard, left behind. Moreover, those garments had been worn for 2 years and had become faded from countless washes. On my way here, I bought you a new laptop and phone. I must head to the office now, Tian Yuzi stated, presenting a sleek notebook and smartphone to Jun Xiao Yao. Actually, Tian Luo Bing, there is no need for such extravagance. I truly have many matters to attend to, and we are simply not suited for one another, Jun Xiao Yao expressed, uncertain about how to convey his feelings to Tian Luo Bing. However, he feared that remaining silent might lead to misunderstandings. Am I not beautiful? Tian Yuzi inquired. Rising to her feet, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Jun Xiao Yao. Beautiful, he answered without hesitation. Indeed, Tian Luo Bing was breathtaking, a vision that could stir the heart. Do you find my cultivation level lacking? She asked, her heart swelling with joy at his compliment. She was well aware of her own allure. In her experience, no woman could rival her beauty and sensuality. Yet, hearing such praise from Jun Xiao Yao held a different significance. No, that is not the case, Jun Xiao Yao responded. I truly do not care about one's cultivation or innate talent, as none surpasses my own. And what is it then? Tian Luo Bing queried, her curiosity piqued. You understand. I possess 4 marriage contracts, Jun Xiao Yao confessed. To be candid, were it not for those contracts, had he encountered Tian Luo Bing under different circumstances, he might have entertained thoughts of romance, for she was a vision of unparalleled beauty, the very embodiment of a man's dreams. Alas, their engagement cast a shadow of reluctance over his heart. Perhaps we are simply not fated to be, he mused. And yet, What if I were unbothered by such matters? Tian Luo Bing countered, her captivating eyes locked onto Jun Xiao Yao. Perhaps I do care, he admitted. I must go to work, Tian Yuzi said, a pang of discomfort settling within her, her cold huff serving as a mask for her true feelings. She found it hard to believe she could harbor affection for someone. Convinced of her own excellence, no one had ever captured her attention until this moment. She realized, having unexpectedly developed feelings for someone known for less than a day is utterly astonishing, beyond comprehension. Yet, this is indeed the reality. As Tian Yuzi exited the room and drove away, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head in contemplation, questioning whether he had erred in his sentiments. Suddenly, a subtle ripple in the air heralded the appearance of a crystalline tablet before him. The tablet revealed information: name, Su Mingyao; identity, princess of the Su family; talent, sacred soul body; cultivation, none. What? Yao. Upon discerning the details inscribed on the crystal, Jun Xiaoyao's expression transformed with intrigue, realizing that the Su Mingyao listed among the talents was none other than his acquaintance. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had a younger sister named Su Mingyao, with whom he had grown up. He could hardly fathom that the illustrious Su Mingyao on the talent list was indeed his sister. Currently, the system indicated that she was one of the 5 individuals bound by a marriage contract with him. Was this not a bit far-fetched? Furthermore, when had Yao become so extraordinary? In an instant, Jun Xiaoyao's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Could it be that Yao had encountered some fortuitous event over the past 2 years? Curiosity piqued. He speculated that given the tremendous transformations he had undergone, it would not be surprising if Yao had also experienced remarkable changes, especially considering she was merely 15. Having lived together since childhood, he knew her well. I must return home, Jun Xiaoyao resolved. After all, since Yao was bound to him by contract, this seemed the most prudent course of action. With her exceptional talent, he could guide her cultivation. Though he would not rely solely on her for combat, he wished to ensure she had the means to protect herself from harm. With determination, he made his way to the exit. As he stepped outside, he noticed the villa's door opening, revealing Tian Luo Bing returning. Hadn't she just driven to the company? Why was she back? Moreover, she had changed from her professional attire into casual wear, and there was an unmistakable shift in her demeanor. Her formidable cultivation aura was apparent. Yet it was disordered, indicating she had sustained injuries. Witnessing this scene, Jun Xiaoyao felt his mind racing. Why have you returned? And you're injured. What happened? He inquired, stepping forward to assist her. To his surprise, she instinctively retreated 2 steps, emanating a powerful presence, her cold aura locking onto him with palpable hostility. Her gaze was frosty as she regarded him. What's the matter with you, Tian Luobing? Jun Xiaoyao thought, bewildered. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was devoid of emotion, almost numbed. Having just parted ways, she now feigned ignorance. Had she truly lost her senses? This woman was remarkably fickle. Suddenly, Tian Luobing paused, her delicate hand sweeping through the air, unleashing a chilling wave of icy energy. A blade of ice surged towards Jun Xiaoyao. This strike could spell doom even for a master at the pinnacle of perfection. It was a lethal move, devoid of mercy. How utterly incomprehensible. Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of bewilderment and was tempted to curse her. This woman had previously masqueraded as an ordinary person, yet now displayed such formidable power. Fortunately, he was invincible. Otherwise, he would have met his end. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a force to counter the ice sword, which evaporated midair. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao made his way towards the villa's exit, hoping never to encounter such an irrational woman again. Chapter 17. The Reincarnation of the Empress. Tian Luo Bing in the blink of an eye, Jun Xiaoyao had already exited the villa. Inside, Tian Luo Bing stood in a daze, her exquisitely beautiful, yet cold visage etched with confusion. The events that had just transpired left her momentarily bewildered. Moreover, who was he? How did he know my name? And he seemed to be quite familiar with me. Did I know him? In that instant, her mind was flooded with questions. You dare to offend this empress? Once my injuries are healed, I shall obliterate you, Tian Luo Bing remarked, casting a glance at the villa's entrance. Her voice resonated like echoes from the depths of the abyss, causing the temperature within 100 meters to plummet as she stood there like an icy goddess. Devoid of warmth. Had it not been for that witch from the demon emperor, this empress would not have been reincarnated into this world. As she strode towards her room, the truth dawned upon her. She was not originally from this realm. Rather, she was a soul reborn from another world into Earth. In her previous life, she had been the empress of the Tai-Shin heaven, exalted and supreme, wielding dominion over countless lives. Unfortunately, after a fierce battle against the demon emperor of the demon realm, both were gravely wounded. A mysterious light enveloped them, and upon awakening, she found herself reincarnated as an infant on Earth. However, this secret remained known to no one. Furthermore, her inherently cold disposition, coupled with her training methods, had rendered her emotionless for 3,000 years in Taishan heaven. Even in her reincarnation, she remained profoundly frigid, deterring anyone from approaching her, thereby ensuring that no one could uncover her secret. After her rebirth, she began cultivating at the age of 5. By 18, she had attained the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. Of course, in the grand scheme of her past, such progress was inconsequential. For her, this pace was even slower than in her previous life. Yet, this was a deliberate choice to temper her cultivation and solidify her foundation. In her reincarnation, only her memories and innate talents from her past life remained. All of her formidable powers, treasures, and resources from the Taishan heaven had vanished, leaving her with no option but to venture out and seek new resources and treasures. Recently, during her trials in the blood-refining realm, she had acquired a precious artifact, albeit at the cost of sustaining injuries from the terrifying entities within. In the Tianmu building, on the 108th floor, within the confines of the CEO's office, Tian Yuzi's eyes were red, and her delicate, rosy countenance was adorned with glistening tears. If only I had refused on behalf of Bing Air yesterday. Just the day before, he had appeared here, intending to annul their engagement. Yet, in a moment of whimsy, she had responded affirmatively on Bing Air's behalf, resulting in his exceptional charm and brilliance being indelibly etched in her heart, impossible to erase. To capture his attention, she would readily forsake any pride and coldness. You have angered me, and I shall not let you off lightly. Tian Yuzi pouted her rosy lips, expressing her indignation. A breathtakingly beautiful, cold little face revealed a mischievous smile as she stepped out of the villa. Jun Xiao Yao shook his head in silence, bewildered by the circumstances. What on earth was happening? Just a moment ago, everything seemed perfectly fine, and now it felt as if she had transformed entirely. The complexities of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Moreover, how had she sustained her injuries? Logically speaking, even in this era of spiritual revival, brawls within the city should be impossible, especially given the stringent control in Huaxia. This villa, in particular, boasted top-notch security, with surveillance cameras everywhere, making any form of combat inconceivable. Furthermore, equipped with a systemic supermap and his own divine consciousness capable of encompassing 100 miles, there should be nothing that could evade his perception. Thus, how had Tian Luobing been injured? It was known that she was the foremost master in the world, possessing the highest innate talent. Even those at the innate realm would hardly be her match. Filled with confusion and disbelief, he exited the villa area and hailed a cab, heading toward the Jun family estate. An hour later, Jun Xiao Yao alighted from the vehicle and arrived at a villa that had been left to him by his parents. 10 years prior, both his parents and Yao's parents had tragically perished in an accident, leaving him and Su Mingyao to rely on one another. At that time, he was merely 11 years old, while Su Mingyao was just 5. Upon noticing a supercar and 2 luxury vehicles parked in front of the villa, Jun Xiao Yao was taken aback. Over the years, the two had felt as if they had been abandoned by the world, devoid of relatives or friends, especially wealthy ones. So, what was the meaning of these opulent cars now? He found himself momentarily stunned. With a sweep of his consciousness, the interior of the villa imprinted itself in his mind. In the living room, an elderly man, approximately 80 years old, sat on a sofa alongside a young man in his 20s. The young man was dashing and stylish, yet his demeanor bore an unsettling malice that elicited immediate aversion. Standing behind them were 6 bodyguards, all masters in their own right. Opposite them stood a stunning young girl of around 14 or 15, dressed in a pristine white blouse adorned with the emblem of the finest high school in Jiangnan. She wore a knee-length pleated skirt, showcasing her long, slender, and delicate legs. On her feet were cartoon-themed shoes. The girl exuded an air of purity and beauty, resembling a character who had stepped out from an anime. At that moment, she appeared exceedingly anxious, standing there fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. Yao, regardless of the circumstances, you are still a member of the Su family in Jiangnan. Today, you shall return to the Su family with your grandfather. Any difficulties you encounter, your grandfather will assist you in overcoming. Furthermore, living in someone else's home is not a viable solution. Must a member of the Jiangnan Su family rely on the goodwill of others? The words came from the patriarch of the Su family, Su Mingqing. It was in his hands that the family flourished, now having reached a staggering scale of hundreds of billions, making it one of the 10 prominent families of Jiangnan. Moreover, he himself is a formidable master of remarkable strength. However, in recent years, the Su family has remained stagnant, yearning to align themselves with the esteemed Shengwan family, the foremost family in Jiangnan, yet they have been unable to find an opportunity. In terms of matrimonial alliances, the Shengwan family looks down upon the Su family, and the Su family lacks exceptional daughters. Just yesterday, the celestial rankings unveiled the extraordinary talent of Su Mingyao. Instantly, Su Mingqing perceived an opportunity. Setting his sights on Su Mingyao, he believed that by bringing her back, her innate abilities would naturally facilitate a union with the Shangwan family. Old Master Su, from the moment you expelled me from the Su family, I ceased to be one of your own. Why did you not acknowledge me as a member of the Su family 10 years ago? Now that you are aware of my cultivation talent, you seek me out. The young girl replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. 10 years prior, when her parents met a tragic fate, she was left all alone. The Su family not only failed to care for her, but instead cast her out. Now, upon recognizing her potential, they suddenly claim her as one of their own. Where were they all this time? Chapter 18. The exquisite young lady, Su Mingyao. It was merely the folly of my grandfather. Now, would you kindly return with him? Su Mingqing felt a twinge of embarrassment within, yet a benevolent expression graced his face. A true man must possess unwavering resolve. Furthermore, this is for the greater good of the entire Su family. After all, sacrificing a seemingly inconsequential girl from the Su clan for the family's prosperity is indeed a privilege. I will not return. I shall wait for my brother, Su Mingyao declared, shaking her head. Though still young, she possessed remarkable intelligence. Over the years, she had depended on her brother, who had raised and protected her. However, 2 years ago, he had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the world. In her heart, she longed. Brother, where are you? Yao Yao misses you. Do you no longer want Yao Yao? Yao Yao, my dear, the old man spoke wisely, regardless of the situation. You are a member of the Su family. With such extraordinary talent, it must not go to waste. Our family, the Shangwan clan, holds considerable influence in Huaxia and can help you showcase your gifts. The speaker was a handsome young man who accompanied the elder, a prodigy of the Shangwan family. He was dashing, gifted, and possessed a formidable background, epitomizing the pinnacle of success. Upon the emergence of the talent ranking, the Shangwan family had discovered Su Mingyao's extraordinary abilities and sought to form an alliance with the Su clan, envisioning the potential of an unparalleled prodigy. Initially, Shangwan Xiuming had been reluctant to come, but upon encountering Su Mingyao, he was utterly captivated. Though merely 15, she was a breathtaking beauty, rendering all the women he had encountered before as mere shadows in comparison. In that moment, he had already resolved to regard Su Mingyao as his own cherished possession. Who are you? You have no right to address me as Yao Yao, Su Mingyao retorted coldly, glaring at Shangwan Xiuming. I do not even know you, so do not speak so intimately. The name Yao Yao is reserved for my brother. Who do you think you are? Moreover, the look in his eyes made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Shangwan Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, his embarrassment palpable. Inwardly, he seethed, feeling humiliated as a distinguished prodigy of the Shangwan family. Just wait until I have you in my grasp. You will soon be calling me brother every day. Yao Yao, do not be disrespectful, Su Mingqing admonished, a hint of anger in his voice. How can you treat Shangwan Xiuming with such rudeness? Offending him may bring repercussions upon the Su family. By the way, I have purchased this villa from the Jun family. Henceforth, you must move out. I advise you to return to the Su family and consider an alliance with the Shangwan clan. I assure you, I will not treat you poorly, Shangwan Xiuming declared, producing a property deed that confirmed ownership of the villa. The parents of Jun Xiao Yao met with a tragic fate, leading to his abandonment by the Jun family. This vestige of his past remains his only asset. However, it is astonishing that the Shangwan family possesses the means to acquire the property rights. This is not entirely surprising, as the Jun family holds little significance in the presence of the Su and Shangwan families. The Shangwan family desires to purchase this villa. Could the Jun family possibly refuse? This house was bequeathed to my brother by my uncle. I cannot leave, nor should I, for if I depart, my brother will return to find me gone. Su Mingyao's exquisitely beautiful face was marred by glistening tears, a small girl burdened by an insurmountable weight. In this moment, she felt utterly conflicted. Should she leave and face the uncertainty of homelessness? What would happen if her brother returned and could not find her? Conversely, if she chose to remain, the property rights belonged to another, and this villa no longer belonged to her brother. She had no rightful claim to reside here. Yaoer, will you truly not return with me? Su Mingqing inquired, attempting to exacerbate her turmoil, seeking to take advantage of her vulnerability in this moment of despair. No, I will not go to the Su family. Su Mingyao vehemently shook her head, fully aware of the consequences. To go to the Su family would render her a mere pawn, destined for a union with the Shangwan family. Bring the young lady back, Su Mingqing commanded. Having discerned that no matter what he said, Su Mingyao would not willingly accompany him to the Su family. Therefore, he resolved to forcibly take her. Once the union with the Shangwan family was consummated, it would be too late for her to retract her decision. As Su Mingyao beheld the approaching bodyguards, she succumbed to helpless tears. She, a mere child without any cultivation or strength, was powerless to resist. In that moment, despair enveloped her, rendering her thoughts dark and hopeless. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from outside the villa, as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine. Concurrently, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a figure appeared at the entrance of the villa, striding purposefully toward the interior. Chapter 19. Brother, Yao misses you at that moment. A chilling voice echoed from outside the villa, accompanied by steady footsteps. Upon hearing this, the occupants of the villa turned their gazes in unison. The arrival caused Su Old Master and Shangwan Xiuming to momentarily freeze, their expressions tinged with anger. Who dared to meddle in the affairs of the Su family? Was this not a provocation against the authority of both the Su and Shangwan families? Meanwhile, upon seeing the newcomer, Su Mingyao's expression shifted from surprise to joy and excitement. Brother, she exclaimed, rushing toward Jun Xiao Yao like a little bird, her face alight with happiness. Yet, tears streamed down her delicate, rosy cheeks, tears of both grievance and joy. After 2 long years, her missing brother had finally returned. She longed to pour out the feelings of yearning and the grievances she had endured during his absence. Yaoer, Jun Xiao Yao gazed at the stunning young woman rushing toward him, a smile spreading across his face, warmth flooding his heart, mingled with astonishment. After 2 years apart, the little girl had matured. 2 years ago, she had been merely 13, a breathtaking little lowly. Now, she had blossomed into an even more beautiful young lady, standing gracefully like an ethereal fairy. Brother, Yaoer misses you. Su Mingyao leaped into Jun Xiao Yao's arms, her soft, fair hands wrapping around his neck, her long, slender legs entwining around his waist, indulging in her affection just as she had 2 years prior, without a hint of restraint. Yaoer has grown up. Jun Xiao Yao gazed at the girl in his arms, his heart nearly melting. He pinched her lovely, rosy cheek before gently setting her down. After all, she was no longer a child, and there were others present. More importantly, he had matters to address. How fortunate he was to have returned. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for a lifetime. The esteemed Su family and the illustrious Shangwan family had dared to bully an orphan. Was that even humane? Brother, Yaoer is not aggrieved. It's all right, really. Su Mingyao reluctantly stepped down from Jun Xiao Yao, her small hand holding his as she gently shook her head. She worried that her brother might act impulsively, given that they were dealing with the Su and Shangwan families. Yet, deep within, she felt a profound happiness and sweetness at the thought of her brother standing up for her. Are you her brother? Shangwan Xiuming glared at Jun Xiao Yao, filled with jealousy and, more so, hatred. He resented the sight of Su Mingyao being so affectionate with this young man. It was evident that they were not siblings by blood, yet the woman he admired was displaying such intimacy in front of another. More infuriatingly, this young man was more handsome than he, and he was merely an ordinary person without cultivation or background. How infuriating could that be? With a resounding slap, Jun Xiaoyao did not respond, but instead delivered 2 sharp blows. Shangwan Xiuming, at the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, was caught off guard and could not evade in time. He was struck twice, leaving his face swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig, with several teeth knocked out. Beside them, Elder Su, the bodyguard, and Su Mingyao were all taken aback, for Jun Xiaoyao's audacity exceeded their wildest imaginations. How could an ordinary person dare to strike a member of the Shangwan family? It was utterly absurd that a mere mortal could land 2 slaps on a peak true Qi master. Had Shangwan Xiuming's years of cultivation been wasted? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shangwan Xiuming erupted in fury, shedding his previous elegance and nobility. He was determined to tear Jun Xiaoyao to shreds, seeking to cleanse his humiliation with Jun Xiaoyao's life. It was disgraceful for a distinguished prodigy of the Shangwan family, a peak true Qi master, to be so publicly humiliated by an ordinary person, especially in front of Su Mingyao. As he spoke, he hurled a fist towards Jun Xiaoyao. Infused with the wrath of a peak true Qi master, carrying the force of over 10,000 pounds. The air stilled, and a terrifying gust surged towards Jun Xiaoyao, leaving Su Mingyao pale with dread. She feared her brother would be killed. In that instant, her heart felt as though it were shattering. A crisp sound echoed, followed by a scream. Su Mingyao shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight, believing the cry had come from Jun Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, Elder Su and the bodyguard shared the same assumption, but in the next moment, their expressions transformed in disbelief. The anguished scream did not emanate from Jun Xiaoyao. Rather, it belonged to Shangwan Xiuming, who lay several meters away, missing an arm and stripped of all his power, reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Jun Xiaoyao remained standing, nonchalant, as if he had not just unleashed that formidable strike. Elder Su's face darkened, as a master himself. He recognized that even he might struggle against a talent like Shangguan Xiuming. The sight of Shangguan Xiuming sprawled on the ground spoke volumes of Jun Xiao Yao's strength. Return and have Shangguan Tianyao kneel and wait for my arrival this evening, Jun Xiao Yao stated coldly. He then turned his gaze to Elder Su. As for you, out of respect for Yao's surname, I shall not hold you accountable today, but you will receive a lesson. With that, he delivered a slap, sending Elder Su crashing to the ground. Fortunately, as a master, he survived, but the force of the blow was enough to have cost him dearly. Chapter 20. With the presence of an elder brother, no one would dare to bully Yao any longer. Both Shangguan Mingxiu and the old master of the Su family glared furiously at Jun Xiao Yao, their bodies trembling with rage. Subsequently, they fainted from the sheer intensity of their anger. A few bodyguards stood vigilantly, observing Jun Xiao Yao. Upon noticing that he had no intention of attacking them, they hastily assisted Shangguan Mingxiu and the old master of the Su family into their vehicle, making a hasty retreat. The entire sequence of events, from Shangguan Mingxiu being struck to the old master of the Su family suffering the same fate, transpired in mere breaths. Su Mingyao, standing nearby, gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. The scene before her exceeded all her expectations, leaving her mind in a state of paralysis. Yao, Jun Xiao Yao called gently, gazing at her. Brother, you are simply too handsome, Su Mingyao exclaimed, snapping out of her shock. Her face radiated joy as she looked at Jun Xiao Yao with adoration. Her small hand clutching his arm, reluctant to let go, her demeanor almost childlike in its affection. Yao, I am truly sorry for allowing you to suffer alone. Now that I have returned, I vow that you shall never be bullied again. As Jun Xiao Yao observed the exquisite girl beside him, his heart ached with guilt. Over the past 2 years, she must have endured much hardship. Thankfully, he had returned just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable, leaving him with regrets for a lifetime. Brother, where have you been these past 2 years? Did you find Yao too bothersome and abandon me? I promise to be obedient. So please do not worry about me. I fear nothing except for the thought of you leaving me behind. The little girl, who appeared so strong before others, could no longer maintain her composure at this moment. Her beautiful face tilted upward, gazing at Jun Xiao Yao with tearful eyes. Her hands clutching his arm as tears streamed down her cheeks, resembling a weeping pear blossom, evoking a heart-wrenching sight. In this world, he was her only family, her sole pillar of support. Yao, do not cry. How could I ever abandon someone as lovely as you? Over these past 2 years, I was taken by a master to cultivate, yearning to return and see you, but I was not permitted to leave. But look, I am back now. From now on, Yao shall live joyfully like a little princess, and I will ensure that no one bullies you. Jun Xiao Yao reached out, gently wiping away her tears, speaking tenderly. Yao trusts you, brother, Su Mingyao replied, nodding, snuggling closer to Jun Xiao Yao. Ding, event triggered. Master encounters Su Mingyao, reward points, 5,000. In his mind, the system's voice echoed. Yao, I have a gift for you. Jun Xiao Yao chose to disregard the system's notification, though he felt somewhat astonished. This was indeed a preposterous turn of events. Upon meeting, an event was triggered, granting me 5,000 points. How ironic it is that I, who have tirelessly roamed the night vanquishing Western deities, have only amassed 7,000 points. Yet here I stand, having accomplished nothing and already rewarded with 5,000 points. How delightful. Gifts. What do they matter? Su Mingyao's attention shifted, her gaze landing on Jun Xiao Yao. A breathtaking smile graced her delicate features, enchanting beyond measure. She cared not for the nature of the gift. It was sufficient that it came from her brother. Behold, as Jun Xiao Yao extended his hand, revealing a palm-sized plush dog, its fur a pristine white, and its eyes dark and glistening, exuding an irresistible charm. Wow, how adorable. I love it. Thank you, brother, Su Mingyao exclaimed, her joy palpable as she accepted the small creature from Jun Xiao Yao's hands. In her exuberance, she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. It delights me that you are pleased, Yao, Jun Xiao Yao replied with a smile. This dog was no ordinary pet. It was a remarkable being acquired through a unique engagement, a chaos qilin, a mythical beast birthed from the primordial chaos of the universe, possessing the power to obliterate worlds and inherently protective of its master. Though still in its infancy and lacking the formidable combat prowess of a true divine beast, it boasted strength on par with a martial god. Even an ordinary human sovereign would find it a daunting opponent. Brother, come. I wish to share a secret with you, the young girl said, clutching the dog in one arm while taking Jun Xiao Yao's hand with the other as they made their way to the villa's chambers. Soon, they arrived at the second floor, at Su Mingyao's room. The interior was adorned in soft pink, exuding warmth and comfort, with several cartoonish plush toys scattered across the bed. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of Su Mingyao herself. What secret? Jun Xiao Yao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Was this girl about to divulge some mysteries of femininity? Brother, this secret pertains to you. You did not sleep at all last night, did you? The girl nestled closer to him, her gentle scent enveloping him as she whispered softly into his ear. A secret concerning me? I don't comprehend, Jun Xiao Yao replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. What could this girl possibly be alluding to? Furthermore, what did she mean by suggesting he had not slept the previous night? Brother, since the appearance of the heavenly ranking, my innate talent has placed me fourth, yet I possess no cultivation prowess. I was unaware of my talent until recently. However, I have become particularly sensitive to perception over the past 2 years, and I have developed a sort of sixth sense. Last night, as I watched television, I caught a glimpse of the figure of the Emperor Jun and immediately recognized him as my brother. Although his features were obscured, I was intimately familiar with his silhouette, and coupled with my sixth sense, I knew it was him. Yet, the situation was so outrageous that I dared not be certain. It was only today, upon your return, that I became convinced. My brother, you are indeed the Emperor Jun. Su Mingyao gazed earnestly at Jun Xiao Yao, speaking softly. Last night, while watching the battle against the gods on television, her heart trembled. The resemblance between the Emperor Jun and her brother was striking. They could easily be mistaken for one another. However, the Emperor Jun possessed the power to vanquish deities, while her brother was merely an ordinary man. The disparity between them was overwhelming. She was reluctant to believe or affirm this until Jun Xiao Yao returned today. With Jun Xiao Yao's formidable strength, she was certain her brother was indeed the Emperor Jun. Chapter 21. Consider, who would dare provoke the sister of the Emperor Jun? Am I the Emperor Jun? Ha ha. Jun Xiao Yao chuckled heartily. This girl, she cannot hide anything. No matter how meticulously one plans, here she has miscalculated. Because this girl possesses the sacred body of divine soul, a gift of the mind. Were this a realm of games, then the warriors would be akin to fighters, while those endowed with mental prowess would resemble mages and Taoists. However, in this world, among 10,000 warriors, one might not even encounter a single mind practitioner. Mind practitioners are exceedingly rare and challenging to cultivate. In the early stages, they bear little distinction from ordinary individuals. Ultimately, regardless of who her brother is, whether he is formidable or feeble, in Yao Er's heart, he shall forever remain her most cherished brother. Su Mingyao nestled beside Jun Xiao Yao, her arms wrapped around his, resting her head upon his shoulder. What more could I possibly say? I happen to possess a cultivation technique well suited for you, yet training is a laborious endeavor. If you wish to forego it, then do so. I shall protect you, dear brother. Jun Xiao Yao shook his head. What on earth could he say? As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the exquisite maiden beside him, his heart torn between wanting Yao to cultivate and wishing to shield her from the rigors of training. For cultivation is a tedious and arduous pursuit. Of course, he himself need not engage in it. However, should he grow stronger through cultivation, at least he could safeguard himself. Now he awaited Yao Er's choice. Brother, Yao is not afraid of hardship. Once I grow stronger, I can fight alongside you. Moreover, I wish to accompany you on your adventures, to become an unparalleled powerhouse, ruling the world like you do. And when I am strong, you need not worry about me excessively. Yet, if I prove too foolish to become a strong practitioner, it matters not, for I have you to protect me. Just think, who would dare to provoke the sister of the Emperor Jun? Su Mingyao spoke softly, her voice sweet and melodious. I have grown up, dear brother. Sit tight, relax your mind, and free yourself of distractions. I shall assist you. Jun Xiao Yao gazed at Su Mingyao in astonishment. After 2 years apart, the little girl had truly matured. Perhaps, in the past, she had not shown her growth due to a lack of challenges. Su Mingyao obediently straightened her posture, closing her beautiful eyes. Moments later, Jun Xiao Yao's finger touched her forehead, and simultaneously, a mysterious radiance entered her mind. A minute passed, and he withdrew his finger. Su Mingyao's delicate face displayed a myriad of expressions before gradually settling into a serene calm, her entire being entering a wondrous and profound state. Within that fleeting minute, Jun Xiao Yao imparted a formidable mental cultivation technique to Su Mingyao, enabling her, with the aid of the system, to engage in her training without the need for comprehension. The powerful mental technique was etched deep within Su Mingyao's heart, akin to a profound imprint. The soul technique, acquired through a sign-in reward, was specifically designed for mental practitioners. In addition to this soul technique, he also bestowed upon her several potent mental offensive and defensive skills. Having completed these tasks, Jun Xiao Yao quietly exited the room, allowing Su Mingyao to immerse herself in her training, fully assimilating the technique and entering a state of cultivation, so that she could directly continue her practice in the next session. Descending the stairs, he settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. His consciousness traversed into the primordial realm. Event triggered. The master's identity has been discovered by Su Mingyao. Reward, 5,000 points. Event triggered. The master imparted the soul technique to Su Mingyao. Reward, 2,000 points. Event triggered. The master taught Su Mingyao the Annihilation Thunder. Reward, 2,000 points. Event triggered. The master bestowed upon Su Mingyao the Soul Shield. Reward, 3,000 points. A series of event-triggered rewards were credited to Jun Xiao Yao's account, leaving him somewhat incredulous. It seemed that such events could indeed be triggered. Today, he had amassed a considerable number of points. This sister was certainly worth having. Chapter 22. The Thunder of Annihilation. Why has no event been triggered while being with Tian Luobing? Is it only when delivering gifts that events occur? Jun Xiao Yao is perplexed. Over the past few days, he has spent more time with Tian Luobing, yet not a single event related to her has been triggered. Even assisting the Tian family is merely indirect. Currently, Yao has triggered several events for him, yielding a substantial reward of points. Now, his available points stand at 19,700. Among the 5 upgradable areas, he can enhance one of them, but he sees no need to upgrade just yet, preferring to wait until he accumulates 50,000 points to upgrade them all at once. The 5 upgradable areas are System, Cultivation, Talent, Defense, and Attack. All are of great significance to him. Brother, look, is it beautiful? At this moment, Su Mingyao, having completed her training, emerged from her room and dashed to Jun Xiao Yao's side. In her delicate, fair hand, a sphere of blue-purple lightning shimmered, making her appear as a formidable sorceress, radiating an enchanting aura. Her inherent beauty was already striking, and now, having cultivated, her ethereal demeanor evoked a sense of otherworldliness. Beautiful, Jun Xiao Yao nodded, his expression marred by a frown. This girl, he thought, was utterly speechless. This was the thunder of annihilation, a divine skill capable of obliterating worlds. Yet she was merely toying with it. By the way, brother, what do I call this? Su Mingyao inquired curiously, for it seemed different from martial skills. Well, it can indeed be termed a martial skill. However, it is essentially a divine ability, Jun Xiao Yao explained. Divine abilities are profound and enigmatic arts, inaccessible to humankind on Earth. In principle, only those above the level of a sage possess the means to wield such powers. Nevertheless, Yao has already cultivated a formidable divine ability that defies the heavens. Divine abilities, how marvelous. Meanwhile, at the Su family residence, the elder has awakened. Yet, on his aged face, there are 2 distinct handprints, swollen and red as a pig's head. The core members of the Su family, along with their esteemed offspring and grandchildren, have gathered around the elder's bed, each bearing expressions of shock. Everyone's thoughts echoed. Has the elder been struck? Is this a joke? In Jiangnan City, the Su family is a premier lineage, ranking among the top 10 families. The elder, a peak master, commands respect, and there are martial kings within the family. A single word from the elder could send tremors through the business world. No one dares to disrespect him. Yet now, the elder has been slapped. Who possesses such audacity? Moreover, alongside the elder, the prodigy of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Xioming, has also suffered, losing a hand and having his cultivation entirely crippled. Now, he lies like a wounded dog, receiving treatment from a master. The Shangwan family, the true sovereign of Jiangnan City, wields not only influence in commerce and lineage, but also possesses formidable martial prowess. The downfall of Shangwan Xioming is a blow to the Shangwan family's dignity. Who could be so foolish as to simultaneously provoke both the Su and Shangwan families? Old Master Su spat a mouthful of blood, not from injury, but from sheer indignation. The embarrassment was unbearable. The core members of the Su family, along with their relatives, looked upon Old Master Su with concern, for he held the reins of power, and the family's wealth and authority had yet to be allocated. He must not perish. Moreover, Old Master Su was one of the pillars of the Su family. He could not be allowed to die. What has become of Shangwan Xioming? Old Master Su inquired, his primary concern still centered on Shangwan Xioming. As they had ventured out together, now that Shangwan Xioming was incapacitated, how would the Shangwan family account for this? Grandfather, Brother Xioming remains unconscious. What sort of adversary have you encountered that has led to this outcome? Spoke Su Mingyu, a leading figure among the 3rd generation of the Su family, renowned in Jiangnan City as one of the 4 young masters. A man of high intellect and commercial acumen, he had gained the favor of Old Master Su and, at merely 23, had ascended to the core management of the Su family, poised to take the helm in the future. Chapter 23. I suspect he is the martial king in a room filled with people. Only Su Mingyu dared to speak. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned their gaze towards the venerable Su Old Master, for they too were filled with curiosity, eager to uncover the mystery of what had transpired. Who would dare to strike the old master? Su Mingyao was not in agreement. Initially, there were plans to escort her directly back to the Su residence. But then an individual appeared, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Shangwan Mingxiu. Subsequently, Shangwan Xiuming attempted to retaliate, only to be incapacitated by a single blow from the other party. The face of Su old master flushed with embarrassment. He felt utterly humiliated. He could hardly bring himself to speak. The authority he once commanded had dissipated. Who was bold enough to provoke Shangwan Xiuming? Was this not an affront to the Shangwan clan? Grandfather, are you not a match for him? Su Mingyu, upon hearing the words of Su old master, furrowed his brow. A youth? Could he truly be that formidable? Was there someone who surpassed him in excellence? A sense of rivalry and jealousy burgeoned within him. I lack even the qualification to strike back. He's simply, I suspect he is the martial king. Su old master muttered, shaking his head, a profound sense of disappointment washing over him. After decades of cultivation, he found himself outshone by someone who had trained for merely a decade or so. As he pointed to his own face, he recalled how he had received those 2 slaps, which were only spared due to Su Mingyao's presence. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapacitated. The gaze of that youth had been striking, akin to an abyss or a hellish realm. It was terrifying. Merely a glance from him could shatter one's mental fortitude. Could it be possible? The most prodigious individual in the world, Tian Luobing, was merely at the master realm. Was this youth truly more extraordinary than Tian Luobing? Yesterday's rankings did not feature such a prodigy. Even Shangwan Wujian only ranked 6th among the masters. Su Mingyu was astounded, his jealousy intensifying. Prepare the carriage. I shall visit the Shangwan clan, he commanded. Su old master paid no heed to Su Mingyu. He understood his grandson well. He was proud and dismissive of others. Indeed, his grandson was exceptional, yet in the presence of that youth, Su Mingyu paled in comparison. Based on his physique, Jun Tiandi should be quite young. In our Huaxia, there exists a being capable of slaying gods. From this day forth, the deities of the West shall think twice before challenging our Huaxia. However, one must not underestimate. After all, there are over 1,000 deities in the West, and the 7 that Jun Tiandi eradicated were of low rank. Only those within the top 100 of the Western pantheon could be deemed powerful. No matter how formidable Jun Tiandi may be, he cannot withstand the multitude of Western deities. The existence of Jun Tiandi offers Huaxiao a glimmer of hope. His strength is unfathomable. Although the 7 Western deities he vanquished were of low rank, he has dealt with all Western deities within Huaxia. It can be understood that even should the top 10 deities from the West arrive, he would still be capable of their annihilation. From beginning to end, Emperor Jun Tian did not wield any martial skills or weapons. He simply obliterated his opponents. The names Emperor Jun Tian resonated globally, saturating the internet, television, and various forums and media outlets, all engrossed in discussions surrounding this formidable figure. His emergence was so powerful that his popularity surpassed even that of the celestial rankings. Countless prodigies from Huaxia began to emulate Emperor Jun Tian, with numerous LED screens and banners emblazoned with his name. Statues of Emperor Jun Tian were erected in various locales. Concurrently, the once audacious Western powers and their champions, as well as companies, began to withdraw, fearing retaliation from Emperor Jun Tian. After all, when 7 deities decree annihilation, it is carried out without hesitation. Moreover, there was a foreboding warning from Emperor Jun Tian. Any Western deity stepping into Huaxia would face the eradication of 9 clans and the obliteration of 10 generations. In Jiangnan City, the Shangwan family, not an ancient clan in hiding, stood as the most powerful martial family in the region. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Shangwan family emerged with numerous prodigies and formidable warriors. It was said that the family boasted the presence of at least 1 martial emperor. After the celestial rankings were unveiled, the Shangwan family stirred significant interest across Huaxia, drawing the attention of countless powerful figures and factions. After all, Shangwan Wujian ranked 6th on the talent list and 6th on the master list. Wujian, congratulations. You are indeed the foremost prodigy of the Shangwan family. Given time, even Tian Luobing will pale in comparison to you. With the union of Xiuming and Su Mingyao, dear elder brother Wujian, if you marry Tian Luobing, our family will have 3 representatives in the top 10 of both the celestial rankings and the master list. What a splendid idea. Both Su Mingyao and Tian Luobing are unparalleled beauties. As time passed, it was evident that Xiuming would soon return. In the outskirts of Jiangnan City, there lay an ancient residence, home to a village of several thousand, all bearing the surname Shangwan, as they had resided here for generations. Today, the Shangwan family was particularly lively, for the appearance of the celestial rankings had thrust them into the spotlight of global powers and factions, undoubtedly elevating their prestige. In the square, numerous distinguished and talented members of the Shangwan family had gathered. Shangwan Wujian stood as the center of attention. Suddenly, 5 luxury cars sped towards the square, halting before the crowd. As the vehicles came to a stop, a dozen bodyguards emerged, escorting an elderly man, who was then lifted from a stretched limousine on a stretcher. Where is old Master Su? The members of the Shangwan family did not display surprise upon seeing the elder, as Su Mingyao was indeed a member of the Su family. The individual seeking to unite Su Mingyao and Shangwan Xiuming is none other than old Master Su. However, upon his arrival, he found himself unable to meet Shangwan Xiuming. Could it be that the person on the stretcher is Shangwan Xiuming? It seems rather implausible. One must understand that Shangwan Xiuming stands at the pinnacle of true energy, a formidable force in Jiangnan City. Who would dare provoke him? To provoke Shangwan Xiuming would be to challenge the Shangwan family. So what has transpired? The head of the Shangwan family, my younger brother, comes to offer his apologies. Old Master Su hastened to the center of the square, approaching Shangwan Tianyao. He bowed deeply, his demeanor quite humble. What has happened to you, Su Xiaodi? Shangwan Tianyao inquired, intrigued by the sight of old Master Su. Chapter 24. In this world, I only have an older brother. The head of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Tianyao, was filled with trepidation as he observed the severely injured Shangwan Xiuming being carried in on a stretcher, still in a state of semi-consciousness. The members of the Shangwan family, upon seeing him, were stricken with disbelief and shock, their faces pale. It was evident that Xiuming had suffered grievously, having lost an arm and rendered utterly powerless, a complete wreck of a man. What transpired? Inquired Su Mingcheng, his expression darkening upon seeing Shangwan Xiuming. A palpable aura of fury emanated from him. This was his most cherished son. Just that morning, everything had been well, and now he found himself in this dismal state. In Jiangnan City, who would dare to cross paths with Shangwan Xiuming? No one. For he was not merely a member of the Shangwan clan, but also the beloved son of the current patriarch, Shangwan Tianyao. To provoke Shangwan Xiuming was tantamount to challenging the very authority of the Shangwan family. Now, someone had brazenly crippled Shangwan Xiuming. The head of the Shangwan family's subordinate spoke. It was my fault. Everything was going smoothly until that individual appeared out of nowhere, struck Xiuming twice without a word, and upon Xiuming's retaliation, he was directly incapacitated. I too received a couple of slaps. Moreover, that person insisted that you kneel and welcome, as he would come to the Shangwan residence tonight. Old Master Su dared not conceal the truth or embellish the tale. Given the might of the Shangwan family, uncovering the facts would be a mere trifle, and to misrepresent or hide the truth would be tantamount to courting death. What? Despicable. Who is he? Shangwan Tianyao seethed with rage. Someone had not only crippled his son, but had also demanded that he, the dignified patriarch of the Shangwan family, kneel in deference to his arrival. Was there truly such arrogance in this world? Indeed, there were those from the West, bolstered by divine support, who acted with such hubris in Huaxia. However, the emergence of the Emperor of Heaven had obliterated the Western deities within Huaxia's borders, sending countless Western powerhouses and factions scurrying like frightened dogs. Even the most arrogant of these Western warriors ultimately retreated with their tails between their legs. Now, someone dared to challenge the authority of the Shangwan family to incapacitate his son. Could he not be enraged? Not only he, but the entire Shangwan family was engulfed in fury. His name is Jun Xiao Yao, the cousin of Su Mingyao, replied old Master Su. In truth, he recognized Jun Xiao Yao. For a decade prior, the young Jun had been expelled alongside Su Mingyao and her mother from the Su family, and he had not seen him since. Jun Xiao Yao? From the Jun family in Jiangnan? Shangwan Tianyao mused. There is indeed a family by that name in Jiangnan, but in the grand scheme of things, they are insignificant when placed beside the Shangwan family. Indeed, old Master Su nodded. What is his level of cultivation? Shangwan Tianyao inquired about the Jun family, dismissing them with disdain, yet curious about Jun Xiao Yao's cultivation level and the audacity that allowed him to cripple Shangwan Xiuming. The situation remained unclear, but he speculated that Jun Xiao Yao must be a martial king. After the elder of the Su family spoke, he lowered his head, hesitant to say more. Truth be told, the Su family was but a trifling entity before the Shangwan clan, lacking both financial resources and martial prowess. How dare you cripple my son, humiliate me, and provoke the Shangwan family? Let us see if you possess the capability. Shangwan Tianyao's countenance darkened, his murderous intent reaching a critical peak. Brother, the holidays are approaching. Will you take me out for training? In the villa, Su Mingyao clung affectionately to Jun Xiao Yao. Fresh from her recent cultivation, she resembled a child who had just received a new toy. Now, she yearned for Jun Xiao Yao to accompany her on a training expedition. It is well known that only after becoming a martial artist could one embark on such endeavors. Of course, Su Mingyao was not yet a martial artist. but she possessed formidable mental acuity and offensive capabilities. Very well, Jun Xiao Yao replied with a nod. Training it is. A little excursion would be refreshing. After all, idleness is not to be embraced. Brother, what shall we do now? Su Mingyao asked softly, one hand cradling a small dog while the other held Jun Xiao Yao's hand. This villa, originally belonging to her brother, had been sold to Shangwan Xiuming by the Jun family. Brother is not unreasonable. They have purchased the villa, so we cannot reside here any longer. Prepare your belongings. We shall move and find a new home. As for the Jun and Shangwan families, they certainly require some reckoning. Yao, what is your perspective on the Su family? Jun Xiao inquired. It is merely a villa, he remarked nonchalantly. However, matters could not be brushed aside so easily. While he could handle the Jun and Shangwan families at will, he felt compelled to consult Yao regarding the Su family, as she bore the Su surname and was, after all, a member of that lineage. In this world, I have only you, brother. Everything else is inconsequential to me, the young girl tenderly declared. Her heart filled with sweetness. She understood that her brother cared deeply for her, otherwise, he would not seek her opinion. In her eyes and heart, he was her sole focus, rendering everything else irrelevant. Jun Xiao Yao acknowledged with a soft sound, affectionately tousling the girl's silky hair. Brother, our funds are running low. Su Mingyao suddenly recalled. Once, when both of their parents were alive, they could be considered scions of a wealthy family. Even after their parents' tragic demise, they had retained a fair amount of money. However, as both were engrossed in their studies, they had no income and were rapidly depleting their resources. Now, as they prepared to move out, their finances were dwindling significantly. She is still too young, having been cherished by her elder brother since childhood. When she is alone, she exhibits remarkable strength, yet in the presence of her brother, she wholly relies on him, embodying the essence of a sweet little princess. It is of no concern, for her brother is always there. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. In the past, she would have fretted over financial matters, but now well. Chapter 25. The intent of my family in the Tianmu building. On the 108th floor, within the confines of the president's office, Tian Yuzi stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling metropolis illuminated by the evening glow. The city sparkled like a constellation. However, before him, everything appeared shrouded in gloom. My lady. A knock resonated at the office door. Come in. Tian Yuzi withdrew his thoughts and turned to face the newcomer. My lady. Young Master Jun has taken his sister to the Shangwan family, the figure clad in black informed him, delivering all the pertinent intelligence. The woman, cold and ghostly in demeanor, presented a folder, placing it upon the desk. Very well. You may leave, Tian Yuzi replied, taking the folder and gesturing for her to depart. The black-clad woman bowed slightly before exiting. Intriguing, he mused. Shangwan, the tyrant of Jiangnan, an ancient martial arts lineage. It seems I have struck a nerve. Young Emperor Jun, if you think to disregard me in anger, you shall not have it your way. This matter must be relayed to grandfather. As Tian Yuzi perused the contents of the folder, a smile graced his exquisitely beautiful face. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He rose, exited the office, and drove towards the Tian family estate. 20 minutes later, at the Tian family residence. Zier, what brings you here? Tian Lanxing inquired upon seeing his granddaughter. Typically, she seldom visited unless a matter of great importance concerning the conglomerate arose. Grandfather, take a look at this, Tian Yuzi said, handing over the file and standing by expectantly. Zier, what are you doing? Do you realize you are playing with fire? In his presence, everything is but a fleeting illusion. The strong despise such audacity. Alas, what am I to say to you? Tian Lanxing's expression shifted dramatically as he read the information. Inquiring about and tracking the strong is a grave taboo among warriors. Grandfather, he has forsaken Binger, we cannot yield. Moreover, do you not perceive this as an opportunity? Tian Yuzi countered, her lips forming a defiant pout. She recognized the peril of her actions, yet felt an irresistible compulsion to pursue them. Speak, Tian Lanxing urged, signaling her to elaborate. Deep down, he too understood the potential that lay within the situation. Grandfather, you see the truth. We merely need to stand by his side. I shall accompany you, Tian Yuzi declared, a mischievous grin illuminating her face. Opposite her, Tian Lanxing mirrored her expression, the two resembling cunning foxes in their shared understanding. Very well, he conceded with a nod. Let us take this gamble. As night enveloped the world, the Shangwan family residence shone brightly, a beacon in the darkness. Countless core figures from the Shangwan family, along with prodigies and numerous masters, not to mention several innate realm powerhouses, stood ready. Among them was the venerable Su. Time passed, each second ticking away. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as several armored vehicles and a pink supercar appeared before the Shangwan family square. As the cars halted, dozens of bodyguards disembarked from the armored vehicles. half of whom were at the Qi realm and the other half at the Master realm. Following their emergence, Tian Lianxing, the head of the Tian family, stepped out of the vehicle, surrounded by his entourage. Upon seeing Tian Lianxing, Shangguan Tianyao furrowed his brow. What could the Tian family possibly want here? Moreover, the Tian family had no dealings with the Shangguan family. Any interaction had been purely competitive in nature, characterized by animosity over the years. Shangguan, it has been a while, Tian Lianxing remarked. What brings you to my Shangguan family? Shangguan Tianyao inquired, directly questioning his intentions, having no inkling of any connection between Jun Xiao Yao and the Tian family. Our purpose is akin to that of young Master Jun, Tian Lianxing replied with a smile, remaining stationary as he awaited Jun Xiao Yao's arrival. If Jun Xiao Yao were to fail to show up that night, the Tian family would find themselves in peril, for he had already made his stance clear, standing against the Shangguan family and in league with their adversaries. Oh, Tian Lianxing, it seems your family has grown too complacent. Shangguan Tianyao's face contorted with rage. In the afternoon, his son had been rendered powerless, and now the Tian family dared to provoke him. Could he not be furious? The square was filled with enraged members of the Shangguan family, each one seething, wishing to tear Tian Lianxing to shreds. In the past, the Tian family would never have dared to challenge the Shangguan family, yet now, the Tian family may thrive, but what of you, Shangguan? Tian Lianxing chuckled. How could they be so foolish as to offend Jun Xiao Yao? Of course, this was entirely plausible, for none knew that Jun Xiao Yao was indeed Jun Tiandi. Had they been aware, the Shangguan family would certainly be on their knees awaiting Jun Xiao Yao's arrival, ready to offer their apologies. However, he had no intention of revealing Jun Xiao Yao's secret to Shangguan Tianyao. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the sky, icy and biting. In an instant, the surrounding area felt as though it had plunged into a glacial abyss, causing everyone to shiver uncontrollably, their expressions twisted in confusion and fear, the latter stemming from the depths of their hearts. Chapter 26. Last night, it was you who accompanied my brother. Amidst the icy, howling winds, a faint sound of footsteps resonated. Beneath the street lamp, a young man appeared, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Beside him was a stunning young girl, around 14 or 15, whose delicate hand was entwined with his. They strolled leisurely towards the plaza of the Shangguan family, as if indulging in a casual outing. In the luxurious sports car, Tian Yuzi's enchanting eyes fixated on the young man, her heart racing in anticipation. Nearly half a day had passed since their last encounter, yet it felt as though 3 autumns had elapsed. Upon disembarking, a radiant smile adorned her face. What a coincidence, she remarked, approaching Jun Xiao Yao with a beaming countenance. Her beautiful features were illuminated by joy, yet her gaze fell upon the exquisite girl he was holding, stirring a pang of envy within her. This girl was undeniably lovely, rivaling her own beauty. If one were to compare, they each possessed their own unique charms. Could it be that this was his preferred type? One of the 5 marriage contracts? Didn't Tiyu sustain an injury? Has it healed? Jun Xiao Yao inquired, glancing at Tian Luobing, his mind a tumult of confusion. What in the world was happening? It felt as if the day had transformed thrice. Just this morning, she had appeared perfectly fine, and now she seemed to have returned to her former self after sustaining an injury that almost cost him his life. Was this woman truly so capricious? Moreover, she had been wounded, yet now appeared completely restored. He understood the scene before him. He was being surveilled, and the orchestrators of this were none other than the Tian family. Wounded? Oh, I shall never dare again. Is this our family-s sister? How beautiful. Hello, sister. I am Tian Luobing. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Tian Yuzi froze momentarily. Wounded? What could that imply? It quickly dawned on her. Could Binger have returned? And she had been injured. More importantly, she had already met Jun Xiaoyao. However, she realized that Jun Xiaoyao had not discerned their true identities, indicating that no conversation had transpired between them. Instantly, her heart felt a semblance of relief. Regarding Jun Xiaoyao's mention of the first time, she was well aware he referred to the surveillance. At this moment, she lowered her head, akin to a child who had erred. Subsequently, her gaze shifted to the young girl, fully immersing herself in Bing Er's identity. I know you. Last night, you were with my brother. I am Su Mingyao. Sister Bing, you are exceptionally beautiful. Otherwise, my brother wouldn't hold affection for you. Su Mingyao regarded Tian Yuzi with astonishment, quickly realizing how striking this sister before her truly was. This enchanting sister is the one who spent the night with my brother yesterday, Yao. What nonsense are you speaking? Upon hearing Su Mingyao's remark, Jun Xiao Yao felt an immediate wave of annoyance. When did I ever express any affection for her? Please refrain from such wild talk. Yao, let us converse. Matters concerning men should be handled by men themselves. Tian Yuzi, however, felt differently. Upon hearing Yao compliment her beauty and suggest that her brother held affections for her, she was elated. Even though she understood it was merely the whimsical conjecture of a young girl. Nevertheless, she relished the flattery. In that moment, she found herself enamored by this exquisite young maiden. As she spoke, she reached out and grasped Su Mingyao's delicate hand. Su Mingyao glanced at Jun Xiao Yao. Her beautiful eyes filled with inquiry. Jun Xiao Yao nodded in affirmation, prompting her to join Tian Luobing. Young Master Jun. Tian Lanqing approached after Tian Luobing and Jun Xiao Yao had finished their conversation, exhibiting a keen sense of propriety. He lowered his head, as if he had committed a transgression, and adjusted his posture accordingly. Jun Xiao Yao cast a glance at Tian Lanqing before striding towards the center of the square. Boom! Under Jun Xiao Yao's gaze, Tian Lanqing felt as if struck by lightning. He realized that Jun Xiao Yao was silently warning him. Yet, he was immensely pleased, for this indicated that Jun Xiao Yao had no intentions of pursuing the matter further. He hastened to follow closely behind Jun Xiao Yao, mimicking a devoted follower. The other bodyguards appeared equally bewildered but dared not voice their thoughts, simply trailing behind. Tian Yuzi, the Shengwan family. Many recognized Tian Yuzi, and upon encountering her, they were puzzled. It seemed that she held a fondness for that young man. Thus, what was the connection between him and the Tian family? All of this was now inconsequential. What truly mattered was the arrival of the young man who had incapacitated Shengwan Xiuming, provoked the Shengwan family, and humiliated Shengwan Tianyao. As for the Tian family, they were hardly worth mentioning, as they paled in comparison to the proud and formidable Shengwan family. Su Mingqing, it appears you are not a competent messenger, or perhaps the Shengwan family is courting disaster. Jun Xiao Yao strolled leisurely. With each step he took, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly oppressive. Ordinary individuals remained oblivious, but the martial artists sensed a distinct difference. At that moment, countless strong warriors felt as though they were being crushed beneath an immense mountain. Jun Xiao Yao's footsteps bore down upon their chests. Courting death. Before Su Mingqing could utter a word or Shengwan Tianyao could respond, the foremost prodigy of the Shengwan family, Shengwan Wujian, spoke up. Globally, he ranked 6th in talent and 6th on the Grandmaster list, making him one of the most gifted individuals in existence. Witnessing Jun Xiao Yao's brazen demeanor within the Shengwan family, he could no longer remain seated. He observed that Jun Xiao Yao appeared even younger than himself. This implied that Jun Xiao Yao was weak and easily defeated. After all, neither the talent rankings nor the master rankings bore his name. Thus, he resolved to strike and vanquish Jun Xiao Yao before all. Perhaps it was jealousy that stirred within him, a common human affliction, particularly as he envied the affection shared between Tian Yuzi and Jun Xiao Yao. Exceptional individuals often harbor the belief that all beautiful women should rightfully belong to them. With a mere wave of his hand, Jun Xiao Yao remained silent. The air trembled oddly, and soon a sharp sound resonated. A crisp slap echoed through the space. In an instant, Shengwan Wujian was sent flying, crashing violently onto the hard stone pavement of the square. He spat out a mouthful of blood, several teeth lost in the fray, and his once resplendent demeanor faded into obscurity. Chapter 27. I have always persuaded others with reason in the square. An air of astonishment enveloped the crowd, their expressions shifting dramatically. For it appeared that Jun Xiao Yao was exceedingly arrogant and fearsome. It is essential to note that Shengwan Wujian was acknowledged as the 6th on the global master rankings and the 6th on the talent rankings. Jun Xiao Yao, being of a similar age, had yet to make an appearance on the lists. Yet now, with a mere wave of his hand, Jun Xiao Yao had struck Shengwan Wujian from a distance. It could hardly be deemed a sneak attack. Among the strong, such tactics are non-existent, as they remain perpetually vigilant. One cannot expect to count to 3 before commencing a battle. Even if it were a sneak attack, falling victim to it would reflect one's own inadequacy. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The discourse is dictated by the might of one's fists. The victor is king, while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. Just moments ago, the globally recognized 6th in talent and mastery, Shengwan Wujian, had been effortlessly defeated by Jun Xiao Yao. I have always adhered to reason in my dealings, Jun Xiao Yao proclaimed. If one will not engage in rational discourse, I shall resort to my fists to compel them to reason. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? His tone was unhurried, as his gaze swept across the square. Silence reigned among the onlookers. Old Master Su finally spoke. If we are to discuss reason, very well. However, you cannot possibly resort to violence. With that, he was met with a resounding slap. The impact stung sharply against his face, leaving Su Mingqing momentarily dazed and seething with rage, his eyes narrowing into fierce slits as they turned toward Jun Xiao Yao, only to swiftly shift to an expression of innocence. As if on the brink of tears, the others regarded Jun Xiao Yao with confusion, as if to say, didn't you just advocate for reason? Why resort to violence again? Aren't you one to persuade others with logic? I have a particular habit, When I stand to speak, my interlocutor must also stand. When I sit to converse, they are still required to stand, Jun Xiao Yao stated coldly, stepping forward. With that, a terrifying force of oppression descended upon them, overwhelming the crowd as though they had been struck in the chest, causing blood to spurt forth, with not even masters and innates exempt from its might. The display was overwhelming, tyrannical, and brazen to an extreme. Jun Xiao Yao shows utter disregard for the Shangwan family. Shangwan Tianyao seethed with fury. This is clearly an act of provocation. The Shangwan family? Does he truly consider us insignificant? Come forth. Jun Xiao Yao's voice was as frigid as ice, his formidable aura palpable. The entire square was engulfed in an overwhelming presence, as the gaze shifted away from Shangwan Tianyao towards the direction of the Shangwan family ancestral hall. In that moment, an earth-shattering aura surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The ground trembled, the space warped, leaving countless individuals disoriented, some even spewing blood, their expressions a portrait of distress. Cease this at once. Everyone retreat. An aged voice resonated from the direction of the ancestral hall, imbued with profound authority. In the square, bewilderment marked the faces of the onlookers, yet Shangwan Tianyao's countenance shifted dramatically as he signaled for everyone to vacate, leaving only Su Mingxing and a few core members of the Shangwan family. The others hurriedly withdrew. Within a mere 10 seconds, the square was deserted, enveloped in an eerie silence. This scene left all but Tian Yuzi, Tian Lanxing, and Su Mingyao in a state of shock and confusion. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of footsteps echoed from the ancestral hall. An elderly man, replete with an aura of terrifying destruction, emerged. Yet a trace of blood marked the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained injuries moments prior. I have encountered the young master. I beseech you, for the sake of this old man, spare the Shangwan clan, he implored, bowing deeply before Jun Xiao Yao, his voice trembling with trepidation. Were it not for the Shangwan family, he would never have dared to speak. Uncle, Shangwan Tianyao's heart jolted at the sight of the elder's subservient demeanor. What on earth is happening? Even if Jun Xiao Yao is formidable, my uncle is a martial emperor. Must he truly resort to such humility? The elder seethed with anger, wishing to strike down Shangwan Tianyao. Others may have been oblivious to Jun Xiao Yao's identity, but he had discerned it. He never imagined that his descendants would provoke a being capable of vanquishing gods. From the moment Jun Xiao Yao appeared, he understood the desire to conceal his identity, thus urging all members of the Shangwan family to depart. Otherwise, Jun Xiao Yao might eliminate the entire clan. However, kneeling, apologizing, he thought in despair, heavens, I cannot do this. As the head of the illustrious Shangwan family, a martial king, to kneel and apologize to an adversary is tantamount to wishing for death. Shangwan Tianyao was engulfed by despair. I have previously stated, he began, that I am a man who believes in reason. Today, let us discuss a matter of principle. Shangwan Xiuming and Su Mingxing conspired to bully my sister, who is merely a little girl. Tell me, is this the behavior of a human being? Shouldn't Shangwan Xiuming apologize to me and to my sister? He not only refuses to apologize, but also boldly seeks his own demise. Is it not entirely reasonable for me to seek retribution against him? I instructed Su Mingxing to convey a message, urging him to offer an apology. Since he has chosen not to comply, am I not justified in administering a lesson? Jun Xiao Yao strides purposefully towards Shangwan Tianyao, subsequently taking a seat that rightfully belongs to Shangwan Tianyao. The others stand, resembling children who have erred. With deliberate calmness, Jun Xiao Yao articulates his reasoning. Young Master Jun, I have relayed the message, he asserts. All of this is the doing of Xiuming. I can merely be considered an accomplice at best. Su Mingxing trembles, fully aware that the Shangwan family has met its demise, having encountered an insurmountable obstacle. In an instant, he hurriedly distances himself from the Shangwan family, yet dares not completely evade responsibility, for he understands that attempting to outsmart Jun Xiao Yao would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, he claims to be but an accomplice. Chapter 28. Young Master Jun is the betrothed of Zier and Bingerhumph. Are you not planning to offer me an explanation? Young Master Jun cast a faint glance at Su Mingxing, his eyes sweeping over Shangwan Tianyao and the elder. Please wait a moment, young master, the elder spoke, then swiftly seized Su Mingxing, inquiring further. The elder's anger intensified as he listened, his expression darkening with rage. The Su family had brought a calamity upon the Shangwan family, daring to covet young Master Jun's sister, and even employing underhanded tactics to acquire young Master Jun's villa. How should this be dealt with? Upon hearing this, the elder was infuriated and delivered a resounding slap to Su Mingxing's face. Incompetent at everything, yet the foremost instigator. Turning to young Master Jun, he declared, it is indeed our Shangwan family's fault. I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. As he approached young Master Jun, turmoil raged within him. What satisfactory resolution could I possibly offer? Others are not lacking in wealth. However, what else can be said now? Having thought it through, he conveyed, "You too shall remember. My sister bears the surname Su, yet she is not connected to the Jiangnan Su family." Young Master Jun rose and made his way toward the square's exit. As he passed by Tian Lansheng, he cast a casual glance at him. His voice, calm yet resolute, echoed, "Certainly." Neither the elder nor Su Mingqing dared to refute, simply nodding in agreement. They understood that Tian Lansheng was young Master Jun's spokesperson, and soon, he would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll on both the Shangwan and Su families, leaving them in dire straits, while they would be powerless to protest. "Thank you for your trust, young master. I will handle this matter properly," Tian Lansheng expressed, the delight evident on his face. Perhaps this evening he merely played the role of a messenger, yet for him, the Tian family and he were the true victors, for he had successfully aligned himself with young Master Jun. At least from the perspective of outsiders, he was seen as part of young Master Jun's entourage. This alone was sufficient. Brother, Xiao Yao, Su Mingyao and Tian Yuzi had been watching from a distance, their hearts brimming with joy as they witnessed young Master Jun's actions. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. As young Master Jun approached, the two girls, one on either side, took his hands, leaving him feeling quite awkward and hindered in his movements. While a subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils, the two cool, delicate hands sent shivers through him. The trio disappeared into the night. "Old Master Shangwan, Brother Su, you shall handle this as you see fit. I am merely running errands for young Master Jun and will not interfere," Tian Lansheng remarked. A pleased smile gracing his face as he watched young Master Jun and the two young ladies depart. He understood the significance of the moment. Tian Yuzi holds great promise. At the very least, Jun Xiao Yao does not dismiss Tian Yuzi. Moreover, Binger is still present. In fact, from his perspective, Tian Yuzi possesses more potential than Tian Luo Bing, as Binger is excessively aloof, or perhaps one might say, unapproachably cold. Conversely, Tian Yuzi, while appearing distant, harbors a gentle heart and is willing to lower her guard. Retracting his gaze, he glanced at the esteemed Shangwan Tian Yao and the elder, finally casting a look at Su Mingqing. Internally, he felt an unparalleled exhilaration. This was the most exhilarating moment of his life, for in the face of families and individuals far superior to him, he remained unperturbed. Even if this state of affairs arose from his association with Jun Xiao Yao. "Ah, dear Tian, do enlighten your elder brother regarding the relationship between young Master Jun and your family. Since young Master Jun trusts you, it indicates a significant bond. You must provide us with some insight, so that you may also clarify matters to young Master Jun," the elder said with a wry smile, addressing Tian Lansheng. He was, after all, a martial emperor, a pinnacle of martial arts in China, typically a figure as elusive as a dragon. Yet now, he exhibited such courtesy towards a mere master. "Indeed, young Master Jun is the fiancé of both Zier and Binger," Tian Lansheng replied, shaking his head. At that moment, he bore a distinctly vexing demeanor. "Ah, I see. How about this? My Shangwan family possesses a piece of prime land that has remained undeveloped for decades, a locale ideal for nurturing the heart. Since the Shangwan family has no immediate use for it, we shall bestow it upon young Master Jun. A person of young Master Jun's caliber, akin to a dragon, naturally does not require monetary wealth. However, the Shangwan family's gesture must be acknowledged. We will present young Master Jun with 500 million in cash. By the way, our Shangwan family and the Tian family have numerous business dealings, do we not?" The elder expressed astonishment and envy within his heart. What extraordinary fortune this was. The Tian family, once considered inconsequential, now boasted two exquisite granddaughters, both of whom were connected to Jun Xiao Yao. Reflecting on this, only girls as magnificent as Tian Luo Bing and Tian Yuzi could be deemed worthy of him. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated a resolution. "Why are you still holding on?" Departing from the Shangwan family, Jun Xiao Yao remarked, glancing at Tian Luo Bing's delicate, fair hand. "Is it convenient to walk like this? Then why not address it to Sister Yao?" Tian Yuzi pouted, refusing to relinquish her grip. In fact, she even adopted a playful demeanor. "She is my sister," Jun Xiao Yao replied, momentarily speechless. What was the meaning of this? Still preoccupied with the morning's events, she now pretended to be oblivious. Surely, this girl must have some issue with her mental state. It seemed prudent to maintain some distance. "I am still your fiancé, Tian Yuzi asserted. Speaking entirely from the perspective of his sister, Tian Luo Bing, he embodies her essence with unwavering conviction in his words. Chapter 29. Grandmother Jun. Tian Luo Bing pondered, perhaps overthinking it, for he had not made any admissions. Moreover, what transpired this morning? Jun Xiao Yao paused, his gaze fixed upon Tian Luo Bing. With the thought of calling off the engagement lingering in his mind, he questioned the wisdom of her words, especially with Yao Er present. He felt compelled to clarify the events of the morning. What happened this morning? I cannot recall, he said. Sister Yao Er, are you hungry? Shall we go for a meal? Tian Yuzi understood that Jun Xiao Yao was referring to the encounter with Bing Er, which had likely led to some misunderstanding, as he still perceived her as Bing Er. Despite their identical appearances and similar temperaments, their personalities diverged significantly. Bing Er exuded an icy demeanor, naturally repelling Jun Xiao Yao. Now, she was eager to uncover what had transpired between Jun Xiao Yao and Bing Er earlier, yet she dared not linger on the subject. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Su Mingyao, preparing to shift the conversation. I am slightly hungry, brother, Su Mingyao remarked. Her keen intellect observing the interaction between her brother and Tian Luobing. Though she wished to eat, she awaited her brother's decision. If he chose not to go, she would not insist. While I's sister was delightful, her brother took precedence. She looked up at Jun Xiao Yao, exuding an air of obedience. Let us go? Jun Xiao Yao replied, casting a tender glance at Yao Er and nodding in approval. Yao Er had little money to begin with, and during his absence over the past 2 years, she had been frugal. Wonderful, Su Mingyao exclaimed, her joy palpable as she leaned in to plant a kiss on Jun Xiao Yao's cheek. Nearby, Tian Yuzi felt a twinge of envy. Yet her heart swelled with happiness. Not only had they shifted the topic, but they had also invited Jun Xiao Yao to join them for a meal, thus creating more opportunities for interaction. With that, the trio made their way toward the bustling heart of the city. Along the journey, they drew countless glances. For Tian Yuzi's beauty was striking. Her ethereal presence surpassed that of mythical celestial beings, complemented by the enchanting presence of a charming young girl. Jun Xiao Yao exuded an air of sophistication and charm. Together, the three of them were destined to be the center of attention. 2 hours later, Jun Xiao Yao, Su Mingyao, and Tian Yuzi emerged from an upscale restaurant. The little girl unabashedly patted her stomach, reveling in the delightful meal they had just enjoyed. Where are you staying now? Tian Yuzi inquired. She was already aware that Shengwan Xiaoming had purchased Jun Xiao Yao's villa, leaving him and Su Mingyao without a home. We shall first find a hotel and plan for tomorrow thereafter, Jun Xiao Yao responded. As Su Mingyao departed from the villa, she had already meticulously packed her clothing and various belongings, which she then stored within the spatial ring bestowed upon her by Jun Xiao Yao. At that moment, the two siblings had no intention of returning. Now, as night deepened, they sought a hotel for the night, planning to search for a new home come dawn. If that proved futile, they would revert to the countryside dwelling where she had resided for 2 years. At this juncture, Tian Yuzi's phone rang. Hello, grandfather. Understood. I will relay the message to him right away. All right, I shall hang up now. It was a call from Tian Lanqing. After exchanging only a few brief words, Tian Yuzi ended the call. Is everything settled? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Indeed, the Su family is to compensate 500 billion, along with a parcel of land. By the way, that land is habitable. I am familiar with it and can take you to see it. What do you think? Besides, having eaten so well, we could use some time to digest. Tian Yuzi nodded. Just moments ago, Tian Lanqing had called to inquire if she was with Jun Xiaoyao, and subsequently conveyed the outcome of the negotiations. Well, as long as there is somewhere to stay, that suffices, Jun Xiaoyao affirmed. In truth, he did not require any compensation from the Su family. He merely sought to impart a lesson, demonstrating that his sister and kin were not to be trifled with. In Jiangnan City, at Nanboan, the Jun family was considered a modest, perhaps even small, clan. Their total assets barely reached 10 billion, yet the family itself was quite numerous. As night fell, the atmosphere within the Jun residence grew oppressive. The elder Mr. Jun and Mrs. Jun, along with the second and third generations of the family, totaling over 20 individuals, comprised the core circle of the clan. The other members of the Jun family were wholly unworthy of appearing in such a gathering. How could this be? Is the information perhaps false? Is that little wretch truly so formidable? The speaker was the matriarch of the Jun family, who, incidentally, was Jun Xiaoyao's grandmother. The little wretch she referred to was none other than Jun Xiaoyao himself. In her eyes, only her eldest son's family mattered, while Jun Xiaoyao's father was treated as if he were an outsider, never receiving any favor. Just moments ago, news had arrived that the long-vanished Jun Xiaoyao had returned, causing quite a stir within Jiangnan's foremost family, the Su clan. Ironically, the Su family had capitulated. This was utterly beyond the realm of imagination for the Jun family members. Grandmother, I procured this news at great expense. It cannot be false. Besides, who would dare tarnish the reputation and gossip about the Su family? Jun Wuling stated earnestly. He is not yet qualified to meddle in the affairs of the Shengwan family. Rather, he has been closely monitoring Shengwan Xiaoming's movements due to having sold Jun Xiaoyao's villa to him. hoping to curry favor. When he learned of Shangwan Xiuming's downfall, he was utterly astounded. Following the unfolding events, he also became aware of Jun Xiao Yao's involvement with the Shangwan family. At this moment, he felt an unsettling anxiety. This wretched child, no matter how formidable he may be, is still a member of the Jun family. If the Shangwan family fears him, it implies that our Jun family might take this opportunity to rise, potentially becoming one of the 10 prominent families in Jiangnan City. Wu Ling summoned that wretched child to see me, commanded the matriarch of the Jun family imperiously. In her eyes, since Jun Xiao Yao has grown powerful, he ought to support the Jun family and help it flourish. Yet, she consistently referred to him as a wretched child, utterly failing to regard him as a member of the Jun family, let alone as her grandson. Chapter 30. Yao is frightened and wishes for her brother to carry her. For the sake of the Jun family, I have sold Jun Xiao Yao's villa to Shangwan Xiuming. Jun Wuling's expression darkens. After the incident, he feels a deep fear, fearing that Jun Xiao Yao will come after him. Now, their grandmother wants him to call Jun Xiao Yao back, but he lacks the courage to do so. Humph. A sale is a sale. That villa originally belonged to the Jun family. The matriarch of the Jun family scoffs. You should speak less. Reflect on your actions over the years. Mu Cheng is also your son. How have you treated him? After Mu Cheng's demise, how did you treat Xiao Yao? Nearby, the elder of the Jun family can no longer contain himself. Over the years, the Jun family's affairs have predominantly been managed by the matriarch, who possesses considerable influence from her own family background. No one knows why she harbors such disdain for her own son, extending her resentment even to her grandson. Now that Jun Xiao Yao has risen to power, her temperament remains unchanged. You've grown bolder, haven't you? If it weren't for Jun Mu Cheng, would I be in this position? That little wretch is Jun Mu Cheng's offspring. Seeing that child reminds me of Jun Mu Cheng. You know the reason behind my feelings. If you still care for the Jun family, speak less. The matriarch strikes her cane against the ground, reprimanding the elder of the Jun family in front of their numerous children and grandchildren. For a moment, the elder's face is flushed with embarrassment. You will come to regret this, along with your Zhang family. Rising from his seat, the elder strides towards the hall's exit. After all, he has lived for 70 to 80 years, with eyes that can see through deceit. Is Jun Xiao Yao someone the Jun family can provoke? Even the Shangwan family has bowed their heads. Provoking them would be an exercise in futility. In the darkness of night, a taxi speeds along the street. In the back seat, Jun Xiao Yao reclines in comfort. To his left is Su Mingyao, and to his right, Tian Luobing, two stunning goddesses flanking him. Their subtle fragrances wafting into his senses, almost overwhelming him. They insist on sitting close, even when it is unnecessary. With others present, it would be unseemly to voice any objections. After 15 minutes, the taxi finally halts in front of a small mountain on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. A striking contrast to the bustling urban landscape, akin to a sanctuary amidst the chaos. This is it, he announces. Known as Longquan Mountain, it is home to a spring that has never run dry. Rising 200 meters, the area within a mile belongs to Longquan Mountain, encompassing a total area of 19 million square meters. The spring at the mountain's summit is within a protected zone, and to his surprise, this place belongs to the Shangwan family. Shall we go take a look? After disembarking, the taxi departs, leaving Jun Xiao Yao and the two ladies behind. Tian Yuzi took out her phone and perused the messages within, then spoke to Jun Xiao Yao. Are you not afraid of the dark? Jun Xiao Yao inquired. Indeed, the silence here was palpable, and under the cloak of night, it felt somewhat eerie. Moreover, towering trees surrounded them, and the rustling of leaves sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, with the formidable Jun Tiandi by her side, what fear could she possibly harbor? Tian Yuzi chuckled softly. To be honest, if she were alone, she would not dare to venture here, especially at night. Who would? And she was merely a girl. However, who was Jun Xiao Yao? An entity capable of casually erasing deities. There was nothing to fear in his company. Besides, even if there were truly something terrifying that Jun Xiao Yao could not confront, she would willingly enter alongside him, finding joy in sharing the same fate. Brother, Yao is afraid. Su Mingyao murmured, playfully clinging to Jun Xiao Yao. As she spoke, she had already climbed onto his back, her delicate hands encircling his neck, her slender, supple legs clasping around his waist, leaving no room for negotiation. Since childhood, she had often requested her brother to carry her. Let us go, Jun Xiao Yao said, wrapping an arm around Su Mingyao's legs. She felt smooth and exquisite, stirring a flutter in his heart. It was then that he realized, Yao had truly grown up. She was no longer a little girl, but a striking young beauty. Hey, wait for me. Tian Yuzi called out from behind, filled with envy, wishing desperately that she were the one being carried by Jun Xiao Yao. She was well aware that this stunning little loli was not merely Jun Xiao Yao's sister, but one of his fiancées. Momentarily lost in thought, She noticed that Jun Xiao Yao had already set off with Su Mingyao and hurried to catch up. After a brief while, the trio reached the mountain summit. Atop the mountain stood a quaint villa, and besides it, there was nothing else. From this vantage point, one could gaze upon the nightscape of Jiangnan City. The mountain breeze brought a refreshing sensation, and the atmosphere exuded tranquility, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Tian Yuzi found herself captivated by the view. Arriving here felt like a complete departure from her previous state of mind. The bustling city had its merits, yet the serene beauty of this place was undeniable. Jun Xiao Yao felt a profound sense of contentment with their surroundings. Ding! Event triggered. Master has discovered the heart of the earth. Reward, 10,000 points. Ding! Event triggered. Master carried Su Mingyao. Reward, 500 points. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Yet another event had been triggered. Chapter 31. The Earth's Core Veins. Eternal Fragments. What are the Earth's core veins? A fragment of Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness penetrated into the realm of origins, initiating a dialogue with the system. During the chaotic primordial era, a powerful being transformed their corporeal form into a world, giving rise to 12 Earth's core veins. This world is Earth, with each core vein representing an eternal fragment. When 12 eternal fragments converge, they will form a divine artifact of eternity. Due to the limitations of the Master's knowledge and cultivation, the system refrains from divulging too much, merely informing the Master that Earth is far more complex than it appears on the surface. It possesses the capacity to tremble the entire universe, wishing the Master an early acquisition of all 12 eternal fragments. The system's voice resonated, unveiling a grand enigma to Jun Xiao Yao. This pertains to Earth. Fascinating. It seems that our planet harbors monumental secrets yet to be uncovered, Jun Xiao Yao mused. Subsequently, his consciousness withdrew from the realm of origins. Beside him, Su Mingyao nestled closely, while Tian Yuzi clasped his hand, both gazing at the nocturnal scenery of Jiangnan City. Shall we settle down here from now on? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his gaze fixed upon the young women. Beneath the night sky, the girls appeared ethereal and exquisite, akin to fairies. Of course, wherever my brother is, there I shall be, Su Mingyao replied joyfully. And what about me? Tian Yuzi looked at Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao, jealousy surging within her. What do you mean? Don't you have a home of your own? Jun Xiaoyao responded, momentarily taken aback. This woman was rather perplexing. Why drag my matters with Mingyao into this? I wish to reside here as well. It's settled, Tian Yuzi declared, turning away, no longer casting her gaze upon Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand, and a radiant orb materialized within it. The brilliance erupted instantaneously, reminiscent of a world exploding, dazzling in its luminosity. In that instant, the surroundings were illuminated for miles. A luminous barrier enveloped the small mountain, creating a wondrous and independent realm within. In this newfound world, beauty flourished. The once pitch-black mountain now transformed into a paradise, akin to an ethereal realm. Concurrently, dense spiritual energy continuously converged towards this location, entering the mountain, rendering it undoubtedly the most spiritually rich place on earth, without exception. This was because Jun Xiaoyao had just set up a grand array of heaven and earth, acquired through his sign-in. This array could originally encompass 1,000 miles, but he deemed it unnecessary, thus only enveloping his territory. The array boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities, impervious even to the mightiest of celestial beings. Beyond its formidable defense, it also possessed the ability to gather spiritual energy, drawing it from the surroundings. Wow, how exquisite! It is truly marvelous. The beauty is breathtaking. Beside him, Tian Yuzi and Su Mingyao stood in awe, astonished by Jun Xiaoyao's extraordinary abilities and the stunning scenery before them. The once barren land had transformed into a paradise, a realm of ethereal beauty. Tomorrow, arrangements would be made to enclose this enchanting place. Jun Xiaoyao affectionately tousled the girl's hair, envisioning a future where he and Yao Yao would dwell here, crafting a garden fit for a princess, for indeed, Yao Yao was his little princess. How delightful! Su Mingyao nodded, already enamored with the surroundings. For now, she would make do. I will go outside to cultivate. Upon entering the villa, he noted its 2 stories, furnished with all necessities. Though it appeared uninhabited, requiring the addition of daily essentials and bedding, there was even only one bed. Fortunately, the cupboard held a clean, brand new thin quilt. As he spoke, he stepped outside, leaving the room for Su Mingyao and Tian Luobing. Brother, I'm afraid to be alone, the girl pouted, her delicate lips forming a soft plea as she gazed longingly at Jun Xiaoyao. Isn't she with you? Jun Xiaoyao replied, taken aback. What is there to fear? Besides, Tian Luobing is here too. You two can sleep together without worry. Will Sister Bing not return tonight? Su Mingyao inquired, casting a glance at Tian Yuzi. Attempting to communicate discreetly, yet Tian Yuzi feigned ignorance. Nonsense. Of course, I won't return. It's too late. I shall stay here, Tian Yuzi replied with a smile, feeling elated. Today, she was thrilled to have more opportunities to interact with Jun Xiao Yao, and now she knew his new residence, allowing her to visit him frequently. As time passed, she believed she would have her chance. However, the girl insisted, I want to sleep with brother. In her childhood, he had always kept her company. And only as she grew older did she transition to her own bed, though she frequently found excuses to linger near him. The past 2 years of his absence had been filled with both worry and longing. Now that he had returned, she yearned to be close to him again, thinking, it has been so long since I've slept beside brother. Besides, I have grown up now. I will marry him one day, and we shall be together forever. Be good. Sleep early. You have school tomorrow, Jun Xiaoyao said, gently ruffling the girl's hair. All right, Su Mingyao replied reluctantly, pouting, yet she acquiesced. Jun Xiaoyao exited the room and settled onto a lounge chair by the pool, where he soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 32, 5 billion. Received within the confines of the room, 2 deities, one tall and one petite, found themselves devoid of slumber. Sister Yao, you are quite grown. Do you not feel any embarrassment sharing a bed with your brother? Tian Yuzi inquired. A subtle tension arose between them, stemming from their shared affection for Jun Xiaoyao. Since I was 5, I have been with my brother. We rely on each other, and it was he who raised me. Moreover, I intend to marry him in the future. Now that I have matured, is it not entirely normal for us to sleep together? Besides, I have not seen him in 2 years. I simply wish to be with him, Su Mingyao replied earnestly, her expression serious. To her, everything seemed perfectly reasonable. By the way, where are your parents? Tian Yuzi asked with curiosity, her face reflecting astonishment. It appeared that they were not truly siblings. My mother and my brother's mother were sisters. 10 years ago, our parents, along with our aunts and uncles, suffered a tragic accident, leaving only my brother and me. Su Mingyao murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Despite having her brother by her side over the years, she still felt the sting of losing her parents. Fortunately, she had a brother who cherished and adored her, a brother who, although not her biological father, raised her as his own. Yao, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to bring up such painful memories, Tian Yuzi expressed, feeling a surge of guilt for inadvertently touching upon Su Mingyao's wounds. She was taken aback, realizing that both Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao were orphans. It was no wonder their bond was so profound. Reflecting upon her own situation, she thought how much she would yearn for a brother like him if she were in their shoes. It is all right. I am content just having my brother. Su Mingyao smiled softly, for in her heart, her brother had long since filled the void left by her parents. Could you tell me more about him? Tian Yuzi eagerly requested, intrigued by the enigmatic figure of Jun Xiaoyao, an individual more powerful than deities themselves. My brother? In a word, he is simply extraordinary. When we were children, he was quite the mischievous rascal. However, everything changed overnight after our parents' tragedy. He matured swiftly, becoming a stalwart protector in my eyes. He cared for me, loved me, and showered me with affection. I have adored him since childhood, yet he regarded me merely as his sister. As I grew older, he began to distance himself, but I always found ways to remain close. 2 years ago, after his girlfriend broke up with him, he vanished, only to return today. Su Mingyao reminisced about their childhood, her cherubic face alight with bliss. Sweet, innocent, and untainted, this night was filled with cherished memories. 2 lovely ladies engaged in an extensive conversation, all centered around Jun Xiaoyao. The following day, Jun Xiaoyao accompanied Su Mingyao to school. Despite her ability to cultivate and her status as a spiritual master, she was still young and needed to focus on her studies. Tian Luobing also went to the company. However, half an hour later, his phone rang with an unknown number. Xiaoyao, the funds from the Shengwan family are in place. Please send me your account details. Upon answering, the melodious and sweet voice of Tian Luobing resonated through the line. It turned out to be her grandfather inquiring about Jun Xiaoyao's account for the transfer. As for how she obtained his phone number, it was undoubtedly disclosed by Yao Yao. Jun Xiaoyao, after concluding the call, promptly sent over his bank account details. 10 minutes later, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Your account has been credited with 500,000,000,000,000, and the available balance is 500,001,189,100. It was revealed that the system had already linked to his account, providing alerts for any account changes. 500 billion had arrived. The Shengwan family acted swiftly. It was not hard to comprehend their urgency. After all, 500 billion is no small sum. Even if the Shengwan family's assets were in the trillions, their liquid capital was likely limited. The ability to mobilize such a vast amount of funds in mere hours speaks volumes about their formidable influence. With newfound wealth, Jun Xiao Yao contemplated preparing his new home meticulously. A smile adorned his face as he reflected on his life. The wealthiest he had ever been was merely 1 million. Back when his parents were still alive. Following their tragic demise, his finances dwindled as he had to provide for both himself and Yao Yao, especially since her education required financial support. Before the arrival of this 500 billion, he had barely a few 100,000 left. Of course, with his unparalleled strength, money had become a trivial matter. The sudden influx of 500 billion brought him joy, as he could now indulge in his desires and buy Yao Yao more exquisite clothing and toys. Subsequently, Jun Xiao Yao contacted a construction company, commissioning the erection of a wall and electric fencing to enclose the entire hill and the surrounding vacant land. With wealth comes the ability to command resources. 3 construction firms mobilized over 1,000 workers, completing the installation of the wall and electric fence in just half a day. The wall stood 10 meters high, equipped with surveillance cameras placed every 5 meters, ensuring no blind spots. Constructed from electric fencing and steel, the entire project consumed 70 million. However, to Jun Xiao Yao, that amount was but a drop in the bucket. Money was merely a number. Once the wall was completed, he began to organize the interior, transforming it into a veritable paradise. In truth, the alterations within were not significant. It is merely a simple adjustment, without significant alterations or extensive work involved. These matters are entirely managed by the construction company. Provided that the funds are in order, everything can be negotiated. As for him, he simply procures some daily necessities to arrange the kitchen. Once everything is completed, the Jun family must address certain issues. Jun Xiao Yao emerged from the pool, changed into a fresh set of clothing. A faint smile graced his face, yet his eyes were chillingly cold, fixated on the direction of the Jun family. Chapter 33. Can I like what he dislikes? In the Nambo Bay, the Jun family is neither affluent nor powerful, yet they possess a remarkable ability to manage their affairs. The matriarch of the Jun family, much like the Empress Dowager, maintains a strict governance over the household. Since the emergence of Jun Xiao Yao, she has been preoccupied with the idea of leveraging his strength to elevate the family's status. Grandmother, we need not create trouble for Jun Xiao Yao. We could approach the Tian Group directly instead. The Tian Group has prospered through real estate and pharmaceuticals. Recently, they have developed a new medication. And if we secure the agency rights, we could reap substantial profits and enhance the Jun family's reputation. Moreover, Jun Xiao Yao shares a close relationship with the president of the Tian Group, who seems to be pursuing him. Given our familial connection, would the Tian Group disregard our Jun family? Jun Wuling, in a historical context, could be likened to a sycophant, offering questionable counsel. Deep down, he harbors a twisted psyche, one that oscillates between fear and envy towards Jun Xiao Yao. Once regarded as the crown prince of the Jun family, basking in adoration, he now finds himself overshadowed by Jun Xiao Yao's formidable presence. The emergence of a breathtaking figure like Tian Yuzi, who is seemingly pursuing Jun Xiao Yao, only serves to intensify his jealousy. You are indeed correct. My Wuling possesses a sharp mind. Let him handle this matter, the Jun matriarch declared, her satisfaction evident. Grandmother, under what pretext shall I proceed? Jun Wuling inquired, calculating his standing. As the vice director of the Jun family, from this moment forth, you shall be the third vice director, the matriarch responded, beaming with pride. She intended to gradually transfer authority to Jun Wuling, ensuring that upon her passing, he would inherit the family legacy without opposition from others. Thank you, grandmother. I shall set forth and await your good news, Jun Wuling exclaimed, elated. Understanding the hierarchy within the Jun family, he recognized that the matriarch wielded the most power, followed by his grandfather, who was merely a vice director, and then his uncle. Now, as he assumed the title of vice director, this was merely the beginning. Once he secured the agency rights to the new medication from the Tian family, he would solidify his position within the Jun family and inevitably ascend to leadership. The Jun family would flourish under his stewardship, becoming one of the 10 prominent families in Jiangnan City. In due time, others would address him as the head of the Jun family. At the Tianmu building, on the 108th floor, in the executive president's office, Tian Yuzi sat gracefully in her swivel chair, contemplating the day's events. She was in remarkably high spirits, her face occasionally lighting up with a smile, as if recalling some joyous memory. In the afternoon, she glanced at the watch on her petite wrist. It was nearly time to leave work. Finally, the end of the day was approaching, she mused. Soon, she began to organize the documents from the day, preparing to depart. No, she ought to head to Longquan Mountain, for that place held him. As for her villa, she had no intention of returning there, especially since Binger had already come back. Miss, someone is looking for you. They claimed to be from the Jun family, The secretary entered at that moment. The Jun family? The Jiang and Jun family? Do we have any business dealings with them? Tian Yuzi was taken aback. The Jun family was his lineage. Whenever she heard the name Jun, it inevitably evoked thoughts of him. Nevertheless, she had discerned from Jun Xiao Yao that he harbored no fondness for his family. In fact, he seemed to harbor resentment toward them. No, the secretary shook his head, nearly laughing at the absurdity. What significance does the Jiang and Jun family hold? They have no qualifications to collaborate with the Tian group. Let him in, Tian Yuzi said after a moment of contemplation. Yes, the secretary nodded and exited. At that moment, a cunning smile graced Tian Yuzi's exquisitely cold visage. Though her gaze remained frigid. If he despised them, how could I possibly harbor any affection? The astute and clever woman likely surmised the intentions of the so-called deputy director from the Jun family. Before long, the secretary returned, ushering in a youthful man who appeared to be in his 20s. Hello, Tian Zong. I am from the Jun family. I have heard that the Tian group has developed a new medication, and we wish to become the exclusive agents for this product. We kindly request an opportunity. The young man introduced himself, revealing that he was the newly appointed deputy director of the Jun family, Jun Wuling. Upon entering the president's office, he was struck by its grandeur. It was indeed lavish beyond imagination. When his gaze fell upon Tian Yuzi, he felt a jolt of awe. She was even more breathtaking than the rumors suggested, and his jealousy intensified. If only he could be her man. Considering his connection to the Jun family, through Jun Xiao Yao, his previously humble heart swelled with confidence, and his demeanor became more relaxed, as if the Tian group had no choice but to grant the agency rights to the Jun family. The Jun family? What Jun family? Tian Yuzi's face turned icy. She radiated the imposing aura of a formidable female CEO, scrutinizing Jun Wuling with a piercing gaze. She was nearly amused, her curiosity piqued. While Jun Xiao Yao soared like a divine dragon above the heavens, this young man was nothing more than a mere worm, utterly incomparable. What audacity he had! To be so confident despite his lack of ability. Where did this confidence stem from? From Jun Xiao Yao, perhaps? If Jun Xiao Yao were to occupy his position, she could easily bestow the entirety of the Tian group upon him. President Tian, your words carry a sting. Although the Jun family may not rival the Tian family, it remains a respectable lineage with assets exceeding 1 billion. Furthermore, even if you choose to disregard my dignity, you ought to extend some consideration towards Xiao Yao. Do you not agree? Jun Wuling's expression darkened. This was not in accordance with the anticipated script. Wasn't he supposed to acquiesce without hesitation? How could he demean the Jun family upon their first encounter, completely oblivious to the fact that Jun Xiao Yao belonged to the Jun family? Chapter 34. Infatuation. The Jun family? A billion? Before the Tian family, even the Shangguan clan must yield some respect. Does your Jun family have any connection to Xiao Yao? If it were Xiao Yao who came here, not only would the rights to the new drug be granted, but even the entire Tian group could be bestowed upon him. As for you, there is no dignity to speak of. Leave at once. Tian Yuzi furrowed her brows, feeling a wave of disgust. This was a quintessential display of a poor individual boasting. A billion in assets? In the face of the Tian family, it is but a mere drop in the ocean. Grant you respect? Who do you think you are? Were it not for your surname Jun, and had you not offended Jun Xiao Yao, you wouldn't even have been permitted to enter this company. Your presence here merely serves to illustrate the stark contrast between a dragon and a worm. Jun Wuling felt a bit bewildered. How could this be? This was not right. Even the face of Jun Xiao Yao could not gain him any favor. Soon, he realized that it was not that the Tian group was dismissing Jun Xiao Yao's status, but rather that Jun Xiao Yao was indifferent to the Jun family, entirely distancing himself from them. Under the formidable aura of Tian Yuzi, Jun Wuling slinked out of the company in disgrace. Tian Yuzi pondered for a moment, then picked up her phone and dialed a number. The Jun family from Jiangnan came to my company, saying they wanted the rights to the new drug on your behalf, but I did not acquiesce. Once Jun Xiao Yao answered, she recounted the events that had just transpired. On my behalf? How amusing. The Jun family indeed has a sense of humor. Jun Xiao Yao found himself amused by Jun Wuling's antics. What on earth is going on? Xiao Yao, let us go out for a meal. Then I will accompany you to the Jun family. A look of anticipation graced Tian Yuzi's face as she spoke with clarity and decisiveness. Typically, she would inquire whether the other had eaten yet, but she understood that such a question would likely prompt Jun Xiao Yao to respond affirmatively and decline her invitation. Not eating. To Tian Yuzi's surprise, Jun Xiao Yao succinctly refused her. Then let us proceed to the Jun family. She ventured, vaguely sensing that he would still decline. Longquan Mountain. This time, she miscalculated again. Jun Xiao Yao did not turn her down. Instead, he simply uttered 3 words before abruptly ending the call. Giggling, Tian Yuzi was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the situation. Upon regaining her composure, She burst into laughter and hurried out of the office, driving towards Longquan Mountain. 20 minutes later, at Longquan Mountain, Tian Yuzi gazed at the towering walls and grand gates, her heart filled with astonishment and envy. Inside lay a paradise, a realm of immortality. However, she could not enter at present, for the gate had a recognition system, and without passing the identification, entry was impossible. Before long, the gates swung open, and Jun Xiao Yao emerged. Here, Tian Yuzi was overjoyed upon seeing Jun Xiao Yao emerge, her small hand waving with delight, embodying the essence of a girl in love rather than the aloof demeanor of a cold CEO. "This is for you," Jun Xiao Yao said, as he got into the car. Taking his seat in the passenger side, he extended his hand, presenting a golden puppy to Tian Luobing. Having noticed the envy in her eyes the previous day, it was evident that she had a fondness for Su Mingyao's pet dog. In his realm, he possessed numerous such divine beasts, and gifting her one seemed inconsequential. However, these mystical pets varied in color. "Wow, is this for me?" Tian Yuzi gasped upon seeing the golden puppy, her hands covering her mouth in disbelief, filled with immense excitement. Though the color of this puppy differed from Su Mingyao's, its appearance was strikingly similar, radiating cuteness. She was aware that Su Mingyao's pet was a gift from Jun Xiao Yao, and secretly wished for one herself, yet hesitated to voice her desire, fearing it would not be granted. Thus, she remained silent, never expecting Jun Xiao Yao to offer her one. A surprise that utterly surpassed her imagination, leaving her momentarily flustered. "Do you not like it?" Jun Xiao Yao retracted his hand, preparing to take the puppy back. "I love it. Thank you," Tian Yuzi exclaimed, refusing to let him reclaim the puppy, quickly snatching it into her embrace, her joy palpable as her beautiful eyes gazed up at Jun Xiao Yao. His heart fluttered under the intensity of her gaze. Could it be that she was ready to pledge herself to him? Surely it was not so serious. It was merely a pet, and he had received countless others with a simple sign. "I suggest you keep it close," Jun Xiao Yao remarked, leaning back in the chair and unexpectedly closing his eyes to rest. Tian Yuzi nodded, carefully placing the puppy in the back seat before driving off. The car speeding towards the Jun family residence. In the Western Divine Hall, a sanctuary dedicated to the deities of the Western Empire, all the gods resided here, enjoying the exalted privileges afforded to them. In their eyes, humanity was but a mere ant, born solely to serve their whims. In truth, these so-called deities were, for the most part, akin to demons, mercilessly preying upon ordinary humans, treating them as mere sustenance and their beautiful women as objects of lust, trampling upon the Western populace. The upper echelons of the West were undoubtedly aware of this, for they mirrored such malevolence. Outwardly appearing as benevolent beings, they were, in secret, nothing more than devils. Originally, the Western deities had turned their gaze towards Huaxia, yet harbored an underlying fear of Huaxia's gods. Despite the absence of any divine presence from Huaxia, the civilization's 5,000-year history marked it as a sanctum of mythology, rendering the mythologies of other cultures insignificant in comparison. In the past decade, the Western deities continually tested the waters, yet the myths of the Huaxia remained elusive. Gradually, the confidence of the Western gods swelled, as they brazenly trampled upon the martial arts of Huaxia. Just as the pantheon of Western deities prepared to assert their dominance over Huaxia, the celestial ranking emerged. The appearance of the sovereign emperor, Jun Tian, obliterated all Western gods within the realm of Huaxia, leaving them in a state of shock. How infuriating! Huaxia harbored such a formidable figure. I sensed the presence of treasures, soon to manifest, but did not anticipate the emergence of Jun Tian at this critical juncture, thwarting our plans. The mere Jun Tian can only slay ordinary deities. Surely, those of us ranked within the top 100 can vanquish him. Within the Divine Hall, countless Western deities congregated, their discussions revolving solely around the celestial ranking and Jun Tian. Their animosity toward Jun Tian was palpable, filled with a fervent desire to flay him alive and reduce his bones to ashes. Chapter 35. The Divine Punishment of the West. Bounty on the Celestial Emperor, his true strength remained an enigma. Although he had vanquished 7 deities, their powers were relatively feeble, and he had defeated them one by one. Had they united, it would surely have been his demise. At the very heart of the Divine Hall sat 100 deities, the foremost figures of the 8 mythological systems. Each of them held a position within the top 100 of the celestial rankings. In the principal seat resided the king of gods, Zeus. Speaking was Poseidon, ranked 17th, whose prowess was indeed worthy of a top 10 placement. Yet the strength of the deities in the upper echelon rendered victories uncertain. Naturally, in this assembly, he wielded considerable influence. The mandate from the east was clear: the divine punishment must be enacted. A bounty of 10,000 celestial crystals would be awarded to those who could slay the celestial emperor. At this juncture, Odin interjected. The deities within the top 10 possessed absolute authority and could issue commands. 10,000 celestial crystals. That's quite enticing, Odin remarked. We must disseminate the challenge to the celestial emperor. I cannot fathom how a coalition of deities cannot extinguish him. Indeed, confronting the celestial emperor within the realm of the East is unwise. A challenge issued outside of those borders, however, will surely entice him to respond. Thus, it was resolved, a challenge would be extended to the celestial emperor at the heart of the Pacific Ocean, without stipulating the number of combatants. Should the celestial emperor dare to approach the Pacific's core, dozens of Western deities would converge to eliminate him. As for the ensuing discourse, they were indifferent. Once the celestial emperor was eradicated, who among the East would dare voice dissent? In this world, strength reigned supreme. As evening descended upon the Jun residence, indignation permeated the air. How outrageous! They do not even afford the Jun family a semblance of respect. It appeared that Jun Xiao Yao had little standing as well. Jun Wuling had returned, his mission a failure, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, he had no choice but to relay the outcome. Upon hearing his words, the matriarch of the Jun family wore a countenance of displeasure, her face a mask of fury, entirely unaware of the Jun family's precarious position before the celestial family. Grandmother, perhaps it would be best if you summoned Jun Xiao Yao back. He would likely think twice before defying your wishes, suggested Jun Wuling, his expression awkward. When he departed in the afternoon, he had been resolute and brimming with confidence, yet upon his return, he appeared somewhat disheveled and filled with a sense of impotence. Had it been a lesser company, he would have devised a strategy to conquer Tian Yuzi, but the Tian family group and Tian Yuzi were entities beyond his reach, worlds apart. At this moment, he could not even muster harsh words, all for the sake of the Jun family. Reluctantly, I found myself compelled to contact that little wretch. The matriarch of the Jun family sighed, acknowledging the dominance of strength over mere humanity. Were it within her power, she would certainly avoid encountering that little wretch, for each meeting only served to provoke her ire. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone, yet could find no record of Jun Xiao Yao within its depths. Was she preparing to call me? There was no need for that. At that moment, an icy voice echoed from outside the grand hall of the Jun residence, sending chills down the spine. Suddenly, a young man and a woman appeared at the entrance. The young man, effortlessly elegant and strikingly handsome, was the embodiment of a poetic description, a person on the path, as refined as jade, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. The woman, breathtakingly beautiful and exuding an ethereal grace, resembled a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. Together, they formed an exquisitely matched pair. Jun Xiao Yao, Jun Xiao Yao, Jun Xiao Yao. Upon witnessing the arrival of the young man and woman, the members of the Jun family were momentarily taken aback, astonished that Jun Xiao Yao would grace them with his presence. Previously, his absence stemmed from reluctance and fear, but now it seemed to be a matter of disdain. Yet today, Jun Xiao Yao's unexpected arrival at the Jun residence was indeed surprising. The matriarch's expression soured upon seeing Jun Xiao Yao, and she instinctively called out, a reflexive habit born from years of referring to him as that little wretch since his birth. While his parents were present, her disdain was somewhat tempered. But after their departure, little wretch became his enduring moniker. Ah, you've come, she remarked, her tone betraying the tension in the air. Many recognized Tian Yuzi, the president of the Tian Group, a colossal entity in Jiangnan City, where her remarkable acumen had tripled the company's valuation and wealth within a mere 3 years. For the Jun family, her presence was akin to a luminous moon in the sky, distant and unattainable. Yet, here she was, accompanying Jun Xiao Yao into their midst. Tian Yuzi remained cold and silent, indifferent to the greetings of others. I heard you visited the Tian group today, Jun Xiao Yao said as he approached Jun Wuling, his voice calm and unremarkable, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yes, indeed. What of it? Jun Wuling responded, his voice trembling with unease. Does the Jun family seek collaboration with the Tian family? Is it to be contingent upon my favor? Jun Xiao Yao continued. Is that not permissible? Jun Wuling stammered, attempting to defend himself. However, with Tian Yuzi present, he found himself unable to muster any further argument. Do I have any ties to the Jun family? Jun Xiao Yao chuckled softly. This left Jun Wuling at a loss for words. Today, upon arriving at Jun's residence, it was not my intention to discuss the trivial matters concerning your family. You have sold my villa, a property bestowed upon me by my parents, and it does not belong to the Jun family. Let us meticulously calculate this matter. How do you wish to resolve it? Jun Xiao Yao spoke, as he moved to take a seat in an unoccupied space, while Tian Yuzi stood gracefully beside him, akin to a dutiful wife. Chapter 36. The name Jun Xiao Yao is your taboo, you wretched creature. That villa belongs to the Jun family, after residing there for over a decade. Should you not offer some form of compensation? The matriarch of the Jun family spoke. Just moments earlier, Jun Xiao Yao had made his entrance, disregarding her entirely, which incited her ire. A resounding slap was the response to her provocation. This unexpected act astounded everyone present. After all, Jun Xiao Yao was a member of the Jun family, and despite the matriarch's faults, she was still his grandmother, deserving of respect. Yet, they were gravely mistaken. Jun Xiao Yao had transcended worldly concerns. Moreover, the matriarch had never regarded him as a true family member or grandson, and thus, he felt no obligation to show her reverence. In his heart, he believed that if one treats him with an inch of respect, he would reciprocate with a mile. If one encroaches upon him an inch, he would seize a whole expanse of sky in return. You, Jun Xiao Yao, you unfilial wretch. Have you truly lost your senses, striking even the matriarch? Are you still human? Instantly, the dozen or so attendees from the Jun family began to chastise him, labeling him as ungrateful and lacking in moral education. In summary, they condemned him as irredeemably wicked. Continue with your tirade. In the grand hall, the sharp sound of slaps echoed, gradually drowning out the cacophony of insults. For with every derogatory remark, Jun Xiao Yao delivered a resounding slap in response. Before long, the only sound resonating in the air was that of stinging slaps, and the hall fell into a profound silence. Jun Xiao Yao, with a smile, surveyed the gathered members of the Jun family. Though I, Jun Xiao Yao, may not be a paragon of virtue, I have never committed heinous acts that would incur the wrath of heaven and humanity. I have not even uttered a curse. Yet I find it impossible to justify any respect towards you. From my childhood, my parents were looked down upon by you, and upon my birth. You referred to me as a wretched creature. I pondered on my surname, Jun. Eventually, I came to understand that the Jun of Jun Xiao Yao and the Jun of the Jiangnan Jun family are not synonymous. Originally, my father was a member of the Jun family and deserved his share of the inheritance. Today, I shall reclaim my father's rightful legacy. As for your acquisition of my villa, which indirectly harmed my sister, I shall ensure that you remain bedridden for life. Jun Xiao Yao spoke with unhurried poise. As he concluded, he raised his hand gently, and a flash of brilliance illuminated the space, striking Jun Wuling. In an instant, Jun Wuling let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. Wuling! Wuling! Upon witnessing Jun Wuling's fall, his parents and the matriarch of the Jun family screamed, fearing he had met his demise. Someone, assist me in taking an account. Calculate how much my father should receive. Without my father's share, the Jun family possesses nothing. Jun Xiao Yao did not visit Jun Wuling. He rose and walked towards the hall's exit. Very well. Tian Yuzi nodded. The Tian Corporation holds a vast fortune, with an abundance of lawyers at their disposal. They could swiftly liquidate the Jun family's assets. With the might of the Tian Corporation, erasing a company valued at 10 billion is akin to an elephant trampling an ant. Jun Xiao Yao, how dare you? The members of the Jun family felt utterly powerless upon hearing his words. Without the Jun family, they would be no different from ordinary people. Transitioning from affluence to poverty was a reality they could not bear. As for the collapse of a 10 billion asset company, they had no doubts. For the Tian Corporation was overwhelmingly powerful. The name Jun Xiao Yao is your taboo. Utter it again, and it shall be a farewell forever. Jun Xiao Yao's voice echoed outside the Jun residence, and as his words fell, the sound of a supercar roared to life, swiftly fading into the distance. At that moment, despair enveloped the Jun family. Each felt as though they had lost their parents. In truth, individuals like them would rather lose their parents than their wealth. If Jun Xiao Yao were to offer them money, they would gladly call him Grandpa Jun. Is it appealing? Jun Xiao Yao inquired from the car, aware that Tian Luobing was merely there for the spectacle. He was indifferent to others' perceptions of his actions, for he was simply that kind of person. Not bad. The Jun family truly is a peculiar bunch. Tian Yuzi chuckled, not only lacking any disdain for Jun Xiao Yao's methods, but rather admiring them. A man should be this way. I have no ties to them. Let us dine. It is my treat. Jun Xiao Yao declared, feeling a bit famished after a day without food. How delightful. Tian Yuzi exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Today was simply too wonderful. First, she received a pet, and now an invitation to dinner. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? The thought caused her exquisite face to flush. Yet, even if there were genuine feelings, she would welcome them, perhaps even look forward to them. Internally, she chided herself. Tian Yuzi, what are you thinking? Is that appropriate for a young lady? It's merely a meal. Aren't you hungry? Jun Xiao Yao remarked. In truth, he wished to avoid owing Tian Luobing a favor. Moreover, although he had not known her long, he had come to understand that she was a good girl. It was just unfortunate that he had already committed to Yao Yao. Or perhaps it was simply that the two shared no destiny or emotional foundation. Tian Jia sought to win him over, to curry favor with him, and he granted this opportunity. Thus, Tian Luobing could also be considered one of his own. Chapter 37. Western deities, the encounter with the celestial emperor at 9 o'clock in the evening. After finishing their meal, Tian Yuzi drove towards Longquan Mountain. Inside the car, Jun Xiao Yao and Tian Yuzi remained silent. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance. Goodbye, Jun Xiao Yao instructed Tian Yuzi to stop the car and then alighted. Hey! Tian Yuzi's eyes glimmered with mist. Her rosy lips pursed as if she had been deeply wronged. Is this acceptable? Jun Xiao Yao understood Tian Luo Bing's intentions. She resided here. However, he felt it was not appropriate. Yet, the sight of her in such distress was truly heart-wrenching. All right, Tian Yuzi responded, displaying her cleverness. Communication flowed easily between them. She comprehended Jun Xiao Yao's thoughts, yet she would not concede, even though she was aware that he had 5 other fiancées, including Binger. But what of it? Because I am irresistibly drawn to you. Jun Xiao Yao shook his head but still opened the gate, allowing the sports car to enter. Upon witnessing the transformation within, Tian Yuzi was utterly astonished. In just a single day, this place, once barren land, had transformed into a verdant garden. The environment was exquisite, and with the enhancement of the formation, the night sky here was adorned with stars, resembling a celestial wonderland. Where is Yao? Is she staying at school? Tian Yuzi inquired, her heart brimming with anticipation and excitement as she noticed Su Mingyao's absence. She has been at school these past 2 days. The holidays are approaching, and she'll return once they commence, Jun Xiaoyao replied. With only a month until the break, Su Mingyao had been residing at school, and he had promised to take Yaoer out for training once the holidays began. Presently, Yaoer had become a spiritual sense master, and with the protection of the Chaos Qilin, even the Western deities could not pose a threat to her. Thus, he felt at ease. At noon, he transferred 2 billion to Yaoer's card. To him, money was merely a number. Yaoer was still studying, and she deserved to be raised in abundance. Where will I reside? Tian Yuzi asked. In a villa. I've tidied it up a bit, but there is still much to organize, Jun Xiaoyao responded casually. I'll take care of it, Tian Yuzi said. Observing Jun Xiaoyao's intent to tidy the room, she instantly began to take action. Though she was the daughter of the Tian family conglomerate, she was not the pampered type. Seeing Tian Yuzi in motion, Jun Xiaoyao relished the rare moment of leisure, reclining on a chair by the pool, gazing at the ever-changing stars in the night sky. An hour later, Tian Yuzi had organized the room, and the villa now resembled a home. Xiaoyao, look. Tian Yuzi approached Jun Xiaoyao, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, and offered him her phone. What is it? Jun Xiaoyao replied, momentarily taken aback and still groggy from sleep, having just awakened. The Western deities have issued a challenge to you, Tian Yuzi announced. On the phone's browser, the screen was filled with discussions regarding the Western deities challenging the Heavenly Emperor Jun. It seemed that across the entire internet and various platforms, from major media outlets to forums, the topic of the Western challenge was ubiquitous. Western deities challenged the Heavenly Emperor at the pinnacle of the Pacific. Date, September 18th. After reading this, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. Ah, the points are coming in. The West cannot remain still, can they? Since they have issued a challenge, I shall teach them a lesson, making it clear that they are nothing more than half-evolved beings, not the so-called deities they proclaim to be. Are you ready for battle? Tian Yuzi inquired, her eyes filled with concern. Of course, he replied, for that day, September 18th, is one that the people of Huaxiao must remember. He prepared to return to slumber. The room has already been tidied up, Tian Yuzi informed him. With only 2 days remaining until the battle, it would take Jun Xiaoyao less than half a day to reach the heart of the Pacific, given his strength exceeded that of the deities. However, this challenge was set not within the borders of Huaxiao, but in the open seas of the Pacific. Could there be some hidden conspiracy? Moreover, the Western deities numbered in the thousands, concealing many super deities, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary gods. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao responded, rising to accompany Tian Yuzi to their quarters. This is your room, this is mine, and Yaoer's is over there, Tian Yuzi pointed out. The 3 rooms were all situated on the 2nd floor, not far apart. Fortunately, the villa's rooms were all suites, each containing 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen, even a living room, making it quite convenient. This villa belonged to the Shangwan family, and although uninhabited, it was constructed with exquisite luxury. After all, in such a vast space, land was not a concern. In the luxurious and spacious villa known as Linjiang Garden, Tian Luobing sat cross-legged, deeply engrossed in her cultivation. Since her return yesterday, she had devoted herself to healing her wounds. In her previous life, she was the unparalleled empress of Taishan Tian, unmatched in power and skill. After her reincarnation, she had suppressed her own realm to solidify her foundation. Unfortunately, all the treasures and resources from her past life were lost, forcing her to start anew. She had sustained injuries while pursuing a particular artifact, marking her first injury since her reincarnation. If not for her formidable strength akin to that of a martial emperor, she would have perished long ago in her current state of a mere grandmaster. Finally, I have recovered, she murmured. Tian Luobing opened her eyes, within which flickered an enigmatic chill. Standing gracefully, she embodied a celestial beauty, exuding an ethereal presence. Her gaze was resolute and frosty, unmistakably reminiscent of an ice goddess. An aura of supreme imperial power enveloped her, yet at this moment, she bore a hint of youthful innocence, for she was merely 18 years old. The heart of ice proved to be extraordinary, enabling me to completely heal my injuries in just a single day. If I could master the heart of ice entirely, I would swiftly regain the heights I once achieved in my past life, Tian Luobing mused. Her voice was cold, yet irresistibly enchanting. As she spoke, she walked barefoot into the living room, took a seat on the sofa, and turned on the television. Instantly, a flood of information left her in a state of astonishment. Chapter 38. His name is Jun Xiao Yao, your fiancé, the Emperor of Heaven. Such a presence exists in Huaxiao. I yearn to witness it firsthand. The television is inundated with news and updates about Jun Tiandi. The latest headlines indicate that the Western deities have challenged Jun Tiandi to a duel at the heart of the Pacific Ocean. Subsequently, Tian Luobing retrieves her mobile phone, where prominent forums and media outlets are saturated with the name of Jun Tiandi, his presence dominating the discourse, establishing his supremacy in Huaxia. After absorbing this information, Tian Luobing is utterly astonished. Of course, the prowess of Jun Tiandi cannot possibly match that of her previous life. However, the current version of herself is far from being his equal. Furthermore, there are rumors circulating online suggesting that Jun Tiandi is likely under the age of 30. If this is indeed true, then in Tai Tian, he would be a prodigy rarely seen in a million years. Perhaps even more extraordinary than she was in her former life. Earth, a realm where spiritual energy has only just begun to revive, astonishingly nurtures such miraculous figures, exceeding her wildest imaginings. The heavenly rankings are equally remarkable. It seems this earth is not as simple as it appears, Tian Luobing muses softly. Having reincarnated for over a decade, she has adapted to life on earth. She is, in essence, both a member of earth and Tai Tian. In this world, martial arts civilization is just beginning, yet it offers pleasures and lifestyles that are unparalleled by Tai Tian. Where's my sister? And who was that person yesterday? How did he know my name? It seems he is quite familiar with me, and his strength is formidable. I cannot see through him. Could it be that he mistook me for my sister? Tian Luobing ponders deeply. Despite her sharp intellect, confusion lingers in her heart. That individual must be a friend of her sister, someone she holds in high regard. Otherwise, her sister would not have brought him here. It is known that her sister, though different in temperament, possesses an aloof demeanor. A renowned cold CEO, she has never allowed anyone to draw close. Many have sought to pursue her, yet none have captured her attention. The fact that she brought someone here yesterday is indeed astonishing. Wait, no, that person called out my name, meaning he must have mistaken me for my sister. Why would my sister use my name? What is truly happening? Suddenly, Tian Luobing realizes a crucial point. The young man did not see her as her sister, but rather saw her sister as her. Could it be that he was seeking her and not her sister? With this thought, she picks up her phone and dials her sister's number. Sister, are you not coming back yet? Tian Luobing inquires. It is already past 9. You should have returned by now. You know how rarely my sister stays out late. Even though she is the CEO of the Tian Corporation, she usually avoids such social engagements. I have a few matters to attend to. How is your injury? Tian Yuzi softly inquired from within the room at Longquan Mountain. You have returned. I have something to ask you. Tian Luo's cold voice responded, a sense of unease stirring within her. Why was her sister speaking in such a hushed tone? Had she encountered some trouble? Can it wait until tomorrow? Tian Yuzi pleaded, reluctant to return. No, immediately. Otherwise, I shall come to find you. Tian Luo decisively rejected her request, insisting that her sister return at once. The more Tian Luo insisted, the more curious and perplexed Tian Yuzi became. Fine, she replied, exasperated. What kind of sister behaves like this? I am utterly powerless against her. With that, she got dressed, tidied herself up, and exited the room to bid farewell to Jun Xiao Yao before departing Longquan Mountain. In the car, Tian Yuzi's thoughts raced. What could be so urgent that Ice needed her to come back? A few minutes later, the vehicle pulled into the villa. In the living room, Tian Luo, now clad in her sleepwear, displayed her stunning figure with perfection, though she exuded an icy demeanor akin to a glacier. Ice, what is it? Tian Yuzi asked, glancing at her sister, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. They were so alike in appearance that even their auras mirrored each other. If placed together, one would struggle to discern who was Tian Yuzi and who was Tian Luo. Sister, I must inquire. Who was that person yesterday? Tian Luo's gaze fixed intently on Tian Yuzi, resembling an examination. At that moment, she emanated an air of imperial authority, laced with a hint of pressure, as she suspected her sister was withholding the truth. Do you need me to tell the truth? Tian Yuzi replied. Beside her, Tian Luo shot her a look that conveyed a clear message. Isn't that obvious? You must speak the truth. He is Jun Xiao Yao, your fiancé, Tian Yuzi stated, her exquisite and delicate face revealing signs of discomfort. After all, Jun Xiao Yao had come to seek Tian Luo, even if it was to annul the engagement. Yet here she was, masquerading as ice, burdened by feelings of guilt and resentment. However, she felt no regret. If given the choice again, she would act the same way. What? My fiancé? Are you joking? Tian Luo was taken aback. Indeed, her sister's revelation left her utterly astonished, far beyond her imagination. This matter was genuinely connected to her. Yet she never anticipated such a relationship. The once great timing heavenly empress had, in her reincarnation, ended up with a fiancé. How absurd. Chapter 39, Engagement? This emperor shall not be swayed by love or marriage. I am not jesting. Tian Yuzi replied. She could empathize with her sister's feelings. How could one as proud as she accept such a reality? To be honest, she too initially struggled to accept it. Yet, this was indeed the truth. Who established this engagement? Furthermore, since he is my fiancé, what is your relationship with him? Tian Luo Bing felt a chill envelop her, fury swelling within. If the person before her were not her sister, she would surely have obliterated her with a single strike. Rage. Unrestrained rage. This engagement was decreed by grandfather. Binger, I ask you, do you accept this engagement? Tian Yuzi inquired. Given her sister's temperament, she was certain of a negative response. An engagement? What a farce. She would undoubtedly reject it. However, the matter at hand transcended mere acceptance or rejection. It pertained to your dealings with him, which are of an entirely different nature. Is there truly a sister like you in this world? Tian Luo Bing was incensed. Although she would not accept any engagement, her sister's actions were misguided. As the illustrious empress of Taishan, reigning over a realm and governing the lives of countless beings, how could she possibly be bound in engagement to an ordinary person from Earth? No one in this world is worthy of her. Not in the past, and certainly not in this life. Moreover, this emperor has no intention of falling in love or marrying. In truth, I knew you would not accept. I initially intended to jest and thus agreed on your behalf, but I found myself developing feelings for him. Additionally, do not be angry. At that time, he indeed sought you, but it was not to discuss an engagement. Rather, it was to annul it. By his demeanor, he clearly holds you in disdain. Tian Yuzi spoke softly, her heart burdened with guilt. Yet, in matters of the heart, she held no regrets. What? Infuriating. Tian Luo Bing was taken aback. She was genuinely furious, her wrath boundless. The empress, even in reincarnation, remains unparalleled. It would not be long before she returned to her zenith. How could anyone dare to look down upon her, to provoke this empress? I shall have him slain. What is so admirable about man? You have so rapidly taken a liking to him. I truly do not understand you. Furthermore, you are merely one of his 5 fiancés. Tian Yuzi, observing her sister's reaction, nearly succumbed to laughter. She understood that, given her sister's disposition, she would undoubtedly seek trouble with Jun Xiao Yao. However, she felt no worry. For no matter how much her sister trained over the next 100 years, she would not match Jun Xiao Yao's prowess. Moreover, from what she knew of him, despite his arrogance and decisiveness, he would likely not harm Binger. Tian Luo Bing was utterly infuriated, to the point of losing her desire for speech. In this moment, her sole wish was to annihilate him. How dare he provoke her and make her sister fond of him? Such a grudge could not be alleviated without his destruction. Bing Heir, if you encounter him, please do not reveal our sister's identity, alright? This is the first and last time she has liked someone. While you may pursue your own desires, our sister is different. She cannot cultivate. Do you truly wish to see her live a life of solitude? Tian Yuzi spoke, her eyes slightly reddening, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with the faintest hint of tears. She understood that, although her sister appeared cold and indifferent to outsiders, she treated her with great kindness. I really don't comprehend you. It would be best if I never encounter him. Otherwise, I will ensure he is reincarnated. A scoundrel. Tian Luo Bing was speechless, finding her sister's irrationality perplexing. She had always believed that no one would ever capture her sister's heart. Yet someone had managed to breach that barrier. After speaking, she exited the living room and returned to her own chamber. Bing Heir, rest assured, you are no match for him. Upon witnessing her sister's demeanor, Tian Yuzi recognized that Bing Heir had forgiven her and acquiesced to her request. Humph. Tian Luo Bing scoffed, adopting an air of indifference. This sister of hers had become bewitched, losing both her rationality and emotional intelligence. even if he possessed great strength. Could he truly contend with the emperor? In Huaxia, the capital serves as the epicenter of power, economy, and culture. Within the palace, countless experts congregate, representing the backbone of Huaxia's martial arts elite, the very pillars of strength. Over the past decade, the emergence of Western deities has subjected Huaxia's martial arts to relentless oppression. However, the emperor has risen forcefully, shattering this grim situation. Now, the Western deities have issued a challenge to the emperor in the heart of the Pacific. Given their treachery and deceit, they undoubtedly harbor some sinister plot aimed at undermining the emperor. If Huaxia were to lose the emperor, the martial arts community would face dire consequences, suffering oppression reminiscent of 3 centuries past. Would the emperor accept the challenge? It is indeed a predicament. Agreeing could lead to traps, while refusal could be detrimental to both him and Huaxia. The odds are stacked against him. The emperor must respond. Should he choose to engage, we shall rally to the heart of the Pacific in support. Huaxia will triumph. The emperor will emerge victorious. The challenge from the Western deities has instilled anxiety among countless martial artists in Huaxia. After all, the West boasts thousands of deities. The 7 deities vanquished by the emperor were merely of low rank and defeated individually. Should several higher-ranked deities join forces, particularly those within the top 100, the stakes would be perilously high. Does the Emperor Jun still possess a chance of victory? There remains a glimmer of hope. If Emperor Jun were to unveil his true strength, the Western powers would no longer harbor any trepidation towards him. The challenge issued by the deities of the West has stirred the hearts and minds of the entire Chinese populace. Chapter 40. Upon the Pacific. Encountering Tian Luo, being the heart of the Pacific, lies deep within its vast expanse, a territory designated as the heart of the Pacific by the strong. This place is a no-man's land, where warriors may engage in combat. With the news of the Western deities challenging the Emperor of Heaven spreading across the globe, countless warriors and powerful beings rushed to witness this divine duel. After all, although numerous Western deities had emerged, a true divine battle had yet to be witnessed. The Emperor of Heaven had eradicated 7 deities with overwhelming strength, leaving spectators yearning for more. Now, as the Western deities prepare for this encounter, it promises to be a spectacle of epic proportions. Concurrently, at least 200 satellites worldwide are locked onto the heart of the Pacific, broadcasting every moment to the world. Can I go? Tian Yuzi inquired softly from within the villa at Longquan Mountain, aware that Jun Xiao Yao intended to journey to the heart of the Pacific today. The eve of the duel. Baggage, Jun Xiao Yao replied, casting a glance at Tian Yuzi, his tone cool and dismissive. He found it perplexing that, despite being the world's foremost master and ranked first on the talent list, she insisted on pretending to be an ordinary person. Was there any merit in that? Furthermore, with her mastery level, daring to attend the battle at the heart of the Pacific was akin to courting death. Tian Yuzi pouted her rosy lips, displaying her discontent. Alas, she lacked both the cultivation and the talent for martial arts. How wonderful it would be if she could train. Jun Xiaoyao departed from Longquan Mountain and made his way to the airport, preparing to leave the country. Half a day later, aboard a colossal cruise ship on the Pacific, Jun Xiaoyao reveled in the sea breeze, feeling at ease. It's you. What brings you here? A figure emerged in Jun Xiaoyao's line of sight. Upon recognition, both were momentarily taken aback, for the newcomer was Tian Luobing. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao, Tian Luobing felt a surge of resentment, wishing to eliminate him on the spot. She had come to witness the battle between the Emperor of Heaven and the Western deities, not anticipating that she would encounter her so-called fiancé aboard the cruise. The man her sister fancied. Jun Xiaoyao was equally stunned. Although he had contemplated accompanying her, he had ultimately declined, not expecting her to come alone. What business is it of yours? Tian Luobing replied frostily, fully aware that he regarded her as merely a sister. Her heart brimmed with frustration. What is your issue? Are you out of sorts? Jun Xiaoyao retorted, his irritation palpable. This woman, today, it seems as though she has transformed into a different person, cold and unyielding like a block of ice, exuding a chilling aura that is distinctly terrifying. It is evident that her cultivation has reached a breakthrough, ascending to the innate level. This transformation was not apparent earlier in the morning. I simply cannot comprehend it. What did you say? Seeking death? Tian Luobing is infuriated, her exquisitely beautiful face radiating a fierce aura. How dare this man suggest that I am unreasonable and even imply that I suffer from irregularities? Is that a sensible thing to say? I am your fiancée, or rather, I am the sister of your girlfriend, your sister-in-law as well. Wait, what am I even thinking? I am not your fiancée. Your relationship with my sister is of no concern to me. Moreover, I shall not grant you your wish. As she spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from her, yet upon glancing around, she had no choice but to retract it. Event triggered. Master encounters Tian Luobing. Reward points 5,000. Event triggered. Master angers Tian Luo Bing. Reward points 3,000. Jun Xiao Yao gazed at Tian Luo Bing, utterly speechless. This woman is utterly incomprehensible. Does she perhaps have a mental issue? Furthermore, she appears slightly younger than this morning, rather naive. Jun Xiao Yao, of course, is unaware that this is the true Tian Luo Bing, who is only 18 years old. Previously, he had encountered her sister, Tian Yuzi. In his mind, the system's notification chimes rang out, heralding the arrival of yet another event, granting him a sudden influx of 8,000 points. Now, his available points stand at 38,200. With an additional 12,000 points, he could upgrade everything at once. It seems the system is in a good mood today. Just a few days ago, no events triggered while he was with Tian Luo Bing. Jun Xiao Yao mused to himself. Regardless of the circumstances, what matters is accumulating points. Nothing else is of concern. Wait a moment, keep your distance. Jun Xiao Yao instructed Tian Luo Bing. What does innate cultivation matter? In the face of a battle at the revered level, all is but a fleeting cloud, easily vanquished. Mind your own affairs, lest you perish here. Tian Luo Bing shot him a cold glance. Although she cannot discern his cultivation level, she believes he is not her match. How dare he suggest she should keep her distance? He ought to be wary of his own safety, lest he face death here and cause her sister grief. Dying here would be preferable, as it would free her sister from emotional turmoil. Such concern is rather unique. Jun Xiao Yao's spirits are high today, teasing Tian Luo Bing playfully. Are you that bored? Will silence lead to your demise? Tian Luo Bing is on the verge of spitting blood. This man treats her as if she were his sister. She is truly baffled that her sister is attracted to such a man, despite his handsome appearance. There are no advantages to speak of. Having uttered these words, she turned on her heel and departed. She dared not linger any longer. Remaining here would surely drive her to the brink of despair or compel her to take drastic measures against him. Chapter 41. Global Attention. The War of the Deities. The following day, the cruise ship ceased its journey, for ahead lay the so-called heart of the Pacific, the site where the Western deities would engage in a fateful battle against the Emperor of Heaven. This divine conflict promised to be cataclysmic, a devastation beyond imagination. Even those who wished to witness the spectacle would prefer to avoid certain death. A radius of 300 miles around the heart of the Pacific was strictly off-limits to navigation, as the repercussions of the divine clash were unfathomable. Regrettably, all that could be done was to observe from afar. What? Do you wish to partake? The weather is splendid, with a clear sky, perfect for a divine confrontation. Within the 300-mile radius, not a soul could be found. Yet, beyond this perimeter gathered tens of thousands, all aboard ships or cruise liners, too fearful to approach the battleground. Simultaneously, warriors from every nation worldwide formed small groups, either gathered around televisions or clutching tablets and smartphones, vigilantly monitoring the changes in the Pacific. Brother, you must prevail. In Jiangnan City, at the first high school, a young girl rested her delicate hand on her chin, gazing intently at her phone screen. Her expression remained composed, yet anxiety churned within her, for this was indeed a contest between Western deities, and surely there would be more than one formidable opponent. Nevertheless, she firmly believed her brother would overcome all adversities and return safely. I too wish to cultivate my skills. But alas, I lack the talent. In the Tianmu building, on the 108th floor, the CEO's office, Tian Yuzi had postponed all her appointments today, as her mind was consumed by thoughts of the Pacific, entirely focused on him. She had specifically requested her secretary to bring in a large-screen monitor, dedicating it to the live feed from the heart of the Pacific, convinced of his assured victory. The spirit of Huaxiao resonated throughout. In Kyoto, countless high-ranking officials and powerful individuals were engulfed in an unprecedented tension, for the outcome was pivotal to the future and fate of a nation and its people. 33 deities ranked within the top 500, 6 within the top 200, 3 among the top 100, and the leading contender, the god of the sea Poseidon, would ensure that today, the Emperor of Heaven would be etched in history. Without the Emperor, Huaxiao would be powerless to halt the advance of the Western deities. In the Divine Hall, innumerable deities focused intently on the heart of the Pacific. However, for those ranked within the top 100, the Emperor of Heaven was hardly worthy of their regard. This time, the Western deities presented a formidable front. While officially comprising 33 deities, they had secretly arranged for several terrifying entities to ensure that the Emperor of Heaven would remain trapped within the heart of the Pacific. On that morning, Jun Xiao Yao awoke and completed his morning routine. In the restaurant of the cruise ship, a simple breakfast was consumed. Upon exiting the dining area and stepping outside, he encountered Tian Luo Bing, who, upon seeing him, emitted a disdainful snort. What a vexing situation. Jun Xiao Yao was at a loss for words. What kind of luck was this? Just this morning, he stumbled upon this woman, who remained as frigid as she had been the day before. Could it be that her mental state was still in disarray? What is it to you? Jun Xiao Yao retorted coldly. Fortunately, he had no intention of accompanying her. Otherwise, he might have been driven to madness. Too ashamed to speak? Tian Luobing attempted to provoke him. Yet, she was oblivious to her own lack of understanding regarding such tactics. After all, with 3,000 years of experience from her past life, she was still outmatched by a modern 20-year-old in social interactions, largely due to her icy pride, being solely focused on cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao scoffed. You. Tian Luobing seethed with anger, for his tone mirrored her own. What is this attitude? I am. After all, your betrothed. Even if you deem yourself unworthy of me, should you not at least show a modicum of respect? It seems you were just as indifferent when you were with my sister. She truly suffers for having encountered such a man. Suddenly, the previously clear sky erupted with ominous thunder, while the tranquil sea began to churn with monstrous waves, as if heralding the arrival of a cataclysmic storm. In an instant, numerous cruise ships and vessels began to sway violently, and the passengers aboard were thrown into a state of panic. Simultaneously, colossal LED screens appeared on the cruise ship, displaying an empty scene. Before long, a 10-meter-tall blond man materialized on the screen, wielding a gigantic warhammer, exuding an aura of apocalyptic power that made the very fabric of space tremble before him. Chapter 42. The 33 Deities, the arrival of Emperor Jun, the ancient golden deity. One of the most formidable gods of the West, has appeared. Alas, it is indeed the ancient golden deity. This time, Emperor Jun finds himself in peril. Behold, another deity has arrived. This must be the grim reaper from myth. The third deity manifests. The fourth deity emerges. Good heavens, there are a total of 33 deities. All powerful entities ranked within the top 500 on the celestial leaderboard. The Western deities are truly despicable, ganging up 33 against 1. The might of these deities is undeniably terrifying. I surmise that any one of them could sweep through the martial world with ease. It seems the West intends to obliterate Emperor Jun once and for all. The heart of the Pacific, vast and desolate. The endless tumultuous waves and cataclysmic storms are capable of annihilating any human edifice. Yet amidst the tempest, deities continue to emerge. Within a minute's time, 33 deities materialize, forming an enigmatic and intricate formation, clearly intent on collaborating to vanquish Emperor Jun worldwide. A tremor reverberates. The powerful and the humanity of the West are filled with exuberance. Meanwhile, in Huaxiao, a heavy silence descends, for they understand that no matter how formidable Emperor Jun may be, he cannot possibly contend against 33 deities. Of course, if it were a one-on-one encounter, Emperor Jun might stand a chance. However, the Western deities deny him that opportunity. In Huaxiao, nearly 3 billion descendants of Yin and Huang chant the name of Emperor Jun. This cheer serves as both encouragement and a morale booster. Regardless of the outcome, he embodies the spirit and backbone of the Huaxiao people. In the South Asian subcontinent, the fate of Emperor Jun appears grim. Preparations to invade Huaxiao are underway. The leaders of the Tianzhu alliance, several bald-headed figures, issue commands, and soon countless powerful entities and factions within Tianzhu, even those in the business world, are poised to enter Huaxiao. The Great Huaxiao is on the brink of becoming a relic of history. 2 centuries ago, the vision of Greater East Asian co-prosperity was left unfulfilled. After today, I shall lead the Yamato to accomplish it. In the island nation, Miyamoto Ikuru gazes at the enormous luminous screen, convinced that the demise of Huaxiao's Emperor Jun is inevitable. A secret order is dispatched, and in an instant, thousands of powerful beings head towards Huaxiao, ready to breach its borders. Do you think Emperor Jun still stands a chance? On the cruise ship, Tian Luobing inquires of Jun Xiao Yao beside her. In truth, she is anxious. Should Emperor Jun fall, Huaxiao would face catastrophic ruin. Deprived of her restored strength, she cannot alter the course of events. In her heart, the yet-to-be-seen Emperor Jun is the first to capture her attention. A flicker of inexplicable admiration lingered in her heart. Jun Xiao Yao was momentarily taken aback. The tone of her voice was peculiar. After all, I am Jun Tiendi, as you are well aware. Yet the manner in which you spoke just now suggests an ulterior motive. What game is this woman playing? Humph. Upon witnessing Jun Xiao Yao's expression, Tian Luobing could not help but emit a cold snort. Indeed, with a man like this, there was a palpable lack of common ground. Time flowed inexorably, each moment slipping away. The 33 deities had gathered for an hour, yet Jun Tiendi was still absent. Gradually, doubts began to surface among many. Could it be that Jun Tiendi was reluctant to engage in battle? Similarly, the 33 deities amidst the storm grew impatient. They were, after all, mighty deities, exalted beings. And having arrived, the human from Huaxiao had yet to show himself. Was this not a provocation? It seemed Jun Tiandi would not be making an appearance. He was undoubtedly lurking nearby, daunted by the presence of so many deities, unwilling to confront them. If it were me, I would not show up either. The world was abuzz, fervently discussing the events of the day, whether on television, in the media, online, or in reality. Every conversation revolved around the battle of the deities and Jun Tiandi. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light erupted in the heavens. It was the celestial ranking. The golden radiance coalesced into a vast heavenly curtain, displaying the heart of the Pacific for all to see, supplanting television, the internet, and LED screens. Within the heavenly curtain, the 33 deities stood proud amidst the storm. Whispers spread that Gaia and Harkat were beauties, and Athena was equally commendable. Yet, none of them were present. A calm voice resonated through the heavenly curtain, echoing across the globe. As the voice rang out, a young man in his 20s materialized from the void. Clad in a dark robe, with shoulder-length, jet-black hair, he possessed an ethereal presence. His tall, slender figure and exquisite features radiated a striking charm. His appearance instantly evoked a line of poetry among countless Huaxia individuals. On the path, a figure as exquisite as jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world. However, a faint, mystical power obscured his true visage. Nevertheless, at that moment, women across the globe were utterly captivated. Chapter 43, When I Strike, it is the conclusion at this moment. Whether in China or abroad, the name of the Emperor Jun reverberates throughout the globe. The voices calling out his name are predominantly those of women. The male companions, boyfriends, and husbands accompanying these women have developed a profound animosity towards the Emperor Jun, for his very existence has caused their partners to become enamored with him. Indeed, one could assert that he has become the rival of men worldwide. Outrageous and shameless, the Western deities, upon hearing the words of the Emperor Jun, are incensed. Who is Gaia? Who is Hecate? Who is Athena? They are revered as divine beings in the eyes of the Western pantheon, exalted and supreme. At this moment, the implication of the Emperor Jun's words suggests an intention to draw the attention of these Western goddesses. In the divine hall, the assembly of gods is filled with fury. Fortunately, Athena and her compatriots are absent. Had they been present, their anger would have been palpable. It is clear that you intend to act collectively, is it not? This is a hallmark of the West. The Emperor Jun stands aloft in the air, advancing step by step, although separated by nearly 200 miles. Each stride he takes covers vast distances, his demeanor unbothered, a faint smile gracing his countenance, as if discussing trivial matters. You seek to annihilate the 7 great deities of the West. Today, I shall grant you a fair contest, declares the ancient golden deity. His unmatched power possesses the capacity to obliterate worlds. Yet, while he speaks of a fair fight, the other 32 deities unleash cataclysmic forces, ready to deliver devastating blows at any moment. The ancient golden deity is no exception. Fairness? In the Western lexicon, fairness merely represents its contrary. A fair contest? 33 against 1? The Emperor Jun chuckles, his steps unwavering. There is not a trace of intimidation about him. His gaze remains utterly calm as he speaks with deliberate composure. Battle? You overestimate yourselves. Do you truly consider yourselves deities? At best, you are merely unrefined semi-humans. Would I have come here were it not for necessity? The Emperor Jun's words, though delivered with casual indifference, reverberate across the globe, igniting the fury of all Western deities. To assert that 33 deities lack the qualification to contend with him, what audacity! The first strike shall indeed be the final blow, amidst the tempest. The 33 deities, in their fury, unleashed a cataclysmic assault, a tempest of thunder, flames, ice, raw power, storm energy, and the essence of death. In that moment, the heart of the Pacific surged with towering waves, as the very fabric of space began to fracture. I intervened, and thus sealed the fate. The demeanor of Emperor Jun Tian was serene as he beheld the onslaught of attacks. As the strikes approached, he merely gestured with a gentle wave of his hand. Instantly, a luminous barrier, 1,000 meters in size, manifested around him, enveloping the realm. Boom, boom, boom. All the annihilative forces crashed against the barrier. What appeared to be a force capable of obliterating the world was rendered harmless upon contact, akin to raindrops striking glass, failing to shake the barrier in the slightest. This was the first of Jun Tian's 3 divine techniques, the Shield of Domain. Its power had reached the pinnacle of perfection through the enhancement of his points. In truth, the Shield of Domain was superfluous, with his exalted status as a celestial sovereign. The pinnacle of Western deities could not hope to disturb him. His use of the shield was merely an experiment to gauge its might. Indeed, Jun Xiao Yao mused to himself, thoroughly impressed by the strength of the Shield of Domain. What? How could this be? How is this possible? Across the globe, Humanity was in a state of shock and disbelief, never anticipating such an outcome. They had assumed that the combined force of 33 deities would effortlessly obliterate Emperor Jun Xiao. Yet, the result was that their united strike could not even rattle his casual defense. The terror of this reality was overwhelming. Sacred art? Or perhaps a divine technique? On the cruise ship, the exquisite visage of Tian Luo Bing reflected astonishment. In her previous life, at her peak, she had never encountered sacred arts, let alone divine techniques. These were legendary abilities, and the fact that a mere human from Earth could wield such powers was utterly beyond her comprehension. Sacred art. The magnificent and wondrous sacred art. In the divine hall, Zeus wore an expression of disbelief. He had only grasped the rudiments of a powerful sacred art. Now, he witnessed a human mastering it completely, and this sacred art seemed even more formidable than his own. How could this be? Indeed, it was a sacred art, albeit defensive in nature. Odin spoke, declaring his dominion over the arcane. Even Zeus, hailed as the king of gods, could not rival Odin in the realm of magic. A swarm of ants. Emperor Jun Xiao's gaze was frigid. He extended his right hand, and in an instant, a radiance emerged, revealing a wondrous spectacle before him. It was as if the cosmos itself had materialized, akin to a realm of stars. A myriad of enchanting stars revolved around him, and at that moment, the entire world trembled. The heart of the Pacific, spanning 300 miles, was entirely under the dominion of the sovereign emperor of heaven. With a delicate wave of his right hand, the sovereign emperor summoned the stars, transforming them into resplendent light that surged forth to crush the 33 divine beings. The air was filled with thunderous explosions as the celestial brilliance relentlessly suppressed the 33 deities, ultimately reducing them to mere dust, dissipating into the void. In the span of merely 3 breaths, the 33 divine beings perished. The sovereign emperor of heaven stood proudly in the emptiness, resembling the monarch of heaven and earth. The name of the sovereign emperor echoed, Sovereign Emperor, Sovereign Emperor, Sovereign Emperor. China erupted in fervor. Countless individuals embraced one another in tears, overwhelmed with emotion. The sovereign emperor, confronted with the united assault of the 33 Western deities, had effortlessly turned the tables, showcasing a formidable prowess that struck awe into the hearts of all. This power was the true essence of divinity. With the sovereign emperor of heaven present, the Western deities dared not act recklessly. Chapter 44, Poseidon. The god of the sea, the triumph of the heavenly emperor, Jun Xiao, was not a harbinger of good tidings for other nations and alliances. The alliance of Tianzhu and the Great Harmony Alliance found themselves ensnared in grave concern. The might of Jun Xiao surpassed their expectations and defied imagination. At this moment, they fervently hoped for intervention from Zeus among the Western deities, or at the very least, for Odin or Gaia to take action. Only they possessed the power to subdue the heavenly emperor. The man I admire is undeniably handsome. However, this victory may have caused countless women worldwide to swoon for him. In the Tianmu mansion, on the 108th floor, the president's office was filled with unbridled joy from Tian Yuzi, her lips curling into a captivating smile. My brother has triumphed. At Jiangnan First High School, Su Mingyao was equally elated, having resolved in her heart that if her brother were to perish, she would follow him into the next world, perhaps to reunite in a future life. Come forth. Flee. There is no escape. Since you have arrived, can you depart without my consent? As countless observers believed the outcome of this battle to be inevitable, Jun Xiao spoke. His gaze was icy, and his calm voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the heart of the Pacific and reverberating globally. Boom, boom, boom. As no one emerged, a faint smile graced Jun Xiao's lips. With a mere wave of his hand, an infinite brilliance of stars surged forth, scattering in all directions. Screams erupted, blood painting the sky. This time, 9 deities fell. Among the Western deities, 33 within the top 500 perished, slain by Jun Xiao. In the realm of Huaxia, spiritual energy surged to 300. The people of Huaxia experienced a fortune value of 300. Among the Western deities, 6 within the top 200 met their demise at the hands of Jun Xiao. In the realm of Huaxia, spiritual energy rose to 360. The people of Huaxia experienced a fortune value of 360. Among the Western deities, 3 within the top 100 fell, slain by Jun Xiao. In the realm of Huaxia, spiritual energy reached 390. The people of Huaxia experienced a fortune value of 390. In the heavens above, the celestial rankings echoed with a resonant voice. Simultaneously, the divine rankings underwent a transformation, with a total of 42 deities vanishing, all ranked within the top 500. Most alarming was the demise of 3 within the top 100, all extinguished by the flick of Jun Xiao's hand. It is said that in the West, there exists a god of the sea named Poseidon. So, having arrived, do you wish to depart so easily? After Jun Tian vanquished 9 deities, he gazed out at the sea, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if observing a monkey performing tricks. After a moment, he spoke, unhurriedly. What? Poseidon is here? Goodness! How many deities from the west have arrived? Even Poseidon has made an appearance. Ranked 17th on the celestial leaderboard, yet possessing the strength of one within the top 10. He is indeed a genuine god of the west. From the tone of Emperor Jun, it seems that Poseidon intends to flee. Just how powerful is Emperor Jun? Humanity on Earth should revere him as the sole deity. He is the guiding beacon for mankind's advancement. Upon hearing the name Poseidon, the world erupted in fervor. The god of the sea, one of the most formidable gods of the West. Even in the game of fishing, the mightiest creature is none other than the sea god. Who would have thought he was hidden on the battlefield, seemingly waiting for the perfect moment to eliminate Emperor Jun? However, upon witnessing Jun's overwhelming power, he dared not reveal himself and planned to escape quietly. Yet, he could not evade the keen perception of Emperor Jun, who caught him red-handed. The lowly humans dared to blaspheme the divine. Such audacity! A roar emanated from the sea. Instantly, the heart of the Pacific began to churn, the sky darkening as if the apocalypse had arrived. Endless waters surged towards the center. Before countless gazes, the ocean coalesced into a towering figure, a deity of 1,000 feet. Poseidon. To call him a deity would be an understatement. He resembled a sea monster, with a colossal tail, a fearsome visage, and wielding a massive trident. Just like in the fishing game, his towering form radiated terrifying power. All the waters fell under his dominion. In the realm of the sea, he was the sovereign. Fully attuned to the tides and terrain, his strength magnified. A deity? Mere ants in comparison. Emperor Jun surveyed the world with a disdainful gaze, his eyes glimmering like a myriad of stars. As he spoke, his right hand casually transformed, and immediately, 99 crimson orbs surrounding him coalesced into a colossal hammer that thundered down towards Poseidon. The might of the sea. Poseidon felt the crushing pressure, fear coursing through him at the sight of the starry hammer. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his trident, summoning the power of countless waters to confront the impending hammer. Boom! The sound of cataclysmic explosions erupted as the hammer collided with the oceanic force, tearing the very fabric of space for miles. A relentless gale surged forth. Poseidon, that immense figure, was forced to slide across the surface of the sea, retreating 100 miles before he could steady himself, blood trickling from his mouth, and one prong of his trident lost. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun stood firmly within his shield of domain, his gaze surveying all existence. Chapter 45. The Spectacle of Divine Beasts. Rhea surrenders. The world trembled as the unparalleled strength of the Emperor of Heaven repelled Poseidon, the god of the sea, 100 miles away with a single blow. It is noteworthy that Poseidon, the brother of the divine kings Zeus and Hades, is second only to Zeus among the gods. His absence from the top 10 of the celestial rankings had sparked considerable controversy. Yet now, this sea god had been forced back by the Emperor of Heaven. Just how formidable is the Emperor? He is infinitely close to becoming a sage. Mother Goddess, I implore you to intervene and rescue my brother. In the divine hall, Zeus was profoundly shaken. He, too, was infinitely close to sagehood, standing proudly above the gods as the king of all deities. He never anticipated that a mere mortal in Huaxia could achieve such an extraordinary level of power. At that moment, he realized his brother was no match for the Emperor of Heaven. Unless he intervened personally, even his own strength might not suffice to eliminate the Emperor. Such a risk was not one he could afford to take. A sigh echoed through the divine hall, followed by a rending of the void, plunging it into silence. How infuriating! Poseidon seethed, gathering billions of tons of seawater to crush the Emperor of Heaven once more. This time, he unleashed his full might. For he understood that if he did not eliminate the Emperor, he would not escape unscathed. Pitiful, came the Emperor of Heaven's cold voice, resonating with divine authority. With a mere gesture, 99 stars transformed into spears of celestial power, hurtling towards Poseidon with unmatched force. This time, he aimed to obliterate the sea god, revered as one of the 12 major deities. Simultaneously, he was assured of his own strength, without relying on divine techniques. He was invincible against any rival of the same tier. As for those beneath the celestial rank, they were mere trifles. The clash of divine and stellar energies twisted the very fabric of reality itself. In that moment, all present felt their hearts quiver, as if the Emperor's strike were aimed directly at them. With a resounding crack, the unparalleled force pierced the void, shattering Poseidon's power in an instant. The spear was poised to annihilate him when an enigmatic force emerged from the void, momentarily stalling the Emperor's might. In that fleeting moment, a mysterious power enveloped Poseidon and whisked him away. Boom. The celestial and stellar energies pierced through the ocean, creating a vacuum the size of 100 miles in the heart of the Pacific, rending the sea asunder. The waters took an eternity to return to their original state. This scene left all-powerful beings and humanity across the globe in awe. Such was the might of divine power. The Western gods were rendered utterly powerless before it. How intriguing, one might muse. The Emperor Jun gazed into the sky, his words tranquil, yet imbued with an intent to annihilate. A chilling aura of murder enveloped the entire Pacific, such that even those watching from hundreds of miles away could feel the impending devastation. Before this murderous intent, all were rendered immobile. This was the will of the divine. One thought could extinguish all life. "Spare my son, if you will," came the plea. In the void stood a stunningly beautiful woman with golden hair, possessing a beauty that could sway the hearts of many. Her demeanor was ethereal, proud, and elegant. Merely her presence constituted a picturesque sight. Though a deity of the West, she exuded the grace of the Chinese spirit, radiating an elegance that was captivating. Rhea, mother of Poseidon. The Emperor Jun regarded her with a discerning glance, quickly comprehending her identity. She was indeed the mother of Zeus and Poseidon, the daughter of Gaia. He mused inwardly. How is it that such a beautiful mother could bear such an unsightly son? Would you not despair? And if I say I do not? The Emperor Jun replied nonchalantly. In that moment, his aura shifted dramatically. Behind him emerged a colossal silhouette, a manifestation of the divine beast Kunping. Embodying the first layer of the chaotic demonic body, he now possessed the strength and innate qualities of the Kunping, capable of transforming into this formidable creature for battle or summoning it as an omen of power. Are we not of the same ilk? Might we find common ground? I am willing to concede to any condition you propose. What say you? Rhea felt a jolt of astonishment. Initially, she intended to subdue the Emperor Jun with her terrifying divine power, yet she harbored no desire to annihilate him, having long transcended earthly conflicts. Upon witnessing the divine beast's manifestation, she recognized the profound depth and strength within this human, realizing he was impervious to her threats. Furthermore, she sensed his murderous intent. Poseidon was undoubtedly doomed. To rescue him, she would pay any price, even if it meant her own sacrifice. The king of gods, mother of Zeus. I shall grant you this reprieve today. A faint smile graced the Emperor Jun's face. This woman intrigued him. He understood fully the implications of Rhea's proposed conditions, which included her own body. Yet, it was not her physical form that held his interest, but rather the notion of the mother of the king of gods, yielding before him in front of the world, a profound humiliation for the Western deities. It simultaneously conveyed to them that the Emperor Jun was not a being to be trifled with. "Thank you," Rhea expressed her gratitude. With a wave of her hand, a rift appeared in the void, and she stepped through, vanishing with Poseidon. The heart of the Pacific finally fell into silence. Chapter 46. Is it captivating? Have you seen enough? The battle of the gods comes to a close, yet this conclusion is utterly unforeseen. Initially, it was believed that Emperor Jun would meet his demise. However, to everyone's astonishment, not only did Emperor Jun effortlessly obliterate 33 deities, but he also nearly vanquished Poseidon, culminating in the appearance of Rhea, the mother goddess of Zeus. Rhea's capitulation salvaged Poseidon's life, and before the eyes of the entire world, her submission delivered a staggering blow to the Western pantheon. Nevertheless, Emperor Jun's prowess is simply unparalleled. Otherwise, neither Poseidon nor Rhea would have made an appearance. Emperor Jun, Emperor Jun, Emperor Jun. Throughout Huaxia, the name resonates, echoing across the land as countless women globally have succumbed to his charm. Brother, you are so handsome. Yet, it seems that another woman harbors intentions to allure him. At Jiangnan City's foremost high school, Su Mingyao rests her chin on her palm, her visage illuminated with joy, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Is there truly anyone left in this world who does not admire him? In the president's office of the Tianmu building, Tian Yuzi, upon witnessing Jun Xiao Yao's triumph, is overwhelmed with elation, though she feels a twinge of displeasure at Rhea's acquiescence to any condition Jun Xiao Yao proposes. She is well aware of what those conditions entail. That woman, though somewhat older, possesses remarkable beauty. Young Master Jun is invincible. Lan Tianxing is equally among the most jubilant. For Emperor Jun serves as the stronghold of the Tian family. Should Emperor Jun falter, the Tian family would face annihilation. That afternoon, Jun Xiaoyao returned to Longquan Mountain, basking in the warm sunlight. He reclined by the pool, succumbing to slumber. The battle had bestowed upon him experience, excitement, and exhilaration. Yet it had also drained a tenth of his vital energy. Of course, such a depletion was inconsequential. Upon returning home, he felt a sense of liberation. On the broad streets, a pink supercar sped along, inside which Tian Yuzi spoke to herself, her face brimming with anticipation. Today, she finished work early. Having rescheduled all her appointments, she departed from the Tianmu building and headed toward Longquan Mountain. In 15 minutes, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of Longquan Mountain. She could gain entry through recognition, having procured the necessary permissions from Jun Xiao Yao. Upon entering, the car drove directly to the villa atop the mountain. After parking, she alighted swiftly. Upon reaching the poolside, she beheld Jun Xiao Yao in the water, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she felt utterly at a loss. Seeing him clad only in a pair of swim trunks left her feeling shy beyond measure. Moreover, it was Jun Xiao Yao. At this moment, Jun Xiao Yao opened his eyes and couldn't help but frown. Surprised? What is there to be surprised about? I haven't even called out. In truth, he felt a touch of embarrassment. Despite being a man, facing a beautiful girl for the first time was rather daunting. Yet, to mask his awkwardness, he feigned nonchalance, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Damn it, it was freezing this morning, and now you've returned so quickly. How long have you been back? Tian Yuzi stood by the edge of the pool, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Jun Xiao Yao, her cheeks flushed. In her heart, she thought, what a splendid physique. It turns out a man's body possesses such allure. Is it appealing? Jun Xiao Yao felt increasingly anxious under Tian Yuzi's gaze. Come on, you're a girl. Can't you be a bit more reserved? Looking at me like that makes one feel quite tense. Damn it, I'm embarrassing myself in front of the seasoned driver. It is appealing, Tian Yuzi instinctively replied, her gaze still locked on Jun Xiao Yao. Have you seen enough? Jun Xiao Yao was on the verge of breaking down. Good heavens, how can this woman be so shameless, having seen everything and still uttering such words? No, Tian Yuzi responded instinctively once more. Oblivious to the fact that her cheeks were crimson, her heart racing, nearly losing herself, even swallowing nervously. Shall we do this together? Jun Xiao Yao was truly reaching his breaking point. Yes. No. Tian Yuzi instinctively answered again, but quickly realized her blunder, feeling utterly embarrassed, and gasped as she dashed into the villa. She soon retreated to her room. It was only now that Jun Xiao Yao let out a sigh of relief. I am a man. Why should I be afraid? Jun Xiao Yao initially contemplated coming out, but reconsidered. This was his home, after all. Moreover, being a man lounging in his private pool was quite normal, wasn't he it? Thus, he continued to recline in the pool, basking in the sunlight. How embarrassing. In her room, Tian Yuzi lay on the large, soft bed, her small hands covering her face, still flustered by the earlier encounter. How would she face him again? Nevertheless, that physique was truly remarkable, far surpassing the models seen on television. The fusion of strength and beauty lingered in her thoughts, leaving her unable to calm down. Half an hour later, Jun Xiao Yao rose, shaking his body. Instantly, the droplets of water evaporated into thin air. He dressed and reclined on a chair, his consciousness delving into the primordial realm, where he annihilated 42 deities and garnered a substantial amount of points. On the virtual screen, a list of accrued points was already displayed. Eliminated 33 deities ranked within the top 500, earning 66,000 points. Eliminated 6 deities ranked within the top 200, earning 24,000 points. Eliminated 3 deities ranked within the top 100, earning 30,000 points. All were public eliminations, with points doubled, totaling 240,000 points. Upon reviewing the list, Jun Xiao Yao felt a surge of excitement. Now, he could upgrade all the available aspects at once. Next, he began the operation. Chapter 47, Supreme Master of the Extreme Realm, Super Refinement within the Realm of the Universe. Jun Xiao Yao embarked on his ascension. The process was as straightforward as allocating attribute points in a game, and even more convenient. In just a minute, he completed his upgrade. System, version 4. 0, 10,000 100,000 points. Host, Jun Xiao Yao. Age, 21 years. Appearance, 92 points. Cultivation, Supreme Master of the Extreme Realm, 100,000, 100,000 points. Talent, Chaos Divine Demon Body, triple, 100,000, 100,000 points. Divine Power, Domain Shield double, 10,000 100,000 points. Divine Skill, Creation of the Stars, double, 10,000 100,000 points. Companion, None Mount, None Treasures, None Points. 28200 Wealth, 29, 910, 119, 218. 1 word, handsome. 2 words, extraordinarily handsome. 3 words, invincibly handsome. Upon reviewing the information panel, Jun Xiao Yao was immensely satisfied, a smile gracing his face. This panel was indeed formidable. Initially, he had 278,200 points, but now only 28,200 remained, as he had expended a staggering 250,000 points. This was due to his cultivation being elevated from Upper Supreme Master to Supreme Master of the Extreme Realm, reaching the pinnacle of the Supreme Master level. To ascend further would mean entering the Sacred Realm, becoming a saint. However, such an elevation required 1 million points. His Chaos Divine Demon body also advanced from the first level to the third, with further enhancement demanding another 1 million points. As anticipated, the requirements for points escalated terrifyingly as one progressed. What new features does version 4.0 possess? Jun Xiao Yao inquired. Congratulations, Master. The system has upgraded. New feature, Super Refinement. You can refine all unnecessary resources and treasures, which will yield points and refinement value. Note, system-produced items cannot be refined. The voice of the system resonated. Following this announcement, the realm fell into profound silence, as the system remained in a dormant state, capable only of simple prompts and responses. Refinement? Understood. After hearing this, while not exuberantly ecstatic, Jun Xiao Yao was nonetheless exceedingly pleased. This function also existed in games, allowing players to refine and use treasures and resources into experience. Now, with Super Refinement, he would obtain points and refinement value instead. Points were undoubtedly essential, while the refinement value would surely prove useful in the future. Brother. As Jun Xiao Yao was about to examine the third crystal card, a sweet, melodious voice reached his ears, soothing and delightful. Upon hearing this voice, he paused briefly. Was Yao not at school? How had she returned? With that thought, he withdrew his consciousness from the realm and opened his eyes, only to see Su Mingyao, adorned in the uniform of an elite academy, approached him with the grace of a nymph. Yao, what brings you back? Jun Xiao Yao inquired, as he beheld the young girl before him. Her exquisitely beautiful face glistened with beads of sweat, a testament to her recent sprint. Her sweet and gentle demeanor evoked a sense of tenderness within him. It's because of my brother. The school announced that Jun Tiandi has triumphed over the Western deities, and the entire nation is celebrating with a 3-day holiday. Su Mingyao nestled beside Jun Xiao Yao, her soft form accompanied by a delicate fragrance that stirred his very essence. Is this truly a reason for a holiday? Jun Xiao Yao remarked, bemused. Such frivolity. Yet, as he pondered, the significance of the event was not lost on him. For someone of his prowess, the Western deities were inconsequential. But for the martial arts community and the people of Huaxia, this was a monumental occasion, one that could redefine their destiny. It was a glorious victory for the Huaxia nation, with Jun Tiandi standing as its soul and backbone. And, Yao missed her brother, Su Mingyao said with a charming lilt, her rosy lips pouting adorably. Haha. Jun Xiao Yao chuckled, playfully pinching the girl's lovely cheek. He rose to his feet, enveloping her in an embrace as they entered the living room. The little girl cradled a pet in one arm, while the other linked with Jun Xiao Yao's, her head resting affectionately against his arm. Yao is back. At that moment, Tian Yuzi descended the staircase, deliberately avoiding Jun Xiao Yao's gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment from earlier. Thankfully, Su Mingyao's presence had eased her discomfort. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to exit her room. Sister Bing, Su Mingyao called sweetly. Yao, shall we dine out or stay in? Tian Yuzi asked. Brother, it's up to you, Su Mingyao said, her eyes turning toward Jun Xiao Yao, ever eager to heed his wishes. In truth, she would be content anywhere, as long as she was with her brother. Let us stay at home, Jun Xiao Yao replied. For him, it mattered little where they dined. No chef could rival his culinary skills, honed through years of cooking for Yao and the solitude of his 2-year retreat, where most of his time was spent sleeping and perfecting his culinary craft. Moreover, he had acquired a cosmic cookbook during his retreat, enabling him to prepare delicacies from both land and sea, and even to cook the mythical 9-tailed dragon. Very well, you two enjoy yourselves. I shall prepare the meal, Tian Yuzi declared, taking on the responsibility of cooking. As she spoke, she began to change her attire, readying herself for the kitchen. I'll do it, Jun Xiao Yao interjected, striding toward the kitchen. You? Tian Yuzi was taken aback, pondering internally. Can you truly cook? Surely I must have misheard. If you claim to be invincible, I would not doubt it, because you are the Emperor of Heaven. However, your claim of being able to cook seems somewhat humorous. How delightful. My greatest delight lies in the meals prepared by my brother. It has been ages since I last savored my brother's cooking. I am immeasurably joyous, nearly leaping with glee. With a heart full of happiness, akin to a little bird, my exquisite and delicate face shines with a joyful smile. As I speak, I follow him to the kitchen, though I merely stand at the doorway, refraining from entering. It has always been this way. My brother never allows me into the kitchen. This sibling dynamic feels rather peculiar. Tian Yuzi glanced at Jun Xiao Yao, and then at Su Mingyao, engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that she was losing her sanity? Or was her vision deceiving her? Chapter 48. The Culinary Master returns. Cooking as a beautiful art in the kitchen, an unforgettable scene unfolded before her eyes. Jun Xiao Yao moved with the grace of a culinary deity, mastering both knife skills and cooking techniques to an unparalleled degree. In his hands, cooking transcended into a sublime art form, characterized by elegance and fluidity. As the rice reached perfection, an array of delectable dishes adorned the table: 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, 2 cold salads, and a large bowl of soup. The dining table was a feast for the senses, with each dish embodying exquisite artistry. Tian Yuzi was utterly mesmerized, shaking her head in disbelief. She struggled to ascertain whether she was truly witnessing this or merely hallucinating, for it was hard to fathom that this man could cook so remarkably. He might well be a culinary god. In these times, men who could cook were a rarity, save for chefs in hotels. As they sat down to eat, Jun Xiaoyao announced, "I've prepared enough for everyone." Su Mingyao had already served rice for the 3 of them. "You deserve a perfect score. Don't let it go to your head." Tian Yuzi, regaining her composure, praised him. This man was indeed impeccable. Yet, soon after, she regretted her enthusiasm, for most of the dishes were consumed by her and Su Mingyao, leaving Jun Xiaoyao to eat rather sparingly. After the meal, she felt uncomfortably full, overwhelmed by the exquisite flavors that had delighted her palate. In truth, the soup was the piece de resistance. Jun Xiaoyao watched as Tian Yuzi and Su Mingyao set down their bowls, a smile spreading across his face. He then picked up a spoon to savor the soup. "Oh, brother, you're incorrigible," Tian Yuzi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Realizing she had overindulged, she could hardly manage another bite. Su Mingyao playfully tugged at Jun Xiaoyao's hand, her lips forming a small pout. She then planted a delicate kiss on his cheek, leaving a faint mark smeared with a hint of grease. Afterward, she hurriedly dashed out of the dining room. "Hey, don't look at me like that." Jun Xiaoyao noticed Tian Yuzi's gaze lingered on him in an unusual manner, causing him to feel alarmed. Surely she didn't harbor thoughts like that little girl did. "Dream on," he remarked. Upon hearing his words, Tian Yuzi snapped back to reality. Her stunningly cold, yet beautiful face flushed with a hint of crimson. She pondered, "Of course I do, but can I voice it?" Embarrassed, she looked upon Su Mingyao with envy. "You go ahead. I'll tidy up later," she said, returning her focus to the soup. In the courtyard, where self-sufficiency reigned and ingredients were scarce, she now felt liberated to showcase her culinary skills. Indeed, the techniques from the cosmic cookbook were nothing short of miraculous. She found herself wanting to commend her own abilities. "Very well," Tian Yuzi nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. She possesses the culinary skill, yet harbors a distinct aversion to washing dishes. However, for the sake of Jun Xiaoyao, she is willing to overlook this. Upon hearing him suggest an outing, her heart swells with joy, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of happiness. 20 minutes later, Jun Xiaoyao emerged from the dining area, which had been tidied to perfection. "Brother, my little belly feels so full," Su Mingyao said playfully, caressing her abdomen without a hint of restraint. Were she in public, it would surely provoke envy from men everywhere. "Let us take a stroll," Jun Xiaoyao proposed. "It's getting late. We shall return soon to rest." "All right, I will join," both Su Mingyao and Tian Yuzi chimed in, linking arms with Jun Xiaoyao on either side. This left Jun Xiaoyao feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Navigating this situation became quite the challenge. With soft, alluring bodies on both sides, the sensation was nearly overwhelming, especially with the younger girl mirroring the same enticing charm. At merely 15, her development was remarkable. Longquan Mountain is extensive, a realm entirely under his dominion, adorned with flowering plants and trees, resembling a paradise untouched by time. The trio ambled leisurely through this enchanting landscape. After an hour of exploration, they returned to the villa and retreated to their respective rooms to wash up and retire for the night. After a shower, Jun Xiaoyao donned only a pair of boxer shorts, finding it comfortable enough in the privacy of his room. Engrossed in a game on his phone, he was interrupted by the creaking of the door. In walked Su Mingyao, clad in her pajamas, unreservedly climbing onto Jun Xiaoyao's bed and settling beside him to engage in her own gaming. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her. She yawned repeatedly before curling up and resting her head against Jun Xiaoyao's chest, drifting off to sleep with her small hands wrapped around him. Jun Xiaoyao set his phone aside and gently covered her with a light blanket. Observing her exquisitely beautiful face, adorned with a smile as she slumbered, he mused that she seemed to be lost in a delightful dream. In another room, Tian Yuzi had witnessed Su Mingyao entering Jun Xiaoyao's chamber and was consumed with curiosity. However, as time passed with no sign of Su Mingyao's departure, her imagination began to run wild. That night, her sleep was restless. The following morning, Tian Yuzi awoke early, feigning ignorance, and quietly tiptoed into Jun Xiao Yao's room. There, she found him deeply asleep, with Su Mingyao clinging to him like an octopus, drool pooling on his chest. Upon witnessing this scene, she felt a pang of envy, realizing that she had perhaps overthought the situation. Chapter 49. A task worth 500,000 points. Accompanying Tian Luobing to the blood-refining realm, how enviable. Tian Yuzi mused as she observed Su Mingyao. She was already aware of the relationship between Su Mingyao and Jun Xiao Yao, and understood that Su Mingyao had grown accustomed to Jun Xiao Yao's presence. It was undoubtedly true that proximity often leads to affection, and it was entirely natural for them to share a bed. At present, Su Mingyao was being particularly affectionate with Jun Xiao Yao, indulging in her playful whims. In the future, their union would seem effortless. Not wishing to intrude upon Jun Xiao Yao and Su Mingyao's time together, Tian Yuzi quietly exited the room. After preparing breakfast and having a small bite, she left a note and drove to the company. In the following 3 days, Jun Xiao Yao devoted his time to Su Mingyao, who was treated like a little princess. They strolled through the streets, enjoyed playful outings, and even spent a day at an amusement park. Throughout the city and indeed all of Huaxia, discussions surrounding the Emperor Jun were rampant, along with slogans extolling his virtues. Jun Xiao Yao even encountered several statues of the Emperor Jun in the park, each resembling a divine figure. Beneath these statues was inscribed, the backbone of Huaxia, the pride of Huaxia, the everlasting statue of Emperor Jun, accompanied by accounts of his heroic deeds. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao observed that countless young people in Huaxia were donning traditional attire, a trend significantly influenced by the Emperor Jun. In just a few short days, 2 new holidays had emerged in Huaxia, the Day of Slaughtering Gods and the Day of Divine Battles. The former commemorated the day the Emperor Jun vanquished 7 deities upon his ascension, while the latter honored his triumph over Western deities in the Pacific. Goodbye, brother. Jun Xiaoyao personally escorted Su Mingyao to the school gates. Today, the young lady was returning to her studies. However, in just over 10 days, she would be on vacation, during which she would accompany Jun Xiaoyao to the blood-refining realm for training, a promise he had made to her. Yao, goodbye. Remember to cultivate, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Su Mingyao replied, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Jun Xiaoyao's cheek before dashing into the school with her pet in tow. Watching her enter the campus, Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of comfort. Yao had grown up. Furthermore, her ability to cultivate meant that even her mastery of divine thoughts and powers rendered her a formidable opponent, even against innate beings. Should she encounter a truly powerful adversary, the Chaos Qilin would swiftly teach them a lesson in humility. The Chaos Qilin was ever at Yao's side, and even if she forgot to bring it along, it would invariably follow her. Ding! Event triggered. The task owner and Tian Luobing shall enter the regional realm for training, with a reward of 500,000 points. Would the owner like to accept? At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao's mind was filled with the notification from the system. An event had been triggered. However, this was a task that required personal completion to earn the reward points. Nonetheless, the amount of reward points had already been disclosed. The decision to accept rested solely on his own choice. 500,000 points. Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. Such a generous reward? One must realize that even for annihilating the top 100 Western deities, the reward is merely 10,000 points each. Yet, a triggered event task offers an astonishing 500,000 points. Is this not somewhat exaggerated? Is the task particularly arduous? Are there any conditions or limitations? Jun Xiaoyao inquired of the system. Regional realm. 9th layer. Objective. Training period of 10 days, with no additional conditions or limitations. The system responded. There is not much difficulty involved. One merely needs to train for 10 days within the 9th layer of the regional realm. 10 days to earn 500,000 points, averaging 50,000 per day. I accept. Jun Xiaoyao took on the task. After all, Yao is at school, and it would be better to take a stroll rather than remain idle at home. Task activated. The system's notification chimed, and then all went silent. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, feeling a pang of regret. Tian Luobing. Could she be losing her mind? However, it was too late for regrets now, as he had already accepted the task. Well, it's just 10 days in the blood refinement realm, right? Not to mention the regional realm. He would not even fear the catastrophe realm. He promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. Tianmu Building, 108th floor, CEO's office. At this moment, 2 major clients of the Tian Group were engaged in business discussions with Tian Yuzi, while the secretary busily attended to her tasks. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Miss, it's a call from young Master Jun, the secretary noted, glancing at the caller ID. Excuse me, Tian Yuzi said, her excitement ignited upon recognizing Jun Xiaoyao's name. Politely apologizing to her clients, she stood and answered the call by the window. I'm going to the Hell Realm tomorrow. Would you like to join? Jun Xiao Yao asked. Is it just the two of us in the regional realm? Tian Yuzi gasped. Could it be that their secret would be exposed? In a safe place. She could use Binger's identity as there would be no need for combat, but entering the blood refinement realm would require training. At that point, her lack of strength would certainly reveal her. Her mind whirled with curiosity. Are there many people in the Hell Realm? If it's just the two of us. She would go even if it meant death. Yes, Jun Xiao Yao replied. When? Tian Yuzi felt a surge of joy, though she masked it well. She had resolved to accompany Jun Xiao Yao to the regional realm. Even if it led to her demise, it would be worth it for a lifetime. Later this afternoon, Jun Xiao Yao stated. Upon receiving a response from Tian Yuzi, he uttered a few words before abruptly ending the call, as he needed to attend to some matters at the company, delegating the internal affairs to his grandfather for arrangement. Chapter 50. The Realm of Regions. Preparing for departure. Tianjia, the ancestral home, Tian Lanson's room. Grandfather, he is going to the Realm of Regions tomorrow and will take me along. Tian Yuzi said to Tian Lanson, her exquisite face adorned with a gleeful smile. In the past, she had no understanding of cultivation, lacked the talent for it, and had no desire to pursue it, as she preferred managing the Tian clan group. However, now she yearns to cultivate, as it would grant her more opportunities to be with Jun Xiao Yao. Their companionship would blossom with shared topics of conversation. The Realm of Regions. What is your status? Tian Lanson was taken aback. He had previously ventured into the blood refinement realm, a perilous place. As for the Realm of Regions, it was exceedingly terrifying. Even he dared not tread there, which is why he had never set foot in it. Now, hearing his granddaughter express her desire to go, he felt an overwhelming shock, especially considering she possessed no cultivation prowess. Nevertheless, thinking of Jun Xiao Yao's strength, he found solace in the fact that she would be safe under his guidance. It's all right. He treats me as if I were Binger, and he has met Binger without realizing we are indeed two different individuals, she giggled. Subsequently, thoughts of Jun Xiao Yao encountering both Binger and herself brought a smile to her face. Zier, if you are with him, do you mind Binger? Tian Lanson inquired, as this was his genuine concern. After all, his two granddaughters were exceptionally talented, though they could not compare to Jun Xiao Yao. I don't mind, Tian Yuzi pondered before responding. In truth, she felt a tinge of jealousy, yet she understood Jun Xiao Yao's excellence. Many would undoubtedly be enamored by him, including her own sister, who might also develop feelings for Jun Xiao Yao. In the future, grandfather will handle matters concerning the company, or perhaps allow your other cousins to manage it, Tian Lanson remarked. Casting a glance at Tian Yuzi. Thank you, grandfather, she sweetly expressed before departing the Tian family ancestral home. This afternoon, she would accompany Jun Xiao Yao to the Inferno realm for her first experience in a perilous place, necessitating some preparation. Longquan Mountain, the villa. Jun Xiao Yao reclined in a chair, basking in the sunlight, exuding an air of utmost leisure. His spirits were high, especially with the reward of 500,000 points in mind. At that moment, a pink supercar came to a halt, and Tian Yuzi emerged from the vehicle, adorned in a dress of ancient style that accentuated her perfect figure. Her ample bosom and cascading tresses reached her waist, complemented by her flawless, elongated legs, which appeared irresistibly alluring. However, she bore a sizable backpack, undoubtedly filled with essential items for her training expedition. Her exquisitely delicate face radiated with anticipation and excitement. Shall we depart now? Tian Yuzi inquired, her heart racing. As one who could not cultivate, she neither had the courage nor the ability to endure hardships, and the prospect of her first venture leading directly to the infernal realm ignited both thrill and anticipation within her. As for safety, she harbored no concerns, for with Jun Xiao Yao by her side, her only apprehension lay in the potential exposure of her identity. Indeed, Jun Xiao Yao affirmed, rising to his feet and striding forward. Are you not bringing anything? Tian Yuzi asked curiously, laden with a hefty backpack. Could it be that he was empty-handed? I have brought provisions, Jun Xiao Yao replied. The dimension of Yuanshi stretched a staggering 10,000 miles in length, width, and height, allowing him to bring as much as he desired. Upon confirming their journey to the infernal realm, he had indulged in a frenzied shopping spree at the supermarket, spending a staggering 20 million coins. The Yuanshi dimension brimmed with countless daily necessities, an abundance of food and supplies. He had procured a vast assortment of items, even those seldom used. Oh, Tian Yuzi uttered, her lips glistening with a tempting hue. Her heart brimmed with eager anticipation. Tonight, we shall rest in Jiangxing and enter the territorial realm tomorrow morning, Jun Xiao Yao stated as they walked. It became clear to her that the blood refinement realm, infernal realm, and calamity realm were not a singular location, but rather 3 formidable teleportation towers that transported warriors to worlds beyond Earth for training. The Blood Refinement Realm comprised 9 levels, each representing varying degrees of peril. Levels 1 to 3 were accessible to Internal Strength Realm warriors, levels 4 to 6 to True Chi Realm warriors, and levels 7 to 9 to Master Realm warriors. Within these 9 worlds lay a plethora of resources and treasures. Naturally, the more dangerous the world, the greater the treasures, as fortune often accompanies peril. The same held true for the Territorial Realm and Calamity Realm, each also structured in 9 tiers. However, the Infernal Realm proved far more terrifying than the Blood Refinement Realm, while the Calamity Realm surpassed even the Infernal Realm in dreadfulness. In the Infernal Realm, levels 1 to 3 were accessible to Innate Realm warriors, levels 4 to 6 to Martial King Realm experts, and levels 7 to 9 to Martial Emperor Realm powerhouses. Generally speaking, few strong individuals from Earth ventured beyond the 7th level of the Infernal Realm, as access to levels beyond 7 required one to be a Martial Emperor. Even Martial Emperors faced near certain death within. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Tian Yuzi nodded, feeling utterly uninformed about these matters. Her sole objective was to draw closer to Jun Xiao Yao during this journey. Subsequently, the two made their way to the airport, bound for Jiangqing. Chapter 51, The Ninth Layer of Hell, the Heavenly Gui World. As night descended, Jun Xiao Yao and Tian Yuzi appeared in Jiangqing. Jiangqing, renowned as the heart of central China, was historically a significant city, a coveted stronghold of military strategists. It is also the largest city in the world, ranking 4th among global supercities. This is largely due to the presence of the regional portal, one of the 3 great teleportation towers, located in Jiangqing. The other 2 towers are the Blood Refinement Realm in the west and the Catastrophe Realm in South Asia. The existence of the regional portal has transformed this place into a gathering ground for formidable warriors, where one can encounter powerful martial artists at every turn. However, global laws prohibit fighting within the city limits, and maintaining public order is paramount. Let us take a look at the teleportation tower. In the bustling streets of Jiangqing, Jun Xiao Yao donned traditional attire, exuding elegance and grace. Tian Yuzi mirrored his style, appearing as a breathtaking beauty akin to a celestial goddess, complemented by an aura that radiated an icy detachment, rendering her a fairy untouched by the mortal realm. Wherever they went, they turned heads. With her delicate hand entwined with Jun Xiao Yao's, Tian Yuzi nodded obediently. This scene captivated countless onlookers, though none dared to speak out. The absence of martial artist emblems on both individuals signified 2 possibilities. Either they were ordinary citizens lacking martial prowess, or they were exceptionally powerful beings. Those without emblems among the common folk had no qualifications to possess them, while the formidable abstained from wearing them due to their cultivation being above the martial king level. The 2 ambled leisurely, savoring the splendor of the city, a marvel of advanced technology and flourishing martial arts. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the teleportation tower, only to be met by a sea of people and long queues. Yet, the atmosphere remained orderly, for the presence of the Chinese military and numerous law enforcement personnel ensured peace. Welcome to the Jiangqing Hell Realm Teleportation Tower. May I inquire if you wish to utilize the tower? A robot approached them upon entering the expansive square of the teleportation tower. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao replied. May I ask, to which layer do you wish to proceed? The first and second layers require queuing for an appointment, while the third and fourth layers also necessitate waiting in line. For the fifth and sixth layers, there are currently 172 people ahead of you, but no queue is needed for the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers, the robot inquired. Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Yuzi noted the long lines in the square, understanding that those waiting were destined for the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th layers, where the majority of innate and martial kings would venture. Naturally, fewer individuals sought access to the more perilous realms. We wish to enter the 9th layer, Jun Xiaoyao answered. Very well, please follow me, the robot responded, leading the way. Towards the direction of the teleportation tower. We shall not rest here, shall we? Tian Yuzi whispered. Initially, we planned to pause in Jiangqing. Why are we heading straight to the teleportation tower now? It would be the same to rest in the Hell Realm. I thought there would be many people. Now that there is no queue, we can directly enter the Hell Realm, Jun Xiaoyao replied. The sooner we enter, the sooner we shall complete our task. 500,000 points. This exceeds the total points I have previously acquired. The 9th level, the 9th level, the 9th level. Along the way, the martial artists in line gazed in astonishment and envy at the robotic guide leading towards the passage to the 9th level, their eyes reflecting admiration and trepidation. The 9th level of the Hell Realm. It is a world only accessible to the martial emperors. Moreover, even they dare not tread lightly into the 9th level, for entering it is often a perilous endeavor. So young, so handsome, so young, so beautiful. To venture together into the 9th level of the Hell Realm, their power must be formidable. In any realm, regardless of race, the strong naturally command reverence and respect. The teleportation tower consists of 9 levels. Jun Xiao Yao and Tian Yuzi arrived at the 9th level, standing before the tower that emanated a mysterious, ghostly light, appearing both mystical and terrifying. A prompt appeared. Each level of the Hell Realm is rated with a maximum of 5 stars. The number of stars determines the rewards. As of now, no one has achieved 5 stars. We wish you both a safe return, laden with contributions to the world. This is a simplified map of the 9th level of the Tiangue world, hand-drawn and organized for reference only. The robot spoke, extending a booklet towards Jun Xiao Yao. After delivering the message, it activated the teleportation tower for the 9th level of the Tiangue world. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a wondrous force surged into the sky, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly, while boundless spiritual energy surged forth, and the teleportation tower of the Tiangue world erupted with a magical brilliance. Utilizing the teleportation tower requires the consumption of spiritual energy. The greater and more powerful the world one wishes to enter, the more terrifying the consumption of spiritual energy. The teleportation tower of the 9th level. Someone is heading to the Tiangue world. It has been a long time since anyone ventured there. The Tiangue world is a cursed land. It is said that only a few martial emperors who entered have returned, a fate more harrowing than death itself. Regardless of who enters the Tiangue world, we wish you safe passage upon your return. Such a powerful commotion arose from the astonishment and discussions of countless onlookers. The Tiangue world is regarded as a cursed land by martial artists on Earth. To enter is akin to a death sentence. And those who do so are all martial emperors. Martial emperors are the backbone of Earth. According to statistics, in a span of 99 years, a total of 166 martial emperors ventured into the realm of Tiangue, yet only 11 returned alive. Among these 11, 9 were gravely injured, while 2 emerged unscathed. Nevertheless, all who returned reaped substantial rewards from their journey, significantly enhancing their cultivation and prowess thereafter. Chapter 52. Entering the New World. The city of heavenly mysteries. As they stepped into the transmission tower of the Tengu world, it was entirely stabilized. Jun Xiaoyao grasped Tian Yuzi's delicate hand, and with a single stride, they crossed the threshold. Tian Yuzi followed closely, her heart a tumultuous mix of excitement, anxiety, and trepidation. Her small hand clutched Jun Xiaoyao as tightly, fearing that she might lose herself in this unfamiliar realm. Indeed, even the strongest warriors, the martial emperors, faced perilous odds within. For an ordinary person like her, devoid of martial prowess or knowledge, the chances of survival were grim. As they entered the tower, 5 seconds elapsed. A radiant light began to swirl, and the fabric of space was violently torn apart. In an instant, the light vanished, along with Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Yuzi, as if they had evaporated into thin air. The Tengu world is a formidable realm within the realm of fantasy. Here, martial civilization has flourished for over 90 million years. Martial arts have reached their zenith. It is said that in this place, a martial king is merely the lowest tier, with only martial emperors barely able to ascend the ranks of the powerful. Moreover, the status of a martial emperor here is akin to that of an inner strength practitioner on Earth. According to the guide, the Tengu world encompasses at least 390,000 Earth-sized realms. In the capital city of the Heavenly Mysteries, known as the City of Heavenly Mysteries, a rip in space manifested, and soon, a man and a woman materialized. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, handsome and poised, exuding an ethereal charm. The young woman, seemingly 18, was breathtakingly beautiful, a goddess akin to an ice mountain descending from the heavens. Together, they formed an enchanting pair. The purity of the spiritual energy here surpassed even that of Huaxia. It was Jun Xiaoyao from Earth who spoke, having been ejected from the transmission light. Fortunately, possessing the ability to fly and formidable strength, he avoided a fatal fall. Upon his arrival, his initial impression was the overwhelming richness of the spiritual energy surrounding him. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, Earth's aura had grown increasingly potent, especially in recent days. After Jun Tiandi vanquished the Western deities and received accolades from the heavenly rankings, the spiritual energy within Huaxia soared to 390, alongside the fortune of its people. However, even with such vitality, the spiritual energy of Huaxia paled in comparison to that of this world. To put it bluntly, it was simply incomparable. What shall we do now? Tian Yuzi inquired, her heart fluttering with both excitement and anxiety in this unfamiliar world. Jun Xiaoyao was her only anchor here. Let us venture into the city to familiarize ourselves with this world before seeking out the secret realms, Jun Xiaoyao proposed. Truth be told, he too felt a surge of excitement, though devoid of any apprehension. Due to his formidable cultivation and strength, he is not challenged by ordinary formidable beings. The supreme elites who have reached the pinnacle of power are mostly in seclusion, training for decades or even centuries without revealing themselves. Furthermore, he does not seek to provoke them, so there is no cause for fear. In 10 days, he will depart from the Tiangui world, having accomplished his mission. Tianyuzi nodded in agreement. In truth, she merely sought conversation. The two then made their way towards the capital of Tianxian. From a distance, Tianxian appeared as an endless ocean of architecture, evoking a sense of boundlessness and profound mystery. After half an hour, they arrived at the outer walls of the capital. The walls, constructed of blue stone, towered 100 meters high. The grand city gates, measuring 30 meters in width, featured 8 passageways, through which throngs of people traversed. Their attire resembled that of ancient China, embodying the essence of martial civilization, devoid of Earth's technological advancements. Upon entering Tianxian, they presented their tokens for temporary residency, each receiving a piece of Tianjing. At the gates, 16 martial emperors patrolled, and when Jun Xiao Yao and Tianyuzi prepared to enter, they were stopped. Though the tone was exceedingly courteous, given Jun Xiao Yao and Tianyuzi's demeanor and attire, their status was clearly noteworthy, prompting a cautious approach. Tianjing, what is that? Jun Xiao Yao was momentarily taken aback, having never heard of it. However, he quickly deduced that every world possesses its own currency, and Tianjing must be the currency of the Tiangui world. It seemed prudent to thoroughly review the manual shortly. The notion of Tianjing was unfamiliar to him, which indicated he likely did not possess any. Nonetheless, he had resources. Resources serve as the universal currency in this realm. As he spoke, a crimson fruit appeared in his palm, which he promptly sent flying towards the patrolling guards. The millennium spirit fruit, though not exceedingly rare, was still uncommon in the Tiangui world. While it might not be a treasure of extraordinary value, it could not be procured for a mere piece of Tianjing. By all means, please proceed, the patroller said, delighted to accept the spirit fruit. He recognized that such a spirit fruit would fetch at least 100 Tianjing, though it was hard to come by. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, taking Tianyuzi's hand as they ventured deeper into the city. What kind of fruit was that? Tianyuzi inquired softly. She did not recognize it, but sensed its remarkable and precious nature, akin to the legendary celestial fruits. The millennium spirit fruit, Jun Xiaoyao replied. I obtained it during my sign-in at the courtyard, and I received 1,000 of them at once. Tianyuzi was genuinely astonished. The mere terms 1,000 years and spirit fruit were already astounding, and together, they hinted at an extraordinary rarity that needed no further elaboration. Chapter 53, Team Invitation. The Emperor's Tomb. 10 minutes later, Jun Xiaoyao and Tianyuzi emerged from a treasure pavilion. Within the pavilion, they had exchanged resources for 1,000 heavenly crystals. Subsequently, they sought accommodation in an inn within the city. Would you prefer 2 rooms, or 1? Inquired the innkeeper, a smile gracing his face, seemingly aware of the answer. After all, the bond between Jun Xiaoyao and Tianyuzi was unmistakably that of a couple. 2 rooms. 1 room, they replied in unison. A delicate blush crept across Tianyuzi's exquisite face, for she desired a single room, implying she wished to share it with Jun Xiaoyao. Were they on Earth? Her affection for him might have restrained her, but this was not Earth. It was a perilous realm where she possessed no cultivation skills and feared danger at every turn. Thus, she yearned to remain by Jun Xiaoyao's side, ideally inseparable. 1 room it is, Jun Xiaoyao affirmed after casting a glance at Tianyuzi. He understood her trepidation and the necessity of their shared accommodation. Moreover, their supply of heavenly crystals was limited, so saving a bit was prudent. Very well. The innkeeper proceeded with the check-in process and summoned a servant to escort them to their room. After arriving, the servant departed, leaving Jun Xiaoyao and Tianyuzi in their lavish lodgings, adorned with the pelts of mysterious beasts and steeped in antiquity. 100 heavenly crystals per day. We cannot afford this, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, surveying the opulence of their quarters. The room featured a main area with 2 bedrooms, and Tianyuzi promptly chose the smaller one, feeling secure with Jun Xiaoyao nearby. Now, we are both impoverished, Tianyuzi remarked as she entered her bedroom. Rest first. Tomorrow, we shall venture out for training, Jun Xiaoyao instructed. Are you going to bathe? Tianyuzi queried, noting that there was only 1 bathing area in the room. She typically bathed before sleeping each night, and wanted to inquire in advance, fearing Jun Xiaoyao might unexpectedly enter the bathing space. I shall not, he replied, removing his outer garments and reclining on the bed. He picked up a manual and began to read. After half an hour, he had finished the entire manual. It contained basic cultivation knowledge, yet it was of great importance to martial artists. He learned that heavenly crystals were not exclusive to the heavenly realm, but were the universal currency of the entire fantasy world. Earth had only recently entered this realm and remained under a protective period, leaving its inhabitants unaware of heavenly crystals. Moments later, Jun Xiao Yao heard the sound of water flowing from the bedroom. It is known that Tian Luobing is taking a bath. Unmentionable images arise in one's mind, which is entirely natural. Any normal man would experience such thoughts, especially when faced with someone as stunning as Tian Luobing. Ku Zhengxiu inwardly curses, realizing that bringing Tian Luobing for training may not be the wisest decision. Fortunately, after 10 minutes, Tian Yuzi finishes her bath. In truth, Tian Yuzi feels quite anxious. After all, being in a room with a lone male while she bathes raises the question of what she would do if Ku Zhengxiu were to unexpectedly enter. Should she submit or resist? Yet, there is a sense of anticipation. Internally, she scolds herself. Tian Yuzi, what nonsensical thoughts are you indulging in all day? Aren't you ashamed? How mortifying. The following day marks their first in the Tiangui world. Ku Zhengxiu and Tian Yuzi depart from the inn and head towards the square, a prime location for gathering information. Indeed, not long after their arrival, they attract attention. Esteemed one, would you care to team up? A man in his 30s inquires, casting a surprised glance over Tian Yuzi, who appears to possess no cultivation. However, he remains cautious, for many powerful individuals practice mysterious techniques that can conceal their true strength. He then shifts his gaze to Ku Zhengxiu, greeting him. Upon entering the Tiangui world, Ku Zhengxiu reveals a portion of his cultivation, standing at the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. Such prowess is deemed formidable in this world, though not among the elite. Thus, he is neither bullied nor feared. Where to? Ku Zhengxiu asks. Surely, you jest, the man replies. We are headed to the emperor's ancient tomb. You must have heard of it, right? It is said to be one of the 10 most extraordinary secret realms in the Tiangui world, opening once every 10,000 years. With the entrance remaining accessible for only half a day, it is expected to open this afternoon. The man seems astonished. The emperor's ancient tomb is one of the top 10 secret realms in Tiangui. How could you not know it is about to open? Ah, I see. Ku Zhengxiu muses, surprised by his own fortune. Is this luck a blessing or a curse? What dangers and treasures await within? Would you like to join us? Our party already consists of 6 members. If you join, we only need to find 2 more. We will keep the treasures we find for ourselves, while those obtained collectively will be shared equally. What do you say? The man presses. Agreed, Ku Zhengxiu nods. Being unfamiliar with the Tiangui world, teaming up is indeed advantageous. As for safety, he believes he can manage with caution. Welcome. Let us go. Indeed, my name is Luo Xiang, and I am the vice captain for this occasion. Luo Xiang introduced himself, leading Jun Xiao Yao and Tian Yuzi towards the opposite side of the square. Jun Xiao Yao and Tian Luobing then introduced themselves. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at a private room in a tavern, where 5 individuals were already present, 3 women and 2 men, all appearing to be around 30 years of age, with their cultivation levels hovering around the 8th and 9th realms of the martial emperor. Upon their arrival, a brief introduction ensued, after which they settled into their seats. Half an hour later, Luo Xiang summoned 2 additional individuals, bringing the total to 10. They exchanged introductions once more. Chapter 54, Entering the Passage. What a significant investment. With a swift whoosh, 10 individuals departed from the capital of Tianxian, soaring towards the horizon. Jun Xiao Yao clasped Tian Yuzi's delicate hand, embodying the essence of a celestial couple. In her heart, Tian Yuzi observed how effortlessly the others took flight while she remained grounded, reliant on Jun Xiao Yao's support. Yet, there was a part of her that wished this moment could last an eternity, though she understood the impossibility of such a dream. After half a day's journey, the group finally halted amidst a sprawling mountain range. Along the way, they encountered numerous formidable beings, all heading in the same direction. The least among them was at the Martial King realm, with the majority at the Martial Emperor level. Jun Xiao Yao discerned the presence of concealed Martial God level experts, and even a few individuals at the levels of Earth and human sovereigns. They even crossed paths with a heavenly sovereign. This realization heightened his caution. While he could manage on his own, he had to be particularly vigilant with Tian Luobing in tow. Ahead lay the entrance to the ancient tomb of the great emperor. The team leader, Luo Kadi, stood at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, on the verge of stepping into the martial god territory, making him the undisputed leader of the group. It was estimated that there were nearly 1 million people here, drawn by the annual opening of this site. What treasures lay within? Who could say? Yet, it was known to be the resting place of a great emperor from the Tiangui world, one of the 3 peak powerhouses of that realm, and it was bound to house countless treasures. The competition would be fierce. Jun Xiao Yao hoped to acquire items and elixirs that could aid in breaking through to the martial god realm. He needed only a single herb aged 5,000 years. As the group approached, they caught sight of a distant lake, its waters crystal clear. Mysterious, colorful rays of light shot upwards, creating an enchanting spectacle. The sight filled them with excitement, as if they were destined to uncover unparalleled treasures within its depths. Are we truly going? Tian Yuzi whispered softly into Jun Xiao Yao's ear, her tone intimate and slightly flirtatious. The faint scent of her breath wafted into Jun Xiao Yao's nostrils, igniting a rush of blood through him. She was utterly captivating. What if he could not resist her allure? Do you not wish to go? Jun Xiao Yao countered. Having come this far, would you really turn back now? I do wish to, Tian Yuzi replied. I certainly do, but I fear the dangers. After all, I am just an ordinary person, while you possess formidable strength. What if we encounter unforeseen peril? Let fate decide, he said nonchalantly. In her heart, she mused, what if I were to perish? Would he mourn for me? If I were to die, I would want to do so in his embrace. Glancing at Jun Xiao Yao, she noticed him seated cross-legged, eyes gently closed, already immersed in meditation. Witnessing this, she, Tian Yuzi, imitating the demeanor of those around her, sat beside Jun Xiao Yao. However, she had not cultivated, primarily due to a lack of innate talent for such pursuits. As the days dragged on, the sky resonated with thunderous rumblings, and the lakes churned with tumultuous waves. A fissure appeared in the void, merging the luminescence above the lake with the crack, forming a wondrous passageway. The ancient tomb of the emperor had finally been unveiled. Let us go, Jun Xiao Yao urged. The entrance would close shortly, and they needed to enter. In a flurry, countless individuals soared towards the passage, ultimately vanishing within its depths. Luo Kadi exchanged a brief greeting before 10 others followed suit, disappearing into the tunnel. Inside the passage, a terrifying force of tearing power surged, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of existence. Tian Yuzi felt a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, her complexion pale, and her expression one of immense suffering. What's wrong? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, perplexed. The force, though formidable, should not have caused Tian Luobing any harm. Without further ado, he activated his true essence and enveloped Tian Luobing in his embrace. Thank you. With Jun Xiaoyao as protection, the overwhelming force dissipated. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, akin to a shield against any storm, Tian Yuzi's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. This sensation was delightful. She wished it could last a lifetime. Her small hands wrapped around Jun Xiaoyao, blissfully unaware of how closely she pressed against him. Hey, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, his blood surging with excitement as his gaze inadvertently fell upon her delicate form, indicating Tian Luobing's attributes. Ah, Tian Yuzi gasped, her face growing even redder. This was far too embarrassing. Although Jun Xiaoyao could only catch glimpses, it still mortified her to the point where she wished to disappear into a crevice of the earth, though none was to be found. Quite the asset, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Indeed, among all the women he had encountered, Tian Luobing possessed a remarkable physique, perhaps even a D cup, if not larger. You lecher. Tian Yuzi shot him a glare. Overwhelmed by shyness yet secretly pleased, being praised by Jun Xiaoyao, even if it was somewhat mortifying, felt like a validation of her own allure. Suddenly, the passage erupted with a mysterious force, instantaneously separating them. Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Luobing were caught off guard. Should they be separated? Tian Luobing would surely perish within the ancient tomb. Channeling his chaotic divine demonic body, Jun Xiaoyao withstood the mysterious power of the passage. He accelerated towards Tian Luobing and grasped her, who was engulfed in despair, in his arms. Chapter 55. Is Tian Yuzi ready to confront the truth? A fleeting moment of despair enveloped her, only to be assuaged as Jun Xiaoyao embraced her. Tian Yuzi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her small hands clinging tightly to Jun Xiaoyao's waist, fearing yet again to be separated. In that instant, all inhibitions faded away. Let shyness be shyness. Moreover, I cherish you. Both my being and heart are yours. Fear not, for I am here. Jun Xiaoyao felt a pang of compassion. Despite her status as a celestial prodigy, reigning first on both the global talent and master rankings, she remained, after all, merely an 18-year-old girl. In the face of such circumstances, fear was only natural. As he spoke, his palm gently caressed her delicate back. This was the first time he had shown such tenderness to a girl, aside from Yaoer. Tian Yuzi, enveloped in Jun Xiaoyao's gentle touch, felt her heart melting in response to his kindness. At that moment, even death would seem worthwhile. Words eluded her. The fear that had once consumed her was dissipated by her softening heart, leaving her with only a faint acknowledgement as she nestled deeper into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. The teleportation continued. Their other 8 companions had long since scattered, oblivious to their whereabouts. Time slipped away, second by second. 20 seconds later, the teleportation concluded. A sudden brightness enveloped them as they emerged into a dim world, its spiritual essence refined to the utmost purity, yet oppressively damp. Without question, they were underground. Hence the name. The ancient tomb of the great emperor. His consciousness delved into the primordial realm. The virtual interface displayed everything within 1,000 miles with crystal clarity, revealing a multitude of densely clustered red dots, indicative of the powerful beings who had just arrived. Yet, they could also signify unknown dangers and formidable beasts. Among the red dots, most were relatively weak, suggesting that the threats they represented paled in comparison to Jun Xiao Yao's formidable prowess. After all, Jun Xiao Yao was an extreme realm celestial sovereign, merely a step away from the sacred realm. More importantly, his chaos divine demon body had attained the 3rd level, while the other 2 divine techniques had reached their pinnacle in the 2nd level, granting him a terrifying level of strength. System, what does that arrow signify? Jun Xiao Yao inquired, noticing a massive green arrow on the virtual map that puzzled him. The arrow indicates the optimal direction chosen for you by the system. The spirit of the system replied. Are you still in a dormant state? Jun Xiao Yao pressed further. Currently, I remain in a dormant state. The system responded once more. After that, it fell silent. Jun Xiao Yao withdrew his consciousness. Xiao Yao, what should we do now? Tian Yuzi asked, her voice filled with uncertainty in this unfamiliar place. A pervasive sense of dread envelopes the surroundings, instilling profound discomfort. Fortunately, Jun Xiao Yao is by her side. Otherwise, she would have little desire to venture into such a place. It is a trial, indeed. Jun Xiao Yao gently sets Tian Luobing down and, as he speaks, strides forward. Upon entering the ancient tomb of the emperor, he refrains from recklessly soaring through the air, opting instead to ascertain the situation before accelerating. Moreover, he senses an uncanny aura emanating from the tomb, one steeped in fear, which stirs a slight unease within him. Logically, having reached the pinnacle of celestial sovereignty, there should be little that poses a threat to him, save for a saint. Could it be that there exists a being of saintly caliber within this ancient tomb? Of course, this realm itself is the world of heavenly goo, a domain for the formidable. Celestial sovereigns are not the apex, and saints surely exist. However, prior to entering the tomb, he sensed no presence of saints. Perhaps a saint truly has ventured into the ancient tomb, or perhaps it is the terrifying presence that resides within. Wait for me. Tian Yuzi implores as she notices Jun Xiao Yao has set her down, feeling a pang of reluctance. Would it not be better if you held me the entire time? Can you not hurry? Jun Xiao Yao responds, somewhat perplexed. To be honest, I find it hard to comprehend. The heavenly rankings have revealed your cultivation and innate talent. Yet you persist in feigning ignorance before me. Is there any merit in this charade? In life, there is no need to wear a mask. You even spoke of honoring our betrothal. Does this seem like a foundation for mutual understanding and trust? Yet here we are, beginning with pretense. What troubles you? Tian Yuzi inquires, sensing the icy tone in Jun Xiao Yao's voice, feeling a tinge of frustration and confusion. Tian Luobing, the heavenly rankings have laid bare your identity. Is this truly amusing? You speak of an engagement, but is your heart genuinely in it? You previously mentioned fostering our bond, yet you repeatedly don a fade. What is the point of this? Thankfully, I initially came here to dissolve our engagement. Tian Luobing, what games are you playing? Jun Xiao Yao turns, fixing his gaze upon Tian Yuzi, his voice cool and detached. In truth, he does not harbor disdain for Tian Luobing. Rather, he finds her somewhat endearing, for she is undeniably beautiful, stunning in a way that evokes admiration. At least for now, no one can rival her beauty save for Yaoer. However, the fluctuating emotions of Tian Luobing do not sit well with him. It is not as you imagine. Truly, you know I care for you. I recognized my feelings just 2 days after meeting you. Perhaps you find it hard to believe. For I struggle to trust myself, yet it is indeed the truth. I remain unchanged, without pretense. There are merely aspects you do not comprehend. Tian Yuzi's eyes glisten with unshed tears, crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks. Indeed, though she and her sister are strikingly similar in appearance, even sharing the same demeanor, Jun Xiao Yao finds it impossible to connect with them on any meaningful level. It is certain that he harbors no affection for this fact. Tian Yuzi is undoubtedly aware of this, yet she cannot bring herself to confront the issue, for doing so may result in the irrevocable loss of him, leaving her with no glimmer of hope. Chapter 56. Confrontation. Tian Yuzi in peril. Regardless of your reasoning, I find it difficult to accept this version of you. Moreover, the affection you harbor is merely an illusion. Jun Xiao Yao gazed at Tian Luobing, speaking with measured calmness, while internally astonished. Being cherished is undoubtedly a positive experience. However, considering that they lacked even a fundamental understanding of each other, could such feelings truly be anything but a mirage? Of course, Love at first sight does exist. Whose romance isn't ignited by an initial glance? At first sight, one admires the other's beauty, strength, talent, and character, and so forth. Only after that first encounter can one decide whether to engage further and eventually fall in love. Jun Xiao Yao comprehended this truth, yet he wished to spare Tianyuzi any heartache, not wanting to cause her distress. It is not as you perceive. Emotions are profoundly mysterious, often devoid of rationale. In this era, do you truly believe that love at first sight is non-existent? The affection and relationships between two individuals invariably commence from mutual attraction. Furthermore, what you perceive is not necessarily the truth. Tianyuzi listened to Jun Xiao Yao's words, reflecting deeply. After a lengthy contemplation, she affirmed that her feelings were directed towards Jun Xiao Yao. If she did not harbor affection for him, how could she transform from a cold, haughty CO into a girl who whimpered playfully before him? Initially, her intention was merely to provoke Bing. At that time, she did not harbor any aversion towards Jun Xiao Yao, as she found him pleasing to the eye. Perhaps this was the essence of affinity. Her affection for Jun Xiao Yao was also intertwined with her rivalry with Bing. The two sisters bore similar appearances and temperaments, yet their talents were worlds apart. Out of a sense of indignation, she resolved to claim Bing's fiancé. Yet, she did not anticipate Jun Xiao Yao's extraordinary prowess and abilities, which left her both awestruck and enchanted. Since the matter is now laid bare, why not elucidate what I have perceived that is untrue? Additionally, you must understand that you are merely one of my 5 fiancés. Yes, Yao Yao is my sister, and also one of my betrothed, albeit she remains unaware. If you were to consider your current self, do you truly believe I would choose you over Yao Yao? Jun Xiao Yao crossed his arms, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Since everything is now on the table, let us reveal our hands. Tianyuzi found herself in a quandary, torn and uncertain about whether to disclose everything. The Tian ranking has exposed you as the foremost grandmaster, with unparalleled talent. Based on my intuition, even a martial emperor would struggle to contend with you. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to conceal yourself for a time. Once the ancient emperor's tomb concludes, return to Earth. After Jun Xiao Yao finished speaking, his figure flickered and vanished. As it ascended towards the horizon, it vanished in the blink of an eye. Alas, carefree existence. It is not as you envision. For you, I would sacrifice everything. No one has ever entered my heart, save for you, etched deep within the recesses of my memory. Tianyuzi gazed at the disappearing Jun Xiao Yao, her composure unraveling completely. Crystal tears cascaded down endlessly as she crouched on the ground, sobbing inconsolably. In this moment, she feared not the perilous world nor the ferocity of beasts. Rather, she felt an unprecedented strength for what remained if one had no beloved. A faint sound of air being sliced through broke the silence. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared, landing not far from Tianyuzi. It was a man in his 40s, whose gaze roamed restlessly until it settled upon her. His eyes bore an exceedingly malevolent glint, accompanied by a repugnant smile. It was evident that he lusted after Tianyuzi's figure. This was hardly surprising. Any man would desire her beauty, for she was stunning beyond compare. Cease your struggles. I shall treat you well, the man declared, a rogue cultivator of the Tiangui realm, a formidable martial deity. Within the confines of this ancient imperial tomb, he was undoubtedly a superlative powerhouse. As he spoke, he advanced step by step toward Tianyuzi, his gaze never wavering from her. His wicked eyes brazenly scanning her flawless form and unparalleled visage, driving him to the brink of madness. Chapter 57. She is not Tian Luobing? As the winds howled across the horizon, Jun Xiao Yao soared through the air, feeling an unexpected lightness. The truth had been unveiled. However, the mission triggered by the system remained unfulfilled, rendering his 50,000 points futile. But wait, could it be that she is not Tian Luobing? Then who is she? System, have you known all along that she is not Tian Luobing, but rather her sister, or perhaps her younger sibling? Otherwise, I would have never triggered any events while accompanying her. Lost in thought as he flew, Jun Xiao Yao sensed an incongruity lingering in his mind. Soon enough, he halted, struck by a sudden realization. The individual who had entered the ancient emperor's tomb with him was not Tian Luobing at all, but rather her sister or younger sibling, their resemblance so striking that he had failed to discern the difference. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Although their appearances and temperaments were alike, their personalities were distinctly different. No wonder with this thought, he found himself at a loss for words. In a flash, Jun Xiao Yao turned back towards the direction he had come from. As a warrior, one's instinct in the face of danger should be to defend and retaliate. Yet, during the teleportation, Tian Luobing had displayed none of these instincts, indicating she possessed neither cultivation nor strength. With swift strides, Jun Xiao Yao covered vast distances, understanding the perilous nature of the surroundings. It was unsafe here for any ordinary person, let alone for someone like him. To abandon her alone in such a treacherous place would be akin to condemning her to a fate worse than death. Finally, within the realm of the virtual map, a blue light appeared, accompanied by a red dot in close proximity. It was evident that the blue dot represented Tian Luo Bing, while the red dot signified an enemy. This revelation filled Jun Xiao Yao with regret. He should not have left her unattended. With a force capable of annihilating worlds, he unleashed an overwhelming aura directed towards the blue light, his cultivation at the heavenly sovereign realm erupting forth. In an instant, the powerful beings and creatures within a 10,000-mile radius felt the tremors of his presence. Countless strong entities quaked under that immense pressure, as if faced with divine wrath. Transcending even that of a martial god, it was at least on par with a sovereign. What terrifying might! Had the sovereign been angered? Who dared to provoke such power? A death wish indeed. As the terrifying pressure was felt, many formidable beings were filled with trepidation. They knew that to enrage a sovereign could result in rivers of blood flowing for miles. They wished not to be caught in the ensuing chaos. Internally, they cursed their misfortune. What was happening? He is a sovereign. This is the end. In front of Tian Yuzi, at a distance of 3 meters, Zhong Miao wore an evil grin, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over her as his mind began to conjure lascivious fantasies of her delighting him. Just as he was about to take action, a cataclysmic pressure descended upon him. Though the source was far away, the oppressive force was evidently directed at him. He, a martial god who had encountered revered figures, was acutely aware of the chasm that existed between a martial god and a revered one. Before such a presence, a martial god was but an insignificant insect, with no hope of escape. It dawned upon him that he had underestimated his opponent, failing to foresee that he was up against a terrifying revered one. It turned out that he had already seen Jun Xiao Yao and Tian Yuzi earlier and had contemplated making a move. However, in a bid for caution, he had intended to unleash a devastating strike upon Jun Xiao Yao, not anticipating that Jun Xiao Yao would venture forth alone. This had spared him the need to act, but now, that man had returned, and he was not merely a martial emperor, but a revered one of unimaginable power. In the void, a radiant celestial light descended, and in that fleeting moment, Zhong Mie found himself immobilized, unable to stir. The light vanished, and with a soft sound, Zhong Mie disintegrated, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Jun Xiao Yao materialized seemingly out of nowhere, landing gracefully before Tian Yuzi. "Why have you returned?" she inquired, her heart brimming with excitement, though she masked her elation. "I have come to understand," he replied, not answering her directly but prompting her to articulate her thoughts. He wished for her to voice it herself rather than leave it to conjecture. "My name is Tian Yuzi," she confessed, acknowledging her identity. She recognized that Jun Xiao Yao might have surmised her name. Previously, he had not paid her much mind, but now that they had openly addressed the matter, he could certainly deduce it upon reflection. Thus, she chose not to conceal her name any longer. Rather than shrouding it in secrecy, she preferred to admit it candidly. Even if she were to lose him, she would not allow him to harbor disdain for her. That was her unwavering principle. "Tian Yuzi, who named you that? Have you gone mad with a craving for pomelos?" Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "What a curious name indeed. To be named after a fruit is quite amusing. You are the pomelo. Your entire family is pomelos," she retorted playfully. "I am not a pomelo. I am Yuzi, with U meaning tranquil and Z signifying purple." Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Tian Yuzi pouted, nearly bursting into laughter, and proceeded to clarify her name. Chapter 58, Tian Yuzi, be my boyfriend, Yuzu. It's all trivial. These matters hold no significance. Jun Xiaoyao felt a twinge of irritation. The name sounded somewhat like a fruit, yet it was decidedly not. The disparity was quite pronounced. However, such musings were not what truly occupied his thoughts. The crux of the matter was that the other party had already acknowledged she was not Tian Luo Bing. "Tian Luo Bing is my sister. We bear an uncanny resemblance. That day when you mentioned I was injured, it was actually Bing who was hurt. When you visited the Tian Corporation, you encountered me. I had intended to play a prank on Bing and agreed to it merely because I found you appealing. Subsequently, you astonished me and captured my heart. My fondness for you blossomed from the morning after that fateful night when you suggested we part ways. At that moment, I felt a sense of reluctance and gradually realized my affection for you, yet I still hesitated to fully accept it." Tian Yuzi lowered her head, softly murmuring, her delicate hand twisting the hem of her skirt in a flustered manner, akin to a child who has erred. After speaking, she lifted her gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao, yearning to discern what lay ahead. Regardless of what it entailed, she knew she must confront and embrace it. On the Pacific, aboard the cruise ship. "That person is not you, is it?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, astonished. It was remarkable that such a similar individual existed in the world. sharing not only an identical appearance, but also a matching aura. As a formidable figure of the Tianzuan, he had been utterly deceived. Of course, he had not been entirely attentive. Otherwise, he would have recognized it long ago. Yes, that was Binger. On the day of the Divine War. I watched you fight from my office, Tianyuzi affirmed, a pang of envy stirring within her. She envied the days Binger spent with Jun Xiao Yao. Although she understood the two were likely at odds, she still cherished those moments. Why not speak of it sooner? Jun Xiao Yao sighed, questioning her. You have no cultivation, yet you wish to accompany him. I wish to be by your side for eternity, Tianyuzi replied softly. You are under my protection. I will ensure your safe return. Jun Xiao Yao stated matter-of-factly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. With a single wave of his hand, a mysterious force enveloped Tianyuzi, whisking her away through the air towards the horizon. Are you sending me away? Tianyuzi whispered, her eyes glistening with tears, resembling the onset of rain. She comprehended that once Jun Xiao Yao returned her, he would vanish entirely from her world, and they would no longer share any connection. I do not harbor feelings for you, Jun Xiao Yao declared. Yet, I do like you. Tianyuzi confessed softly. In Jun Xiao Yao's presence, she cast aside all semblance of a cold, aloof CEO and the icy demeanor of a goddess, embodying instead the essence of a gentle young girl. Jun Xiao Yao rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He was at a loss for words. Furthermore, I do not mind your other fiancé, yes. I will strive to get along well with Sister Yao. Even if I lack the talent for cultivation, I shall endeavor to be my best self, ensuring I do not bring you shame, Tianyuzi continued. Jun Xiao Yao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What on earth does this even mean? Grant me an opportunity, will you? Tianyuzi said, shaking Jun Xiao Yao's arm in a manner that resembled a playful pout. I must say, that grapefruit, you were playing with fire. Jun Xiao Yao remarked, his gaze drifting to his arm, which had been brushed against by Tianyuzi's ample form. To be candid, Jun Xiao Yao was contemplating the truth of Tianyuzi's words. Moreover, she had already excelled in her efforts, all for his sake. He was no fool, incapable of recognizing her merits. However, he simply did not wish to hurt Tianyuzi, for his heart was already devoted to Yao. Ding! Event triggered. Master and Tianyuzi enter a relationship. Refusal results in failure of the training task. Acceptance grants 1.5 million points. At that moment, the voice of the system's spirit echoed in Jun Xiao Yao's mind. Upon hearing this voice, Jun Xiao Yao felt a surge of indignation. How dare you? It appears you have been fully aware all along that I was not encountering Tian Luobing, but rather Tianyuzi, and now you dare to coerce me with a task. What benefits has Tianyuzi bestowed upon you? Very well, I accept. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Xiao Yao acquiesced. He understood that the system had likely been aware of the situation long before. It merely chose not to provide any hints. More infuriatingly, the system feigned ignorance, claiming it was in a dormant state. What a farce. Having reached this juncture, to refuse would mean the failure of the prior task, resulting in the loss of 500,000 points. Conversely, acceptance would yield a reward of 1.5 million points. Since I have come this far, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Thus, he agreed. It was merely a relationship, not a marriage or romance. Ah, you lecher. Tianyuzi, following Jun Xiao Yao's gaze, felt her proud curves brush against his arm, and she was overwhelmed with embarrassment, wishing desperately to disappear into the earth. She quickly withdrew her hand, her exquisitely beautiful and frosty visage flushed with crimson. Jun Xiao Yao silently lamented his misfortune. He had not intended for this to happen, and besides, it was she who had embraced him. Have you accepted? Tianyuzi, noticing Jun Xiao Yao's silence, cautiously regarded him before summoning her courage to inquire. What do you mean? Jun Xiao Yao asked. What have I agreed to? Be my boyfriend, please. This is my first love. After all, Tianyuzi declared, her petite face blushing, a sight so enchanting it could quicken one's heartbeat. Having spoken, she dared not meet Jun Xiao Yao's gaze, her heart racing with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, hoping fervently for his affirmative response. She understood that Jun Xiao Yao would never agree. A sense of tension enveloped her. The thought of Jun Xiao Yao's potential refusal weighed heavily on her mind. If he were to decline, what would she do then? Chapter 59, A Kiss from Tianyuzi. The emergence of a treasure in response to Tianyuzi's request. Jun Xiao Yao remained silent. He neither declined nor accepted, as he was uncertain how to respond. Furthermore, their time together had been too brief for meaningful understanding. Perhaps deeper familiarity would yield clarity in the future. His limitations stemmed from two primary reasons. Firstly, the constraints imposed by the system. Secondly, the fact that Tianyuzi was not his betrothed. He held a strong aversion to the notion of a marriage contract, and currently, the enchanting woman by his side was not Tian Luobing, but rather Tian Yuzi, who was not his fiancée. After a prolonged silence, Tian Yuzi, noticing Jun Xiao Yao's lack of response, felt a mix of joy and uncertainty. She pondered whether he had acquiesced or rejected her, or perhaps deemed her question unworthy of reply. Her beautiful eyes were fixated upon him, and in a moment of infatuation, she impulsively pressed her delicate, rosy lips against his cheek. Upon doing so, a wave of shyness washed over her, yet she felt no regret. Instead, she found herself enamored with the present moment. "What are you doing?" Jun Xiao Yao was momentarily taken aback. The warmth of her soft lips against his cheek sent a jolt through him. This was the first time a girl had kissed him. "Aside from Yaoer, I like you, and I reward you with this kiss." Tian Yuzi giggled, summoning her courage to articulate her feelings while intently observing Jun Xiao Yao's reaction. Would he be angry or respond in some other manner? To her astonishment, Jun Xiao Yao turned his head and bestowed a kiss upon her alluring lips, causing Tian Yuzi to feel as if she had been electrified, her entire body stiffening in surprise. Previously, she had initiated the kiss, feeling shy and nervous. Now, the roles had reversed, and she was on the brink of losing herself in the moment. "What are you doing?" Tian Yuzi asked, bewildered, her expression conveying confusion about her own identity and surroundings. "I do not like you, and this is a punishment," Jun Xiao Yao replied, his tone mirroring that of Tian Yuzi, yet with an entirely opposite meaning. "Humph," Tian Yuzi huffed, her cheeks flushed. She turned away, yet inside, she was elated, for she sensed that Jun Xiao Yao did not genuinely mean what he said. Moreover, she realized that she had lost her first kiss. She had kissed him first, and he had kissed her back shortly thereafter, the interval between the two kisses barely discernible. Ding! Event triggered. Tian Yuzi's first kiss was bestowed upon the master. Reward: 80,000 points. Event triggered. The master's first kiss was given to Tian Yuzi. Reward: 4,000 points. In his mind, the system's notification resonated. Upon hearing it, Jun Xiao Yao felt an urge to curse. How could his first kiss be deemed so worthless? Not only had it been halved in value on Tian Yuzi's record, but it had also diminished tenfold. However, he was left pondering the implications of this situation. Being with Tian Yuzi can also trigger points. Why didn't such events occur before? Whoosh! Jun Xiao Yao's true essence surged, allowing him to soar through the skies. Tian Yuzi, enveloped in his true essence, ascended rapidly into the air, darting towards the horizon. "Where are we going?" Tian Yuzi inquired, her small hand gripping Jun Xiao Yao's tightly, fearful of losing him. "To find a place for our wedding night," Jun Xiao Yao replied, a cunning smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Tian Yuzi. Her delicate face was cold yet breathtakingly beautiful, her skin flawless and tender. A vision that stirred the heart. "Ah, I absolutely refuse," Tian Yuzi exclaimed, startled, her eyes warily scrutinizing Jun Xiao Yao. Though she harbored feelings for him, it was not to such an extent. After all, she was merely a girl, proud, aloof, and the executive president of the Tian Group, which commanded nearly $1 trillion. While she liked Jun Xiao Yao, her affections were still in their nascent stage, far from the foolishness of other girls. In fact, she was more traditional and conservative than anyone else. Jun Xiao Yao couldn't help but chuckle at Tian Yuzi's reaction. It was then that she realized Jun Xiao Yao was intentionally teasing her. Boom, boom, boom. After half an hour of flight, a resounding roar echoed ahead, shaking the very earth. As the space around them twisted ominously, an apocalyptic sight. On the virtual map, a multitude of red dots appeared, alongside 9 colorful points. War Emperor, 4891. War God, 218. Human Sovereign, 7. Earth Sovereign, 3. Heavenly Sovereign, 1. Beneath the virtual map, the numbers and realms represented by the dots were indicated. Of course, realms did not always equate to strength. Many prodigious warriors often possessed power far exceeding their own realm, capable of defeating formidable foes beyond their rank. Observing the dots on the virtual map left Jun Xiao Yao astonished. Just upon entering the Emperor's ancient tomb, he encountered such a plethora of powerful beings. The 9 colorful dots were undoubtedly signs of extraordinary treasures. The system's chosen route was indeed impeccable. Otherwise, locating any treasure in such a vast ancient tomb would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. "What has happened?" Tian Yuzi inquired anxiously, gripping Jun Xiao Yao's hand tightly. Her small face turned upward in concern. Such a spectacle was unseen on Earth. Naturally, in this place alone, there were thousands of war emperors, hundreds of war gods, and numerous sovereigns. The combined strength of Earth could hardly rival that found here. With treasures emerging, fierce competition was inevitable. Jun Xiao Yao's expression grew grave, as though he faced a formidable adversary. "Are you not capable of contending with them?" Tian Yuzi questioned. Seeing Jun Xiao Yao's expression, a sense of unease intensified within me. If even Jun Xiao Yao found the situation challenging, it undoubtedly posed a significant danger, potentially even a threat to life itself. Chapter 60. The first prodigy of 100,000 years. Prince Ally. On the surface, there exist at least 10 formidable beings comparable to myself. And lurking in the shadows are even more terrifying powers. There are thousands of martial emperors and hundreds of martial gods, Jun Xiao Yao remarked, suspended in midair. Caught in a dilemma. At the same time, Jun Xiao Yao discreetly suppressed his cultivation, appearing to others as merely a human sovereign. Can we retreat? Tian Yuzi inquired. If danger lies ahead, surely returning would be prudent. It is too late. I have already been locked onto, Jun Xiao Yao responded. As a sovereign, his means were beyond imagination. He was aware that his presence had been detected, and should he attempt to flee now, they would undoubtedly pursue him directly. Moreover, this moment presented an opportunity to test Tian Yuzi's reaction upon witnessing his defeat. What shall we do? Tian Yuzi's delicate face was etched with worry, her anxiety palpable. On Earth, Jun Xiao Yao was invincible. Yet here he confronted terrifying peril, leaving her lost and unsure. Let us investigate, Jun Xiao Yao replied. As he spoke, his figure flickered, and he soared toward the source of the cataclysmic disturbance. Soon, a scene of utter devastation unfolded before their eyes. A cataclysmic battle where thousands of martial emperors and martial gods unleashed unparalleled might. In the air hovered 9 radiant orbs, each the size of a basin, shimmering with multicolored brilliance. These formidable beings were vying for possession of these 9 orbs of light. On the other side stood a strikingly handsome youth, appearing to be around 17 years of age. He resembled a celestial being, clothed in garments as white as snow, exuding an effortless elegance and an otherworldly presence. With a gilded folding fan in hand, he fanned himself languidly, wearing a self-assured smile, seemingly unconcerned by the chaos around him, as if he held everything in his grasp. Surrounding him were 10 sovereigns and over 100 martial emperors, while he himself was a terrifying celestial sovereign. His cultivation reaching the mid-level. Interesting, the youth mused, immediately noticing the arrival of Jun Xiao Yao and Tian Yuzi. Upon seeing Tian Yuzi, a fierce desire of possession gleamed in his eyes as he brazenly assessed her. Tian Yuzi, too, had caught sight of the youth and recognized the intent in his gaze. Instinctively, she edged closer to Jun Xiao Yao, her small hand gripping his tightly. With a swift motion, the youth stepped forward, appearing before them, halting 10 meters away. His entourage of 10 sovereigns following closely behind. I am Ally, the 7th prince of the Tianxian Empire. May I ask how the young lady is addressed? The youth's gaze dismissed Jun Xiao Yao entirely, fixating on Tian Yuzi as he waved his fan. Such an unutterable grace and ethereal elegance, utterly transcendent. It is of no concern to you. Tian Yuzi spoke coldly, her discernment revealing that the young man before her harbored an interest in her physical form, which stirred within her an instinctive aversion, even a hint of disgust. Ha ha, how amusing. I, the prince, have taken a liking to you. Come forth. Aolai laughed heartily. He had initially presumed that upon revealing his noble identity, coupled with his prowess and appearance, no woman would dare to refuse him, and that she would inevitably rush into his embrace. Yet, reality defied his expectations. Tian Yuzi's reaction was wholly unexpected. The more she resisted, the more his interest grew. As he spoke, he closed his folding fan and gestured for Tian Yuzi to approach. I'm afraid I do not harbor affections for you. For my heart belongs to another. Tian Yuzi replied coldly, her heart racing with trepidation. For she perceived that Jun Xiao Yao's expression was grave, even tinged with a hint of fear, revealing to her that this young man was no ordinary individual, but a figure of immense terror. Oh, I see. Then I shall eliminate him first, and you will come to favor me, the prince said, his gaze icy as it turned to Jun Xiao Yao beside Tian Yuzi, an overwhelming murderous intent surging forth. As he spoke, he waved his folding fan gently. Humph! At his command, a respected figure beside the young man stepped forward, his palms slicing through the air, unleashing a destructive force that bore down upon Jun Xiao Yao, resembling the inexorable might of celestial wrath, utterly unmatched. No. Upon hearing the young man's words, Tian Yuzi's heart sank with dread. Yet, she felt powerless, devoid of the ability to cultivate, even with strength. What could she do against someone who could easily overpower Jun Xiao Yao? As the obliterating force bore down upon them, she instinctively shielded Jun Xiao Yao, stepping in front of him. However, to her astonishment, Jun Xiao Yao pushed her aside. With a cough, Jun Xiao Yao spat blood, his body retreating 100 meters. He found himself utterly drained of strength, relying solely on his true essence to momentarily hover in the air, his gaze icy as he regarded the young man. How dare a mere mortal contend for the affection of His Highness the Prince? One wonders from whence such audacity arises. The strong man who had just attacked remarked coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. He was unaware that Jun Xiao Yao concealed his true cultivation level. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so boldly. The seventh prince is already a mid-tier celestial. Even a saint has once been bested by him. The seventh prince is the foremost prodigy of the Tianxin Empire in a millennium. To offend the seventh prince is to court certain death, with no escape in sight. Cease your struggles and perish, they warned from behind Ao Lai. The Tianxin Empire. The seventh prince. In the realm of the eternal, one of the most exceptional prodigies. At merely 20 years of age, ascended to the revered status of celestial sovereign, earning the title of the greatest genius in 100,000 years. With the cultivation of a mid-level celestial sovereign, he has triumphed over saints, leaving them in utter defeat. The seventh prince, Ao Lai, spoke coldly. It was the recently intervened sovereign, he proclaimed, as he stepped forward, positioning himself before Jun Xiao Yao. His hand gradually rose. "Do not harm him," cried Tian Yuzi, tears glistening on her cheeks, her gaze filled with despair. "Follow this prince, grant him mercy." A wicked smile curled at the corners of the seventh prince Ao Lai's lips. In this world, there exists no woman he cannot conquer. Chapter 61. In the next life, I still adore you, let him go, I promise you. Tears, like purple raindrops, cascaded down Tian Yuzi's face. As she gazed at Jun Xiao Yao, her coldly exquisite visage transformed into a hauntingly beautiful smile, one that was both tragic and captivating. Eventually, her gaze shifted from Jun Xiao Yao as she responded to the seventh prince Ao Lai. "Begone, seventh prince Ao Lai." He cast a scornful look at Jun Xiao Yao, disdain evident in his eyes, for he believed that Jun Xiao Yao had bartered a woman for his own life. With a swift motion, the revered figure who had previously assailed Jun Xiao Yao, obeying his master's command, unleashed a palm strike from a distance, sending Jun Xiao Yao hurtling through the air until he vanished from sight. The fierce battle raged on, growing ever more brutal. In the sky, Tian Yuzi remained suspended by a strand of true essence, her gaze fixated on the spot where Jun Xiao Yao had disappeared into the horizon. Time ticked away, second by second. "Come to me. Only I am suited for you. From this day forth, I shall be your master," declared the seventh prince Ao Lai, a wicked grin curling upon his lips as his gaze roamed over Tian Yuzi, unrestrained. This breathtaking beauty was to be his tonight and forevermore. A mere plaything for his amusement. To speak truthfully, the Tiangui realm was vast and boundless, its expanse unknown. Yet she had never encountered a girl more beautiful than the one before her. No longer could she wait. Tian Yuzi glanced toward the horizon, counting the moments in her heart. She was waiting for Jun Xiao Yao to venture farther away, for only by distancing himself from this place could he find safety. The seventh prince had promised to spare his life, and Ao Lai, discerning Tian Yuzi's thoughts, remained aware of her intentions. Time elapsed, and then, in that instant, a sharp dagger appeared in Tian Yuzi's delicate hand. "For you, I would sacrifice everything. Even in death, I shall be unblemished." A smile graced her icy, flawless countenance, rendering her even more enchanting. In that moment, with resolve and clarity, she drew the blade across her neck, devoid of hesitation or regret. For she understood that before the powerful, an ordinary person like her had no chance even to end her own life. Thus, she dared not falter. A flash of crimson light pierced the air as Tian Yuzi's delicate form began to descend slowly from the sky. Damn it! The seventh prince Ao Lai was taken aback by her sudden act of suicide, astonished by her decisiveness. In that moment, he felt a raw sense of humiliation. "Die, Tian Yuzi." A familiar and furious voice resonated, and simultaneously, a figure emerged. That figure was none other than Jun Xiao Yao. Suddenly, Jun Xiao Yao's figure transformed rapidly, his body drenched in blood, as excruciating pain tore through him. Gradually, a colossal divine beast manifested out of thin air. This beast, the Kunpeng, spanned an impressive 300 miles. Upon its emergence, its enormous wings swept down upon the seventh prince and his company like a cataclysmic storm. "In the next life, I will still cherish you. I have no regrets, never will." Tian Yuzi, weakly closing his eyes, the last remnants of consciousness faded into oblivion. Then, there was nothing. Boom, boom, boom. The devastating aura of death descended with overwhelming force. "Damn it!" exclaimed the seventh prince Ao Lai, terror-stricken. The other martial emperors, martial gods, and dignitaries were equally engulfed in despair. In an instant, thousands of martial emperors, hundreds of martial gods, and several dignitaries were reduced to nothingness. Whoosh! The Kunpeng dove toward the ground. Upon landing, it vanished, revealing Jun Xiao Yao, who stood over the unconscious Tian Yuzi. On her long, pale neck was a deep gash, from which blood flowed. At this moment, Tian Yuzi had lost all awareness, her warmth barely lingering. I promised you. Jun Xiao Yao bent down and lifted Tian Yuzi into his arms, speaking softly. In an instant, he soared into the sky, simultaneously drawing 9 radiant beams of color into his realm. Indeed, Jun Xiao Yao had long been aware of the battle unfolding. After all, the virtual map was not merely decorative. Moreover, with his prowess, he could obliterate everything with a mere wave of his hand, even without invoking divine techniques. Yet, he feigned gravity, primarily to test Tian Yuzi. This could hardly be blamed on him. After all, the shadow of his past heartbreak lingered when his girlfriend had left him. The injuries he sustained were a ruse. As was his departure, he had not truly left, instead lurking nearby, observing and controlling everything. Whoosh, whoosh. His form flickered as he flew through the air. Meanwhile, a thumb-sized golden elixir appeared in the palm of Jun Xiao Yao's hand, radiating a mysterious glow, imbued with an ancient and ethereal essence, pulsating with an aura of terrifying vitality. This was the 9 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill, a celestial-grade elixir. He had acquired a total of 9, each exceedingly precious, capable of reviving the dead and cleansing the body, swiftly awakening latent talents. Gently, he fed the elixir into Tian Yuzi's mouth, his hands supporting her as he channeled his true essence to aid her in digesting the pill. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a cave. With a flick of his consciousness, 2 blankets materialized. Jun Xiao Yao placed Tian Yuzi upon one, carefully observing her until he was assured that the elixir's effects had taken hold, noting that the gash on her neck had already begun to heal. Time passed. As each moment slipped away, an hour passed. A soft sound escaped Tian Yuzi's lips, a delicate HM. Her beautiful eyes gradually fluttered open, revealing a gaze filled with confusion, disbelief, and a hint of skepticism. You have awakened, Jun Xiao Yao spoke, approaching Tian Yuzi's side, gently placing his hand upon her forehead to confirm her well-being. All is well. Xiao Yao, is it you? Have you perished as well? Upon seeing Jun Xiao Yao, tears streamed down Tian Yuzi's cheeks once more. She had assumed she was dead, and seeing him in this place led her to believe he too had met his end. You are the one who is dead, indeed. What nonsensical talk is this? Jun Xiao Yao replied. Is it truly so? Are we both alive? Tian Yuzi struggled to fathom the reality, for she distinctly remembered taking her own life, convinced of her demise. Yet, in the fleeting moment before her consciousness faded, she had witnessed Jun Xiao Yao's furious return, as if he had invoked some arcane forbidden technique. After that, her memory faded into oblivion. Now, noticing a trace of blood at the corner of Jun Xiao Yao's mouth, her heart filled with concern as she inquired softly. Chapter 62. Did you promise me? It's nothing. Jun Xiao Yao shook his head. What exactly is happening? Where are we? Tian Yuzi inquired, her heart brimming with curiosity about the unfolding events. It was my oversight. When I entered the Tiangue world, I sealed my divine abilities and some of my cultivation to avoid causing disturbances in this realm. Consequently, I was not their match. After leaving, I used elixirs to lift the seal. Jun Xiao Yao fabricated a lie, silently vowing to himself, never again would I deceive. Xiao Yao, I seem to have heard a voice. Did you promise me? Tian Yuzi spoke weakly, her exquisite countenance now restored to a rosy hue after consuming the 9 transformation Great Rejuvenation Pill, which had rejuvenated her form, rendering her even more beautiful. Her captivating eyes fixed on Jun Xiao Yao. Promise what? He asked. You promised to be my boyfriend, Tian Yuzi replied. That was merely your illusion. Jun Xiao Yao countered. Umph. It hurts, she retorted with a cold snort. Yet, her heart brimmed with sweetness. For she was certain that what she had heard was not a mere figment of her imagination but a reality, and that Jun Xiao Yao was teasing her intentionally. Nevertheless, she reassured herself with the thought, as long as you hold me in your heart, it matters not if you do not harbor affection for me. My feelings for you suffice. What is the matter? Jun Xiao Yao asked, concern etching his features. Is it your wound? As he spoke, he crouched beside Tian Yuzi, examining the scar on her neck. Apart from a trace of blood, the injury had completely healed. It hurts a bit. A sly smile crept onto Tian Yuzi's delicate face as she took the opportunity to lean into Jun Xiao Yao's embrace. You. Upon realizing her ploy, Jun Xiao Yao understood he had been tricked by her. I want to sleep. Will you hold me? Tian Yuzi nestled her head against Jun Xiao Yao's chest, clutching his hand as if fearing his departure. Sleep then, he nodded, enveloping her in his arms. After a moment of contemplation, he lay atop the blanket, one arm cradling Tian Yuzi's head while the other covered her with a separate blanket, for the ancient imperial tomb was exceedingly damp and the temperature quite low. Without her cultivation, Tian Yuzi would easily fall ill if not adequately covered. Event triggered. Master sleeps with Tian Yuzi. Reward, 50,000 points. A notification echoed in Jun Xiao Yao's mind, leaving him speechless. Tian Yuzi's body stiffened, her heartbeat quickening, her cheeks flushed. Her eyes gazed adoringly at Jun Xiao Yao as their actions became exceedingly intimate. It was the first time she found herself in the embrace of the opposite sex. The first time sleeping beside one. Sharing a quilt with the opposite sex for the first time, resting her head upon his arm. A profound sense of happiness enveloped her. She was aware that during her unconscious state, he had promised her something, though he remained reluctant to acknowledge it. Yet, through his actions, he had indeed made a commitment. Otherwise, he would not have cherished her so dearly nor held her close as they slept. Unbeknownst to her, tears of joy cascaded down her cheeks. "What troubles you?" he inquired, having noticed the glistening droplets on her delicate face. "I'm just so happy," she replied, her countenance radiant with a smile. In that moment, she felt her life was complete and fulfilled. "Let us rest now. The elixir within you will soon take effect, and your injuries will heal completely," he assured her. With that, he closed his eyes. Half an hour passed, and he had fallen into a deep slumber, his breaths gentle and rhythmic. "Darling," she gazed at him, entranced by his presence. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she leaned closer, whispering softly into his ear. Upon uttering the endearment, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, inspired by the affectionate exchanges she had witnessed between other couples. Before she realized it, she succumbed to slumber. The following morning, she awoke to find herself wrapped around him like an octopus, her long, graceful leg draped over him, a posture undeniably intimate. Yet, aside from a sense of shyness, she felt nothing else. Silently, she nestled beside him. After half an hour, he stirred awake. "How do you feel?" he asked. "The elixir should have greatly benefited you," he continued, determined to awaken her latent abilities today. Even if she lacked innate talent, he had alternative methods to assist her. Feeling invigorated, she was astonished. Previously, she always awoke with a hint of fatigue, as if she had not rested enough. But today, she felt entirely revitalized, her body brimming with energy. It dawned on her that he must have given her some miraculous elixir. Otherwise, she would not have been revived. "Do you wish to cultivate your abilities?" he inquired. "Cultivate? Yes, I do," she replied hastily, though uncertainty lingered. "But can I truly cultivate?" Her heart raced with yearning. In the past, she may not have desired it. But after meeting him, her longing for cultivation had reached its zenith. For through cultivation, she could share a common language with him, a pathway to remain by his side. Yet, she lamented her lack of innate talent. "I may have a solution. However, cultivation is indeed arduous," remarked Jun Xiao Yao. "Is it truly possible to cultivate?" Tian Yuzi responded resolutely. "I fear not the hardships. In my heart, I know that as long as I can be with you, I would not shy away from any toil, even if it meant facing death." Chapter 63, Fragments of the Key, the Emperor's Ancient Tomb. "Please rise," Jun Xiao Yao spoke. At that moment, Tian Yuzi was nearly entirely atop him, her soft, delicate form, with her fair and elongated legs draped across him. The position was undeniably suggestive, and he nearly found himself overwhelmed. "Yet, I still wish for your embrace." Tian Yuzi pouted her rosy lips, playfully asserting her desire. However, she obediently rose. With a flick of his consciousness, 9 radiant beams of color emerged from the Yuan realm, each the size of a bowl, emanating an enigmatic aura. These beams were the coveted treasures fiercely contended by numerous powerful beings just yesterday, all of which had ultimately fallen into his possession. With a decisive gesture, Jun Xiao Yao unleashed a sharp force that rent the beams asunder. Instantly, a fragment of a key and a precious item were revealed from within the brilliance. Once all 9 beams were torn apart, there lay a total of 9 key fragments and 9 treasures. With another wave of his hand, the treasures were drawn into the Yuan realm. "What is this?" Tian Yuzi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the unfolding scene. "The keys to the Emperor's ancient tomb." "Come," Jun Xiao Yao replied, grasping the 9 key fragments in his hand. It was not merely a promise of countless treasures within. Tian Yuzi, possessing an astute mind, radiated joy. Although still unable to cultivate, she felt an innate curiosity towards the treasures. "Perhaps," Jun Xiao Yao nodded, taking her petite hand as they departed the cave, soaring into the sky. Part of his consciousness surveyed the virtual map. After an hour, he halted in a canyon. Within the canyon stood a colossal altar, crackling with endless arcs of electricity, evoking an aura of terror. At that moment, countless powerful beings had gathered, yet none dared approach the altar. Without the key fragments, proximity meant certain death. Yesterday, it was said that thousands of martial emperors and hundreds of martial gods perished in a fierce battle. Rumor had it that even the 7th prince of the Tianxian Empire had fallen. The Tianxian Empire, enraged, had dispatched formidable warriors, who had seized the key fragments. This was the entrance to the emperor's ancient tomb, the true resting place of the emperor. Did someone seek to monopolize the emperor's treasures? To attempt such a feat, one must possess the requisite strength. The Tianxian Empire's forces were already en route. If they lingered here for another hour, they might become mere cannon fodder. Who would seize the key fragments and unlock the entrance? Within the canyon, countless individuals were engaged in fervent discussions, their anxiety palpable. Should the formidable beings of the Tianxian Empire arrive, they would not only fail to acquire the treasures, but might also suffer calamity, particularly since the most extraordinary seventh prince of the Tianxian Empire has perished. He was, after all, the foremost prodigy of the past 100 millennia, and to have met his end so abruptly is nothing short of astonishing. Who, pray tell, was responsible for the demise of Prince Aolai? Could it have been a sage? It is worth noting that the seventh prince himself was a celestial sovereign, having triumphed over a sage in the past. And with numerous guards by his side, it stands to reason that only a sage could have slain him. With a disdainful snort, Jun Xiao Yao stepped forward, making his way toward the altar. In his grasp lay 9 fragments of a key. 9 fragments. He had acquired all of them. Was it possible that the seventh prince had fallen to his hand? The implications were troubling. As Jun Xiao Yao made his entrance, a stir erupted among the crowd. Countless gazes filled with envy were cast upon the key fragments in his possession, while others quietly cursed him, certain of his role in the annihilation of the seventh prince, thus inviting the wrath of the Tianxian Empire. Yet, despite their animosity, they dared not voice their thoughts. Ants, Jun Xiaoyao scoffed as he ascended the altar, placing the 9 fragments into their respective slots. In an instant, the entrance to the ancient emperor's tomb was unveiled. The very heavens trembled and fractured, while the canyon began to collapse. Countless martial emperors were torn apart by the rending of space, prompting numerous powerful figures to hastily flee. With a swift motion, Jun Xiaoyao was drawn into the ancient emperor's tomb by its mysterious power, accompanied by Tian Yuzi. Upon their entry, the entrance to the tomb sealed once more. Inside the ancient emperor's tomb, the space was relatively confined. At its center rested a colossal bronze coffin, emanating an unparalleled aura of dominance. Surrounding the coffin were 3 radiant, multicolored shields, the contents of which remained a mystery. Additionally, the entire space was suspended with countless vibrant orbs of energy, resembling the fragments of the key. Yet upon closer inspection, they were distinct. These orbs were pure energy. System, do you possess any solutions? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, surveying the interior of the ancient emperor's tomb. Feeling at an impasse, surely, brute force could not be the answer. He was reluctant to attempt such a course of action. At this moment, he could only consult the system in hopes of discovering a solution. Host can upgrade the system. Upon upgrading, new functionalities will emerge, the system responded. Upgrading it was. Jun Xiaoyao focused his mind on the primordial realm to initiate the system's upgrade. He currently possessed a significant number of points, and thus resolved to upgrade the system first. System upgrading. System upgrade complete. In merely a minute, the system had been successfully upgraded. System, version 5. 0, 100, 0001, 000. 000 points. Host, Jun Xiaoyao. Age, 21 years. Beauty, 92 points. Cultivation, Extreme Heaven Sovereign, 100, 0001, 000 points. Talent, Chaotic Divine Demon Body, triple, 100, 0001, 000 points. Divine Skill, Domain Shield double, 10, 100, 000 points. Divine Technique, Creation of Stars, double, 10, 100, 000 points. Partner, None Mount, None Treasure, None Points. 1, 522, 200 Wealth, 29, 910, 119, 218. Having completed the upgrade, over 5 million points remained. Originally, Jun Xiaoyao could have further upgraded his divine technique, but time was of the essence. He needed to address the matters within the ancient emperor's tomb first. After all, upgrades were but a matter of mere seconds, provided one had the necessary points. System, what is the new feature? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, feeling a sense of urgency within. He had overheard the strong words of formidable figures within the canyon, realizing that the powerful beings from the Tianxian Empire were on their way, undoubtedly seeking vengeance for the seventh prince. He must depart from the ancient emperor's tomb before their arrival. Chapter 64, Scavenging. A terrifying harvest, new feature, super scan. Note, centered around the master, all information within 100 miles can be scanned and translated into comprehensible text for the master, including but not limited to runes, inscriptions, formations, ancient texts, scriptures, and martial arts techniques. The system's voice resonated. elucidating the purpose and efficacy of the new feature. Let us conduct a scan here. Jun Xiao Yao felt truly overwhelmed, as words could scarcely capture the extraordinary capabilities of this system. Scanning. Translating. Scan successful. Translation successful. Within a minute, everything was accomplished, and an abundance of information appeared on the virtual screen, detailing methods to unravel the seals on the coffin and the protective barriers. Having completed this, Jun Xiao Yao waved his hand, channeling his true essence. Instantly, within the emperor's ancient tomb, power surged forth. The first barrier was lifted, revealing 3 treasures within. The second barrier opened, disclosing a plethora of resources and treasures. The third barrier was unsealed, unveiling a multitude of colorful orbs of light. Subsequently, Jun Xiao Yao gathered all these items into the realm of essence. Completing his task, he turned his gaze towards the bronze coffin, unleashing a series of powerful forces. The coffin creaked open, revealing a golden skeleton, clearly the remains of the emperor from countless millennia past. Suspended above the golden skeleton was a radiant, multicolored diamond crystal, emanating a mysterious aura that was chilling to the bone, causing even Jun Xiao Yao to feel a wave of discomfort. He carefully retrieved it, and then collected all the colorful orbs from the tomb. After ensuring that there were no treasures left on the virtual map, he reached out to the still-dazed Tian Yuzi, swiftly exiting the emperor's ancient tomb. Are we ready? Tian Yuzi inquired softly. Yes, Jun Xiao Yao nodded. Ascending from the ancient tomb, he soared towards the horizon. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as they left the canyon, Jun Xiao Yao sensed an overwhelming pressure descending, heading straight for the canyon. The sheer might of this force caused his heart to race. It was undoubtedly that of a saint. Fortunately, he had already scavenged all the treasures. As long as he departed from the emperor's tomb, not even the mightiest adversary could track him down. I'll carry you. You're too slow. Without waiting for Tian Yuzi to respond, he lifted her onto his back, his hands gently cradling her behind the knees, the sensation smooth and firm. Her soft form nestled against him, providing an exquisite comfort. Tian Yuzi wrapped her small hands around Jun Xiao Yao's neck, pressing herself closely against him, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. In truth, being held in a princess carry would have been even better. Tian Yuzi whispered softly, "Are you playing?" Jun Xiao Yao remained speechless. At this juncture, what more could one ponder? Should the adversary discover his presence, even with all his might, victory would not be guaranteed. It would be prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict. Hence, hastening his departure was the wisest course of action. Hee, Tian Yuzi chuckled playfully. In mere moments, Jun Xiao Yao, endowed with the cultivation of the supreme realm, traversed thousands of miles. In less than a minute, he had already ventured 10,000 miles away. After half an hour, he departed from the ancient emperor's tomb and materialized in the Tiangui world. However, he did not tarry but soared towards a specific direction with unparalleled speed, aiming for the Tianxian capital to utilize the teleportation array to return to Earth. Such a prominent locale as Tianxian capital naturally possessed interdimensional teleportation arrays, allowing passage to Earth. Nevertheless, only those of Earth could gain entry, as the planet currently resided under a protective veil, preventing formidable beings from other realms from entering. Approaching Earth would invite annihilation. Infuriating. Infuriating. In the canyon, an elder clad in black robes scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, comprehending everything within a 1,000-mile radius. He detected the presence of the 7th prince, yet the prince had already met his demise. Simultaneously, he sensed the aura of the one who had slain the 7th prince. That assailant not only seized all treasures within the ancient emperor's tomb, but also escaped right under his nose. He had begun to perceive that aura, yet he had dismissed it, allowing the perpetrator to slip past him unnoticed. Regardless of one's prowess, should one provoke the Tianxian Empire, a path of death lay ahead. The elder was Ao Tian, a sage of the Tianxian Empire and the 7th prince's grandfather. His affection and esteem for the prince were profound. For the 7th prince was the most promising candidate to surpass him. Now that the prince had been slain, how could he restrain his fury? As he spoke, he took a step forward, vanishing from sight, pursuing that aura. He was determined to ensure that the culprit faced a fate worse than death. Swiftly, Ao Tian exited the ancient emperor's tomb, heading towards the Tianxian capital, the aura drawing ever closer, and he confirmed that it had indeed entered the capital. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the Tianxian capital, Ao Tian witnessed 3 dazzling beams of light shooting skyward. The beams fused instantaneously, ultimately transforming into a teleportation portal, and soon thereafter, the light vanished, leaving the sky tranquil once more. Infuriating. Ao Tian glared at the beams, consumed by rage. He understood that he had arrived a moment too late. Had I taken 10 breaths sooner, the murderer would have been unable to escape. Now, I can only watch helplessly as the fiend utilizes the interdimensional teleportation array to flee. A mere step's difference has created an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 65. Return to Earth. Transmission Tower 5-star rating. Jun Xiao Yao instinctively sensed the encroaching danger. Since departing from the Great Emperor's tomb, he had realized that he had been targeted, albeit from a considerable distance. Thus, he could only fly desperately, racing against time to reach the heavenly Xian capital. Upon activating the interdimensional teleportation array, he felt the presence of Ao Lai. Fortunately, he successfully transported himself. Otherwise, he might have perished in the Tiangui world. The transmission proceeded rapidly. Inside the teleportation passage, Jun Xiao Yao's complexion paled. How perilous! He let out a deep sigh. Mere seconds had nearly led him to utter ruin. Beside him, Tian Yuzi nestled against Jun Xiao Yao. Although she lacked cultivation and could not practice, she sensed the impending danger. Feeling like a fragile boat amidst a tempest, at risk of vanishing at any moment. Now he won't catch up, right? Tian Yuzi inquired. Earth is under a protective period. He cannot enter, Jun Xiao Yao replied. In Jiancheng, the Hell Realm transmission tower buzzed with its usual liveliness, with long lines of people entering the first, second, and third levels. The numbers dwindled significantly on the fourth, fifth, and sixth levels, while the seventh and eighth levels garnered little attention. The ninth level, however, had seen no entrance or exits for years. On this day, a thunderous sound erupted from the ninth level transmission tower. A radiant beam shot into the sky. Notification: someone has returned. Congratulations, Jun Xiao Yao has achieved a 5-star rating. Reward: 100,000 Tian crystals. A resounding voice announced the return from the ninth level Tiangui world. With a remarkable 5-star rating, the reward was a staggering 100,000 Tian crystals. For the martial artists on Earth, the significance and utility of Tian crystals remained a mystery. Just 3 days prior, he had entered the ninth level, and now he had returned. What treasures could he have acquired to earn such a perfect score? How extraordinary! To return safely from such a place was no small feat. The envy was palpable. Could it be that he had obtained rare treasures within? Before the transmission tower, countless individuals stood in shock and admiration. However, they could only see 2 figures emerging from the ninth level transmission tower. Jun Xiao Yao's name appeared above the tower, but the name of the other individual was conspicuously absent. Finally back. Shall we spend a couple of days here? Upon descending from the tower, Tian Yuzi clung to Jun Xiao Yao's arm, playfully asking. She wished to enjoy Jiancheng, for once they returned, Jun Xiao Yao would be besieged by Yao's affection. As Jun Xiao Yao nodded, a radiant smile graced his face, and he playfully pinched the exquisite visage of Tian Yuzi. It was delightful. The gentle pinch filled her heart with sweetness. Such intimate gestures are reserved for couples, and she cherished this affection from Jun Xiao Yao. At that moment, she nearly leaped with joy, completely shedding her aloof, icy demeanor, revealing the essence of a young girl in love. Let us take a moment to rest, Jun Xiao Yao suggested. Tian Yuzi obediently nodded, and together they made their way to a luxurious 5-star hotel. Jun Xiao Yao requested a presidential suite. I shall take a shower first. I haven't had the chance in the past couple of days, and I feel quite uncomfortable, she declared as she dashed into the bathroom upon entering the room. During their time in the emperor's ancient tomb, there had been neither opportunity nor suitable conditions for bathing, leaving her feeling quite out of sorts. Now that they had returned to Earth, her foremost desire was to enjoy a refreshing shower and a good night's sleep. Go ahead, Jun Xiao Yao replied, sinking into the plush sofa. He felt utterly exhausted. Today had been the most taxing day of his life, filled with peril. One misstep could have led to oblivion. Or perhaps death would have been a form of relief, especially if he had fallen into the hands of the formidable powers of the Tianxian Empire. Regardless, he had eliminated the 7th prince of the Tianxian Empire, the most illustrious figure in 100 millennia. 20 minutes later, Tian Yuzi emerged from the bathroom. Her upper body elegantly wrapped in a white towel, her hair dry and cascading down to her waist. Her legs were a vision of smooth, fair beauty, long and alluring, captivating in every sense. Her toes resembled delicate buds, and she radiated an enchanting allure. Do I look beautiful? She inquired, noticing the intensity of Jun Xiao Yao's gaze. Her cheeks flushing crimson with shyness. This was the first time she had faced a male in such a manner. Not even in front of her sister had she felt this way. Indeed, you are stunning, Jun Xiao Yao responded, nearly overwhelmed. How could one withstand such beauty? I'm not speaking to you anymore, Tian Yuzi huffed, her lips forming a playful pout, flustered beyond measure. I'll go take a shower now, Jun Xiao Yao quickly announced, making his way into the bathroom. It was a wise decision, as he had encountered Tian Yuzi's intimate garments within, a sight that could easily provoke an uncontrollable reaction. Wait a moment, Tian Yuzi suddenly exclaimed, recalling her personal items still inside. Although she had begun to regard Jun Xiao Yao as her boyfriend, and he remained silent in acceptance, the notion still filled her with profound embarrassment. Chapter 66. Don't boyfriends and girlfriends address each other this way? Is this what you meant? Jun Xiao Yao, with 2 fingers, playfully held a piece of undergarment as he stepped out of the bathroom. You. Tian Yuzi, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in, utterly mortified. How could this happen? This fellow. In her heart, she thought, wait, you are my boyfriend, why should I feel ashamed? Comforting herself, Tian Yuzi rushed to the bathroom to retrieve her intimate clothing, her face flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed, her heart racing, unsure of how to proceed. Jun Xiao Yao, on the other hand, turned on the cold water directly. Only cold water could extinguish the fire raging within him. In such a fervent state, how could he not feel his blood boiling? After 10 minutes, he finally calmed down, rinsed off briefly, and emerged from the bathroom. Here, I will resolve this today. Upon exiting, Jun Xiao Yao found Tian Yuzi already changed into her nightwear, nestled on the sofa watching television, her face icy, radiating a chilling aura, resembling a frozen mountain. Approaching her, Jun Xiao Yao focused his thoughts and produced several spiritual fruits, placing them beside Tian Yuzi. It was already evening, and he had no desire to venture outside. Primarily, he wanted to tally his spoils from the recent encounter. Let us go out and have fun tomorrow. Tian Yuzi picked up one of the spiritual fruits and took a gentle bite. Instantaneously, she was astounded. This fruit was exquisite, exceptionally sweet, and a wave of spiritual energy surged through her, revitalizing her from a slight hunger to full vitality in an instant. All right, Jun Xiao replied, settling beside Tian Yuzi. She shifted slightly, leaning her soft form against his embrace. Her delicate fragrance ignited a fervor within him. Unavoidably, his hands wandered over her, even through her nightwear, still able to feel the exquisite softness of her skin. Tian Yuzi, initially nestled in Jun Xiao Yao's arms, enjoying the warmth and happiness while eating the spiritual fruit, gradually sensed his hands moving about. Already feeling shy and nervous, her tension heightened. Yet, deep within, she yearned for more, as she was merely a 20-year-old girl. Husband, Tian Yuzi softly called out, her cheeks flushed. Jun Xiao Yao paused, bewildered. What did she mean? Instantly, his wandering hands froze, taken aback by her words. Don't boyfriends and girlfriends address each other this way? Leaning in Tian Yuzi's embrace, she set down the spiritual fruit, gazing at him softly as she spoke. I see Jun Xiao Yao was momentarily taken aback, a wave of melancholy washing over him. In the past, he had engaged in a false romance. Indeed, after half a year of courting, even holding hands remained a distant dream. In retrospect, I realize I was merely seen as a naive fool with wealth, ultimately leading to our separation. I feel the weight of weariness upon me. Tian Yuzi gazed at Jun Xiao Yao. Though he displayed no outward signs, she sensed a shift within him. Of course, she was already aware of his breakup. With a gentle motion, her delicate hands encircled his neck, and her rosy lips brushed against his, igniting a blush upon her exquisite countenance. Her figure stiffened as if electrified, rendering her momentarily powerless. The connection was fleeting. Jun Xiao Yao remained in a daze, while Tian Yuzi dashed toward her room. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. With eyes half closed, his consciousness traversed into the Yuan realm, where all his possessions and gains resided. He intended to assess his spoils, primarily seeking the best way to assist Tian Yuzi in her cultivation. In truth, he overthought the matter. There was no need for such an inventory. Everything within the Yuan realm was automatically recorded on a virtual screen. Divine essence, 1 piece, sacred artifacts, 3 pieces, celestial artifacts, 219 pieces, heavenly artifacts, 38, 123 pieces, spiritual artifacts, 510, 099 pieces, spiritual fruits, 612, 134 pieces, celestial sources, 8, 722 pieces. The virtual screen displayed the newly acquired treasures and items. After reviewing these figures, Jun Xiao Yao felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment, for he had indeed struck a significant fortune. The divine essence referred to the diamond crystal within the coffin. The 3 sacred artifacts were contained within the first light barrier. The remaining celestial and heavenly artifacts, along with spiritual artifacts and fruits, were likely found within the other 2 light barriers, while celestial sources were present both in the coffin and the ancient tomb of the great emperor. These celestial sources were invaluable for cultivation, imbued with formidable celestial energy. He decided to set them aside for now, to be refined later if necessary. Jun Xiao Yao mused, then turned his attention to the introduction of the divine essence. Divine essence, from the heavenly cold empress of the Tiangui world, dating back 90 million years, possessing the attribute of ice. Merging with this essence grants one the emperor's talents. Caution is advised for ordinary individuals. To his surprise, this divine essence belonged to an empress. Its attribute resonated strongly with Tian Yuzi. It appeared to be fate. Initially, Jun Xiao Yao intended to employ his own method to aid her cultivation through the fusion of the sacred body, a strategy he had acquired. Now, it seemed unnecessary. He could directly utilize the divine essence, allowing Tian Yuzi to merge with it, which would prove far more advantageous than the sacred body. Although she was an ordinary person, he possessed the means to assist her. Subsequently, he withdrew his consciousness from the Yuan realm, casting his gaze toward Tian Yuzi's room, and rose to make his way inside. Chapter 67. Let us do something. Jun Xiao Yao rose to his feet and cast a glance at the violet-hued room of Tian Yuzi. Subsequently, he made his way toward another chamber. Are you going to sleep? In truth, Tian Yuzi was not asleep. She had been overwhelmed with embarrassment and anxiety. Upon returning to her room, she found it impossible to calm her racing heart. After a brief moment of composure, she noticed Jun Xiao Yao heading to another room and could not help but inquire, what's the matter? Jun Xiao Yao nodded and asked, can you sleep here with me? Tian Yuzi softly queried, her small hands gripping the blanket tightly. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. All right, Jun Xiao Yao responded. After all, it was merely sleep, devoid of any impropriety. Moreover, how delightful it would be to share slumber with such a beautiful girl. As he spoke, he walked toward Tian Yuzi's room, pulled back the covers, and nestled himself within. Tian Yuzi was completely petrified. She had not anticipated that Jun Xiao Yao would acquiesce so readily and directly. Although they had shared a bed in the ancient emperor's tomb, it had not been nearly as forthright as this moment. Back then, they were both fully clothed. And now at that instant, she felt so embarrassed she wished she could dive underwater. What's wrong? Jun Xiao Yao inquired, noticing her flustered demeanor. And nothing, she stammered. The question only served to deepen her speechlessness. You're in this state, and you still ask? How mortifying. Her small hands clutched the blanket, her anxiety palpable. Would you like to hear a ghost story? Jun Xiao Yao suggested, amusement flickering in his heart at her reaction. Ghost? Tian Yuzi gasped in surprise, startling Jun Xiao Yao as well. What is going on? I haven't even started yet. No stories, she protested, snuggling into Jun Xiao Yao's embrace, her small hands wrapping around his neck. With a playful glare, she added, being used to scare me like that. How about we do something together? Jun Xiao Yao chuckled. Ah no, Tian Yuzi exclaimed, her anxiety escalating. Her face paled slightly. Though she harbored feelings for Jun Xiao Yao, she was not yet mentally prepared for such an advance. If he were to initiate something at that moment, what would she do? Reject him or acquiesce? A whirlwind of conflicting emotions engulfed her, compounded by her overwhelming embarrassment. Let us just sleep, Jun Xiao Yao suggested. He then closed his eyes, striving to calm himself. It was a tormenting endeavor. After all, he had never truly experienced a romantic relationship, nor had he ever touched a girl. Seconds turned into minutes, and finally, Jun Xiao Yao found his tranquility. Darling, are you angry? Tian Yuzi asked softly, her heart racing with concern. No, Jun Xiao Yao replied, angry? Non-existent, nor is it the case. I was merely jesting. Moreover, my acquaintance with Tian Yuzi is relatively recent, and we do not know each other well. Such matters require patience. My dear, Tian Yuzi still believes that Jun Xiao Yao is upset. Jun Xiao Yao is left in a state of confusion. What does that mean? Before he could respond, Tian Yuzi's delicate lips had already pressed against his. Similarly, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her entire body stiff and powerless. It was the first time she had taken the initiative to kiss someone of the opposite sex, marking her inaugural interaction with intimacy. The sensation was utterly enchanting, fearful, anxious. A whirlwind of emotions flooded her mind. Her small hands encircled Jun Xiao Yao's neck, as if wishing to meld into him, never to part again. Time seemed to lose its meaning as the two lost themselves in the moment. Tian Yuzi's delicate form trembled, her beautiful eyes fluttered open. At that instant, their lips separated, and their gazes met. Tian Yuzi's exquisite face flushed a deep crimson, radiating charm. Is this all right? She softly inquired. Today had already pushed her limits, even transcending deeper boundaries. In essence, she had nearly surrendered her entire being to Jun Xiao Yao. Yes, let us rest, Jun Xiao Yao nodded, signaling an end to the day's events. You must hold me as we sleep, Tian Yuzi playfully requested, nestling against Jun Xiao Yao's embrace. By the way, regarding yesterday's incident, such actions must not recur. Regardless of the circumstances, remember to safeguard yourself, do you understand? Otherwise, I shall not forgive you. This is both the first and last time. Remember this. Suddenly, Jun Xiao Yao recalled yesterday's events. Although it was a test for Tian Yuzi, Should she encounter a similar peril in the future, would she still be so naive? He realized he must remind her to always protect herself. Humph, for you, I would sacrifice everything. However, even in death, I shall remain untainted. All right, I shall remember. Tian Yuzi replied, momentarily taken aback before comprehending Jun Xiao Yao's words. Nevertheless, she felt no regret. If faced with the same circumstances again, she would make the same choice. Upon meeting Jun Xiao Yao's gaze, she pouted slightly and nodded in agreement, her demeanor exceedingly obedient. Chapter 68. The fusion of divine essence and the celestial transformation of the purple ethereal. The following day, upon awakening, Tian Yuzi resembled an octopus, clinging to Jun Xiao Yao. Yuzu, your drool has dripped onto me. Upon rousing, Jun Xiao Yao beheld Tian Yuzi's appearance, a radiant smile blossoming upon his face. He reached out and playfully patted her perky rear. Tian Yuzi stirred, rubbing her dairy her small mouth pouting, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Having traversed the intimate boundaries of their relationship the previous day, she was no longer as bashful, yet upon noticing the dampness on Jun Xiao Yao's chest, her face grew even warmer, realizing her drooling. Casually, she snatched 2 tissues from the bedside table to wipe him off. Haven't you slept enough? Jun Xiao Yao inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the splendid vista before him. I've had sufficient rest, she replied. Where are your eyes wandering? She teased, playfully scolding him as she had never experienced such peaceful slumber as she did last night, filled with delightful dreams. Suddenly, she became aware of Jun Xiao Yao's gaze. Following its trajectory, her face flushed crimson. She shot him a glare and hastily removed herself from his embrace, pulling the blanket over her, her loose pajamas offering little modesty. By the way, I have selected a cultivation path suited to your innate talents. However, the process may be arduous, perhaps even beyond your endurance. Jun Xiao Yao stated earnestly once Tian Yuzi released her grip. Today, we shall address your cultivation, he continued. Splendid. Rest assured, regardless of the hardship or torment, I shall endure. Jun Xiao Yao's woman is no mere ornament. She is a celestial beauty capable of assisting you, Tian Yuzi declared with resolve. As she spoke, she emerged from beneath the covers and hurried into the bathroom to freshen up. Soon, she appeared before Jun Xiao Yao, revitalized and radiant. Fear not, with me by your side. I shall protect you. You need only strive to absorb and merge, Jun Xiao Yao reassured her, gesturing for Tian Yuzi to sit upon the bed. He extended his hand to assist her in settling into a cross-legged position. Thankfully, their relationship as a couple alleviated many inconveniences, though even so, Tian Yuzi remained exceedingly shy. Once she was comfortably seated, Jun Xiao Yao summoned his spirit, and a diamond-shaped crystal manifested before them. This is the divine essence of the Ice Empress. Now, I shall aid you in merging with it. With this essence, you shall possess unparalleled talents, able to vanquish all sanctified bodies. Though it cannot compare to my chaotic divine demon body. With a swift motion, the divine essence was activated beneath Jun Xiao Yao's true essence. Instantly, a mysterious radiance enveloped Tian Yuzi, illuminating her as the light surged towards her brow. On the exquisitely beautiful yet frigid visage of Tian Yuzi, a manifestation of anguish emerged, intensifying to a terrifying degree, causing her delicate form to tremble ever so slightly, as if on the verge of collapse. Jun Xiao Yao could only observe, for certain tribulations must be faced by her alone. While he could offer temporary assistance, he was powerless to provide everlasting support. The path of cultivation was fraught with endless dangers yet to come. This was merely the inception. Event triggered. The master employs the divine essence of the Ice Empress on Tian Yuzi. Reward points 500,000 upon encountering this momentous event. A prompt resonated within Jun Xiao Yao's mind. I must succeed. The woman of Jun Xiao Yao is no mere ornament. Deep within Tian Yuzi's heart, in the recesses of her consciousness, a resolute determination took root. Aware of her innate lack of cultivation talent, she recognized the opportunity presented by Jun Xiao Yao's assistance and would not let it slip away. She understood that should she fail to cultivate, their love, though profound, would only endure for a few fleeting years. As time passed and she aged, even if Jun Xiao Yao's affection remained, she would no longer accompany him, for the ravages of time would render her less beautiful. Moreover, Jun Xiao Yao was a formidable being, destined to live for an eternity, while her own lifespan would barely exceed a century. This reality fueled her unwillingness to accept defeat. Therefore, she had to succeed. As time ticked away, the divine essence gradually diminished, continuously merging with Tian Yuzi. Gradually, a mysterious radiance and aura emanated from her. The chill was bone deep, and the unmatched momentum grew increasingly formidable. This was the essence of the Ice Empress. Even though the Ice Empress had transcended, Her divine essence inherited all her attributes. And now, as it fused with Tian Yuzi, it bore the indelible might and presence of the Ice Empress. With a wave of his hand, Jun Xiao Yao enveloped Tian Yuzi in a stream of true essence. Under the enhancement of this true essence, the fusion of the divine essence accelerated, alleviating some of Tian Yuzi's suffering. Only through a swift and complete merging could she truly emerge from her torment. Chapter 69. Is this a token of affection? An hour passed, then two. Finally, after 3 hours, the divine essence perfectly fused with Tian Yuzi. With the protection of Jun Xiao Yao in the system, Tian Yuzi seamlessly integrated the divine essence, eradicating the aura and might of the Ice Empress. From that moment on, the Ice Empress became a relic of history, vanishing completely. Her disappearance heralded the dawn of Tian Yuzi, who would emerge as an even more formidable empress in the future. Tian Yuzi opened her beautiful eyes, filled with excitement and thrill. Yet, the recent agony left her utterly fatigued. Event triggered. With the assistance of her master, Tian Yuzi successfully utilized the divine essence, elevating her cultivation to Martial King, earning a reward of 2,000,000 points. This time, the triggered event awarded 2 million points. Jun Xiao Yao was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? A reward of 500,000 for utilizing the divine essence, and upon success, an additional 2 million. Since entering the Hell Realm alongside Tian Yuzi, the points earned had reached a terrifying level. Are you alright? Jun Xiao Yao inquired with genuine concern. Although he wielded control over everything, his worry was instinctive. Husband, I succeeded. Thank you. Tian Yuzi nestled in Jun Xiao Yao's embrace, her exhaustion palpable. Even though she had attained the cultivation level of a martial king, fatigue still enveloped her. After all, she had once been an ordinary individual, untouched by the path of cultivation. Now, with the fusion of the Ice Empress's divine essence, her physique had transcended, transforming her into a powerful martial king, endowed with extraordinary talent for cultivation. Congratulations, Jun Xiao Yao sincerely wished her well. I wish to sleep for a while. Will you hold me? Tian Yuzi playfully requested. Her lips puckered adorably, an irresistible sight. Jun Xiao Yao longed to kiss her, yet he could not bear to disturb her in her current state of weariness. Soon, Tian Yuzi drifted off to sleep in Jun Xiao Yao's arms. This slumber lasted another 3 hours. Upon awakening, she felt fully revitalized. Her martial king prowess rendering her no longer an ordinary person, brimming with vitality. I have something for you. Jun Xiao Yao presented a deep blue ring before Tian Yuzi. A ring? She exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Upon realizing it was a ring, she was momentarily stunned. In Huaxia, gifting bracelets, rings, and necklaces carries significant meaning. A ring is typically bestowed by a boyfriend upon his fiancée or wife, which brought immense joy to Tian Yuzi. Moreover, the ring was exceptionally beautiful. As she spoke, she extended her delicate, fair fingers, inviting Jun Xiao Yao to place it on her hand. This is a spatial ring. From now on, you won't need to carry a backpack, Jun Xiao Yao explained, sliding the ring onto the middle finger of her lovely right hand. Does this count as a token of affection? Tian Yuzi inquired. The exquisite visage gazed at Jun Xiao Yao, brimming with anticipation. Jun Xiao Yao paused momentarily before nodding. Since he had promised her, he felt compelled to embody the role of a boyfriend, allowing her to relish the privileges of a girlfriend and the joys of love. Originally, Tian Yuzi had merely spoken casually, not truly expecting a response from Jun Xiao Yao. However, to her astonishment, he did reply, flooding her heart with exhilaration, happiness, and sweetness. Unable to contain herself, she planted a kiss on Jun Xiao Yao's cheek. Subsequently, Jun Xiao Yao imparted to Tian Yuzi some fundamental knowledge and insights regarding cultivation, various cultivation systems, and the treasure system, encompassing a myriad of information. Treasures were categorized into spirit tools, heavenly tools, immortal tools, sacred tools, and divine tools. Pills were classified as spirit pills, heavenly pills, immortal pills, sacred medicines, and divine pills. Techniques were divided into mysterious rank, earthly rank, heavenly rank, spiritual rank, immortal rank, sacred rank, and divine rank. Moreover, regardless of whether they pertained to techniques or martial skills, treasures or pills, each level was further subdivided into smaller tiers. Am I correct in this? An hour later, Tian Yuzi diligently reviewed what Jun Xiao Yao had taught her. Upon finishing, she resembled a child seeking praise, her demeanor suggesting, "Come, commend me." Indeed, Jun Xiao Yao nodded. Although Tian Yuzi was unable to cultivate in the past, her innate intelligence allows her to grasp everything swiftly. Will you not praise me? Tian Yuzi pouted, playfully asking. Shall I reward you? Jun Xiao Yao responded, momentarily taken aback, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Certainly not, Tian Yuzi retorted, aware of Jun Xiao Yao's intentions. In the future, you shall accept more. Do not force yourself. The path of cultivation requires a balance of effort and relaxation, Jun Xiao Yao advised. Thereafter, he entered the bathroom to freshen up. Once he was done, Tian Yuzi followed suit, and soon they left the room, for he intended to take her out for some enjoyment that day. What? Grandfather, you say my sister and Jun Xiao Yao have ventured to the 9th layer of the Hell Realm? In the Tian family's ancestral home. Tian Luobing wore an expression of shock. For the past few days, she had been unable to contact her sister and feared she might be in danger. Thus, she hurried back to the ancestral home to inquire with her grandfather, never expecting him to possess knowledge of her sister's whereabouts. Upon learning that Tian Yuzi and Jun Xiao Yao had entered the 9th layer of the Hell Realm, she was utterly astounded. In her past life, at her peak, she would have been indifferent to the Hell Realm. Even the Catastrophe Realm felt like a leisurely stroll in a garden. Yet, in this life, having been reborn, she now stood at the innate realm, a far cry from her former pinnacle. What of her sister? Lacking any semblance of talent for cultivation, yet choosing to accompany Jun Xiao Yao to the 9th layer of the netherworld, a place where even the martial emperor faces near certain demise. This is tantamount to courting death, dear sister. What a fool Jun Xiao Yao is. Despite my disdain for him, I implore him not to endanger my sister. Regardless of our circumstances, you are my betrothed. Indeed, 3 days ago, they ventured into the 9th layer of the netherworld. Tian Lanqing remarked nonchalantly, aware of Jun Xiao Yao's prowess, and thus remained unfazed. Not only in the netherworld, but even in the realm of natural disasters, Jun Xiao Yao could navigate with ease. Grandfather, you seem to have lost your senses. Why do you not intervene? Tian Luo coldly inquired. She exuded a haughty, frigid demeanor, rejecting all warmth and sentiment, like an ethereal ice goddess untouched by mortal affairs. Her heart was not devoid of emotion. After all, Tian Yuzi was her beloved elder sister. In this moment, her ire was palpable, and had the one before her not been her grandfather, she would have undoubtedly taken action. Chapter 70. Identity Disclosure. Tian Luo Bing journeyed to the Catastrophe Realm to intervene. Why should I intervene, Bing? You may disdain Jun Xiao Yao, but can you bear to disrupt Zira's happiness? In truth, you do not truly know Jun Xiao Yao. Only upon understanding him will you recognize his merits. Tian Lan sighed deeply. Initially, the engagement was with Tian Luo Bing, yet she would not consent, inadvertently drawing Tian Yuzi closer to Jun Xiao Yao. If both Zir and Binger were to marry Jun Xiao Yao, no family on this earth could rival the Tian family, provided they willingly chose this path, as both Binger and Zir are his granddaughters. At this moment, he still wished to facilitate a union between Jun Xiao Yao and Tian Luo Bing, yet he hesitated to reveal Jun Xiao Yao's true identity. Would his sister find happiness with him? Was he truly exceptional? This was not evident to him. News of a rare treasure emerging from the Catastrophe Realm reached him. I shall depart for the Catastrophe Realm tonight. Sister, if you return, please do not wander aimlessly. Tian Luo Bing dismissed this notion with disdain. Happiness with that scoundrel? Exceptional? He has yet to encounter someone like me. As the reincarnation of the illustrious Tai Xian Tian Empress, my talent is unparalleled. No one in this world can compare to me. With that, she strode out of the room. What? The Catastrophe Realm? Binger, do not act recklessly. Tian Lan stood frozen in shock, but by the time he regained his composure, Tian Luo Bing had already departed. Commander, we have confirmed that Jun Tian Di is indeed Jun Xiao Yao. In the capital, the Security Bureau gathered numerous special personnel and superhuman entities. Recently, a multitude of events had transpired globally, the emergence of the heavenly rankings and the appearance of Jun Tian Di. For China, this was undoubtedly monumental news, as Jun Tian Di had vanquished the Western deities. However, the question lingered, who exactly was Jun Tian Di? Thus, a directive was issued, ascertain his identity and current status without provoking or offending him. Through meticulous and covert investigations, Jun Tian Di's identity was finally unveiled. A classified document appeared on the commander's desk. In truth, uncovering Jun Tian Di's identity was not arduous. In China, surveillance was omnipresent. It is said that every trace left behind can be followed. Despite Jun Tian Di's elusive nature, traces remained to be explored. Thus, the investigation was swiftly concluded. Of course, only the most central figures in the capital dared to investigate Jun Tian Di, possessing the authority to access surveillance. Fascinating. Such a figure exists in China. This is stability. As for this matter, let Zhu Ke proceed to Jiangnan City. After reviewing the classified document, the commander ordered its destruction and fell into deep contemplation. Thus it began. This matter concludes here, shrouded in secrecy, with only a select few privy to the events that transpired. It is Jiangnan City, an airport. A pair of youthful figures emerges. The young man appears to be in his 20s, exuding an air of effortless elegance, a rare gem among mortals. The young woman, seemingly 18, is proud and aloof, breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a goddess of ice descending from the celestial realms. Together, they form a match made in heaven. At long last, they have returned. Tian Yuzi entwines her hand with Jun Xiao Yao's, their demeanor intimate. After 3 days of revelry in Jiang City, they finally make their way back to Jiangnan City. She no longer bears a backpack, for all her belongings are securely nestled within her spatial ring. The Tian Corporation awaits your return, Jun Xiaoyao remarks with a smile, aware of the formidable strength the company has attained under Tian Yuzi's leadership. Over the past 2 years, she has acclimatized to her role as the executive president. Now, he wonders whether she still desires to return to work. Should she choose to, it would grant him a measure of peace. I shall transfer my authority within 3 months and then remain by your side, he assures her. Should Tian Yuzi be privy to Jun Xiaoyao's intentions, she would undoubtedly pout in response. The Tian Corporation is an expansive entity, and relinquishing her position as executive president is no trivial endeavor. 3 months may suffice, but ever since Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, she has harbored little desire to work. Do remember to conceal your abilities and talents, Jun Xiaoyao gently reminds her. I know, Tian Yuzi replies with a dutiful nod. And also keep that pet close. It is no ordinary creature. He recalls that the pet is not merely a companion, but a divine beast. As they converse, the pair departs the airport. Half an hour later, they return to Longquan Mountain. Darling, I must visit grandfather and will return by afternoon, Tian Yuzi announces after changing her attire. She then plants a kiss on Jun Xiaoyao's cheek. During their 3 days in Jiang City, they have grown closer, though they have not crossed any further boundaries. Their relationship has deepened nonetheless. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao affirms. Tian Yuzi places the pet into the car before driving away from the villa. Meanwhile, at the Tian family's ancestral home, Tian Lansheng is in a state of agitation. Tian Luobing, despite being the top ranked on both the talent and master rankings, is merely a master. As a master, you could hold your own in the blood refinement realm, perhaps even venture into the first 3 tiers of the hell realm. But what business do you have in the catastrophe realm? Globally, no one dares to enter the catastrophe realm. Now, with a mere master embarking on such a perilous journey, is this not tantamount to courting death? It is too late for him to intervene. He attempts to make a call. Tian Luobing has powered down, just like before, severing all means of communication prior to her journey. Furthermore, once one enters the teleportation tower, the teleportation array isolates all messages, rendering any contact with other realms impossible. Grandfather. At that moment, a melodious and sweet voice resonated in Tian Lansheng's ears. Upon hearing this voice, his spirits lifted. It was Zier. Stepping out of his room, he caught sight of Tian Yuzi. After a few days' absence, his granddaughter appeared even more beautiful, her demeanor ethereal and transcendent. Could it be due to her experiences in the infernal realm? Yet, Zier lacked any innate talent for cultivation. Grandfather, I have returned. Tian Yuzi exclaimed joyfully. She was overwhelmed with happiness, not only because she had acquired formidable cultivation abilities and strength, but also due to her newfound relationship with Jun Xiao Yao. This was her greatest joy. If given the choice, she would opt for a life without cultivation, as long as it meant being with Jun Xiao Yao. Her every action stemmed from her affection for him. At least you have returned safely, sighed Tian Lansheng, his voice filled with comfort, yet trailing off into a deep sigh at the mention of Bing Er. Chapter 71. Yao's sister Binga? What has happened to her? Tian Yuzi inquired. Yet she remained composed, for she was well aware of Bing Er's extraordinary prowess, ranked first in talent globally and a master in her realm. As long as she was in Huaxia, she would be safe. After all, the Western deities had been thoroughly intimidated by the Emperor Jun. However, why did grandfather sigh when mentioning Bing Er? What transpired? She has ventured into the catastrophe realm, Tian Lansheng responded. What? The catastrophe realm? What trouble is she stirring there? Tian Yuzi exclaimed in shock. Following Jun Xiaoyao, she was naturally familiar with the blood refinement realm, the hell realm, and the catastrophe realm. If the hell realm was so terrifying, how perilous must the catastrophe realm be? A tenfold death sentence would not be an exaggeration. A master like her, entering the catastrophe realm, was akin to courting death. In an instant, Tian Yuzi's heart filled with concern and urgency. What about him? By the way, how are you all faring? Tian Lansheng asked. The him referred, of course, to Jun Xiaoyao. As he spoke, his gaze turned towards Tian Yuzi, seeking to glean some insight from her expression. At Longquan Mountain, their relationship is splendid. He has promised to be Zier's boyfriend, she replied. Her small face adorned with a sweet smile, happiness and bliss evident. It was clear she was in the throes of young love. What delightful news! Upon hearing this, Tian Lanxing felt elated, not only for his granddaughter, but also for the Tian family as a whole. Grandfather, I shall return first and see if there is any way to help Binger, Tian Yuzi said, turning away as she walked. After all, the catastrophe realm was fraught with unimaginable dangers, and since her experience in the Hell realm, she understood that it was not merely a secret domain, but a terrifyingly powerful world. Once inside, finding someone would be akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, nearly impossible. Moreover, even if Jun Xiao Yao were willing to venture into the catastrophe realm to find Binger, she could hardly bear the thought of him doing so at Jiangnan City's first high school. In the afternoon, countless youth radiating the vitality of adolescence emerged, each more strikingly beautiful than the last. Yao Yao, now that we're on break, how about we go out and have some fun? Su Mingyao, would you like to join us? Yao Yao, your pet is so adorable. Where did you buy it? Yao Yao, do you have any plans for the vacation? At the school gate, two stunning young ladies exited, one of whom was Su Mingyao. Among all her classmates, she resembled a fairy, exquisite, innocent, akin to a goddess from an anime, greeted by countless admirers inviting her to join in their revelry. No, I have my brother accompanying me during the break. Su Mingyao waved her hand, bidding farewell to her classmates while simultaneously declining their invitations. Her heart had already soared back home, eagerly anticipating the adventures she would embark on with her brother in the mystical realms, having little inclination to frolic with you immature beings. Furthermore, do not harbor any illusions. My heart belongs solely to my brother. Yao Yao, who is your brother? One inquired. It wouldn't be. The speaker, Zhou Qingqing, was Su Mingyao's closest classmate and confidant. Their bond had flourished since kindergarten, continuing through primary, secondary, and high school, rendering their relationship exceptionally strong. Are you suggesting he might be a boyfriend? Su Mingyao remarked nonchalantly. Honestly, it matters not. A brother and a boyfriend are essentially the same, as they are one and the same individual. Besides, when I mature, I shall wed my brother. Indeed, Yao Yao, do be cautious not to be deceived. The men of today can be quite treacherous. In my opinion, one ought to seek a partner akin to the unparalleled Jun Tiandi, strikingly handsome, immensely powerful, and irresistibly domineering. What was that saying? Ah yes, a gentleman is as exquisite as jade, unmatched in the world. Such is the man I admire. Zhou Qingqing nodded seriously, apprehensive for her dear friend, aware of Yao Yao's beauty. Being deceived would be unfortunate. In truth, Zhou Qingqing herself was extraordinarily beautiful, being a year older than Yao Yao. Humph, little infatuation. Su Mingyao pouted her delicate lips, feeling a bit displeased. My brother is mine. You, with your infatuation, wish to catch the attention of Jun Tiandi. Yet he is Yao Yao's brother. However, if you find him appealing and he reciprocates your feelings, I wouldn't mind you being with my brother, after all. You are so beautiful and my closest friend. I cannot allow you to settle for lesser boys. Yao Yao, what troubles you? Zhou Qingqing observed Su Mingyao's demeanor with confusion. Why the anger? I spoke no ill of your brother. I merely offered a word of caution. It's nothing. You have met my brother before. Su Mingyao shook her head, her lips still pouting. I have. Zhou Qingqing furrowed her brow, uncertain. Just then, Su Mingyao's delighted voice rang out, filled with excitement. Catching Zhou Qingqing off guard, following Su Mingyao's gaze, she beheld a young man entering her line of sight. The youth appeared to be around 20, effortlessly graceful, with a remarkable charm and striking handsomeness that exuded an alluring mystique. Is this Yao Yao's brother? I have never seen him before. He is so handsome. Zhou Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment, her beautiful eyes fixated on the young man as she unconsciously drifted closer. Brother, you've come to fetch Yao Yao. Su Mingyao flitted towards Jun Xiao Yao like a delicate bird, leaping into his embrace and clinging to him with an endearing familiarity. In that moment, she resembled a little princess. Unbeknownst to Jun Xiao Yao, today was the day when Yao finished her classes early, as she had previously mentioned that the holiday was still a few days away. However, while at the Longquan Mountain Villa, he received a message on his phone from the school, announcing that classes had been dismissed early and reminding parents to collect their children. As Yao's designated guardian, he thus found himself waiting at the school gate. Chapter 72. The beautiful girl, Zhou Qingqing indeed. Are you not delighted? Jun Xiao Yao playfully pinched Su Mingyao's cheek. I am absolutely thrilled, brother. How did you know that Yao finished school early today? Su Mingyao inquired curiously, taken aback by her brother's unexpected presence at the school gates. I am, after all, Yao's guardian, Jun Xiao Yao replied with a gentle smile. Yes, I thought you possessed some sort of foresight. Brother, allow me to introduce you to my best friend, Zhou Qingqing. You may recall meeting her before. Su Mingyao said reluctantly as she descended from Jun Xiao Yao's side, gesturing towards Zhou Qingqing. At that moment, Jun Xiao Yao's attention was drawn to the beautiful young girl. Hello, brother. My name is Zhou Qingqing, and I am Yao's friend. The girl greeted him first, her politeness evident. Her voice was melodious, suffused with the essence of youth, reminiscent of a flower ready to bloom. As she spoke, she shyly extended her delicate, fair hand. Qingqing, hello. I apologize. You've grown so much and become even more beautiful that I hardly recognized you, Jun Xiao Yao said, gently shaking her hand, which felt cool and smooth. Delicate as a petal, his gaze swept across her lovely visage, noting the faint dimples on her cheeks, her pristine white blouse paired with a pleated skirt, and her long, slender legs, flawless and straight. She wore a pair of Danish shoes, radiating youthful exuberance, standing gracefully like a stunning maiden, exuding an aura of tranquility. Brother, is Sister Bing at home? May I take Qingqing to our house to play? Su Mingyao asked, one hand clutching Jun Xiao Yao's, and the other holding her little friend. Meanwhile, a small pet, tucked into her backpack, peeked out with its tiny head. She has gone to visit her grandfather. But of course you may. Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile. Wonderful. Let us go. Su Mingyao exclaimed with uncontainable joy, leading them in the direction of Longquan Mountain. In truth, Jiangnan First High School was not far from Longquan Mountain. It was merely a 10-minute stroll. Thank you, Yao Yao. Thank you, brother, Zhou Qingqing expressed politely, her bright eyes surveying the surroundings as she searched for a vehicle, initially assuming they would be driving to Yao Yao's home, only to realize they were walking. However, her understanding nature concealed any disappointment. Walking is just fine, she thought, comforted by the company of Yao Yao and her remarkably handsome brother, who, truth be told, she found quite charming. As they walked, Su Mingyao chattered away joyfully. Zhou Qingqing merely listened, occasionally uttering a word, embodying an exquisite tranquility. Qingqing, why are you so quiet today? Su Mingyao exclaimed. Could it be that you've turned this way upon seeing a handsome boy? Realizing her friend's unusual demeanor, she continued, today, Qingqing seems exceptionally subdued. Is it possible that the sight of your brother has rendered you shy? Not at all. Zhou Qingqing was already feeling nervous. And upon hearing Su Mingyao's remark, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. After 10 minutes, the trio arrived at the entrance of Longquan Mountain. Oh, here? Zhou Qingqing halted, taken aback by the towering walls. This place not long ago, she had passed by, and back then it was deserted. How could it now be enclosed by walls? Gazing at the vast expanse they surrounded, she felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be a manor? Was it possible that Yao Yao now resided here? Curiosity enveloped Zhou Qingqing. We didn't live here before. This place was newly acquired by my brother, Su Mingyao explained. Zhou Qingqing was aware of the villa they had previously occupied. I see, she replied, astonished. In the heart of Jiangnan City, where every inch of land was invaluable, such a vast area must cost billions. Moreover, this place held an air of mystery, far beyond what mere wealth could procure. What was the true identity of Yao Yao's brother? The grand gates swung open, and Su Mingyao took the lead, gently pulling Zhou Qingqing inside. Wow! Upon entering Longquan Mountain, Zhou Qingqing was utterly mesmerized, her astonishment rendering her momentarily speechless. This was not merely a home. It was a paradise, an ethereal realm, surpassing the beauty depicted in television and novels. The flora and fauna thrived, the air filled with melodious bird song, the sky adorned with shifting stars, and the entire world seemed infused with a mystical aura, as if painted in dreams. Indeed, within the grand formation of nature, this place radiated such splendor, continuously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Yao Yao, why don't you show Qingqing around while I prepare dinner? Jun Xiao Yao suggested, heading towards the villa. After a brief change of attire, he entered the kitchen to commence cooking. Wow, this place is breathtaking. Is this truly a realm of immortals? Zhou Qingqing exclaimed, her astonishment lingering. After a while, she emerged from her stupor, gazing at the ethereal energy beneath her feet, resembling celestial mist, making her feel as if she were in a paradise above the clouds. In her excitement, she pinched her own hand, only to discover it did not hurt, leading her to believe she was lost in a dream. Qingqing, you're pinching my hand. Su Mingyao shot her a disapproving glance, exuding an air of exasperation. Just moments ago, Zhou Qingqing had pinched her hand, and it was indeed quite painful. Ah! Zhou Qingqing's face flushed with embarrassment. No wonder it hadn't heard it was because she playfully pinched Yao Yao's hand, exclaiming with pride, isn't my home beautiful? It becomes even more enchanting at night. Everything here has been crafted by my brother. As she spoke, she ventured further inside, discovering a trampoline, a hammock, and swings. This, indeed, resembled a princess's garden, stunning, utterly exquisite. Zhou Qingqing admired the scenery while expressing her thoughts, her eyes brimming with envy. How wonderful it would be to possess a home like this. Chapter 73 Yao Yao. Your brother's cooking is simply exquisite. For a full hour, Su Mingyao accompanied Zhou Qingqing as they strolled through Longquan Mountain. Along the way, Zhou Qingqing remained in a state of stunned amazement, her beautiful eyes filled with envy. This place is simply breathtaking. Living here would be an unparalleled delight. By the way, what does Yao Yao's brother do? He seems exceptionally wealthy and possesses remarkable skills. It appears that Yao Yao's family isn't particularly affluent, yet her brother is incredibly handsome. In that moment, the young girl was consumed by curiosity and intrigue. Perhaps I should ask Yao Yao to assist me in becoming her brother's girlfriend. But I've never been in a relationship before, and I just turned 16. What does it feel like to be in love? What does one do when dating? Ching ching. It's time to eat. At last, they arrived at the villa, circumventing the expansive swimming pool to reach the dining area. Ah, we've arrived. Zhou Qingqing withdrew her gaze and hurried to Su Mingyao's side. Everything here is to her liking. Brother, what delicious food do we have? Su Mingyao asked eagerly, already salivating like a little glutton. Yao Yao, don't you have a housekeeper? Zhou Qingqing inquired. No, it's just my brother and me. Sometimes, Sister Bing comes to stay here as well, Su Mingyao replied, shaking her head. Why would we need a housekeeper? Having an outsider around would feel uncomfortable. Then who cooks? Zhou Qingqing asked, intrigued. No housekeeper, so what do we eat? My brother. My brother's cooking is absolutely delicious, Su Mingyao proudly declared. Your brother cooks? I can hardly wait. Zhou Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. To her, Yao Yao's brother seemed too handsome and young to be capable of cooking. Moreover, this place is so beautiful. It cannot simply be purchased with money, so Yao Yao and her family must be quite well off. Why then, would they not hire a housekeeper? Let us eat. At that moment, Jun Xiao Yao untied his apron and called out. All right. Su Mingyao nodded and quickly rushed to serve the rice. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Zhou Qingqing said politely, assisting Su Mingyao in serving the food. Just then, the gates of Longquan Mountain swung open, followed by the deep rumble of a car engine. Soon, a pink sports car appeared on the villa's lawn. After the car came to a stop, a stunningly beautiful woman stepped out. Her figure was flawless. Her face cold yet exquisite, exuding an ethereal grace, an undeniable ice goddess. With each movement, she commanded an air of elegance, and soon she entered the dining area. Sister Bing. Su Mingyao exclaimed joyfully. Yao Air has returned. Oh, we have a guest. Tian Yuzi encountered Su Mingyao and Zhou Qingqing, a smile gracing her face as she greeted them. Qingqing, this is my sister Bing. Bing, this is my dear friend Qingqing. Su Mingyao introduced them to one another. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingqing gazed at Tian Yuzi in astonishment. The beauty before her was breathtaking, eliciting a shiver in her heart. Although she considered herself quite lovely, she felt somewhat inferior when compared to the enchanting figure in front of her. It wasn't that she lacked beauty, indeed. She was nearly on par with Tian Yuzi, but rather that she still bore the innocence of youth. In time, as she matured, she would undoubtedly rival Tian Yuzi. Hello. Sister Bing, Zhou Qingqing greeted sweetly. Hello, Qingqing. Shall we dine? Tian Yuzi replied, feeling a twinge of hunger. Moreover, the culinary creations of Jun Xiao Yao were a feast for the eyes. Even those not famished would find themselves indulging heartily. Soon, the four settled down to enjoy their meal. Tian Yuzi took her place beside Jun Xiao Yao, occasionally serving him dishes with an affectionate demeanor. Su Mingyao observed quietly, her heart filled with astonishment. Could it be that Sister Bing and her brother? Wah, Yao Yao, your brother's cooking is exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful, Zhou Qingqing exclaimed, her astonishment akin to stepping into Longquan Mountain for the first time. Jun Xiao Yao's culinary skills exceeded her wildest expectations. Initially, she had assumed a maid was responsible for the meal, and upon learning that it was Yao Yao's brother, her hopes had waned. She thought to herself that if the food turned out to be unpalatable, she would simply eat less and endure it in silence. However, as they began to eat, she quickly realized how mistaken she had been. I did not deceive you, did I? Su Mingyao said proudly. My brother is indeed a source of pride. Simultaneously, a subconscious wariness arose within her. Could Qingqing possibly harbor feelings for her brother? It was a concern that lingered. What if it were true? As the four conversed and dined. Half an hour later, the table was cleared of 6 dishes and a soup, leaving not a trace behind. The two young girls patted their bellies, appearing utterly adorable, and Tian Yuzi mirrored their delight. Yao Yao, Qingqing, do indulge in this fruit. It aids digestion and is beneficial for your health. You two play while I discuss some matters with my sister, Jun Xiao Yao said after tidying up the kitchen. He emerged to find Zhou Qingqing and Su Mingyao frolicking by the poolside. He then retrieved a platter of several fist-sized spiritual fruits from the Yuan realm, washed them, and presented them to Su Mingyao. Thank you, brother. The two girls exclaimed happily. Jun Xiao Yao smiled and ascended to the second floor. Sensing that Tian Yuzi seemed to have something on her mind. It is merely unspoken. Chapter 74. Should I introduce you as my brother's girlfriend? In Tian Yuzi's room, Jun Xiao Yao stepped inside. He found Tian Yuzi nestled comfortably within a soft sofa, seemingly lost in thought. What troubles you? Jun Xiao Yao inquired as he settled beside her. Bing Air has gone to the disaster realm. Tian Yuzi shifted slightly, leaning into Jun Xiao Yao's embrace, and pondered aloud. The disaster realm? What could she possibly be doing there? Just playing, Jun Xiao Yao replied, rendered speechless. The disaster realm, unlike the hell realm, was a domain where only formidable beings, at least at the divine martial level, could enter. Whether such warriors existed on Earth remained uncertain. Thus far, no reports of anyone having ventured into the disaster realm had surfaced. Even if someone did manage to enter, it was often a one-way ticket. It was a place where survival was nearly impossible. Tian Luo Bing, the top-ranked master globally, renowned for her exceptional talent, was still merely a master. For someone of her caliber to enter the disaster realm was tantamount to courting death. No wonder Tian Yuzi was so anxious. I heard it from Grandpa. She just left today, Tian Yuzi said. Torn between wanting Jun Xiao Yao to rescue Bing Air and fearing for his safety, she felt conflicted. Should I go? Jun Xiao Yao could be in danger. But if I don't go, Bing Air has little chance of survival. On one side was her sister, and on the other, her beloved boyfriend. I'll make a trip tomorrow. This woman. Jun Xiao Yao shook his head. Why create such a fuss? Since she was aware of the situation, could she not intervene? He almost called her a woman, but refrained, recognizing that Tian Luo Bing was only 18 and Tian Yuzi's sister. Addressing her in such a manner felt inappropriate, especially in front of Tian Yuzi. Moreover, while it might sound like a reproach, it resembled playful banter more than anything else. Thank you, darling. Perhaps I should accompany you, Tian Yuzi said, planting a kiss on Jun Xiao Yao's cheek. Her heart brimming with sweetness and happiness, yet tinged with guilt for putting him in danger due to Bing Air's predicament. Focus on your training. Strive to reach the martial emperor level by the time I return. Yao Air has been eager to train. I might as well take her along and see if I can bring your sister back. I'm not going solely to rescue her, Jun Xiao Yao remarked. Currently, Tian Yuzi's spatial ring contained numerous celestial artifacts, resources, and treasures, with over 300 celestial sources. These assets could expedite her ascent to the martial emperor level and even beyond. I will await your safe return along with Yao Air and Bing Air. Tian Yuzi nodded obediently. By the poolside, two young girls sat at the edge, splashing about in the water. The delicate, fair little feet glided through the pool, their toes resembling tender green shoots, utterly exquisite. Yao Yao, who is that ice sister? Is she your brother's girlfriend? Inquired Zhou Qingqing with curiosity. Ice sister is a friend of my brother. What? Do you have feelings for him? Would you like me to introduce you as my brother's girlfriend? Su Mingyao chuckled, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou Qingqing. Yet, a flicker of displeasure stirred within her. That was her brother, and it irked her to hear Zhou Qingqing address him so intimately. Oh, no way. Zhou Qingqing instinctively replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she rejected the notion. But it seems Yao Yao is a bit upset. What's wrong? In truth, he was her uncle's son. After her parents and uncle tragically passed away, she and her brother had relied on each other for support. One day, when I grow up, I will marry him. Of course, I don't mind you, Su Mingyao softly confessed. Although the two shared a close bond, Zhou Qingqing was unaware of her friend's family circumstances, and it was the first time Su Mingyao divulged this secret to her dear friend. Ah, Zhou Qingqing exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. So, Yao Yao and her brother were not blood relatives after all. It was evident that their relationship was exceptionally strong. Upon hearing Su Mingyao's final remark, Zhou Qingqing felt an overwhelming shyness wash over her. Her lovely face flushed with a rosy hue. She nervously grasped the hem of her clothing, her thoughts inadvertently drifting to that dashing young man, so handsome, radiating a sunny disposition. What about you, Qingqing? Su Mingyao curiously asked. Since childhood, she had only seen Qingqing's sister picking her up and had never encountered her parents. We're alike. I haven't seen my parents either. The person you met was my aunt. She's quite remarkable, Zhou Qingqing replied. Growing up under her aunt's care, she had no recollection of her parents. Your aunt is so beautiful, Su Mingyao exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that Qingqing's aunt was indeed stunning. She had encountered Zhou Qingqing's aunt before and could attest that in terms of beauty and figure, she rivaled I's sister, embodying the essence of a celestial beauty. When my aunt returns, I'll introduce you, Zhou Qingqing said. Is your aunt not home? Su Mingyao inquired. My aunt is very busy with work and is rarely home, Zhou Qingqing explained. As they spoke, she casually picked up a fruit nearby, its jade-like surface gleaming and enticing. Let's sleep together tonight. We can play games, Su Mingyao suggested, also picking up a piece of fruit. Wow, what kind of fruit is this? Zhou Qingqing took a small bite. Instantly, her lips and teeth were imbued with a fragrant essence, crisp and delectable. A wave of miraculous energy surged through her entire being, invigorating her and filling her with vitality. Oh, this? My brother claims it to be a millennium spirit fruit, Su Mingyao remarked nonchalantly, for she had tasted many before. During her time at home, this was all she consumed. A single piece could satiate her, allowing her to forego meals for an entire day. Your brother is truly remarkable and quite handsome. Does he have any pets, Yao Yao? Zhou Qingqing inquired enviously. The millennium spirit fruit. She had read about it in books. After all, the revival of spiritual energy had occurred for 99 years. Even if one could not cultivate, basic knowledge of cultivation was well known. She never anticipated that such a legendary millennium spirit fruit would appear before her, and in abundance at that. Chapter 75. Brother. But Yaoer likes you too, I will ask brother. Su Mingyao shook her head. She was uncertain if her brother had any pets. She had already realized that it was not a mere pet, but a formidable divine beast, bestowed by her brother for her protection. Zhou Qingqing was an ordinary person. If her brother had another, gifting one to Zhou Qingqing wouldn't be a bad idea. Thank you, Yao Yao. Love you. Zhou Qingqing replied joyfully. In truth, she held no grand expectations. She was simply delighted to see her dear friend assisting her. As night fell gradually, Longquan Mountain became enveloped in a brilliant array of stars, shining more vividly than in other places. The night sky, a deep blue, appeared breathtakingly beautiful, adorned with starlight that cloaked Longquan Mountain, making it seem as if it resided within the cosmos. The air was fresh, imbued with ethereal energy, and the stars twinkled like jewels. This scene resembled a celestial paradise. The two young girls raced to the flower bushes beneath the villa, swinging and playing on the hammock, akin to two butterflies or little princesses. Yao Yao, isn't such a vast place dangerous? Aren't you afraid? Zhou Qingqing inquired. It was indeed a large area, with only a villa perched atop the mountain. Despite the high walls surrounding it, a sense of insecurity lingered. Danger? Qingqing, are you joking? Brother said this is the safest place in the world. Do you see the stars in the sky? That is a grand formation created by brother. He assured me that even Western deities could not enter here. Su Mingyao chuckled, her melodious laughter akin to the sound of silver bells. Wow, Zhou Qingqing felt a pang of envy. That evening, the two girls played for quite some time before finally returning to their rooms to bathe and sleep. Inside the villa, in Jun Xiao Yao's room, Tian Yuzi had initially intended to cling to Jun Xiao Yao and sleep beside him. However, with Yaoer present, she had no choice but to return to her own room. The following day, Su Mingyao inquired if Jun Xiao Yao had any pets left, mentioning that Zhou Qingqing desired one. Qingqing, I hear you wish for a pet. Here you go. Do come over to play often, Jun Xiao Yao said, handing a cream-colored pet to Zhou Qingqing. Ah, thank you, brother. Goodbye, brother. Zhou Qingqing exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she beheld the pet. A sweet smile adorned her exquisite face, and she had completely forgotten her earlier doubts. She never anticipated that Jun Xiao Yao would truly gift her a pet. It was an unexpected delight. Hastily accepting the pet and expressing her gratitude, she made her way down Longquan Mountain. Honey, I'm off to the company. Wishing you and Yaoer a safe return, I shall reward you then. Tian Yuzi whispered softly into Jun Xiao Yao's ear as she watched Zhou Qingqing depart, her breath fragrant like orchids. On the exquisitely beautiful, icy visage, a faint smile graced her lips. However, upon speaking, a delicate blush adorned that petite face, instantly making Jun Xiao Yao comprehend that the reward was indeed something extraordinary, stirring profound emotions within him. I shall deal with you upon my return, Jun Xiao Yao declared, watching as Tian Yuzi drove away. Brother, what is your relationship with Sister Bing? Su Mingyao descended from the upper floor, nestling beside Jun Xiao Yao, her voice a soft whisper. Possessing remarkable intelligence, she discerned some truths. Realizing the nature of the bond between her brother and Sister Bing, they had undoubtedly reached a certain level of intimacy, likely as romantic partners. A pang of jealousy stirred within her. Does Yao not like her? Jun Xiao Yao countered with a question. He knew that his answer would yield the same result, for the young girl had already surmised the truth. I do like her, but I feel a tinge of jealousy, the young girl responded candidly, her delicate lips pouting slightly. In her heart, she held no aversion to the idea of Sister Bing becoming her brother's girlfriend. Yet, the jealousy lingered, for he was hers alone. She is not Tian Luo Bing. She is Tian Yuzi, the elder sister of Tian Luo Bing, Jun Xiao Yao explained, choosing not to conceal anything from Yao Yao. Furthermore, revealing the truth now would facilitate future interactions. He recounted the events surrounding Tian Luo Bing and Tian Yuzi, including the engagement. Ah, I had not anticipated this, said her brother. But Yao Yao likes you too. Su Mingyao pouted her rosy lips, feeling a flicker of anxiety, for Tian Luo Bing held an engagement with her brother. And they were sisters, both strikingly beautiful. Unquestionably, her brother must harbor affection for them. And what about me? What should I do? Brother likes Yao Yao too, she pondered. Jun Xiao Yao chuckled, reaching out to gently ruffle the girl's silky hair. Brother, when I grow up, I will marry you, Su Mingyao declared earnestly, gazing up at Jun Xiao Yao with her stunning face. In fact, she had articulated such sentiments before, to which Jun Xiao Yao had always responded that he would wait for her to mature. Now, at the age of 15, she felt she had indeed grown. This time, Jun Xiao Yao refrained from responding to her declaration, merely regarding her with warmth. He crouched down to tenderly caress her charming nose, his touch exceedingly gentle. Yao Yao, today I shall take you to a special place, he announced after a moment of silence. Where to? Su Mingyao inquired with curiosity. To the catastrophe realm, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Ah, splendid. At long last, I can accompany brother on an adventure. When shall we depart? Su Mingyao exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. The prospect of embarking on an expedition with her brother was simply delightful. The anticipation for this day is exceedingly arduous. Chapter 76. Entering the catastrophe realm in South Asia. One of the three great teleportation towers, the catastrophe realm, is situated here. Once, this place was merely an impoverished nation. However, due to the presence of the teleportation tower to the catastrophe realm, its economy has flourished, transforming it into one of the top 100 tourist cities globally. Remarkably, 99.9% of visitors come solely to witness its allure, rather than utilizing the teleportation tower. After all, the tower transports individuals directly into the catastrophe realm, a domain only the martial gods dare to enter. But are there martial gods on Earth? Thus, the teleportation tower remains largely unused, serving primarily as a mere ornament. Yet, in recent days, countless hidden powerhouses have converged around the teleportation tower, with some even daring to use it to enter the first layer of the catastrophe realm, astonishing many. To venture into the catastrophe realm undoubtedly indicates one is a martial god. Beyond the Western deities and the Emperor of Heaven, there indeed exist martial god-level warriors on Earth. According to statistics, within a mere 3 days, at least 100 individuals have entered the first layer of the catastrophe realm. Has an unparalleled treasure emerged within the catastrophe realm? Why are so many formidable beings recklessly entering this perilous domain? It appears that treasures have been revealed within the catastrophe realm. But could it be a conspiracy? How could anyone know of treasures existing there without having ventured inside? Moreover, the catastrophe realm cannot be connected with Earth. The unprecedented influx of powerhouses into the catastrophe realm is surely extraordinary. With less than a year remaining in the century-long protective period, what will transpire when the 100 years elapse? After the protective period, Earth will be irrevocably thrust into a fantastical realm, subjected to the oppression and trampling by its powerful beings. Numerous discussions abound, faces etched with concern. Without the protective period, Earth will be exposed to the fantastical realm. Will Earth even exist at that time? Can the Western deities withstand the might of the fantastical realm? Clearly, that seems impossible. Can the Emperor of Heaven fend off the strong from this realm? It seems challenging. Brother, isn't I's sister merely at the master level? How did she manage to enter the catastrophe realm? Outside the teleportation tower, a pair of young individuals appears. The young man appears to be around 20, while the young woman looks to be around 14 or 15. The speaker is none other than Su Mingyao. After departing from Longquan Mountain, they swiftly made their way to South Asia, utilizing the teleportation tower to enter the catastrophe realm. Who knows what madness has overtaken her? This time, consider it a means of training. I shall protect you, Jun Xiao Yao declares. Their objectives are twofold: to locate and rescue Tian Luo Bing from the catastrophe realm, and to provide Su Mingyao with valuable experience. Su Mingyao responds obediently, her delicate hand tightly clutching Jun Xiao Yao's, as if fearful of losing herself in the process. As they converse, they make their way toward the teleportation tower, moving swiftly. Registration complete, the teleportation tower is activated. With a thunderous roar, the teleportation tower springs to life, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surges across 1,000 miles. Once again, individuals enter the tower, destined for the catastrophe realm. What has become of Jun Xiao Yao? Just yesterday, he emerged from the 9th level of hell, and now he ventures into the catastrophe realm again. How remarkable! The 9th level of hell is indeed formidable. However, this does not signify much. What truly matters is that he has attained a 5-star rating. The catastrophe realm is incomparable to the hell realm. Upon entering the teleportation tower, names are revealed. Upon seeing Jun Xiao Yao's name, many are taken aback. After all, Jun Xiao Yao's recent exploits in Jiang City, coupled with a 5-star rating from the 9th level of hell, are bound to cause a stir. Now, as he enters the catastrophe realm, astonishment naturally ensues. With a flash, the light of the teleportation tower fades, and Jun Xiao Yao and Su Mingyao vanish as if they have evaporated into thin air. Drawing from his previous experience, This time Jun Xiao Yao embraces Su Mingyao. Her soft figure, accompanied by a delicate fragrance, quickens his pulse. In his arms, Su Mingyao feels nervous, akin to an electric shock coursing through her, her entire body rendered weak. A blush graces her exquisitely beautiful face, though Jun Xiao Yao has held her before. She has never felt this bashful. Today, she resembles a lovesick maiden, her small hands tightly clasped around Jun Xiao Yao's neck, her head buried in his embrace. Unable to meet his gaze. What is happening? When my brother held me before, I was never this anxious. Why am I so flustered today? Yet, I wish to remain in his arms for eternity. By the way, has my brother ever held Sister Z? 2 full minutes pass before the teleportation concludes. As they step out of the teleportation passage into the outside world, Jun Xiao Yao is met with a cacophony of cataclysmic sounds, the very fabric of space trembling, and the earth crumbling beneath them. Channeling his true essence, he steadies himself. A portion of his consciousness delves into the realm, examining the virtual map. On the virtual map, within a radius of 10,000 miles, there are 397 red dots, alongside hundreds of green dots and a few golden points. Is this truly the catastrophe realm? Su Mingyao is both exhilarated and apprehensive. The scene before them resembles an apocalyptic vision. Indeed, the catastrophe realm differs from the blood refinement realm and the hell realm. The blood refinement realm comprises 9 worlds, as does the hell realm, each a complete world with its own martial civilization. In stark contrast, the catastrophe realm is a primordial expanse devoid of civilization. Here, even the indigenous inhabitants are absent, rendering it a terrifying secret domain. Jun Xiaoyao speaks earnestly. The more unknown the territory, the greater the peril. As everything remains shrouded in uncertainty, it is fundamentally impossible to foresee. Brother, what dangers exist within the realm of natural disasters? Su Mingyao inquired with curiosity, her small hands clasped tightly around Jun Xiaoyao, her delicate face gazing upward at him. Chapter 77. Triggering a new task. Heart of catastrophe. Within the realm of catastrophe, there lurks an array of unknown dangers, mythical beasts, treasures, and resources, as well as formidable warriors from Earth. Yet, the most prominent presence consists of martial deities and venerables from other worlds, perhaps even sages. Jun Xiaoyao remarked, as his form gracefully descended to the ground. At all times, he maintained a portion of his consciousness locked onto a virtual map, enabling him to evade powerful adversaries and threats while simultaneously acquiring treasures and resources. Ding! System awakening from dormancy. Event triggered. Master and Su Mingyao have entered the catastrophe realm. Reward points, 200,000. Task triggered. Master must enter the 9th layer of the catastrophe realm. Anticipated reward, 5,000,000 points. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind, announcing the end of its dormant state and the emergence of a triggered event. Moreover, a task had been activated, promising a reward of 5 million points. Upon seeing the reward, Jun Xiaoyao felt astonished yet curious. He had entered the 1st layer. What connection did that have with the 9th layer? Would he be required to exit and re-enter? No, that could not be right. The teleportation tower of the catastrophe realm only connected to the 1st layer and could not directly transport him to the 9th layer. How could he possibly reach it? Furthermore, even a sage would face perilous odds in the 9th layer. Was he merely courting death by venturing there? Moreover, his purpose was solely to train Yao Yao and rescue Tian Luobing. However, the allure of 5 million points was undeniably tempting. I accept, Jun Xiaoyao responded. Acceptance was one thing. Completion depended on luck and strength. Even if he failed, he would not incur any loss. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of destruction echoed ceaselessly, as the very fabric of the world tore apart. This realm was anything but stable. Humans, welcome to your new abode. Currently, you are the 128, 781st, and 128, 782nd living souls in the catastrophe realm. Upon entering this world, you must adhere to its rules. You have 3 days to ascend to the 2nd layer. Those who remain in the 1st layer will be annihilated. A voice resonated through the void, ethereal and distant, yet felt as if it were whispering directly into their ears. Upon hearing this, both Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao were struck with profound shock. The catastrophe realm housed over 100,000 powerful beings. Yet, how would they gain entry to the 2nd layer? Failing to do so would mean certain death. Who are you? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his expression solemn and his body tensed in readiness. I am the heart of catastrophe, the very essence of this world, as you humans would call it, the world spirit. Struggle if you must. There is much more excitement yet to come, the ethereal voice continued. Thus, the revelations unfolded. The voice's master was not human, but rather the spirit of this calamitous world. However, the tone of this voice was malevolent, devoid of any semblance of compassion. following the utterance. An eerie silence enveloped the entire realm. Simultaneously, before Jun Xiao Yao and Su Mingyao, two virtual screens emerged, each displaying their basic profiles and information. Human, Su Mingyao ID, 128782 talent, sacred body of the divine soul cultivation, 45th rank mind master, 5th level of martial king, calamity contribution, 0 points, methods of acquisition, slaying beasts, defeating opponents, gathering resources, seeking treasures. This was Su Mingyao's identity information. Human, Jun Xiao Yao ID, 128781 talent, chaotic divine demon body cultivation, supreme realm celestial calamity contribution, 0 points, methods of acquisition, slaying beasts, defeating opponents, gathering resources, seeking treasures. This comprised Jun Xiao Yao's details. Here, cultivation levels could not be concealed. In truth, the system could obscure cultivation, shielding everything, but in such a place. It was entirely unnecessary, unlike on Earth. How intriguing, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, and with a flick of his finger, the virtual screen vanished. Su Mingyao, following her brother's lead, made her screen disappear as well. Her exquisite face turned towards Jun Xiaoyao. Though she was a mind master, comparable in strength to a martial king, she remained a mere 15-year-old girl and felt fear in such an environment. Jun Xiaoyao was her sole pillar of support, both in the outside world and here. Fear not, for your brother is here, Jun Xiaoyao gently reassured her, affectionately tousling her silky hair. His heart brimmed with genuine love for this sister, having watched her grow since childhood. Moreover, their betrothal deepened his feelings, introducing a different kind of affection. The girl's stunning visage, smooth and taut, with her lively eyes now gazing at him, exuded trust. Wherever her brother was, that was home. She would follow him without hesitation, undaunted by any peril. Let us proceed to the second layer, Jun Xiaoyao suggested. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist, and in a flash, they soared towards the horizon. The delicate fragrance of her presence and her soft form evoked a sense of yearning. With a virtual map in hand, they navigated effortlessly, avoiding formidable beasts, unknown dangers, and powerful foes, following the arrows indicated on the screen. 3 hours later, they arrived at an ancient altar, adorned with intricate patterns that were both mysterious and elusive. Jun Xiaoyao recognized this as the entrance to the second layer. Only by unraveling these intricate patterns could they gain entry. System, initiate a scan and translation, Jun Xiaoyao commanded. Please scan and translate the inscriptions on the altar. Chapter 78. Brother, Yaoer is going to sleep. Upon receiving the command from Jun Xiaoyao, the system promptly commenced its scanning and translation, executing its tasks with remarkable speed. Presently, the system remained active, ready to be awakened at any moment. Brother, it's getting dark. Shall we continue our journey? Su Mingyao inquired. In the realm of calamity, much like Earth, the transition from day to night was a normal occurrence. As twilight descended, the atmosphere darkened, heralding the onset of night. Concurrently, the ominous roars of monstrous beasts echoed in the distance, their sounds terrifying, causing the very space to tremble and the earth to quake, leaving no moment of tranquility. Let us first enter the second layer and assess the situation within, Jun Xiaoyao declared. The spirit of the world had mentioned a 2-day time frame to access the second layer, yet he had accomplished it in merely 3 hours. He feared that the spirit of the world might present him with challenges in the second layer, hence he preferred to remain cautious in his words. Scanning complete. Translation complete. A minute later, the system had thoroughly scanned and translated all the runes on the altar, transmitting a stream of information into Jun Xiaoyao's mind. This information was straightforward, and upon reviewing the runes, they appeared exceedingly simple. With a swift motion, Jun Xiaoyao channeled his true essence, his hands weaving through the air, manifesting streams of power. Gradually, this power coalesced into a mysterious array. The array surged forth towards the altar, and in an instant, the altar erupted with a wondrous radiance. As the light swirled, it formed a portal through time and space. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao grasped Su Mingyao's hand, leading her through the portal. The portal resembled a curtain of water, and they felt no sensation as they passed through. In the blink of an eye, they emerged in the second layer of the realm of calamity. The sights within were even more terrifying, yet the spiritual energy was far more refined and abundant. Upon entering the second layer, the spirit of the world did not manifest, suggesting it had no intention of leading him astray. Let us find a place to rest and resume our journey tomorrow, at which point you can begin your training, he proposed. After a brief interval, the voice of the spirit of the world remained silent, confirming Jun Xiaoyao's belief that it would not deceive him. 2 days meant precisely that. All right, Su Mingyao exclaimed joyfully, a lollipop nestled in her mouth, her cheeks adorably puffed, adding to her charm. After half an hour, they discovered a sheer cliff, towering 100 meters high, where a stone cave awaited. The cave, encompassing several square meters, was remarkably dry, making it an ideal temporary refuge. They divided their tasks, with Jun Xiao Yao setting up concealment measures within the cave, while Su Mingyao. In the cave, she diligently tidied up, laying out a quilt and a small table. Before long, the cave was transformed into a clean and cozy space, though not quite comparable to her own room. After her last cultivation session, Su Mingyao received a spatial ring from Jun Xiao Yao, along with countless resources and treasures for her training. With the spatial ring, filled with snacks and daily necessities, she eagerly awaited the day she could venture into the world with her brother. The ring, expansive enough to encompass an area of 10 miles, contained nearly 1 billion items, enough provisions to last a decade. Her brother, Jun Xiao Yao, curled her delicate, slender legs beneath the quilt, retrieving a bounty of snacks, bread, and bottled water from the spatial ring. He handed her the treats while gesturing for her to sit beside him, encouraging her to indulge in the spiritual fruits. As he took the bread, he also produced several spiritual fruits from the elemental realm, placing them on the small table before them, and settled next to Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao nodded obediently, shifting slightly closer, snuggling into Jun Xiao Yao's embrace with an air of playful affection. After a while, they each enjoyed a piece of bread and a spiritual fruit. "Brother, Yao Yao is sleepy now," Su Mingyao announced, rubbing her eyes. "Go to sleep," Jun Xiao Yao replied, nodding. He gently cradled her soft form, laying her on the quilt and tucking her in. "Brother, I want a hug," Su Mingyao pouted adorably. "All right," Jun Xiao Yao acquiesced. Lying beside her, her small hand found its way to his chest, and as she turned to her side, one long, graceful leg draped over him, resembling an octopus. She nuzzled her head against his chest, seeking a comfortable position. Soon, the gentle rise and fall of her breath indicated she had drifted into a deep slumber. Her exquisite face, flawless and delicate, wore a faint smile, as if lost in a beautiful dream. The subtle fragrance of her skin, coupled with her tender form and intimate posture, posed a challenge for Jun Xiao Yao to succumb to sleep. Was this little girl intentionally tormenting him? After all, he was a vigorous 20-year-old man. Time slipped away, and eventually, Jun Xiao Yao succumbed to slumber, holding the young girl close. Meanwhile, in the third layer of the cataclysmic world, a terrifying battle raged on. The conflict was brutal. While battles were commonplace in the cataclysmic world, involving human warriors clashing with beasts and amongst themselves, the current battlefield was particularly shocking. In the midst of the battle, the disparity in cultivation between the two combatants was striking. A stunningly beautiful girl, no more than 16 or 17 years of age, unleashed a terrifying secret technique as she engaged in fierce combat with a martial deity of approximately 40 years. The girl, with her ethereal beauty, exuded an aura of icy coldness, embodying the essence of a formidable empress. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, solidifying the air within a 10-mile radius. Yet, despite the seemingly fearsome display, her true cultivation was merely innate. An innate warrior facing off against a martial deity? Were this to be revealed, none would believe it. Yet, this is the undeniable truth. Chapter 79. A girl must be modest. The cataclysmic battle raged on, brutal and unforgiving. The young maiden, her lips stained with blood, appeared strikingly beautiful yet tragic. Throughout the ordeal, her expression remained unchanged, as if the formidable opponent before her was but a phantom. Her extraordinary prowess and mystical abilities instilled a sense of trepidation even in the hearts of the mighty martial gods. Dong Guoming, a warrior of the sixth realm, possessed a terrifying strength. Yet, at this moment, he found himself contemplating retreat, utterly bewildered by a girl scarcely 16 or 17 years of age. He had ventured forth cautiously, in search of treasures and resources, only to encounter this stunning maiden. Her beauty breathtaking, cold, and aloof, akin to an ethereal goddess untouched by the mundane world. Remarkably, she was merely of the innate realm. For a martial god, the innate realm is as trivial as an elephant trampling an ant. Yet, his mind began to spiral into fantasies of possessing such an exquisite girl. However, he was almost obliterated by a single strike from her, leaving him utterly shaken, nearly paralyzed with fear. What kind of innate being possessed such terrifying strength, wielding abilities that transcended the heavenly tier? The maiden was Tian Luobing. In the face of a martial god, she was indeed at a disadvantage, given the vast difference in their realms. Nevertheless, for a martial god to defeat her, the reincarnation of an empress would require a significant toll. Though she had sustained some injuries in their fierce clash, her opponent was not unscathed either. Those who dared to covet the empress's favor were courting death. Upon entering the realm of calamity, she ascended to the third layer in just 2 days, a feat that would be met with disbelief. Yet her identity rendered it understandable. Did he truly wish for a fight to the death? Dong Guoming finally spoke, frustration evident in his tone. It was utterly humiliating for a distinguished martial god to be bested by a mere girl of 16 or 17, especially when she was only of the innate realm. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed her to be anything less than a peak martial god. You? Do you even deserve this? Tian Luo Bing, frigid and imperious, spoke with a voice both enchanting and chilling. In her previous life, she was the unparalleled empress of the supreme celestial realm. Decisive in combat, devoid of sentiment. She had slain countless strong warriors. Not just martial gods, but even saints had fallen before her. Those who harbored malicious intent towards her would find their bones ground to dust, their hatred unquenchable. As she spoke, her delicate hand waved, summoning a sharp, icy brilliance. The very air around them seemed to freeze. A faint sound echoed, followed by a scream. Dong Guoming fell violently, devoid of any breath or life. With Dong Guoming's demise, Tian Luo Bing could no longer contain herself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Without a moment's hesitation, she fled the scene, heading towards the 4th level. She had just recently defeated a martial deity, yet the victory came at a considerable cost. After all, she was merely innate, while her opponent was a martial god. Utilizing secret techniques had inflicted severe backlash upon her, leaving her injuries far from mended. Furthermore, her unique intuition assured her that other formidable beings had set their sights on her, necessitating her swift departure from this place to stabilize her condition. The following day, early in the morning, within the confines of a cave, Su Mingyao awoke, her exquisite visage adorned with a sweet and blissful smile. Jun Xiao Yao opened his eyes. This scenario had become commonplace for him, as during her childhood, Yao would often cling to him in this manner. Now, even though she had matured and was no longer a little girl, her behavior remained unchanged. Brother, it's time to rise. Su Mingyao's voice was soft and melodious. As she spoke, she stood upon the bed, adjusting her garments. However, her pair of smooth, straight, and fair legs swayed enticingly before Jun Xiao Yao. In that moment, he found his gaze captivated, unable to look away, inwardly chastising. This little girl is quite oblivious. Chapter 80, Tian Luo Bing. Is this emperor destined to fall? Oh, Yao knows, but she only behaves this way in front of her brother. Outside, Yao would never act like this, because Yao only shows this side to her brother. Su Mingyao gave a small "oh," pouting her lips softly as she spoke. Naturally, she would never present herself this way in public, always mindful of her every move. For she is a girl, and an extraordinarily beautiful one at that. Countless boys yearn for her attention, so it is only prudent that she protects herself. Jun Xiao Yao reached out and pinched her little face playfully before rising. The two began to tidy up, stepping out of the cave to find a small stream for their morning wash. Once they completed their preparations, they unfurled their forms and soared ahead. Although the voice of the world spirit did not manifest, Jun Xiao Yao followed the arrow on the virtual map, flying towards the entrance of the 3rd layer, deftly avoiding dangers and monsters along the way. As for treasure hunting, that was not on their agenda. 3 hours later, they entered the 3rd layer. After noon, they progressed into the 4th layer. Upon entering the 4th layer of the Cataclysm world, Jun Xiao Yao and Su Mingyao slowed their pace. This layer was fraught with peril and teeming with monstrous beasts. However, it was also abundant in precious spiritual herbs and fruits, which the pair began to collect. Boom, boom, boom. In the afternoon, while Jun Xiao Yao and Su Mingyao were gathering spiritual fruits, a terrifying explosion echoed from ahead. This sound was not from the cataclysm or beasts, but rather a fierce battle between powerful beings. Let us go take a look, Jun Xiao Yao suggested, taking Su Mingyao's hand and stepping forward, instantly covering 100 miles. In truth, he had no particular interest in observing battles, especially those of formidable warriors. However, he sensed a familiar aura amidst the conflict, reminiscent of someone he had encountered before, which heightened his awareness. He had only a handful of acquaintances in the Cataclysm world. Who else could it be but Tian Luo Bing? If it were indeed her, then it was clear she must be in danger. Even a master rank cannot compare to a martial god, and within this Cataclysm realm, the majority were martial gods, with even exalted beings present, and perhaps even sages might appear. Brother, have you discovered I's sister's whereabouts? Su Mingyao, with her astute intelligence, could surmise a few things. After all, she understood that her brother was not one to seek out excitement, let alone engage in the battles of dangerous powers. Of course, with her brother's terrifying strength, none could truly rival him. Yes, it should be her, Jun Xiao Yao replied. If it were Tian Luo Bing, then he would not need to search the entire Cataclysm world for her. Swiftly, the scene of the battle came into view. 100 miles ahead, They beheld the unfolding spectacle. Three formidable warriors besiege a young maiden, who is ethereal and breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. Although she bears a hint of youthfulness, an overwhelming aura of dominance radiates from her, reminiscent of a peerless empress. With a mere gesture, the very fabric of heaven and earth shifts, a stark contrast to her tender age. Brother, Sister Bing is incredibly powerful, Su Mingyao exclaims in astonishment, a pang of envy stirring within her. Sister Bing is not much older than herself, yet her strength is terrifying. Setting aside her power, the sheer presence, composure, and battle experience of Sister Bing leave Mingyao feeling inadequate. Even with a decade of relentless effort, she could not hope to compare to Tian Luo Bing. Intrigued, Jun Xiao Yao wears a faint smile. This woman surprises him. Undoubtedly, her prowess is remarkable, yet it is her commanding presence and tactics that truly astound him. Were it not for her age and cultivation level, he might have believed that Tian Luo Bing was an unparalleled sovereign-level warrior. Boom, boom, boom. Despite Tian Luo Bing's formidable capabilities and terrifying techniques, which manifest as a dimensional strike, she engages in combat with three martial deities at her innate realm. She bears several wounds, blood seeping from them, staining her pristine dress in a tragic display. One of her adversaries, too, sustains grave injuries, their combat effectiveness halved. Yet, this does not alter the outcome. Tian Luo Bing's demise is inevitable. At that moment, a young martial deity strikes her, causing her to cough up blood. Her exquisite visage paling further, her expression gravely serious, brows furrowed. She has exhausted all her extraordinary secret techniques, yet still cannot overcome her foes. Now, she finds herself at a dead end, contemplating, is this the moment of my downfall? This time, there will be no reincarnation. A sense of reluctance wells within her. In an instant, memories flash through her mind like scenes from a film. She realizes that the 3,000 years of her past life pale in comparison to the 18 years of this life. Her previous existence was consumed by relentless cultivation and bloodshed. In contrast, this life holds countless cherished memories of her grandfather, her sister, her schooling. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome young man appears in her recollections, lingering in her mind. This youth, whom she has encountered only twice, both times under unpleasant circumstances, happens to be her fiancé and the object of her sister's affection. Farewell, grandfather. Farewell, sister. Farewell, scoundrel. As she gazes upon the three cataclysmic attacks barreling toward her, Tian Luo Bing closes her beautiful eyes, her heart resolute. Meanwhile, the last vestiges of her true essence surge within her, invoking the most domineering sacred art from her past life. This time, she prepares to burn her lifeblood, vowing to take three with her, even unto death. Rather than succumb to the tarnishing of my purity, I would choose death. Thunderous roars echoed as the space within 100 miles was ensnared by an icy grip, giving rise to a vast glacier. Above Tian Luo Bing's head, three devastating ice swords materialized, voraciously consuming the spiritual essence within a 1,000-mile radius, their appearance utterly terrifying. At that moment, as Tian Luo Bing prepared to wield the ice swords for mutual destruction, a faint sigh resonated through the void, a sound that felt oddly familiar, as if I had encountered it before. In an instant, the entirety of the 1,000-mile space was rendered in absolute stasis. Suddenly, a colossal hand, formed from 99 crimson stars, descended forcefully upon the three martial deities. Chapter 81. The identity of the Emperor Jun Tian is discerned by Tian Luo Bing. He, the Emperor Jun Tian, Tian Luo Bing, feeling the constraints of the surrounding space, was initially engulfed by despair, believing that yet another formidable enemy had arrived. In the presence of such a powerful foe, she found herself deprived of even the opportunity for self-destruction or mutual destruction. Was she to be subjected to humiliation? However, upon witnessing the colossal hand formed by crimson stars, astonishment surged within her, accompanied by a glimmer of hope and a ripple of emotion. Across 3 millennia in her past life, coupled with her current existence, there existed one individual who had captured her gaze, Emperor Jun Tian. To her surprise, he appeared at her moment of utmost despair. Was this mere coincidence? Was she hallucinating? With a faint crack, the space shattered. 3 martial gods, without a chance to scream, were obliterated into fine dust, leaving not a trace behind. Continue to channel your energy. Do not cease. Upon witnessing the annihilation of the 3 martial gods, Tian Luo Bing affirmed that this was no illusion but a reality. Emperor Jun Tian had manifested in the realm of calamity, saving her life in her moment of hopelessness. A wave of exhilaration surged within her heart. At that moment, a familiar voice resounded, urging her to persist in her cultivation. Instinctively, she complied. The technique continued to operate, or rather, She was still igniting her essence blood and life force. This, in effect, was akin to the Emperor Jun Tian commanding her to continue her self-destructive cultivation. Yet she followed his directive nonetheless. This left her perplexed and bewildered. What was happening to her? Moreover, who was that familiar voice? Emperor Jun Tian? No, for she had never heard him speak, and she was certain that the voice was not his. So who could it be? Boom. Just as Tian Luobing pondered, a warm and masculine essence surged through the void, imbued with extraordinary power. Soon, the previously tumultuous icy essence was stabilized. Gradually, the burning of her essence blood and life force came to a halt. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced echoed through the atmosphere. In an instant, two figures materialized before Tian Luobing. It's you. She lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes locking onto the figures ahead. Upon recognizing Jun Xiao Yao, disbelief washed over her, leaving her mind momentarily inoperable. Everything transpired so rapidly that she struggled to comprehend it. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? How could this be? Although it was Emperor Jun Tian who had intervened to save her and stabilize her burning essence blood and life, the one who appeared was Jun Xiao Yao. How could this be? Even as the reincarnation of an empress, she found it difficult to wrap her mind around this absurdity. It was too surreal to accept. I underestimated you. Had it not been for the grace of Yuzi, you would have perished by now. Jun Xiao Yao cast a fleeting glance at Tian Luobing. Once, she was his fiancée, exquisite, breathtaking, proud, and frigid. Everything about her was flawless, embodying the goddess that a man yearns to conquer. Yet, there was one aspect that stood out. Her chilling demeanor, which created an unbridgeable distance, reminiscent of an ethereal ice goddess, untouched by the mundane world. Jun Xiao Yao spoke, his tone calm and measured. As he uttered his words, his inner energy surged, and a drop of his essence materialized at his fingertip, floating gracefully in the air. The emergence of this blood essence sent tremors through the heavens and the earth, for it harbored the power to annihilate worlds, brimming with a formidable vitality and terrifying destructive force. With a flick of his finger, the essence propelled towards Tian Luobing, enveloping her in a wondrous crimson glow. In an instant, the blood essence surged into Tian Luobing's body, nourishing her rapidly, mending her life force as if ignited by an internal flame. Under the revitalizing influence of Jun Xiao Yao's essence, her own bloodline grew even more potent. Tian Luobing was taken aback. In her previous life, she was an empress, and in this incarnation, she was the reincarnation of that very empress. She understood Jun Xiao Yao's intentions. He was using his blood to restore her vitality and essence. Otherwise, the delay could hinder her cultivation, potentially impacting her entire existence. Initially dismissive, believing her bloodline to be of such strength that it required no aid, she found herself trembling with excitement upon witnessing the extraordinary power of his essence. Brother. Once Tian Luobing absorbed the essence, Jun Xiao Yao felt a momentary disorientation. He possessed the chaos divine demon body, unmatched in strength, but the essence was limited. The single drop he had just given was one of only 33 drops of divine blood he had painstakingly condensed over a long period. Sharing it left him feeling slightly dizzy. Seeing her brother's condition, Su Mingyao hurried to support him. It's all right, Jun Xiao Yao reassured her, his face brightening with a warm smile. Thank you. By the way, you must be Jun Tiandi. Tian Luobing expressed her gratitude. The first time in 3,000 years across her past and present that she had uttered such words to another. She recognized that this drop of essence was extraordinary, likely having taken a toll on Jun Xiao Yao's foundation, stirring a deep sense of gratitude within her. My brother is Jun Xiao Yao, also known as Jun Tiandi. Su Mingyao interjected, pride swelling on her exquisite face as she glanced at her brother with concern. Ding. Event triggered. The master has saved Tian Luobing. Reward points. 500. 000. Event triggered. The master's identity has been revealed. Reward points. 100. 000. The voice of the system echoed in Jun Xiao Yao's mind, signaling the activation of events. This time, I have finally triggered an event with the main character, Tian Luobing. Chapter 82. Jun Xiao Yao reduced Tian Luobing to tears. Let's leave this place, Jun Xiao Yao declared. With a wave of his hand, a luminous barrier enveloped Tian Luobing. Whoosh! The trio soared through the air. The barrier was not large, and the three were closely huddled together. Su Mingyao clasped Jun Xiao Yao's arm with an affectionate demeanor, wishing to merge her essence with that of her brother. In contrast, Tian Luobing exuded an aura of aloofness akin to an ethereal ice goddess, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. The proximity unsettled her, causing her to frown and instinctively distance herself from Jun Xiao Yao. Simultaneously, she felt a flicker of irritation at his audacity to whisk her away. In her heart, she thought, What if you are the Emperor of Heaven? Just wait 3 more years of cultivation, and I shall obliterate you. Can saving my life grant you the liberty to act as you please? Nevertheless, she acknowledged her sister's discerning taste. His talents were indeed remarkable. Seemingly no more than 20 years of age, the Emperor of Heaven had concealed his depths well. Very well. Considering you saved my life in the matter of that drop of divine blood, I shall not hold it against you for now. After all, you are my sister's favored one, my fiancé. Tian Luobing's thoughts were in disarray. Before her stood a strikingly handsome youth, unparalleled in his prowess. The mightiest Emperor of Heaven on earth. He had achieved such heights at a tender age. Even in her past life, she had not been his equal. In truth, he had done nothing wrong. There was no need for her to reject him. After all, they had only met twice. The first time, he merely wished to assist her due to their connection. The second encounter on the cruise ship, he had mistaken her for her sister. Her disdain for him likely stemmed from their engagement. Where are we headed? Tian Luobing inquired, her voice icy yet alluring. Though merely 18, she retained a hint of youthful innocence, moving with the grace of a legendary empress. We shall first ascend to the 5th level and find a place for your healing. Jun Xiao Yao replied, not meeting her gaze. Indeed, Tian Luobing was exquisite, reminiscent of her sister. Yet, what did it matter? He held no affection for her. Why should he be concerned about her expression? After all, he had ventured into the calamity realm to rescue her, expending a drop of chaotic divine blood, only to be met with her frigid countenance. Yet, her delicate features were undeniably captivating, enchanting all who beheld her. Moreover, her physique was nothing short of extraordinary. My injuries require no concern from you, Tian Luobing retorted coolly, casting a frosty glance at him. Internally, she mused, who are you trying to appear indifferent for? I am no naive girl who would fall for such ruse. But then a thought struck her. Why did she sense that he harbored a disdain for her? Infuriating. How could you treat me this way? Regardless of the circumstances, I am your fiancé, and even if not, I am still your sister-in-law. Is it truly necessary for you to be so dismissive of me? A scoundrel remains a scoundrel, even in the depths of a mysterious realm. He must have a girl by his side. Yet, this young girl is undeniably beautiful, not inferior to myself. I must return and inform my sister about the girl's temperament. If it weren't for your sister's sake, I would never have ventured into this wretched place. Suddenly, Jun Xiao Yao halted, seizing Tian Luobing's delicate hand, pulling her closer, and leveraging the opportunity to have her perch on his lap. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to her rear, the sound echoing sharply through the air. Completing his actions, he swiftly took flight once more. Ding! Event triggered. Master slapped Tian Luobing's rear. Reward points 300,000. Beside them, Su Mingyao stood in shock, her small hand covering her mouth, unable to suppress a giggle. Meanwhile, Tian Luobing was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Had she just been struck? And by a youth at that? This was an unbearable humiliation for her, the esteemed Empress of Taishan, known for her cold demeanor and ruthless disposition. The very idea of being so violated was intolerable. She had never permitted even the slightest proximity from the opposite sex in her past lives. And now, she had been yanked over and treated like a child, her rear slapped. Overwhelmed with shame and anger, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her beautiful gaze clouded with indignation. This scene did not escape Jun Xiao Yao's attention, stirring something within him. The once aloof and frigid goddess now appeared so vulnerable, evoking a sense of pity. Regret washed over him. He recognized his impulsiveness. He pondered why he had acted in such a manner. Even with Yaoer, he had never crossed such boundaries. And yet, here he was, perplexed after having slapped Tian Luobing. What is wrong with you? Jun Xiao Yao inquired, feigning ignorance, knowing full well he could not apologize. Nor could he admit that he should not have slapped her. How could he articulate such sentiments? He resolved to maintain his facade of confusion. You slapped my rear. I shall inform my sister. Tian Luobing exclaimed, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks. Following her outburst, she felt even more mortified, wishing to strike down this scoundrel who perpetually embarrassed her and had now made her cry. She was the Empress of Taishan, commanding the fate of countless beings. At that moment, she herself felt at a loss, questioning how she could possibly be in tears, especially in front of this man. It was utterly humiliating. Yet, it was not entirely difficult to comprehend. Though she is the reincarnation of the Celestial Empress, she is merely 18 years of age. Typically, girls at this stage have just embarked upon their university journey, while some are still engrossed in the rigors of their final year of high school, preparing for the college entrance examinations. Yet, she not only must enter the secret realms for trials, but also uphold the dignity of her imperial identity, keeping others at bay. During her recent venture into the Cataclysm realm, she narrowly escaped demise on 2 occasions. Having always been solitary and self-reliant, she had never felt any sense of grievance. However, after being rescued by this man, she unexpectedly experienced a flicker of security, perceiving him as a protector. In that moment, feelings of injustice arose inexplicably within her. Unbeknownst to her, she remained, at her core, just a little girl. Chapter 83. Brother, did you truly bully Sister Bing? You told your sister? I did not bully you. Jun Xiao Yao was both amused and exasperated by the girl. She was quite intriguing, with her frosty demeanor and haughty airs, resembling a peerless empress. She now appeared as innocent as a little girl, even more so than Yao, almost seeming younger than her. Aren't you supposed to be cold? Aren't you supposed to be frigid? Aren't you supposed to be proud? How is it that now you can only complain to your sister? Ding. Event triggered. Master has made Tian Luo Bing cry. Reward points. 300, 000. Humph. You hit me, and that is not bullying? You still hit me, scoundrel. Tian Luo Bing pouted, and with that simple gesture, the world dimmed, leaving Jun Xiao Yao nearly spellbound. The icy goddess's sulking and smile were the most irresistible charms in existence. With a huff, she coldly remarked, and in the end, called him a scoundrel. Scoundrel, scoundrel? Jun Xiao Yao felt a wave of confusion. When did I become a scoundrel? At 21, aside from Yaoer and Tian Yuzi, I have never even held a girl's hand. Is there anyone more pure than me in this world? Furthermore, even if I were a scoundrel, I would never stoop to bully you. Brother, you really did bully Sister Bing. Nearby, Su Mingyao observed with her little hand covering her mouth, ultimately unable to suppress her laughter. She then reminded her brother, you bullied her? Did I? Jun Xiaoyao hesitated. Yaoer, who are you siding with? Don't defend her. You hit Sister Bing's bottom. Su Mingyao exclaimed. This was a mistake, the moment she spoke. Tian Luo Bing's face flushed even deeper with embarrassment. Couldn't you have kept that to yourself? She was already shy, and you had to add insult to injury. Jun Xiaoyao, not being foolish, certainly knew he should not have struck her there. Ding. Event triggered. Su Mingyao's additional remark. Reward points. 200, 000. Oh. Jun Xiaoyao raised the hand that had struck Tian Luo Bing, contemplating its delightful sensation. I could kill you. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao's expression, Tian Luo Bing was filled with indignation. At that moment, she truly felt the urge to eliminate him. However, her body felt weak, and her vital energy was unresponsive. As she exerted herself, her delicate form weakened, nearly causing her to fall, and she collapsed into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. It's impossible to wash away the guilt now. Quickly let go. Once he released her, Tian Luo Bing found herself completely in his arms. Tian Luo Bing was overwhelmed with shyness, her body tingling as if electrified, utterly powerless. Yaoer, support her. Jun Xiaoyao was at a loss. This was a classic case of good intentions gone awry. There was no way to clarify the situation now. At this point, he dared not utter a word. Dare not to approach Tian Luo Bing any closer. What if another mishap occurs? Su Mingyao nodded and moved to Jun Xiaoyao's side, supporting Tian Luo Bing. With a whoosh, Jun Xiaoyao accelerated his flight. Thoughts raced through his mind. If Tian Luo Bing were to discover the truth, despair would surely engulf her. And if Yaoer were to learn of it, she would undoubtedly feel immense embarrassment, though she would not scold Jun Xiaoyao. After an hour, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the entrance of the 5th layer. The system scanned and translated. Subsequently, as he waved his hands, a surge of power was unleashed, gradually forming intricate patterns. The moment the formations merged with those on the altar, a teleportation portal appeared. From the arrival at the altar to the dismantling of the formation, the entire process took less than 2 minutes. With a whoosh, the three entered the teleportation portal, and when they reappeared, they found themselves in the 5th layer of the catastrophe realm. Beside them, although Tian Luo Bing harbored intense resentment towards Jun Xiaoyao, she was nonetheless astonished by his prowess. If it were her, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours, and the deeper one ventured into the catastrophe realm, the more complex the altar's formations became, consuming even more time, perhaps even becoming unsolvable. Yet Jun Xiaoyao performed it with such ease. This was somewhat absurd. What manner of being was he? Achieving the realm of the celestial sovereign at such a young age, wielding such formidable abilities? Throughout the journey, though she paid him no mind, her thoughts were consumed by Jun Xiaoyao. Naturally, this was primarily due to her hatred. She felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and anger. Having been bullied and belittled by him, her cheeks flushed with shame, wishing she could strike him down, though she lamented her inability to do so. Within 3 days, entering the 7th layer, there would be no further time constraints in the catastrophe world. In the void, the ethereal voice of the heart of catastrophe resonated, a sound Jun Xiaoyao had heard for the 2nd time. Following this, silence enveloped the world. Let us strive to enter the 7th layer before nightfall. and we shall tend to our wounds once we arrive. What do you think? Jun Xiao Yao inquired of Tian Luobing, marking the first time he spoke to her in an hour. Whatever, Tian Luobing replied, her tone inscrutable, making it impossible to discern whether she was still angry or had already calmed. Her voice was perpetually enchanting yet chilling, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In truth, a question lingered in her mind. How did Jun Xiao Yao locate the entrance? Throughout the journey, he had flawlessly evaded dangers and beasts, arriving directly at the entrance with not a hint of deviation, as if everything were under his command. It must be noted that this was within the catastrophe realm. Any newcomer to such an unknown territory would struggle to navigate with such familiarity. Now, he boldly proclaimed his intent to enter the 7th layer before nightfall. From where did this confidence stem? Chapter 84. Bullying Tian Luobing and entering the 7th layer. The flight continued, slicing through the air with swift determination, forging a path of safety. As evening descended, they finally arrived at the threshold of the 7th layer, yet still faced 100 miles to the altar. At this juncture, Jun Xiao Yao halted his flight, for the vicinity of the altar was besieged by monstrous beasts. The smallest of these creatures was the size of a tiger, while the largest loomed hundreds of meters tall, akin to a scene from the primordial epic, exuding an overwhelming malevolence that shook the very fabric of space and earth. These beasts were evidently guardians of the altar. To access the 7th layer, one must activate the teleportation gate atop the altar. However, unlocking this gate necessitated deciphering the intricate array, which required a close approach to the altar. Yet, with such a plethora of terrifying beasts lurking nearby, how could one dare to approach? The peril was palpable. One might meet their demise before even drawing near. After all, these creatures were of the divine martial level, with some even reaching the ranks of human sovereigns, earth sovereigns, and even celestial sovereigns. Among them, 9 had transcended to the sacred realm, sacred beasts, indeed. Tian Luobing cast a glance at Jun Xiao Yao, her expression seemingly conveying a challenge. Let us see how you intend to enter the 7th layer. Your bravado may soon lead to embarrassment. In that moment, she found herself in a silent contest of wills with Jun Xiao Yao, entirely oblivious to her own obligation to enter as well. The spirited girl's temper flared. Jun Xiao Yao inquired, do you think these beasts are fond of beautiful women? His gaze lingered on Tian Luobing, assessing her exquisite beauty, flawless and beyond critique. What are you staring at? Look away. Tian Luobing felt the weight of his gaze and was overwhelmed by a mix of shyness and indignation. As the esteemed empress of Taishan, how dare he look at her in such a manner? They should have an affinity for beauty, right, brother? You're not planning to employ a beauty trap, are you? Su Mingyao, momentarily taken aback, pondered before responding. Her gaze shifted nervously toward her brother, acutely aware that she herself embodied beauty. Wait, I could toss her into the midst of the beasts, using her to divert their attention, allowing us to decipher the formation and enter the 7th layer. If the beasts value beauty, perhaps she might survive. Jun Xiao Yao's eyes glinted wickedly as a sinister smile crept across his lips. You dare. I shall inform sister. Tian Luobing protested, panic rising as she saw Jun Xiao Yao inching closer. In that instant, she faltered. What did it matter that she had been an empress in her past life? In this existence, she was merely at the innate realm. If thrown into the den of monstrous beasts, one would undoubtedly meet a fate so grim that there would be no hope of a proper burial, merely becoming fodder for the beasts, rendering any chance of reincarnation utterly impossible. In that moment, fear gripped me fiercely. Yet, did I truly bully you? A wicked grin spread across Jun Xiao Yao's face as he approached Tian Luobing, seizing her and placing her upon his lap, targeting that exquisitely sensitive area with another resounding slap. The softness and tenderness were undeniable. You did not bully me, Tian Luobing retorted, her face aflame with indignation, fury bubbling within her. Had it been another time, she might have resorted to self-harm. But now, thoughts of such despair were absent. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Initially, one could argue that Jun Xiaoyao's actions were unintentional. Yet it was now evident that he acted with deliberate intent to humiliate her, even questioning whether she felt bullied. Such cruelty. Yet, she could not openly declare herself a victim. Ding. Event triggered. Master successfully bullied Tian Luobing. Reward. 300,000 points. The sensation was delightful, undoubtedly appealing to the monstrous beasts. Jun Xiao Yao delivered another slap, but this time, he lingered for a moment before withdrawing his hand. Subsequently, with a single hand, he summoned forth Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao, soaring toward the altar. I shall ascend to the 7th layer. Jun Xiao Yao unleashed a cataclysmic force, his chaos demon body in motion, and in an instant, a colossal Kunping, spanning 300 miles, materialized from thin air. The appearance of the Kunping heralded the collapse of the heavens and earth, an overwhelming majesty blanketing all. Roars erupted as the beasts were reduced to ashes, regardless of whether they were at the martial god, human sovereign, earth sovereign, or heaven sovereign level. At this moment, they were not but ants. Only 9 formidable holy-level beasts stood resolutely against the Kunpeng's overwhelming pressure. As Jun Xiao Yao descended to the ground, he strode toward the altar with the gait of a ruler, exuding an air of dominance. Faced with Jun Xiao Yao's world-destroying might, the 9 holy-level beasts dared not resist any longer. They exchanged glances and fled toward the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the altar lay barren, the earth stained with rivers of blood. Scanning translation completed in 1 minute. Jun Xiao Yao then commenced the formation's dismantling. In 1 minute, the altar shimmered with light, forming a portal for teleportation. Jun Xiao Yao grasped Su Mingyao's hand with his left and Tian Luobing's delicate hand with his right, stepping through the portal, vanishing from sight. Upon reappearing, they found themselves in the 7th layer of the catastrophe realm. Humph! Tian Luobing scoffed coldly, shaking off Jun Xiao Yao's hand. A beautiful yet frosty blush crept across her face, for Jun Xiao Yao had just held her hand. In that fleeting moment, when he grasped her delicate hand, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her entire being rendered stiff and powerless, overwhelmed by shame and her heart racing. This sensation was entirely unfamiliar to her. How peculiar. When I hold hands with my sister, I do not experience such sensations. Yet, when I hold hands with him, how can it evoke this feeling? Could it be? Impossible. I am devoid of emotions and desires, harboring no affection for men, let alone the possibility of love. Nonetheless, this feeling is truly enchanting. Chapter 85. Bestowing the heavenly ice cultivation method. Particularly, just now, Jun Xiao Yao unleashed a formidable technique, akin to the descent of a celestial emperor from the heavens. For a fleeting moment, she felt her heart stir. Or rather, during the divine war in the Pacific, she had once felt a spark towards Jun Tiandi. Even if that moment was ultimately extinguished by her own hand, it remains an indelible memory. Now, that sensation seemed to resurface. We have reached the 7th level. Let us find a place to settle. Jun Xiao Yao began searching for a suitable refuge, primarily to tend to Tian Luobing's injuries. Although her wounds were not severe, the burning of her life force and essence required complete restoration. Moreover, Jun Xiao Yao discerned that Tian Luobing had been repeatedly employing forbidden techniques recently, which had adversely affected her core. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to lingering repercussions, impairing her cultivation for a lifetime, or even leave behind an unshakable ailment. An hour later, at the entrance of a cave, Jun Xiao Yao surveyed the surroundings. His spiritual sense probed the area, safe and suitable for their needs. Subsequently, he began to set up concealed formations, while Su Mingyao assisted Tian Luobing into the cave and started tidying the interior. By the time Jun Xiao Yao completed the formations and entered, the cave had been prepared. Inside the cave, the walls were dry stone, roughly 20 to 30 square meters in size. What cultivation technique do you practice? Show me, Jun Xiao Yao prompted, instructing Tian Luobing to take a seat. Initially, Tian Luobing was reluctant. You expect me to sit? Do you take me for a fool? Nevertheless, she complied and thought to herself that she would tolerate this once. What I cultivate is none of your concern. The ice god technique. However, it is merely a fragmented version. She pouted slightly, ready to retort against Jun Xiao Yao, but upon meeting his gaze, she promptly halted. For his wicked eyes were fixated on her posterior. What an indignity! As the empress of the supreme Xian heaven, she found herself subjected to such humiliation by a scoundrel. After a brief moment, her delicate fingers brushed against her brow, and instantly, a cascade of mysterious information manifested before Jun Xiao Yao. Her cultivation method. A fragmented version of the ice god technique. Despite its incompleteness, it retained its divine essence, possessing terrifying power that surpassed even formidable saint-level techniques. This was one of the pivotal factors that had rendered Tian Luobing unparalleled in the supreme Xian heaven in her past life. System, scan and translate, Jun Xiao Yao instructed, his consciousness already engaging with the system. Although the fragmented technique wielded immense power, its incompleteness would inevitably present challenges in cultivation. Thus, he intended to delve into the method to see if the system could provide a solution. Scanning. Translating. The system responded. As time continued to slip away, minute by minute, 10 minutes passed. Jun Xiao Yao withdrew his gaze, while Tian Luobing disdainfully retracted the information. A hint of a scornful smile gracing her lips. This smile carried an air of triumph, as if to say, how will you resolve this now? Despite your remarkable prowess, in comparison to my peak, you are utterly feeble. In my past life, even at the zenith of my power, I could not unravel the mysteries of this technique. You likely cannot even comprehend it, for it is a divine skill earned through blood and peril. Scanning complete. Translation complete. Belonging to one of the 36 laws of the chaotic realm, the ice system is but a flawed version. It's might comparable to the pinnacle of the saint level, yet it falls short due to its incompleteness. The voice of the system resonated, beginning its explanation. Jun Xiao Yao understood that this ice divine art could scarcely be deemed divine. It was merely a flawed semi-divine technique. After all, the ice system is but one of the 36 laws of the cosmos. Is there a solution? Jun Xiao Yao inquired. Recall, Master possesses a tome titled Chaotic Ice Technique, which surpasses the ice divine art by several tiers and exists in its complete original form, ideally suited for Tian Luobing's cultivation. The system responded, prompting Jun Xiao Yao's memory. Indeed, he had signed for numerous techniques in the past, including the Chaotic Ice Technique. With that, his consciousness withdrew, and his gaze returned to Tian Luobing. Why do you stare at me like that? She questioned, regarding him with suspicion. As Jun Xiao Yao had just engaged in a dialogue with the system, his eyes inadvertently fixed upon her, though his focus was elsewhere. The technique you practice is utterly inferior. I suggest you disperse your current true essence and start anew. Consider this technique, Jun Xiao Yao proposed, gesturing with his hand. A radiant light appeared, swiftly flying towards the center of Tian Luobing's brow. Almost instantly, her exquisite visage transformed, becoming remarkably vibrant, as she realized that the technique bestowed upon her by Jun Xiao Yao was vastly superior. It surpassed the ice divine art by several levels and perfectly resolved her current predicament. In her previous life, had she possessed this technique, how could the demon emperor have been her rival? She would have ascended to the divine realm long ago. Ding, event triggered. Master grants Tian Luobing a technique. Reward, 1,000,000 points. Disperse my essence? I shall consider it, Tian Luobing replied. Were it anyone else, she would have acted without hesitation, having trained her true essence for over a decade. Could she really disperse it? It seemed utterly ludicrous. However, Jun Xiao Yao's words had genuinely prompted her to contemplate this, for the technique was extraordinarily powerful. If she were to disperse and start anew, while she was still in the innate realm, she could recover in 2 years. The future held limitless potential. Consider it well. Once you have made your decision, do call upon me, Jun Xiao Yao remarked. He then proceeded to sit beside Su Ming Yao, settling comfortably atop the quilt she had prepared. The two nestled closely together, indulging in snacks and spirit fruits, utterly disregarding Tian Luobing as if he were mere air. Chapter 86. Tian Luobing endures humiliation. Su Ming Yao nestled comfortably in Jun Xiao Yao's embrace, their intimacy unmistakable, resembling that of a couple deeply in love. Nearby, Tian Luobing observed the scene with growing resentment, silently cursing the scoundrel. It was evident that her sister harbored feelings for him, and he was fully aware of it. Yet, here he was, frolicking with Su Ming Yao right beneath her nose. The audacity was infuriating. Furthermore, was she not still his fiancée? Did he treat her like mere air? Yet, strangely, a twinge of envy crept into her heart. No, she would not allow herself to feel envious. Once she grew stronger, she vowed to exact revenge on this scoundrel. Tian Luobing found it impossible to remain calm, yet she could not bring herself to leave. The dangers lurking outside loomed large. Moreover, she had to contemplate whether to disperse her true essence in order to cultivate the chaos ice technique. Additionally, she needed to keep an eye on him to prevent any inappropriate encounters with Su Ming Yao. What if they engaged in such scandalous activities right in front of her? I wish to be at peace, she murmured, feeling on the brink of collapse as she struggled to maintain her composure. Still, she found herself glancing over at him repeatedly. Time inexorably ticked away, each moment stretching into an hour. Hey, Jun Xiao Yao, I've made my decision, Tian Luobing called out, uncertain of how to address him. I've figured out a way to assist you, one that allows you to disperse your powers while retaining your current cultivation and successfully mastering the chaos ice technique, perhaps even causing a significant surge in your strength. Jun Xiao Yao's eyes sparkled with mischief. Humph, little lass, you dare to act so haughty with me? I shall make sure you do not get your way. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. Really? Tian Luobing gasped in surprise. Could it be too far-fetched? Is this truly feasible? Am I being deceived? Believe it or not, Jun Xiao Yao replied. What do you wish to do? Tian Luobing inquired. Her gaze wary yet her heart stirred. For her, this was an immense temptation. However, she was no fool. Her intellect shone brightly. She recognized that Jun Xiao Yao would not offer assistance so readily. Despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, he exhibited qualities of a gentleman, not an outright villain. You are my fiancée, yet I do not hold affection for you. Thus I no longer desire this engagement. By the way, I am friends with your sister, so you must address me as brother-in-law. You are my younger sister-in-law. Being older than you, you cannot keep calling me hey. Therefore, You shall call me Jungo instead, Jun Xiao Yao declared earnestly, his expression serious, though he struggled to suppress his laughter within. As her gaze fell upon Tian Luo Bing, she beheld a countenance frozen in ire, radiating an unmistakable chill, a clear indication of her furious disposition, almost with the intent to slay. After speaking, she chose to disregard Tian Luo Bing entirely. Meanwhile, Su Ming Yao was preoccupied with her mobile device, engrossed in a solitary game, feigning ignorance to the unfolding drama. That, Brother Jun. Tian Luo Bing was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by her torment. At this moment, she yearned to weep. For the illustrious empress of the Tai Xian was now compelled to refer to Jun Xiao Yao as Brother Jun, a title laden with intimacy that she found difficult to utter. Yet, she had no choice but to call out. After much internal conflict, she stammered his name, and upon completion, she nearly fell apart, her cheeks aflame, wishing to burrow into the earth, while simultaneously harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Jun Xiao Yao. Moreover, her thoughts turned to his prior declaration of disinterest in her, which had resulted in his rejection of her as his betrothed. This infuriated her to the core, driving her to the brink of madness. Ding! Event triggered. Master successfully teased Tian Luo Bing. Reward points. 1,000,000. Compliantly, Jun Xiao Yao rose and approached Tian Luo Bing, extending his hand to gently tousle her flowing tresses. How should she respond? Tian Luo Bing struggled to contain herself, her petite face contorted, her hands tightly twisting the fabric of her dress. She feared she might erupt into conflict with Jun Xiao Yao, though she understood that such a battle would only lead to her own torment, perhaps even another punishment to her Dairy Ri. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she felt a lingering ache in that very spot. Continue channeling the Ice Divine technique. I will extract your true essence completely, and simply follow my guidance, Jun Xiao Yao instructed. Tian Luo Bing experienced a moment of chill, realizing that at this juncture, she had no choice but to place her trust in him. Subsequently, she began to circulate her technique. Jun Xiao Yao summoned immense power, fervently siphoning Tian Luo Bing's true essence from her body. In a mere 5 breaths, all her cultivation dissipated into nothingness, rendering her an ordinary being. At this moment, Jun Xiao Yao enlisted the system's assistance to obliterate any trace of the Ice Divine technique she had once practiced. Upon completing this task, he transmitted the chaotic ice technique to Tian Luo Bing, guiding her in its practice. After half an hour, she successfully cultivated the chaotic ice technique. At this point, Jun Xiao Yao reintegrated the true essence and cultivation he had previously extracted back into Tian Luo Bing's body. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic ice technique erupted with terrifying power, causing the cavern to tremble. Tian Luo Bing's aura surged, and the temperature within a 1,000-mile radius plummeted. An entire hour passed before her cultivation concluded. At this moment, not only had she retained her previous cultivation and true essence, but she also experienced a significant enhancement in her strength. In the present day, she has successfully attained the realm of the martial emperor, transcending 2 significant levels in an instant. A trace of a smile graces her exquisitely beautiful, icy visage. With that smile, she captivates the world. Chapter 87, The Lower Half Saint. The super sect. A notification echoed in his mind. Event triggered. Tian Luo Bing has successfully cultivated the chaotic cold ice technique, elevating her to the martial emperor level. Reward, 1,000,000 points. Jun Xiao Yao retracted his palm, and Tian Luo Bing softly expressed her gratitude, though her heart felt a twinge of imbalance. In recent days, she had been subjected to teasing and bullying, yet here she was, thanking him twice. However, upon reflection, her gains were substantial. The first instance of gratitude arose from him, saving her life by providing a drop of divine blood. In this latest episode, he resolved her cultivation dilemma, granting her the extraordinary chaotic cold ice technique and elevating her cultivation by 2 major realms. In truth, this rogue was not entirely detestable. Yet, that did not absolve him in her eyes, for he had bullied her mercilessly. She vowed to seek revenge. "Ice sister, please have some food," Su Ming Yao said. Approaching with an abundance of snacks, bread, spirit fruits, and bottled water, her playful demeanor bringing her close to Tian Luo Bing. "Thank you, Ming Yao," Tian Luo Bing replied. Her tone, though cool, softened considerably. Despite having been an empress in her past life, she remained a girl at heart and felt no aversion towards Su Ming Yao. In fact, she welcomed the idea of playing and cultivating together, as beautiful girls often shared a common language. Moreover, within this calamity-ridden realm, the 3 of them were together, and Su Ming Yao was the only one with whom she could converse, as the thought of engaging with that rogue was unbearable. Meanwhile, Jun Xiao Yao had consumed some bread and taken a sip of water before lying down to rest, closing his eyes in meditation. His consciousness delved into the Yuan realm. Over the past 2 days, he had accrued a significant amount of points, an alarming figure indeed. With such an abundance, it was imperative to upgrade and enhance his strength. On the virtual screen, he noted, available points, 928, 200, nearly 10 million points. It was time to upgrade. He began the process with determination. System, version 6. 01. 0000010 000 points. Host, Jun Xiao Yao. Age, 21 years. Appearance, 92 points. Cultivation, lower half saint, 1 000 00010 000 points. Talent, chaos divine demon body, 4th level, 1 000 00010 000 points. Divine power, domain shield, 4th level, 1 000 00010 000 points. Divine skill, creation of stars, 4th level, 100 000 010 000 points. Companion, none mount, none treasure, none points. 4 728 200 wealth, 29 910 119 218. Soon, the upgrade concluded. A total of 2 million points were expended to elevate the 3 divine skills to the 4th level, and the system was upgraded to version 6. 0. His cultivation realm has now ascended to the status of a lower half saint. In other words, he is no longer merely a human, but a half saint. However, to attain further upgrades, one would require 10 million points. Henceforth, the consumption of points for upgrades would be exceedingly daunting. System, what new features does version 6.0 encompass? Jun Xiao Yao inquired. Previously, there had already been 3 formidable functions and triggered events. Now, what additional features have been introduced? New feature, Super Sect. The master can establish their own faction and strengthen their sect to earn points rewards. The system's voice resonated. Super Sect, Jun Xiao Yao murmured to himself. He then cast a glance at the crystal plaque hovering in the air before exiting the Yuan realm. The first crystal plaque featured Tian Luobing at 1000 points. The second crystal plaque, which depicted Su Mingyao, could be unlocked. However, the unlocking of the third crystal plaque necessitated 10 million points. He had currently amassed 92 million points, and with just 80,000 more, he would be able to access the information and details of his third fiancée. As for the 4th and 5th plaques, they seemed a distant prospect. As night deepened, Su Mingyao and Tian Luobing engaged in conversation for an extended period, their camaraderie blossoming swiftly. Although they had known each other for merely a day, they had already become intimate friends and sisters, rubbing her enchanting, lively eyes. Su Mingyao returned to Jun Xiao Yao's side. "My sister, how about we share space?" Su Mingyao giggled, fully aware that Tian Luobing would likely decline. Given the strained relationship with her brother, who had often bullied her, it was evident that she harbored resentment toward him. Moreover, how could a young woman possibly sleep beside a male? Thus, she was certain that Tian Luobing would not agree to share a bed with her brother, while she herself was resolute about being with him. "Absolutely not. You little vixen," Tian Luobing retorted, confusion evident on her face. This girl dared to say anything. Sleep together? She would rather share a bed with a pig. The emperor would never dare to sleep beside him, not even under duress. What if he were to force himself upon the emperor? What would he do then? At this thought, Tian Luobing's delicate face inexplicably flushed, and she adjusted her hair to conceal her embarrassment. What was she even thinking? How mortifying. "I shall retire for the night." Su Mingyao chuckled lightly. She shed her outer garments, then nestled under the covers, embracing her brother and burying her head in his warm embrace, swiftly falling asleep. This scene, witnessed by Tian Luobing, left her in disbelief, her brows furrowed. Is such happiness truly attainable? Look at how blissful you are. If it were the emperor in your place, he would surely be mortified. Humph. Upon returning, I must inform my sister to steer clear of this scoundrel. Chapter 88. Is it worth a glance? Perhaps there lies a surprise within. Time slipped away, and Tian Luobing found herself utterly fatigued. She retrieved a blanket from her spatial ring and succumbed to slumber. Yet within the confines of the secret realm, especially in the cataclysmic domain, restful sleep eluded her. The presence of another individual of the opposite sex in the cave heightened her unease. What if she fell into a deep slumber and was subjected to an unwanted advance? Thus, that night, Tian Luobing's sleep was far from peaceful. Upon the break of dawn, she stifled yawn after yawn. In stark contrast, Su Mingyao lay entwined around Jun Xiao Yao, lost in a blissful slumber. Observing this scene, a sense of imbalance welled up within Tian Luobing. Why did they sleep so soundly while she struggled to find repose? Humph. With a pout, she thought to herself, Mingyao, today you must learn to fight. Jun Xiao Yao affectionately tousled Su Mingyao's hair and spoke. Having been in the cataclysmic world for 3 days, Mingyao has yet to truly embark on her training. Su Mingyao nodded, a mixture of excitement and trepidation swelling within her. Do not worry, Jun Xiaoyao reassured her, I shall be by your side. Just immerse yourself in the experience. As he spoke, he led them out of the cave. Soon after, the trio departed, seeking a stream where they could wash up briefly before embarking on a quest to find weaker demonic beasts for Su Mingyao to combat. At present, her strength was comparable to that of a 5th-level martial king, and she lacked any combat experience. Thus, it was imperative that she engage in battle. Only through effort could she truly grow. Days passed, 1, 2, 3. Throughout this time, Jun Xiaoyao remained steadfastly by Su Mingyao's side, providing support as she earnestly explored the art of combat. With her keen intellect, she grasped the nuances of fighting with remarkable speed. Now, she had amassed valuable combat experience, understanding the dynamics of both offense and defense. Tian Luobing, meanwhile, engaged in combat nearby, challenging herself against formidable beasts. On this particular day, the trio ventured toward the 8th level. Boom, boom, boom. From a distance of 1,000 miles from the entrance altar of the 8th level, a cacophony of earth-shattering explosions reverberated through the air. The sky was torn asunder, and the earth crumbled, reminiscent of the apocalypse itself, accompanied by terrifying gales. Are the sovereigns engaged in battle? Tian Luobing inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Although she had spent the past 3 days in opposition to Jun Xiaoyao, she found herself at a disadvantage, often yielding to his playful torment, fearful of retribution. She had attempted to resist numerous times, only to be bested by him repeatedly. The lingering ache in her backside served as a reminder of her defeats. Yet she understood that Jun Xiaoyao was merely teasing her, never truly inflicting harm. Nevertheless, the humiliation weighed heavily upon her. Indeed, a peaked sovereign, Jun Xiaoyao affirmed with a nod. Within 1,000 miles, no one can escape the sensing of the virtual map, especially since he has already entered the semi-holy realm. Even if he were not a semi-holy being, he could still overpower all celestial sovereigns. The fierce battles among these powerful celestial sovereigns naturally cannot escape his perception and keen gaze. Do you wish to witness the spectacle? Tian Luobing inquired, her heart tinged with apprehension. After all, these were celestial sovereigns engaged in a fierce conflict. Though she had attained the rank of martial emperor, she would not dare to confront a celestial sovereign unless absolutely necessary, thus her instinctive reluctance to observe. However, it was evident that Jun Xiaoyao seemed inclined to indulge in the excitement. It matters not to take a look. Perhaps there will be some delightful surprises. He replied with a smile. Delightful surprises? Surely there must be, he continued. Celestial sovereigns would not engage in battle without cause. Such formidable beings in fierce conflict undoubtedly vie for treasures. Moreover, within the virtual map, Jun Xiaoyao had discerned a colorful light point in that vicinity. It should signify a sacred artifact, if not at least a top-tier immortal tool. Naturally, he held little regard for immortal tools, having acquired a plethora from the ancient imperial tomb. Humph, Tian Luobing scoffed, her disapproval unspoken. In truth, upon reaching the 7th layer of the disaster world, they were surrounded by the looming threat of annihilation. Even as the reincarnation of an empress, she faced peril at every turn, where a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable doom. Thus, remaining by Jun Xiaoyao's side was the wisest choice, compelling her to accompany him. With a swift motion, the three transcended space and soon arrived at the battlefield, merely 10 miles from the epicenter of the clash, an insignificant distance for celestial sovereigns. Before them, 7 celestial sovereigns were locked in fierce combat, while 2 others lay on the ground, lifeless and utterly defeated. Martial Emperor? Martial King? During the chaos of battle, the 7 celestial sovereigns immediately noticed the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao and his companions. Upon perceiving their cultivation levels, they could not help but shake their heads. The trio was far too young and feeble. One was merely 15, another 18, and the last 21. Each was a martial king or martial emperor, a talent in their own right. Yet they had foolishly ventured into the disaster world, seemingly seeking their own demise. What a misguided notion. In the eyes of celestial sovereigns, martial kings and martial emperors were akin to ants, easily extinguished with a mere breath. However, at this moment, the 7 sovereigns refrained from recklessly attacking Jun Xiaoyao and his companions, for a single misstep could provoke a joint assault from the other celestial sovereigns. The risk of losing their lives to eliminate 3 insignificant beings was simply not worth the cost. Yet, what transpired next was enough to make the 7 celestial sovereigns feel like they might choke on their own blood. Chapter 89. the annihilation of the 7 celestial sovereigns and entry into the 9th layer of catastrophe, the 10,000-year ice essence jade fruit. It is mine. In the air, Jun Xiao Yao gazed at a distant small tree, upon which rested 9 fruit the size of a fist, crystalline and translucent, exuding an ominous chill reminiscent of ice. It was evident that these were no ordinary items. Beside him, Tian Luo Bing's beautiful eyes shimmered, her heart stirred with desire. Clearly, she yearned for these fruits, for they would greatly aid her cultivation. Yet, in the presence of the 7 celestial sovereigns, she could only admire from afar. However, Jun Xiaoyao spoke up. What? Seeking death. The 7 celestial sovereigns spat blood in disbelief. How audacious. I have fought tooth and nail. And yet you declare your intent to claim that fruit, as if the celestial sovereigns were mere air? Such arrogance is beyond comprehension. From where does this confidence stem? As they voiced their outrage, the 7 celestial sovereigns unleashed a terrifying power, surging towards Jun Xiaoyao with the intent to crush him. For them, exterminating a martial emperor was as effortless as a mere wave of the hand. Die! Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, his right hand extending slowly. Instantly, a myriad of starry brilliance erupted forth, cascading towards the 7 celestial sovereigns. Wherever the starlight passed, all was rendered to nothingness. The faces of the 7 celestial sovereigns transformed in horror, akin to encountering a specter. But it was too late for them to evade or regret their actions. Screams of despair echoed as, in scarcely 2 seconds, all 7 celestial sovereigns perished. The void became a realm of emptiness. Even the air was siphoned away. Throughout the entire ordeal, Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps remained unbroken as he approached the small tree, ultimately collecting the 9 10,000-year ice essence jade fruits. Afterward, he uprooted the entire tree with ease. With a mere gesture, the tree vanished. This tree had already entered the primordial realm. He intended to transplant it there, ensuring a continuous supply of ice essence jade fruits in the future. This was a long-term strategy. Here you go, Jun Xiaoyao. Having obliterated the 7 celestial sovereigns and secured the ice essence jade fruits, then departed with Tian Luo Bing and Su Mingyao. He presented the 9 10,000-year ice essence jade fruits before Tian Luo Bing. For me, Tian Luo Bing was taken aback, disbelief flashing in her beautiful eyes. She could scarcely fathom Jun Xiaoyao's generosity, for these were treasures fiercely contended even by celestial sovereigns. To her, they were extraordinary artifacts, and possessing even one would benefit her for a lifetime. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao offered her all 9. Could she truly believe such kindness? Do you not want them? Then I shall discard them, Jun Xiaoyao stated, mimicking the action of throwing them away. I want them. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's gesture, Tian Luo Bing felt a surge of urgency and quickly interjected, extending her delicate, slender hand. To obtain those 9 ice essence jade fruits was indeed tempting. However, upon reflection, a wave of regret washed over him. Clearly, that fellow was merely toying with her. How infuriating. This truly vexes me. Once I become stronger, I shall ensure you suffer. No, I cannot allow you to be harmed. What would become of my sister then? Ding! Event triggered. The master presents Tian Luo Bing with 9 ice essence jade fruits, awarding 900,000 points. 3 days have elapsed. At last, the event has reappeared. It turns out that during these 3 days, Jun Xiaoyao had not experienced any triggering events. Unexpectedly, by offering Tian Luo Bing 9 ice essence jade fruits, he has garnered a staggering 900,000 points. Use with caution, Jun Xiaoyao uttered succinctly. He handed all 9 ice essence jade fruits to Tian Luo Bing, then shifted his gaze and, with the 2 women, soared towards the entrance of the 8th level. In the luminous barrier, Tian Luo Bing stood momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, Jun Xiaoyao had caught her off guard. He was not jesting, but had genuinely bestowed upon her all 9 ice essence jade fruits. What a curious fellow. Has his mind perhaps faltered? Internally, she pondered. What are you thinking, Tian Luo Bing? Do you truly expect him to bully you? Have you grown accustomed to such treatment, or perhaps even addicted to it? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a delicate flush graced her icy, exquisite visage, with her soft earlobes turning rosy. In truth, this scoundrel was not entirely bad. At least he approached serious matters with utmost diligence, instilling a sense of security. Moreover, he recognized the significance of the ice essence jade fruits to her, thus offering all of them. What value do the ice essence jade fruits hold? In comparison to the chaotic ice technique and the debt of gratitude owed, they seemed trivial. Unbeknownst to her, her perception of Jun Xiaoyao had subtly shifted. Whoosh whoosh. The entrance to the 8th level, much like that of the 7th, was inundated with formidable and terrifying beasts. As before, Jun Xiaoyao activated the chaotic divine demon body, summoning the divine beast Kuanpun, and wherever he tread, All was crushed beneath his might. Upon reaching the altar, he shattered the formation and entered the portal. Upon their reappearance, the trio found themselves within the 8th level. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jun Xiao Yao did not halt, but continued to soar towards the entrance of the 9th level, opting to ascend at once to avoid the lingering sense of incompleteness. As dusk approached, they successfully entered the 9th level of the catastrophe world. Congratulations on entering the 9th level of the catastrophe world. Currently, there are 211 individuals in the catastrophe 9th level. Only 9 days remain until the catastrophe world closes. Within the 9th level, there are 9 shards of catastrophe, each representing a chance at survival. After 9 days, those without a shard will vanish into oblivion. Struggle, kill, O humanity. Just as Jun Xiao Yao and his companions stepped into the 9th level, the voice of the heart of catastrophe resonated once more. Following its declaration, silence enveloped the world. Tian Luo Bing and Su Mingyao bore solemn expressions upon their faces. Those formidable beings capable of reaching the 9th tier are undoubtedly the most elite of the celestial sovereigns. Over 200 of these distinguished sovereigns vie for the mere 9 opportunities for survival, which seems exceedingly brutal. But where, pray tell, are the fragments of the calamity? Chapter 90. The unlocking of the 3rd crystal card and the mysterious woman in the Tower of Catastrophe. An amused smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's lips. How intriguing. The world of disasters plays such games. At last, a flicker of interest ignited within him, albeit a modest one, for his adversaries were undeniably feeble. The 9 pieces of disaster fragments were all destined for him. Interesting. Are you not worried? Tian Luo Bing inquired, her brow furrowed. Can you be a bit more serious? Over 200 elite celestial sovereigns are competing for 9 chances at survival, and the 3 of us need 3 fragments. We cannot afford any mistakes, my brother. Bah. Tian Luo Bing, what is wrong with you? He is not your brother, for he is unworthy. The Empress of the Supreme Xin Heaven, a figure of utmost authority, devoid of emotions and desires, required neither kin nor companions. If she were to have a brother, it would certainly not be this scoundrel. Worry, that is non-existent, Jun Xiaoyao declared. As he spoke, his consciousness delved into the realm of the Yuan, examining the virtual map. The virtual map encompassed a radius of 10,000 miles. Yet this time, it was limited to 8,000 miles, for the 9th layer of disaster spanned only that expanse. Thus, anything occurring within this realm would fall under his control. On the virtual map, 214 luminous points appeared. Aside from the 3 of them, all were foes. Brother, what shall we do now? Su Mingyao asked, entwining her arm with Jun Xiaoyao's and gazing up at him with her delicate face. Naturally, we shall find a place to rest. After all, we have 9 days, Jun Xiaoyao replied. With that, he led the 2 away in search of a secure haven. After half an hour, they finally discovered a vast cavern. As before, he arranged the formation while Yao Yao tidied up the surroundings. This time, however, Tian Luo Bing joined Su Mingyao in the task. Once everything was in order, Jun Xiaoyao entered the cave and sat cross-legged. His consciousness returned to the realm of the Yuan. Congratulations, Master. You have completed the triggered task. Completion level. Perfect. Reward points. 5,000,003. Congratulations, Master. You have reached the milestone of 10 million points, automatically unlocking the 3rd crystal card. This was the moment Jun Xiaoyao had been awaiting. The task was accomplished, and his points had tripled. Moreover, reaching the 10 million threshold had automatically unveiled the 3rd crystal card. Name, Ji Qingwu Cultivation. 3rd level of Martial King Talent. Sacred Body of Heavenly Flame Identity. One of the 4 prodigies of the Huaxia Security Bureau. Zhuke the crystal card floated before Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, what had been an empty card now displayed simple, yet vital information. Upon reading, Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his consciousness. Although there are still 20 million points available for use, he cannot upgrade them all, and is temporarily reluctant to do so. In the face of danger, he can effortlessly elevate his cultivation or divine abilities to a higher realm. In the heart of the disaster tower, a grand hall rises majestically. Within this hall stands an ancient tower. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman lounges diagonally on the central throne. She appears to be in her 30s, with an exquisitely flawless visage, porcelain skin, and captivating eyes. Adorning her forehead is a mysterious blood-red flower mark, enhancing her enigmatic and ethereal allure, while her delicate features exude an abundance of charm. Her luscious lips are slightly pursed, and her perfect figure is complemented by long, slender legs that are smooth and straight. Clad in diaphanous blue-violet fabric, she resembles a goddess from a national fantasy tale, embodying the quintessential elegance of a mature woman. Your Highness, this is your final chance for unsealing. Should no one enter the disaster tower, you will vanish into oblivion, never to reincarnate. However, if you venture outside, there may still be a glimmer of hope, a wispy voice resonates within the hall. A radiant light materializes, and the voice emanates from this brilliance, recognized by those from the disaster realm as the voice of the heart of disaster. Indeed, the voice within the light is that of the heart of disaster. I have existed for 90 million years, yet I have spent the entirety of that time sealed away. I have been unsealed 9 times, and have lived a mere 18 years. If I leave the disaster tower, I will be exposed to formidable enemies, and the disaster world cannot shield me. Moreover, prior to these 9 unseals, I was unable to leave the tower. With a furrowed brow, the woman reflects on her predicament. She has existed for 90 million years, but aside from the first millennium, she has largely been confined to her seal. Throughout this time, she has been unsealed 9 times, each lasting 2 years before she was sealed once more. Thus, her true lifespan amounts to a mere 1,000 years. Her entire existence has been spent within the confines of the disaster tower, unable to escape, while the outside world remains inaccessible. The only entity with whom she can converse is the heart of disaster, which is neither a living being nor human. Yet, the heart of disaster harbors the potential to enter the disaster tower, for in 90 million years, it has encountered a human it could not perceive. I have noticed him. The heart of disaster states, as a vision unfolds before it, a strikingly handsome young man with sharp features and an air of mysterious charm surrounding him. Regrettably, he too lacks the possibility of entering the disaster tower. In the woman's enchanting eyes, a flicker of hope dances amidst the shadows of her despair. In the end, one can only let out a profound sigh, for it is inconceivable that any human could gain entry into the Tower of Calamities. Chapter 91, The Tower of Calamity. The trial begins. A rumble echoed through the calamity-ridden world on the 9th level, which spanned a mere 8,000 miles. At its heart lay a grand hall, shrouded in mystery and inaccessible to all. As time dwindled, the ferocity of the battles intensified, each warrior vying for one of the 9 chances at survival. The possession of a fragment of calamity was the key to life. In a tempest of desperation, over 200 formidable celestial sovereigns became consumed by madness. As the days unfolded, the numbers dwindled. On the first day, 181 remained. The second day, 172. The third, 120. The fourth, 83. The fifth, 40. The sixth, 29. And by the 7th day, only 12 were left. At last, an eerie silence enveloped the 9th level of the calamity world, with no further clashes erupting. Each of the final warriors who had secured a fragment concealed themselves in secretive corners, awaiting the final day. The precise number of survivors remained uncertain, but the tumult suggested that only 9 individuals were left. It was needless to say that these 9 had obtained calamity fragments. However, unbeknownst to them, 3 souls in the 9th level still lacked such fragments. Hey, Brother Jun, Tian Luobing's face flushed crimson. Inside, she seethed with indignation at the wretched title, which she loathed. Because of this very appellation, she had endured several spankings, and the thought still brought tears to her eyes. Each time she uttered this name, she cursed Jun Xiao Yao profusely, only to ultimately console herself. She reassured herself that in light of his life-saving grace, the mastery of the chaotic ice technique, and the 9 ice essence fruits, she would not hold it against him. Or perhaps, she soothed herself with thoughts of revenge once she became powerful enough. The 9 shards were firmly held by the most potent celestials, yet the question remained, who would they dare to seize from? Jun Xiao Yao found himself in a quandary. For him, any target would be as easy as plucking fruit from a tree, an effortless endeavor. Brother, let us take from the 3 nearest to us, Su Mingyao suggested earnestly, eager to alleviate her brother's burden. Indeed, it is fate. How else could they be so close to us? Jun Xiao Yao concurred. With that, he strode out of the cave, soaring into the distance. This time, he did not bring Tian Luobing or Su Mingyao along, not out of inconvenience, but rather because it was unnecessary. The endeavor would be brief, and there was no need for them to accompany him. Yao Yao, what do you think are his chances? Tian Luobing inquired, addressing Mingyao after Jun Xiao Yao had departed. Over time, their bond had strengthened significantly, with Jun Xiao Yao often being left to the sidelines. It was a certainty. Su Mingyao smiled softly and spoke about her brother. She held an unwavering trust in him. You believe in him so wholeheartedly? Why? Tian Luobing inquired with immense curiosity. This little Yao Yao seemed infatuated, utterly enchanted by that scoundrel, truly beyond redemption. Because he is my brother. If I were to provide a singular reason, it would be that he never engages in endeavors without assurance. He would never jest with the lives of others. Although you may find him disagreeable, he possesses the ability to discern the gravity of matters and approaches serious affairs with utmost diligence, Su Mingyao declared earnestly, her eyes brimming with happiness and sweetness. After all, she had a wonderful brother, one who cherished and doted upon her. Tian Luobing listened attentively, softly acknowledging with a hum. She fell into deep contemplation, realizing that Su Mingyao was entirely correct. That scoundrel was not entirely bad, albeit exasperating and prone to bullying her, which left her feeling quite displeased and angry within. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed through the void, reverberating with 3 explosive sounds of destruction. Following the cacophony, tranquility enveloped the realm. Moments later, Jun Xiao Yao returned to the cave, holding 3 enigmatic shards in his hands. These were the disaster fragments, exuding a mysterious aura and power. He handed 2 of the disaster fragments to Su Mingyao and Tian Luobing, thus ensuring that all 3 possessed a shard, granting them one of the 9 chances at life. "Thank you, brother." "Thank you." Su Mingyao and Tian Luobing expressed their gratitude as they accepted the fragments. "Rest now. Tomorrow should be the final day," Jun Xiao Yao remarked, before reclining onto the bedding. Will the disaster world come to an end tomorrow? It was the first time she had been away from Earth for such an extended period. Calculating the time, it had been half a month, and she found herself yearning for Earth, with a tinge of longing for Tian Yuzi as well. After all, she was the first girl with whom she had formed such a close bond. The night passed in silence. On the following day, the disaster 9 layers were utterly tranquil. In the morning, as the disaster world was on the brink of closure, all humans beyond the 9th layer were departing from the disaster world. Those possessing disaster fragments within the 9th layer entered the disaster tower for the final trial, and those who gained entry would be rewarded with the wealth and resources of the entire disaster world. The voice of the heart of disaster resonated, clear and distinct, reaching all present in the disaster world. As the voice faded, numerous powerful individuals from beyond the 9th layer were swiftly transported out of the disaster realm. With a whoosh, Jun Xiao Yao and the 2 others materialized at the very center of the 9th layer of the disaster world, before the Grand Hall. The hall spanned 100 miles, with a towering edifice rising majestically at its center. The hall and the tower stood in stark grandeur, exuding an aura of mystery and power. A series of swift sounds echoed, shoo shoo shoo. Following the appearance of Jun Xiao Yao and his companions, 6 formidable celestial sovereigns emerged. These sovereigns had reached the pinnacle of their realm, teetering on the edge of the semi-saint level. However, upon encountering Jun Xiao Yao, expressions of trepidation and fear crossed their faces. The overwhelming strength of Jun Xiao Yao instilled in them a profound sense of dread. The peak celestial sovereigns seemed as insignificant as mere insects in his presence, effortlessly obliterated with a mere wave of his hand. Was this not a source of fear? They remained oblivious to the fact that Jun Xiao Yao had transcended mere celestial sovereignty, having ascended to the status of a lower semi-saint. The realm of saints is beyond the comprehension of mortal capabilities. At this moment, the voice of the heart of Cataclysm resonated once more, heralding the commencement of the trials within the Cataclysm Tower. Chapter 92, The Ladder of Trials. Divine arrays and laws. Boom, boom. As the sound reverberated, a celestial ladder materialized before the hall, soaring into the heavens, its height unfathomable. An aura of terrifying destruction emanated from the ladder, and more intriguingly, mysterious patterns and characters floated above it, bestowing an enigmatic allure. The entire ladder, crafted from white jade, spanned 10 zhang in width. Even from 100 meters away, one could already sense the ominous presence of annihilation emanating from its surface. Setting aside that aura, the cryptic symbols and patterns alone were perplexing enough to induce a headache. In that moment, Jun Xiao Yao, alongside the other 6 heavenly sovereigns, furrowed their brows. What kind of trial was this? What lay atop the ladder? The ladder comprised 9 levels, each containing 111 tiers. Ascending each level promised immense rewards and gains. The duration of the trial was 9 days. During this period, the world of calamity would be rendered inert, prohibiting combat and brawling, with violators facing obliteration by the heart of calamity. As the voice began to elucidate, the mention of the heart of calamity ignited excitement in the 9 participants. 4 rewards awaited regardless of success or failure, provided they reached a certain height. As the proclamation concluded, the entire realm of calamity remained still. Let us go. Jun Xiao Yao was the first to step forward, flanked by Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao. Though their strengths were modest, their talents were indeed formidable, ranking among the top 5 globally. This trial might yield significant rewards. System scan. System translate. System decipher. Upon arriving at the base of the ladder, Jun Xiao Yao felt an overwhelming pressure and force. Instead of immediately ascending, he opted to first decode the patterns and characters adorning the ladder. It was clear that these symbols were the key to unlocking its mysteries. Disregarding other concerns, he knew that scanning and deciphering them would be efficient and not consume much time. Scanning, translating, decoding. The system's echoes filled the air as it rapidly scanned, translated, and decrypted. Jun Xiao Yao stood calmly, appearing to study the symbols and patterns with great focus. Beside him, Tian Luobing's brow was deeply furrowed, for the intricacies of these symbols were exceedingly challenging. Even with her extensive knowledge from her past life, comprehending them would require a significant amount of time. It was evident that deciphering everything within 9 days was implausible. Moreover, decoding the symbols was merely one aspect of the trial. Despite the difficulties, Tian Luobing remained earnest in her observations. Meanwhile, Su Mingyao appeared utterly bewildered, as if deciphering an ancient text. However, her innate intelligence and her status as a mind master gradually allowed her to grasp certain concepts, which filled her with unexpected exhilaration. She longed to share this situation with her brother, yet she understood that it was not the right time to disturb him. 3 minutes later, the system completed its scan, translation, and decryption. The information resonated within Jun Xiao Yao's mind, leaving him profoundly astonished. The complexity of this trial by the celestial ladder was quite staggering. It was not merely a test of oppressive force and pressure, but also intertwined with divine formations and laws. Was this truly a trial that a mere mortal could surmount? It seemed exceptionally cruel. Fortunately, his system was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapable of deciphering the intricate patterns and characters, let alone ascending the celestial ladder. It appeared that even cultivation required knowledge and wisdom. Yaoer, do you need your brother's assistance? Jun Xiao Yao inquired, casting a glance at Su Mingyao. In truth, he was torn between the desire to help and the wish to allow her to grow through her own trials. Assisting her would enable her to easily unravel the patterns and characters, thus increasing her chances of reaching the celestial ladder. However, he also recognized the importance of her facing challenges independently. Brother, Yaoer can manage on her own. If I am unable to ascend the celestial ladder, I will wait for you below. Su Mingyao pondered briefly before responding. And you? Jun Xiao Yao nodded, directing his gaze towards Tian Luobing. Have you deciphered it? A flicker of surprise crossed Tian Luobing's exquisitely cold visage. Internally, she was in turmoil. If Jun Xiao Yao had truly managed to decipher it, it would be astonishing. Even she had only scratched the surface, and to genuinely unravel it would require at least a day or two. Yes, I will handle it myself, Tian Luobing affirmed, her astonishment palpable. This scoundrel's talent was indeed terrifying. She was left wondering why her own unparalleled giftedness had not placed him on the rankings. Very well. Good luck to you, Jun Xiao Yao said, taking a decisive step onto the first tier of the celestial ladder. Instantly, an overwhelming force descended upon him, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down. Not only that, but an unparalleled pressure also enveloped him. In an instant, he found himself bearing an unimaginable weight. The dual forces of strength and pressure bore down upon him, while the characters and formations acted as the last straw that broke the camel's back, binding him tightly and rendering him unable to move. Chapter 93. First Reward. Ascension Pill. With a cold snort, Jun Xiao Yao unleashed an unparalleled force. His physique collided with the oppressive might emanating from the heavenly ladder, while the system swiftly merged with the cataclysmic divine array, the intricate patterns gradually integrating with him. At this moment, Jun Xiao Yao entered a state of cultivation, naturally attuning himself to the laws of calamity. At the foot of the altar, beside the heavenly ladder, the 6 celestial sovereigns were profoundly shaken by the sight before them. Had he truly deciphered the intricate patterns and inscriptions so swiftly? Was this not a tad too extraordinary? They had yet to grasp even the faintest hint of understanding, let alone decipher or comprehend the formations. Step by step, he ascended from the first tier to the 100th tier, each passing moment marked by his unwavering focus. Jun Xiao Yao's eyes were slightly closed as he bore the terrifying pressure, climbing the heavenly ladder with each step causing it to tremble, as if he were laden with the weight of 100,000 mountains. After half an hour, Jun Xiao Yao reached the 110th step. With but one more step, he would enter the first tier, reaping its rewards. Finally, Jun Xiao Yao's foot landed on the 111th step. The heavens quaked, unleashing a cataclysmic sound. Congratulations, Jun Xiao Yao, for successfully stepping onto the first tier. The reward wheel has been activated. As Jun Xiao Yao stepped onto the 111th step, the voice of the heart of calamity resonated. At that moment, he stood upon the first grand platform of the heavenly ladder, a place for brief cultivation and respite. Concurrently, a mysterious grand wheel emerged, featuring a golden pointer and 12 reward labels. It resembled the promotional wheels found in earthly supermarkets. Yet the nature of the 12 rewards remained obscured. With a whoosh, the reward wheel began to spin, as if the very cosmos were revolving around it. After 10 seconds, the wheel came to a halt, and a golden light erupted from the spot indicated by the pointer. Congratulations, you have obtained Ascension Pill X1. The voice of the Heart of Calamity announced Jun Xiao Yao's reward. As the proclamation echoed, the six celestial sovereigns, along with Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao, gazed on with expressions of envy and astonishment. While they remained entangled in deciphering the intricate patterns and inscriptions, Jun Xiao Yao had already reached the first tier and claimed his reward. This reward was indeed extraordinary. The Ascension Pill, in its literal sense, allowed one to disregard any bottleneck or constraint, elevating them a level higher. And this was merely the reward for the first tier. Ascending to the second and third levels, and even beyond, what rewards await? Suddenly, a radiant beam of light materializes, descending before Jun Xiao Yao. With a mere wave of his hand, the brilliance vanishes. And throughout the entire process, his eyes remain closed as he continues his cultivation, steadily advancing up the heavenly ladder, each step a formidable challenge. Upon entering the realm of the second level, the oppressive force and pressure double in intensity. Jun Xiao Yao perseveres under this weight, his expression tranquil. The sound of his footsteps, though subtle, resonates like the footsteps of a deity, shaking the very heavens and earth with each stride. The ascent from the 113th to the 200th step unfolds. And finally, at the 222nd step, he attains the second level. Congratulations, Jun Xiao Yao, for successfully reaching the second level, announces the voice of the Heart of Calamity, activating the reward wheel. In just 2 hours, he has unlocked the second level S rewards. Below the heavenly ladder, the six great celestial beings, along with Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao, observe Jun Xiao Yao at the second level. The six celestial beings display a mixture of fear, envy, and jealousy in their gazes, while Tian Luobing looks on in astonishment, and Su Mingyao beams with joy. As the reward wheel comes to a halt, a dazzling light erupts. Congratulations! You have received Sacred Source X10. Though Jun Xiao Yao is uncertain about the nature of the sacred source, he surmises it to be a supreme treasure and cultivation resource utilized by saints, a miraculous item that is likely extinct in the outside world. At the very least, it is comparable to a cultivation elevation elixir. In the 4th hour, Jun Xiao Yao ascends to the 3rd level, receiving the reward, Cultivation Elevation Pill X3. By the 7th hour, he reaches the 4th level, earning the reward, Saint-Slaying Sword Talisman X1. Upon hearing these rewards, the six celestial beings are consumed with envy, wishing to seize them for themselves. Yet the thought of Jun Xiao Yao's prowess renders them hesitant. Even Tian Luobing cannot suppress her envy. The saint-slaying sword talisman, capable of annihilating even saints, is an unexpected boon for Jun Xiao Yao at the 4th level. What wonders lie further up the heavenly ladder? At last, Tian Luobing comprehends the laws of calamity and the divine array of calamity, taking her first step onto the heavenly ladder. The cataclysmic pressure and oppressive force descend upon her, causing her delicate frame to tremble, and her exquisitely cold visage shifts in response. She observed Jun Xiao Yao with ease, initially believing that the most challenging aspects of the heavenly ladder lay in the characters and formations. However, she soon realized that the oppressive force and pressure exerted on the ladder were equally terrifying, deepening her astonishment towards Jun Xiao Yao. In the 8th hour, Tian Luobing ascended to the 1st level. In the 9th hour, Su Mingyao also reached the 1st level. By the 16th hour, a celestial sovereign had finally comprehended and unraveled the formations and characters, stepping onto the heavenly ladder. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion resonated through the void, followed by a resounding roar. In the wake of this sound, the space of the 9th layer of calamity shattered, and the earth trembled in devastation. Chapter 94, the 5th level of the heavenly ladder. The sacred heavenly palace. Upon hearing the sound, several celestial lords on the ground, as well as those on the heavenly ladder, along with Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao, all turned their gazes towards the summit of the ladder. There, they beheld Jun Xiao Yao, his lips stained with blood, standing resolutely at the 5th level, enveloped by a wondrous and mystical projection formed by the divine beast Kunpeng. This projection shielded him from the oppressive forces of the heavenly ladder, and in that moment, he appeared as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. It became apparent that his physical body had reached its limits, unable to advance any further. To ascend to the 5th level, he had to unleash the might of his formidable chaos demon body. Thus, the spectacle that had just unfolded was a result of his own power. Congratulations! Jun Xiao Yao has ascended to the 5th level. The reward wheel is now activated. The voice of the heart of catastrophe resonated. Immediately, the wheel began to spin rapidly, drawing envious glances from both above and below the ladder as they anticipated what treasures and resources Jun Xiao Yao might receive. After all, he had successfully reached the 5th level. Prior to this moment, Tian Luobing had received the reward of the Ice Sacred Source, while Su Mingyao had been granted the Heavenly Soul Crystal. These rewards seemed to be tailored to their needs. providing them with extraordinary treasures that would offer immeasurable assistance in their cultivation. As the pointer came to a halt, a burst of golden light erupted. Congratulations! You have received the sacred Heavenly Palace X1 as a reward. It was announced that this was a palace capable of flight, a true sacred artifact. Generally, flying palaces are primarily defensive in nature, cherished by the powerful. They serve as a means of escape and travel, an essential treasure for any adventurer. In an instant, a beam of golden light soared from within the palace, illuminating the space before Jun Xiao Yao. With a demeanor of calm indifference, he regarded the upper reaches of the ladder. With a casual wave of his hand, the golden light vanished, having entered the elemental realm. He continued his ascent up the heavenly ladder, his sights firmly set on its pinnacle. For at the summit of the ladder lies a connection to the Tower of Catastrophe, and reaching that height would grant him entry into the tower, the true repository of treasures. Within the palace, on the main seat, a woman with enchanting eyes and lips like ripe cherries broke into a radiant smile. This smile was captivating, a beauty that could topple nations, exuding an unparalleled elegance that was utterly alluring. Yet, between her brows flickered a glimmer of destructive battle intent, reminiscent of a legendary warrior goddess, exuding an air of majesty. Jun Xiao Yao, this goddess eagerly anticipates our meeting. It is you whom I have sought all my life. The woman is none other than the goddess of catastrophe. As the divine princess of the Catastrophe clan, she also embodies the spirit of the clan's warrior goddess. Have you made your decision, Your Highness? The voice resonated from the heart of the Catastrophe within the hall, illuminating the atmosphere. It would be best if she could enter the Catastrophe Tower. Should she fail, she would transcend into reincarnation. Beyond that, her existence would be limited to merely a year, devoid of any chance of sealing once more. Venturing out might offer a sliver of hope. She was eager to witness just how formidable her adversaries truly were. With a sigh, the goddess of catastrophe reflected, recalling that with each unsealing, she had clung to a thread of hope. Even in the absence of opportunities, she could once again succumb to slumber, awaiting the chance to awaken after millennia to seek new possibilities. Yet, the repeated cycles of unsealing had only brought disappointment. The sealing could only occur 9 times. After the 9th, she would dissipate into nothingness, devoid of the chance for reincarnation. This moment marked the 9th and final unsealing. If she resigned herself to inaction, she would vanish within a year, and the realm of catastrophe would collapse, ensuring her eternal absence from this world. She hoped fervently that he could enter the Catastrophe Tower. On the celestial ladder, time flowed inexorably. This is where my journey halts, declared the emperor. On the 6th day, Tian Luo Bing reached the 5th tier of the celestial ladder, finding any further ascent as challenging as scaling the heavens. Although she could not advance, this location was ideal for cultivation. She was confident that within 3 days, she could elevate her prowess to the pinnacle of the martial emperor. Thus, Tian Luo Bing immersed herself in training on the 5th tier. Half a day later, Su Mingyao arrived at the same level. Sister Bing, aren't you continuing? She inquired playfully, observing Tian Luo Bing's dedication. The latter, feeling the weight of countless mountains pressing down upon her, found herself immobilized, resolved to cultivate here while awaiting her brother's triumph atop the ladder. Indeed, I cannot measure up to him, Tian Luo Bing admitted. Once proud, she had envisioned surpassing Jun Xiao Yao on the ladder to alleviate the resentment from the past few days. However, she soon realized the futility of her aspirations. No matter her efforts, she could not catch up to him. Even more alarming was the revelation that Jun Xiao Yao displayed the manifestations of 3 divine beasts, each capable of cataclysmic destruction, with the power to overwhelm even the most formidable of deities, rivaling the saints. Her heart trembled at the thought. This scoundrel is truly beyond comprehension. In my past life, he would have been an unparalleled prodigy, a once-in-a-million-years marvel. I do not pursue my brother, for having him is enough for me. Su Mingyao chuckled, her enchanting visage radiating happiness and sweetness. Chapter 95. Only 1 step away from the summit upon the celestial ladder, Su Mingyao and Tian Luo Bing have ascended to the 5th level. In their pursuit of cultivation at this height, they have received 5 extraordinary rewards, each of which, in a fantastical realm, would undoubtedly incite chaos and bloodshed, rewards unheard of on Earth, save for themselves. The other 6 celestial beings, however, have faltered. 2 have stagnated at the 3rd level, 1 at the 2nd, and 3 at the 1st, unable to progress any further. Such circumstances are beyond comparison, for the disparity between individuals can breed frustration and envy. The sight of the 2 exquisite maidens reaching the 5th level has rendered them utterly humiliated. As for Jun Xiao Yao, he harbors no inclination for rivalry or jealousy, for he presently stands at the 989th step, merely 10 steps away from the pinnacle. Should he advance those 10 steps, He would conquer the celestial ladder and enter the tower of catastrophes. Yet, for Jun Xiao Yao, those 10 steps feel as though they span 10 worlds, a chasm insurmountable. The overwhelming pressure, akin to the wrath of nature, bears down upon him, transforming him into a figure drenched in blood, his garments soaked through. His bones threaten to shatter, his muscles tear, and his skin is marred by a myriad of cracks, placing him on the precipice of annihilation and collapse. Nevertheless, his gaze remains resolute, clear and profound like the stars in the night sky, fixed upon the summit of the ladder. His chaotic divine body has reached its limits. Before him lies a tapestry of destruction and cosmic forces, preventing any further advancement. He can only endure the relentless onslaught of obliteration and disintegration upon the celestial ladder. In such a state, comprehension and cultivation seem impossible, yet he refuses to yield. Sister Su Mingyao halted her cultivation, her exquisite visage already stained with tears. Witnessing her brother's plight nearly shattered her heart. Were it possible to substitute herself for him, she would do so without hesitation, sparing him from such devastating torment. Tian Luobing regarded his frail silhouette. Though seemingly slight, it emanated an aura of unwavering strength, like an indomitable mountain. She had not anticipated that this scoundrel possessed such immense fortitude. In comparison, she felt herself lacking. No wonder he is so formidable. Had it been her, she would have long since crumbled. His physique is terrifying, manifesting 3 divine beast apparitions, truly extraordinary, surpassing even the foremost prodigy of the Minghui dynasty. The 6 celestial beings gazed at Jun Xiao Yao at the summit of the ladder, their hearts filled with awe. "Human, relinquish your struggle," echoed the voice of the heart of catastrophe from the void. Upon hearing the voice of the heart of calamity, Jun Xiao Yao responded coldly, emanating an aura of terrifying destruction, resembling an unparalleled divine emperor. In this moment, he dared to scorn even the heart of calamity within this realm of calamity, for he understood that it was intentionally provoking him. "Human, do you wish to oppose this spirit?" The heart of calamity was taken aback, for it had never anticipated that Jun Xiao Yao, a mere human, would dare to address it in such a manner, far beyond its expectations. Typically, in the dominion of others, beings would behave with utmost respect and decorum. How is it possible that this individual would insult it? Did he not fear for his life, or was he simply a fool? "If you do not silence yourself, I shall rend you apart," Jun Xiao Yao stated, his words as frigid as ice. The heart of calamity was merely a tool spirit, if necessary. The system could easily eliminate it. However, there was no need for such drastic measures unless absolutely required. At last, the skies fell silent. The heart of calamity truly ceased its clamor. This scene left the 6 celestial lords, Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao, utterly astonished. To dare to insult a tool spirit was entirely beyond imagination. "Brother is the most handsome." Su Mingyao gazed up at Jun Xiao Yao, her small face radiant. Her brother was the most handsome man in the world, as well as the gentlest, at least towards her. As for others, if they provoked him, gentleness was the last thing they could expect. In this instance, even the tool spirit was silenced, ultimately complying with his will. "Humph," Tian Luo snorted coldly, pouting her lips in feigned disdain. Yet, deep down, she was equally astonished. This scoundrel was utterly reckless to insult even a tool spirit. The reality was that he had indeed forced the spirit into silence, a known fact that in any realm, the tool spirit was the sovereign, wielding control over all. Jun Xiao Yao's audacity to rebuke the spirit was undoubtedly courting death, yet the outcome was astonishing. At this moment, Jun Xiao Yao finally moved, unleashing an overwhelming force of annihilation. The chaos divine demon body operated at its peak, and from the projection behind him, an extraordinary beastly manifestation appeared, Xiongqi. In this instant, for beastly manifestations formed a remarkable formation and synergy, their might surpassing that of 3 combined. With the support of these 4 divine beasts, Jun Xiao Yao's power and defense grew even more formidable. In the face of the crushing might of the Calamity Tower, he found himself at ease and began to earnestly cultivate. There was no need for him to cultivate the Calamity Divine Array, as the system had already fused it with him. What he needed now was to refine the laws of calamity. The law of natural disasters is but a step away from its first perfection. Should one successfully cultivate it, the mastery of the initial law of natural disasters shall be achieved. Once the law of natural disasters is fully cultivated, ascension to the pinnacle is assured. Chapter 96. Ascending to the pinnacle. Entering the Cataclysm Tower, the air crackled with tension, and a fierce wind howled through the space. Jun Xiao Yao stood majestically atop the celestial ladder, resembling a deity, his eyes gently closed as he reached a pivotal moment in his cultivation. The 6 great celestial sovereigns, along with Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao, gazed upon Jun Xiao Yao with eager anticipation. They were unable to ascend to the summit themselves. Yet their curiosity burned brightly regarding the events that would unfold upon reaching the pinnacle. The seventh day arrived with a thunderous roar. At last, Jun Xiao Yao made his move. With a single step, he ascended to the 990th rung, a mere 9 steps shy of the summit. This initial stride marked his first advancement throughout the entire day, illustrating the arduous nature of his ascent. Now, all eyes were on him to see if he could proceed further. 991st step, 992nd step, 993rd step. Finally, he reached the 998th step, just 1 step away from the top. Yet, this final step loomed like an insurmountable chasm, daunting and distant. Would he succeed? Tian Luo Bing and Su Mingyao watched the latter with bated breath. The other 6 celestial sovereigns were equally tense, though Jun Xiaoyao's fate was not intertwined with theirs. The vast gulf between their strengths rendered them mere spectators in this monumental moment. His triumph or failure bore no direct consequence on their existence. Within the hall, the goddess of cataclysm felt a rare surge of anxiety. For the first time in 9 million years, she was gripped by such tension. So close to the precipice of destiny. With Jun Xiaoyao merely a step away from her, should he conquer this final leap, he would gain entry into the Cataclysm Tower, bringing him face to face with her. Whether he could take that step was not merely a turning point for him, but a critical juncture in her fate. A matter of utmost significance that rendered her nearly frantic. Rising from her seat, her tall, flawless figure was revealed, with long, elegant legs and skin that was smooth and fair. Her captivating gaze remained fixed on the luminous screen, displaying Jun Xiaoyao at the 998th position on the ladder. He was drenched in blood, yet he emanated an overwhelming aura of destruction and an indomitable spirit, as if he were a divine being descending from the heavens. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. With a disdainful snort, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward once more, ascending to the 999th step, the 9th tier of the ladder. He stood proudly at the apex. A spurt of blood erupted from his lips, his complexion pale. However, in that instant, his previously shattered form began to mend rapidly. In just 2 breaths, he restored himself to his original state, even surpassing his prior peak of strength. Gazing down upon the world, Jun Xiaoyao's voice echoed softly, and with a mere flick of his hand, the entire realm of catastrophe trembled, as if it were succumbing to utter annihilation. This is the law of catastrophe. Although still feeble, he has grasped the first layer of this law. Above his head, the enigmatic law manifests, exuding an overwhelming dominance. The heavens tremble, the space continuously collapses, and in an instant, the entire celestial ladder vanishes, leaving nothing behind. The celestial beings upon the ladder, including Tian Luo Bing and Su Mingyao, plummet to the ground. At the pinnacle of the ladder, Jun Xiao Yao is enveloped by a radiant light, entering the Tower of Catastrophe. The entire 9th layer of catastrophe descends into silence. As if nothing had transpired. He has succeeded. Brother has triumphed. Su Mingyao is filled with uncontainable excitement, nearly leaping from joy. Her brother has finally reached the summit of the celestial ladder, entering the Tower of Catastrophe. Tian Luo Bing purses her lips, feigning indifference, yet internally astonished. In her past life spanning 3 millennia, she has encountered countless prodigies and extraordinary talents, yet none can compare to Jun Xiao Yao. She has witnessed innumerable grand spectacles and harrowing events, yet none have stirred her nerves as this moment has. Fortunately, Jun Xiao Yao has successfully ascended, entering the Tower of Catastrophe, truly formidable, unparalleled, and extraordinarily gifted. Several celestial beings are left speechless by their astonishment at Jun Xiao Yao's talent, strength, perseverance, and intellect, which are simply terrifying and incomparable. Outside, no one knows what lies within the Tower of Catastrophe, nor what miraculous treasures and resources Jun Xiao Yao may acquire. At this moment, they can only wait in front of the hall, anticipating the conclusion of the catastrophe realm. With a swoosh, Jun Xiao Yao is engulfed in light, transported into a treasure tower. He realizes this must be within the Tower of Catastrophe, yet he does not pause, being compelled by forces beyond his control. In an instant, the transportation concludes, and he now stands within the grand hall. Scanning his surroundings, his consciousness and gaze simultaneously discover another presence in the hall. The consciousness reveals a luminous point on the virtual map, blue, indicating that the individual is an ally. Upon seeing this indication, he feels a measure of reassurance. Had it been a red point, his fate might have been dire. Before him stands an exquisite woman, seemingly in her 30s, with a stunningly delicate face, flawless and radiant. Her enchanting eyes glisten, and upon her brow rests a mysterious blood-red flower mark, enhancing her enigmatic allure, while her features embody an irresistible charm. Her lips, luscious and inviting, are slightly pursed, complementing her perfect figure. Her elongated, graceful legs, smooth and fair, are perfectly straight and toned. Her fingers, delicate as the tender buds of the cassia, complement her entire form draped in ethereal blue-violet silk, reminiscent of a goddess from a national animation. She embodies the quintessential allure of an elegant woman. Surprised? The lady spoke, her beautiful eyes gazing tenderly at Jun Xiao Yao, as if beholding her beloved. With each step, her long, exquisite legs moved closer to him, the flowing silk billowing gently in the breeze. She exuded an irresistible charm, captivating in every manner. At that moment, Jun Xiao Yao felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, as if he were about to explode, his blood surging with fervor. Chapter 97. The Enchantress. The Goddess of Calamity? Indeed, a revelation. Who are you? The spirit of the Calamity world? Jun Xiao Yao felt a surge of blood. This woman was utterly captivating, exquisite, a paragon of beauty. She contrasted sharply with Tian Luo Bing and Tian Yuzi, embodying an entirely different essence. While Tian Luo Bing and Tian Yuzi exuded a frigid, aloof demeanor, akin to ethereal ice maidens untouched by mortal affairs, the woman before him resembled a ripe peach. Irresistibly alluring, brimming with charm, a quintessential queenly figure. Every movement she made sent shivers down one's spine, nearly suffocating in its intensity. No, I am human, not a spirit. You may refer to me as the Goddess of Calamity, or perhaps as Sister Calamity. You may even call me your wife. For your presence here signifies that you are my future support. The Goddess of Calamity stepped closer to Jun Xiao Yao, their distance merely a meter apart. A faint fragrance enveloped the air, intoxicating yet not repulsive. The Goddess of Calamity? Sister Calamity? Wife? Are you certain this is no jest? Jun Xiao Yao took a step back, feeling a twinge of nervousness, not the fear induced by a formidable foe, but rather the bashfulness that arises in the presence of an enchanting woman. To put it plainly, it was akin to a boy blushing before a beautiful girl, and as a grown man, he could hardly allow himself such a display of embarrassment. After all, it would be quite shameful. In truth, many men, though seemingly composed, turn into bashful children upon encountering a woman, often stumbling over their words. My dear husband, you are quite adorable, the Goddess of Calamity remarked. Upon noticing Jun Xiao Yao instinctively retreating, she was taken aback, realizing his shyness, and her surprise quickly transformed into delight. This man, who appeared so debonair, was unexpectedly nervous around a girl. Could it be that he had never been close to a woman before? Adorable? I am anything but. Jun Xiao Yao thought. Stay back, or I might do something no one would respond to, no matter how loud you shout. He felt acutely embarrassed, realizing his facade had been seen through. Where could he hide his flushed face? Summoning his courage, he stepped forward, leaning closer to the Goddess of Calamity, attempting to adopt a flirtatious demeanor. What are you doing? The Goddess of Calamity gasped, retreating a step, a fleeting blush gracing her cheeks. Regardless of whether you are a spirit or a human, having passed the trial, what shall I ultimately receive? Moreover, my time is limited, I must return. Jun Xiao Yao spoke, for he had not come here for frivolity or to flirt. Even in the pursuit of romantic interests, she is not the one. This woman is too ethereal, too perilous to approach. I am the Goddess of Catastrophe, belonging to a race that has faced utter destruction, forced to conceal ourselves within this world, bound by 9 seals. I can no longer remain confined. A year hence, I shall vanish into oblivion, devoid of reincarnation. If you would but take me away from this realm, I would bestow upon you the entirety of my world's resources to expedite your ascent to power. The Goddess of Catastrophe spoke, her gaze lingering on Jun Xiao Yao, filled with longing, which left him somewhat overwhelmed. Can I truly trust you? Jun Xiao Yao chuckled lightly. Ding! Quest triggered. Agree to the Goddess of Catastrophe. Reward 10,000 points. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind, indicating the activation of a quest, causing Jun Xiao Yao to pause. Was it not stated that only events with Su Mingyao would trigger? No, this was not merely an event, it was a quest. System, is she speaking the truth? Jun Xiao Yao inquired. Logically, the system should not deceive its master. Thus, it was evident that the system was urging him to agree to the Goddess of Catastrophe, signifying that she spoke no falsehood. Furthermore, the virtual map indicated her as blue. Still, he needed to inquire directly. Truth. Tip. Event triggered, adding 1 individual. The Goddess of Catastrophe. Events can also be triggered with the Goddess of Catastrophe, the system replied. Jun Xiao Yao fell silent. Indeed, this was fortuitous. At the very least, the Goddess of Catastrophe was not an adversary and had not lied, thus providing an additional opportunity to trigger an event. I can trust you, for we shall forge a covenant. I will not harm you, and I trust you shall not harm me. The goddess of catastrophe spoke calmly. In truth, she was uncertain how to persuade Jun Xiao Yao, harboring a bold thought. If he refused, she would take matters into her own hands. Besides, how could he resist such beauty? As this crossed her mind, the goddess of catastrophe felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Very well, Jun Xiao Yao nodded. Since the system confirmed her safety and activated a quest, what more could he say? Subsequently, Jun Xiao Yao and the goddess of catastrophe formed a covenant. The agreement was simple. Neither could harm the other, with Jun Xiao Yao as the master of the covenant, able to dissolve it at any time, while the goddess of catastrophe was the passive party. My husband, the covenant is complete, the goddess of catastrophe exclaimed with delight. Wait, we have merely formed a covenant. Not wed, Jun Xiao Yao replied, somewhat bewildered. Do you insist on marrying me? This assertive demeanor is quite surprising. Chapter 98. Regardless. I have already considered you my husband regardless of whether you agree or not. I have already regarded you as my husband. The goddess of calamity spoke. Her breath fragrant as orchids, her beautiful eyes glimmering. Jun Xiao Yao felt on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand her charm. What should I do now? Jun Xiao Yao inquired. We must leave quickly. What do you say, my husband? As the goddess of calamity spoke, she drew closer to Jun Xiao Yao, her delicate hand entwining his arm. Jun Xiao Yao, feeling a surge of frustration, thought to himself, what I meant by what to do is not what you imagine. Should we leave this place first? What I referred to was this matter. Jun Xiao Yao sighed in despair. Quite simply, my husband must take the treasury of the calamity realm and leave with me. Moreover, at this moment, the calamity realm had already separated from the original world, leaving only the tower of calamity and the treasury. However, I cannot traverse space. Any attempt to do so would attract attention. The goddess of calamity spoke gently, her gaze fixed on Jun Xiao Yao, conveying a sense of reliance on him. System, is there a solution? Jun Xiao Yao communicated with the system. Master, encapsulate the calamity realm within the origin realm. This way, she will not traverse space. Remember, annihilate the heart of calamity. The system responded. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiao Yao understood what was to be done. And where is the heart of calamity? Jun Xiao Yao asked. Right here. The goddess of calamity waved her delicate hand, and a radiant glow appeared within the hall. This glow represented the heart of calamity, the spirit of the calamity realm. Jun Xiao Yao reached out, and with a swift motion, the brilliance of the heart of calamity dissipated into thin air. How did you know to annihilate the heart of calamity? The goddess of calamity inquired, astonished by Jun Xiao Yao's actions. Before Jun Xiao Yao acted, she had not considered erasing the heart of calamity. Only after his intervention did she comprehend his intention to eliminate all traces of her. Even if someone pursued her here, they would not find her through the heart of calamity. All clues would be severed within the calamity realm. Secrets. Jun Xiao Yao smiled, feeling a sense of triumph at last. Next came a series of explosive sounds. Boom, boom, boom. The ninth layer of the calamity realm crumbled, the six great celestial lords vanishing into nothingness. Jun Xiao Yao exited the grand hall, appearing beside Tian Luo Bing and Su Mingyao. After his departure, the Tower of Calamity and the hall, along with the entire ninth layer of the calamity realm, rapidly shrank, ultimately reducing to the size of a palm. At that moment, Jun Xiao Yao waved his hand, and before him lay naught but emptiness, the hall and the Tower of Calamity. Having entered the primordial realm, they occupied a space of 100 miles in diameter, a position that existed independently, for the hall and the Tower of Calamity constituted a small world unto themselves. This scene left Tian Luo Bing and Su Mingyao utterly astonished. Brother, where are we now? Su Mingyao inquired. Tian Luo Bing's gaze also turned to Jun Xiao Yao. We must depart. Jun Xiao Yao responded. As he spoke, the world of calamity began to rapidly disintegrate, and the three were enveloped by a mysterious beam of light. They clung tightly to one another, fearful of being separated, for they were not on Earth, but in the fantastical world of calamity. If they were to become separated, who knew where they might be cast? Perhaps they would never return to Earth again. With a whoosh, the transmission persisted for a full 10 minutes, causing Jun Xiao Yao's arms to ache, as the terrifying force of tearing constantly compressed around them. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe injury or even demise. Of course, he was unlikely to be torn apart by the transmission. But Tian Luo Bing and Su Mingyao were not so assured. Holding Su Mingyao was somewhat comforting. The young girl clasped her small hands tightly around his waist, burying her head in his embrace. However, Tian Luo Bing was a different matter altogether. This woman, proud and frigid, instinctively struggled against his hold, attempting to break free, even biting down on his shoulder with her rosy lips. Jun Xiao Yao was tempted to lose his temper and release her, but thinking of Tian Yuzi, he endured. He could hardly fathom Tian Luo Bing's thoughts at that moment. She gazed at Jun Xiao Yao, seething with resentment. Humph, scoundrel. Taking advantage of me, violating my space. How infuriating. Why must you hold me so tightly? Throughout her 3,000 years in her past life, and 18 years in this one, she had never experienced such close contact with a male, let alone being held so intimately. Naturally, she understood that Jun Xiao Yao feared they would be separated by the transmission, rather than seeking to take advantage of her. Yet, the reality of the embrace remained. In her heart, she resolved, when we return, I shall tell my sister that men and women should maintain a distance. You are her boyfriend, and I am merely your sister-in-law. Moreover, I am also your fiancée. No, wait. I am not your sister-in-law, nor your fiancée. In an instant, Tian Luo Bing's mind was a chaotic whirl. She found it utterly bewildering. What was happening to her? Finally, the transmission concluded, and the three emerged into a brilliant light. Finding themselves outside a grand city, unmistakably not of Earth, but rather a location within the fantastical realm. You dog! Jun Xiao Yao exclaimed, releasing his grip and unceremoniously casting Tian Luo Bing aside. Damn it! My shoulder is sore from your bite. If it weren't for Tian Yuzi, I wouldn't bother with you. I truly do not understand what the system is playing at. 5 fiancés is one thing. But could you not have chosen someone else? Why must it be Tian Luo Bing? Chapter 99 Departing from the Cataclysm Realm. The system falls asleep again. Why did you hold me? Tian Luo Bing exclaimed in exasperation as she fell to the ground. However, upon catching sight of Jun Xiao Yao's hand and the wicked grin plastered on his face, she comprehended the impending consequence and promptly fell silent. For she knew that any further words would surely result in a punishment. The thought filled her with resentment. How could the esteemed empress of the Tai-Xian realm be perpetually bullied by this scoundrel? Humph, Jun Xiao scoffed, pulling Yao along as they strode towards the city gates. Tian Luo Bing shot a frosty glare at Jun Xiao Yao, her demeanor icy, yet she could do little but follow in his wake as the trio entered the city together. Before long, Jun Xiao Yao discerned that this was a miniature world, the blood refinement realm, specifically its first tier. Entering this world was possible through the first tier of the blood refinement realm on Earth. This revelation left Jun Xiao Yao astounded. It was rather fortuitous. He had been contemplating how to return to Earth after emerging from the Cataclysm realm, for currently, Earth only had teleportation links with the Cataclysm realm, the blood refinement realm, and the Hell realm. The Cataclysm realm was no longer an option, leaving only the 9 worlds of the blood refinement realm and the 9 worlds of the Hell realm. Yet, it was impossible to teleport to any of those places directly after leaving the Cataclysm realm. In essence, without entering these realms, they would have no means to find their way back to Earth. Unexpectedly, they found themselves within the first tier of the blood refinement realm upon exiting the Cataclysm realm. This was splendid. They could directly teleport back to Earth. However, it all seemed a tad too coincidental. System, Jun Xiaoyao communicated with the system. Due to alterations in time and space by the system, currently in a state of dormancy, the system responded, indicating that it had entered a dormant phase. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao finally comprehended that this was not mere coincidence. It was orchestrated by the system itself, which had altered time and space to facilitate their entrance into the first tier of the blood refinement realm. Otherwise, they might have been transported to some unfathomable location, truly crossing over into the unknown. The prospect of returning to Earth would then be a distant dream. Brother, shall we return now? Su Mingyao inquired. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. And soon, the three made their way to the center of the grand city, utilizing the teleportation array to return to Earth. Humph. The Cataclysm realm has vanished. How infuriating. In the distant cosmos, at the heart of a vast world, a middle-aged man stood atop a tower rising 3 million feet high. Before him lay a mystical wheel, and at that moment, a point of light upon the wheel flickered out of existence. He understood what that point represented. It had existed for millions of years. He waited, and he plotted. The luminous point was merely a pawn in his game, and it was destined to be utilized shortly. Unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, the light vanished into thin air. Where could this pawn have gone? What transpired? My lord, the god of the divine realm. At this juncture, an elder approached the middle-aged man, bowing respectfully. He began to speak, but halted midway. Send someone to the lower realms. Find her for me. The middle-aged man, addressed as the lord of the divine realm, spoke with frigid words, exuding an overwhelming divine authority. At that moment, he was enraged. The disaster clan, which he had always regarded as a mere pawn, had vanished right beneath his nose. Could he remain calm? The elder bowed again and withdrew. In the west, at the Blood Sea, atop the teleportation tower of the blood refinement realm, radiant lights flickered as 3 figures materialized. As one of the 3 major teleportation towers on Earth, the Blood Sea was extraordinarily prosperous, for 80% of the world's martial artists entered the blood refinement realm. After all, regardless of location. The lower-tier warriors were always the most numerous, while the apex of the pyramid housed the fewest. Those entering the blood refinement realm were primarily at the inner strength, true chi, and master levels. On Earth, there were no fewer than 90 million warriors at these tiers. Just as the first layer of the blood refinement realm opened, someone returned from within, failing to attract the attention of others, as entry to the first layer was reserved for those at the inner strength level, the weakest warriors on Earth. Tian Luo Bing descended from the teleportation tower, letting out a cold humph before departing alone. Back on Earth, she no longer needed to accompany Jun Xiao Yao, and she had long desired to part ways. Otherwise, she would be bullied incessantly. Reflecting on the past period felt like a nightmare, unbearable to recall. Brother, Bing Jia harbors a bit of resentment towards you, Su Mingyao remarked softly as she watched Tian Luo Bing leave, a sweet smile adorning her exquisite face. It matters not. Were it not for Tian Yuzi, I would hardly bother with her, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Brother, after all, Bing Jia is your fiancé, Su Mingyao said, linking her arm with Jun Xiaoyao's, pouting her lips and speaking earnestly. You are still my obedient Yao. Come, let us rest for a day before returning. Jun Xiaoyao redirected the conversation, choosing not to mention Tian Luo Bing further. As he spoke, he affectionately tousled the girl's smooth hair. Su Mingyao exclaimed with boundless joy. Finally, she had time alone with her brother. Of course, during their time in the disaster world, she had also felt suffocated by his presence, but having Tian Luo Bing around always proved inconvenient. Now that Tian Luo Bing had returned, it was just the two of them. How delightful. Chapter 100. Sister, he is bullying me. Carlton Hotel, one of the top 10 hotels globally, boasts an impressive 99 floors. The presidential suite encompasses a sprawling 400 square meters. However, the price is equally staggering, $880,000 for a single night stay. For Jun Xiaoyao, money is merely a figure, insignificant and optional. After all, his account still holds nearly 30 billion, while Su Mingyao possesses another 20 billion. Both seldom find themselves in need of currency. Brother, I'm going to take a shower, Su Mingyao announced as she entered the room, closing the door behind her. She kicked off her shoes and, while conversing with Jun Xiaoyao, dashed toward the bathroom, the last to slip inside. During their time in the disaster realm, opportunities to bathe were scarce, and certainly not as liberating as in a hotel or home. The disaster realm was a world of perpetual destruction, constantly crumbling, where one could not bathe in peace amidst lurking beasts. Even if they found a stream or pool, Jun Xiaoyao would remain nearby, casting protective spells. Now back on Earth, he could finally enjoy a proper bath and a restful sleep. Jun Xiaoyao retrieved his phone, powered it on, and immersed himself in a game for half an hour. Su Mingyao emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a white towel that accentuated her long, fair legs and delicate figure, exuding a youthful aura akin to a budding flower. Once she finished, Jun Xiaoyao entered the bathroom, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the sight of her intimate garments hanging there, despite being washed. Suppressing his heated blood, he swiftly completed his shower and emerged wearing only a pair of trunks. Are you hungry? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. No, Su Mingyao replied. Then let us sleep for a while. We can go out for dinner later, he suggested. He then lay down on the large, soft bed, and the young girl climbed up next to him, snuggling close. Her delicate body pressed against his. Her long, fair legs draped across him, soft and enticing, a sight that was both dazzling and alluring. Jun Xiaoyao felt a rush of blood. She has grown up, he mused to himself. Brother, will you play a game with me for a bit? Su Mingyao pouted playfully, shaking his hand. Her soft body, coupled with the alluring sight of her rosy lips, was irresistibly tempting. For a moment, Jun Xiaoyao found himself captivated by those lips. Brother, what is wrong? Noticing the intensity of his gaze, Su Mingyao paused, curiosity mingling with a hint of nervousness. It's nothing. Let us play the game, he replied. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, picked up his phone, and prepared to play games with Su Mingyao. Subsequently, the two began to engage earnestly in their gaming session. A notification chimed, indicating an event. Master plays games with Su Mingyao, reward points 1,000,000. Despite the system being in a dormant state, it had minimal impact on their enjoyment. Brother, let's sleep. Yao is tired, the girl said sweetly after 3 rounds. All right, sleep, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Although he relished gaming, he was not obsessed. It merely served as a pastime to pass the time. Brother, hold me while I sleep, Su Mingyao said. Putting down her phone and curling her delicate form into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, clad only in a soft towel. The closeness sent a rush of blood through Jun Xiaoyao's veins. Su Mingyao felt equally anxious, more so than in the past. At that moment, her entire body felt electrified, stiff and powerless, yet the warmth brought a sense of security. After a while, Su Mingyao's breathing became soft and steady, indicating she had fallen asleep, while it took Jun Xiao Yao much longer to drift off. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, Tianshi Villa, Tian Luobing had returned home. Upon her arrival, she called her grandfather and sister to report her safety. Soon, Tian Yuzi returned. Seeing her younger sister safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Binger, how is he?" Tian Yuzi inquired, her expression filled with anticipation and affection. These past few weeks had felt like years for her, not only longing for Jun Xiaoyao, but also managing affairs for the corporation, compounded by a troubling matter. "Since you're back, has he returned?" "Who?" Tian Luobing feigned ignorance, fully aware her sister was referring to that scoundrel. The mere thought of him ignited her anger, causing her delicate features to turn icy, and the temperature in the villa plummeted as if it were a threat to life itself. "Jun Xiaoyao, haven't you encountered him?" Tian Yuzi was taken aback. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao and Binger did not cross paths in the disaster realm? This was understandable, given the vastness of the realm. It was like tossing two stones into the ocean, making it improbable to meet. However, what was troubling Binger? Why was she so cold? It was evident she harbored feelings of anger and hatred. Who had wronged her? In the past, although Binger had been proud and aloof, she had never displayed such a demeanor. Curiosity quickly turned into concern. Had Binger been hurt or bullied in the disaster realm? "He returned?" Tian Yuzi asked, seeking confirmation. She must have returned by now. Tian Luobing's voice was even colder, as memories of the past half-month flooded her mind. How she had been bullied by that scoundrel, enduring the humiliation of being spanked. How disgraceful it was for the illustrious Empress of Taixien to be subjected to such indignity by a man. As these thoughts coursed through her, alongside her anger and shame, there lingered a hint of tears. "Did he provoke you?" Tian Yuzi was no fool. On the contrary, she was astutely perceptive. Bing Er's ire was undoubtedly directed at Jun Xiao Yao. What had transpired between them in the realm of calamity? Moreover, how had Bing Er's cultivation progressed so swiftly, nearing the pinnacle of martial emperor? Meanwhile, during this time, she had devoted herself to earnest training, passing the hours in pursuit of strength, thus attaining her own status as a martial emperor. "Sister, he bullied me." Tian Luobing could no longer contain her feelings. Crystal tears cascaded down her exquisitely cold face. She wept, shedding tears in front of her sister. Though she was the reincarnation of the Taixien Empress, she remained, at heart, merely a girl, having suffered grievances within the realm of calamity. At last, she had found a place to unleash her pent-up emotions. Chapter 101. Tian Luobing complains to Tian Yuzi, "He bullied me." "He bullied you? In what manner?" Tian Yuzi inquired, momentarily bewildered. Instantly, concern enveloped her. She knew her sister well. Proud, aloof, and strikingly beautiful, Tian Luobing resembled an ethereal ice goddess, untouched by the mundane world. Yet beneath that icy exterior lay a mere girl, gifted with extraordinary talent and formidable strength. Moreover, she was exceptionally independent, capable of withstanding any challenge during her endeavors outside. Yet here she was, reduced to tears. What immense grievance could have brought her to such a state? It was known that throughout her life, Bing Er had never shed a tear. Tian Yuzi scrutinized Tian Luobing, eager to uncover the nature of the alleged bullying by Jun Xiao Yao. Could it be that he had committed some vile act against her? Such a thought seemed implausible. Despite their brief acquaintance, she believed she understood Jun Xiao Yao's character. He would never stoop to wrongdoing. After all, he had never wronged her. Furthermore, she was confident in her own abilities and did not consider herself inferior to Bing Er. He hit me," Tian Luobing stammered. Yet, even before her sister, she found it difficult to voice her complaint. How humiliating. Moreover, deep within, she bore the stature of an empress. How could she utter such words? Wouldn't her sister mock her mercilessly? She was acutely aware that her sister would not seek vengeance for her, especially since Tian Yuzi lacked the aptitude for cultivation and was merely an ordinary person, incapable of exacting any retribution. Additionally, given her sister's fondness for that scoundrel, how could she possibly assist her? "He hit you?" "Humph. Do not cry, Bing Er. I shall confront him shortly and avenge you. But tell me, where did he strike you? Are you injured?" Tian Yuzi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Jun Xiao Yao had actually struck Bing Er? This seemed unlikely. Truth be told, given Jun Xiao Yao's strength, Bing Er would surely be no match for him. There had to be some misunderstanding. Nevertheless, she intended to comfort her sister, believing that Jun Xiao Yao must have had his reasons for his actions. "He hit my bottom," Tian Luobing replied, a hint of crimson coloring her otherwise frosty visage. How utterly embarrassing. Upon expressing this, she felt a pang of regret. "What? You must explain," Tian Yuzi exclaimed, momentarily stunned. She almost burst into laughter but managed to stifle it. At that moment, she began to piece together the situation. This was surely a playful exchange between the two, with Jun Xiao Yao teasing Bing Er. However, given Bing Er's icy demeanor, it was likely that she could neither comprehend nor accept such flirtation. Furthermore, it was entirely natural for two betrothed individuals to engage in such antics. I encountered danger in the calamity realm. He rescued me, inquired about my injuries. And when I expressed my dissent, he struck me. Tian Luo Bing's tears had vanished in the presence of her sister. She was no longer shy. Thus, she recounted everything that transpired in the realm of calamities, primarily focusing on her encounters with Jun Xiao Yao, embellishing her words with exaggerated tales of his shortcomings. Meanwhile, Tian Yuzi listened intently, her small hands tightly clenched into fists. She was not angry but rather suppressing her laughter, as this person was merely teasing Bing Er. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of irritation for Bing Er, reflecting on all that had occurred between them in the realm of calamities. And she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Naturally, she discerned that the negative remarks Bing Er made about Jun Xiao Yao were likely unfounded, merely inflated for effect, and he was not as terrible as portrayed. However, she chose not to expose the truth. This person was infuriating. How could he treat our Bing Er this way? After all, Bing Er was his fiancée. No, that was incorrect. She must now be his sister-in-law. Bing Er, just wait a moment. I shall avenge you, Tian Yuzi declared, feigning anger. Sister, do you truly like him? Tian Luo Bing inquired curiously upon hearing Tian Yuzi's words, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment and a hint of anger. Once Jun Xiao Yao's fiancée, it seemed he completely disregarded her, which was profoundly frustrating, making her wish to punish him severely. However, upon reflection, despite having spanked her and bullied her, he had still treated her with kindness. When the time came for her sister to marry him, would she really have to call him brother-in-law? But wasn't he supposed to be my fiancé? Of course I like him, Tian Yuzi replied without hesitation or contemplation. Sister, never mind, do not trouble him. In truth, he has treated me well, albeit a tad annoyingly. Moreover, if you confront him about these matters, how shall I face others in the future? Tian Luo Bing said, subsequently retreating to her room. At last, she could release the grievances of the past few days. Now, her mood was delightful. With the rewards and resources acquired in the realm of calamities, along with the chaotic ice technique bestowed by Jun Xiao Yao, she aimed to master it completely, thus allowing her to swiftly return to the pinnacle she once held in her past life. At that time, she would be able to teach Jun Xiao Yao a lesson, alleviating her pent-up resentment. At the Carlton Hotel, in the presidential suite, the following day, Su Mingyao awoke early. She had enjoyed a wonderfully restful sleep. As she opened her beautiful eyes and rubbed them, she thought, Su Mingyao had grown accustomed to sleeping in her brother's embrace. If he were not beside her, she would feel somewhat unsettled. Just as she was about to call her brother to awaken him, she suddenly realized that her bath towel had come undone during the night. Now, she found herself clad only in a pair of small shorts. What has happened to your exquisite form? Jun Xiao Yao inquired, awakening abruptly, his face etched with concern and bewilderment. He paid no heed to his own hands or to Yao Yao's condition. His gaze was solely fixed upon her stunning visage, which was flushed crimson as if it were about to bleed, igniting an insatiable curiosity within him. What is the matter? Chapter 102. The young girl has grown up. Where have you placed your hand? How utterly mortifying! She exclaimed, her embarrassment palpable. Do you not sense anything unusual about your touch? In a moment of helplessness, she shyly reminded Jun Xiao Yao. My hand. Jun Xiao Yao stammered, momentarily taken aback. What is wrong with my hand? It appears perfectly fine to me. As he spoke, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He must have inadvertently touched Yao. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he hastily glanced at his hand, confirming his suspicions. Upon this revelation, his gaze became entranced. She was simply exquisite. The sensation coursed through him like an electric shock. During his previous encounter with Tian Yuzi, he had not experienced such a profound impact, but now, seeing her beauty up close, he felt on the verge of collapse. Are you still looking? Woo-woo, Su Mingyao is utterly mortified. I wish I could just sink into the ground and disappear. The thought of being scrutinized was unbearable. Tears of embarrassment streamed down her cheeks. Although she harbored feelings for Jun Xiao Yao, she was still just a young girl, unable to contain her shyness. Yao, I am truly sorry, Jun Xiao Yao stammered, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt for making her cry. He was at a loss for how to console her. Hastily pulling the blanket over Su Mingyao to shield her from further embarrassment. Seeing Jun Xiao Yao's flustered demeanor, Su Mingyao couldn't help but chuckle, her shyness instinctively surfacing. Yao, it was not my intention, he reassured her sincerely. Indeed, it had been unintentional. In the midst of the night, he had initially wrapped one arm around her slender waist, and a slight movement had led to the unintentional contact. It was quite normal to shift during sleep. That little girl has truly matured. How remarkable. Do not worry. When Yaoer grows up, she will marry you if you. Yaoer does not mind. It's just very embarrassing, Su Mingyao whispered softly. Her cheeks flushed and her delicate earlobes a rosy hue. After speaking, she buried her face in Jun Xiao Yao's embrace. At this moment, Jun Xiao Yao found himself at a loss for words. There was nothing he could say. The only thing he could do was to endure the situation, as Yaoer was still young and he could not bring harm to her feelings. If he truly could not contain himself, he might consider seeking solace elsewhere. He pondered how utterly inappropriate this felt. Am I truly a lecher? No, I am as pure as crystal. Yet, for the sake of 200,000 points, perhaps he should not dwell on it too much. Meanwhile, at Longquan Mountain, Tian Yuzi had waited all night, knowing well that Jun Xiao Yao and Su Mingyao had not yet returned. Pouting in frustration, she drove off towards the corporate headquarters. The power she held had nearly been transferred, though some subsequent matters still required her attention. After all, the Tian Group was her family's enterprise, and she could not afford to be careless. At this juncture, however, money and wealth no longer held any significance for her. She had found someone she cherished and had also discovered her own talents. Now, her sole objective was to strengthen herself, ensuring that she could remain forever by Jun Xiao Yao's side. As Yuzi had just arrived at the foot of Tianmu Tower and had yet to alight from her vehicle, she heard someone call out to her in an unexpectedly affectionate manner, causing her to pause and furrow her brow. Who could it be that addressed her so casually? Typically, within the company, she was referred to as Miss or President Tian, and her name was seldom spoken, let alone Yuzi, which suggested a level of familiarity that was quite unusual. Upon exiting the car, she spotted a dashing young man standing at the entrance of Tianmu Tower. He donned spectacles and exuded an air of refined elegance, his entire demeanor radiating an aristocratic charm, unmistakably a scion of a prominent family. What brings you here? Yuzi inquired, her heels clicking on the pavement as she approached the entrance, her brows knitted in concern. She recognized this young man. A few days prior, while visiting her grandfather's home with her parents, she had encountered him, and since then, he had pursued her relentlessly, akin to an adhesive plaster. Out of respect for her parents and grandfather, she refrained from being overly harsh with him. However, she had not anticipated his arrival at the Tian Group. The young man, Ouyang Chun, was a cousin from her maternal uncle's side. Upon witnessing her beauty and grace, he was utterly captivated and, leveraging his family background, he commenced an ardent pursuit of Yuzi. Yet, she refused to grant him even a glance, which only fueled his frustration. I came specifically to see you. Knowing you worked here, Ouyang Chun declared, his demeanor both charming and polished, causing numerous female professionals in Tianmu Tower to swoon. You have one final warning. Do not appear before me again, Yuzi replied coldly, offering him no semblance of courtesy. After all, she owed no one any obligation to show deference. As the woman of Jun Tiendi, why should she? Moreover, having ascended to the status of a martial emperor, she would not cower before any family or individual, regardless of how formidable the Ouyang clan might be. While she might tolerate Ouyang Chun in front of her parents, affording him a modicum of respect, this was a workplace, and with so many witnesses, how would Jun Xiao Yao perceive her actions? Chapter 103. My husband, he scolded me. Oh, warn me? Ouyang Chun was momentarily taken aback, his expression awkward. His pride was indeed somewhat bruised, and he felt a bit bewildered. What was happening? Was he not exceptional enough? Although he was the executive president of the Tian Corporation, what did that mean in the context of the Ouyang family? If it were not for his striking appearance, would this young master even have taken notice of you? Indeed, I warn you. Tian Yuzi's voice was frigid, exuding the imposing demeanor of a domineering female CEO, her presence formidable. She was coldly beautiful, exuding an icy allure, her brows radiating a chilling aura. Very well. Accompany me to meet my aunt and uncle. They have already consented to your marriage with me. Ouyang Chen's countenance darkened. His dignity was in tatters, his refined demeanor shattered, and he found himself lacking in charm. As he spoke, he attempted to grasp Tian Yuzi's hand, intending to whisk her away, believing that once they were alone, he could compel her to submit to him, imagining a scenario where she would call him daddy. In his mind, there was no woman he could not conquer in this world. Leave. Tian Yuzi was no fool. In fact, she was astutely intelligent. She understood that Ouyang Chun had no intention of introducing her to his parents, but rather planned to take her to a hotel, the implications of which were all too clear. At that moment, her feelings towards Ouyang Chun were a mix of disgust and aversion. As he attempted to pull her away, she waved her delicate hand, delivering a resounding slap across Ouyang Chun's face. The sharp sound of the slap left Ouyang Chun momentarily dazed. Wretched girl, how dare you strike me? He seethed with fury. As a master-level warrior, he never expected to be slapped by Tian Yuzi in front of so many onlookers. What face would he have left to show the world? Suddenly, a round of applause rang out, disrupting the tension. The applause was incongruous with the scene unfolding before them. Who the hell are you? Who permitted you to applaud? Ouyang Chun, now resembling a rabid dog, lashed out at anyone nearby. The laughter at his expense was palpable, a monumental humiliation to be struck by a woman. Turning around, he beheld a young man emerging, effortlessly charismatic, exuding an air of enigmatic allure, a transcendent presence. Upon seeing this young man, Ouyang Chun was consumed by jealousy, as he recognized that this individual was even more graceful and handsome than he. What was more, beside the young man stood an enchanting young girl, her beauty reminiscent of a goddess from a national comic. Such a stunning girl could not possibly belong to another. She was meant to be his, Ouyang Chen's. Tian Yuzi gazed at the newcomer, her exquisite visage illuminated by a joyful smile that radiated warmth. The contrast between her previous cold demeanor and her present tenderness was striking, as if she were two distinct individuals. After more than half a month of longing, the one she adored had finally returned. Xiaoyu, come here, Jun Xiao Yao said, his smile unwavering as he disregarded Ouyang Chun entirely, his attention fixated on the ethereal Tian Yuzi. In his heart, he couldn't help but think of her slender, graceful legs and her enchanting allure. Darling, Tian Yuzi exclaimed, bounding toward Jun Xiao Yao like a jubilant bird. Nestling into his embrace and seeking a warm hug, her beauty pressing against him. A rosy blush adorned her delicate features, and she whispered sweetly into his ear, exuding an indescribable gentleness and shyness. She bore no trace of the icy corporate queen. Instead, she resembled a tender, innocent girl. What is going on? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, gesturing toward Ouyang Chun, who at that moment resembled a furious bull, seething with rage. The woman he admired stood before him, cold and haughty, yet in an instant, she transformed into a picture of warmth and affection for another man, readily throwing herself into his arms. It was a profound humiliation. Darling, he is a cousin from my maternal side who wishes to pursue me. I merely gave him a slap. Tian Yuzi pouted, feigning innocence. He insulted me. Clinging to Jun Xiao Yao's arm, her lips glistened with a rosy hue as she made her complaint. The scene left the office workers entering Tianmu building utterly astounded. Is this truly our cold and proud CEO? They wondered. Now, she appeared to embody a love-struck girl. They could hardly believe, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, that the Ice Queen could exhibit such tenderness. What did you say? Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable. Tian Yuzi nodded obediently. Zir, let me avenge you. Su Mingyao, with her enchanting visage, revealed a mischievous grin. As she spoke, her delicate hand flicked lightly. In an instant, Ouyang Chun, resembling a madman, clutched his head and rolled on the ground, his expression contorted in agony. Thank you, Yao Yao. You are the best, Tian Yuzi exclaimed, playfully pinching Su Mingyao's cheek in delight. She then turned her gaze toward Ouyang Chun, her words icy and cutting. As she intertwined her arm with Jun Xiaoyao's, the trio made their way into Tianmu building, ultimately stepping into the executive elevator, surrounded by a multitude of astonished and bewildered gazes. Inwardly, Jun Xiaoyao mused. The young lady's mood shifts with remarkable swiftness. She is infinitely tender toward the one she loves, yet transforms into a frigid iceberg, heartless and unyielding, when faced with those she detests. Chapter 104. Entering the Tower of Calamity. Meeting the Goddess of Calamity in the grand office of the Tianmu building, situated on the 108th floor, Jun Xiaoyao reclined on the sofa. To his left sat Tian Yuzi, and to his right was Su Mingyao. Despite the spaciousness of the sofa, Jun Xiaoyao felt rather cramped. Darling, what brings you and Yao Yao here? Tian Yuzi inquired curiously. Just last night, she was still at Longquan Mountain. How was it possible for them to appear at the company so early today? Could it be that Yao Yao and Jun Xiaoyao were in Jiangnan City? We just landed and thought we would drop by, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Initially, we intended to spend another day in the west, but the thought of returning to Jiangnan with Yao Yao felt rather awkward. Hence, we opted for the earliest flight. Modern aircraft, he mused, were 4 to 5 times faster than those from 99 years ago. In just over an hour, they had returned to Jiangnan City and, after leaving the airport, conveniently made their way to the Tianmu building. Darling, Binger mentioned that you were incredibly dashing in the world of calamity. Will you take me there next time? Tian Yuzi pouted, nestling against Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, she was entirely unreserved, unabashed even in the presence of Su Mingyao, each time she called him that. A charming blush graced her exquisite face, revealing her shyness. The thought of her sister, Binger, being so thoroughly teased by Jun Xiaoyao brought a smile to her lips. Her sister, so cold and unyielding, was being playfully tormented by him, not only receiving a playful spanking, but also being made to call him Brother Jun. The very image of Binger in such a vulnerable state evoked sympathy from Tian Yuzi. In the secret realm, there is currently nothing to explore, Jun Xiao Yao stated. The blood refinement realm holds no interest, nor does the hell realm. The world of calamity is firmly within my grasp. With its treasure vault, and even the core of the entire world encapsulated within my Yuan realm. Moreover, there is a charming wife residing there, the goddess of calamity. Strikingly beautiful and alluring. With her commanding presence, and, if clad in armor, she would embody the fearsome visage of a female warrior. For now, Earth offers only the blood refinement realm and the hell realm, which I have no intention of visiting again. Thus, Tian Yuzi's desire to venture into the secret realm seems somewhat unrealistic. Well then, you both may return first. I shall come back by noon, Tian Yuzi pouted, expressing her wish for Jun Xiao Yao to stay with her, but acknowledging her work obligations. She needed to expedite the tasks at hand to secure more time with him in the future. All right, Jun Xiao Yao nodded, rising from his seat. Goodbye, Sister Z. Su Mingyao chimed sweetly, before leaving the office with Jun Xiao Yao. Tian Yuzi felt a pang of reluctance as they departed. Observing Jun Xiao Yao and Su Mingyao depart, he then devoted himself wholeheartedly to his work. Possessing the divine grace of the Ice Empress, her extraordinary talents were unparalleled, and now she had attained the cultivation level of a martial emperor. Engrossed in her tasks, fatigue was a mere afterthought. After their departure, they returned directly to Longquan Mountain. At last, homeward bound, Su Mingyao bounced about like a little bird. Although she had her brother's protection in the realm of calamities, nothing compared to the tranquility of home. Yao Yao, you may play, while I meditate for a while, he said as they arrived at the mountaintop villa. Jun Xiao Yao affectionately ruffled Su Mingyao's hair. She nodded, watching him enter the villa. Pouting her lips, a mischievous smile graced her exquisite face as she retrieved her phone to call her friends. Upon entering his room, he securely closed the door, took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay down on the bed. His consciousness ventured into the elemental realm. However, this time he did not linger there, but instead entered another world, the realm of calamities. More precisely, it could no longer be termed the realm of calamities. It was merely the 9th layer of calamity. At present, this layer spanned only 100 miles, with the palace occupying 10 miles of it, where the calamity goddess resided. Jun Xiao Yao's consciousness seamlessly transitioned into the 9th layer of calamity, manifesting as a virtual figure, identical to his true self, albeit not a corporeal entity. My lord, the calamity goddess reclined elegantly in her chair, her alluring figure exuding an aura of maturity, her long, shapely legs captivating all who beheld her, a true embodiment of the alluring elder sister archetype. Subtly revealed beneath delicate veils, her fullness was tantalizingly apparent. She appeared to be of a similar stature to Tian Yuzi. Upon seeing Jun Xiao Yao, the calamity goddess radiated joy, gracefully striding toward him with her long legs that could induce an involuntary nosebleed. Is it dangerous for you to venture outside now? Jun Xiao Yao inquired, aware that she had been ensconced within the palace for millions of years, akin to a prisoner longing for freedom. However, he pondered whether her emergence would pose any peril. My lord, I can indeed leave. I simply do not dare to take the risk at this moment. Perhaps in 2 months, the calamity goddess replied, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation. She yearned to explore the world beyond, but feared that her presence might attract formidable foes. Some powerful adversaries could sense her from billions of worlds away. Understood, Jun Xiao Yao nodded, preparing to withdraw. Yet, the calamity goddess called out to him. My lord, wait a moment. What is it? Jun Xiao Yao asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. The resources and treasures of the disaster-stricken world, as well as those within the vault, are right here. Won't you take a glance? Inquired the goddess of calamity. What is there to see? Replied Jun Xiao Yao. The resources are here, they will not flee. I have no need for the treasures within. Yet, she continued, her tone gentle and persuasive. You must harness these resources and treasures to swiftly enhance your strength. Otherwise, we may all find ourselves in peril. Moreover, having these resources here is somewhat obstructive. Would you kindly consider taking them away? Chapter 105, 1 million sacred artifacts. Quite astonishing indeed. Jun Xiao Yao cast a glance at the goddess of calamity before stepping into the treasury. What awaited him was a sight that caused a transformation in his expression. Could this truly be termed a treasury? Before him lay towering mountains of resources, an abundance of precious herbs, countless rare spiritual fruits, invaluable materials, and an immense collection of inner cores from various formidable beasts. All piled high in not just one, but numerous mounds. This must be measured in billions, one could surmise. Indeed, throughout the entirety of the 9 levels of calamity, aside from the palace and the Tower of Calamity, every other space was filled with resources and treasures. It was only natural. as this was the repository of all resources and treasures from the entire realm of calamity, collected here in one place. Reflecting on the words of the goddess of calamity, it was indeed an eyesore to have them displayed thus. Surrounded entirely by treasures and resources, one could easily feel as though they had plunged into the depths of the ocean. In addition to these resources and treasures, there were countless formidable techniques, powerful spiritual weapons, divine artifacts, and even numerous sacred items. System, please conduct a tally of these. Jun Xiao Yao communicated with the system through his consciousness. Although the system was currently in a dormant phase, it could still manage some straightforward tasks. His curiosity piqued as he pondered just how many resources the world of calamity contained. Soon, the statistics were complete. Spiritual fruits, 999, 999, 999, 999 pieces. Medicinal herbs, 999, 999, 999, 999 stalks. Beast inner cores, 999, 999, 999, 999 units. Refining materials, 999, 999, 999, 999 portions. Celestial crystals, 999, 999, 999, 999 pieces. Spiritual weapons, 18, 212. 000 items. Divine artifacts, 8, 767. 000 items. Immortal artifacts, 2, 290. 000 items. Sacred artifacts, 1, 090. 000 items. Divine instruments, 8, 723 items. Spiritual pills, 8, 723. 100. 000 pills. Celestial pills, 22, 120. 000 pills. Immortal pills, 1, 000 pills. Sacred pills, 18, 755 pills. The sheer magnitude of these statistics left Jun Xiao Yao in awe. The resources of an entire world. The quantities of spiritual fruits, herbs, materials, inner cores, and celestial crystals were all astonishingly high, nearing 999 billion. Over 100 million spiritual weapons, nearly 90 million divine artifacts, and more than 2 million immortal artifacts, 1 million sacred artifacts, and over 8,000 divine instruments. Beyond these treasures, there were innumerable pills and techniques. The spiritual and celestial pills were plentiful, and the quantities of immortal and sacred pills were staggering. It is worth noting that even the cultivation-enhancing pills were categorized as immortal pills. Upon inspection, he found that there were a staggering 330,000 of these cultivation-enhancing pills alone. In his heart, Jun Xiao Yao mused, the goddess of calamity is indeed a remarkable wife. Could these resources be considered a dowry? With a sigh, he began to channel his thoughts and took action. He extracted the vast resources from the 9th layer of calamity, placing them within the Yuan realm, which currently measured 100,000 miles in length, width, and height, resembling an independent miniature world. In such an expansive space, one could accommodate an abundance of items without concern. Fortunately, within the Yuan realm, he held dominion, and every matter was but a thought away. Nonetheless, the task of retrieving the resources from the 9th layer proved to be exhausting, taking nearly an hour, leaving him utterly drained. My husband. Upon Jun Xiao Yao's completion of his endeavors, the goddess of calamity approached him, sweetly calling out. She wished to assist, yet within the Yuan realm, Jun Xiao Yao was the true sovereign. Her efforts, no matter how strenuous, could not compare to the ease with which he wielded his mental prowess. I shall return in a few days. I will arrange matters outside, Jun Xiao Yao stated. This woman was exceedingly alluring. The goddess radiated an enchanting aura that was impossible to resist. Indeed, the goddess of calamity nodded, watching Jun Xiao Yao depart. As he withdrew his consciousness from the Yuan realm and exited the room, a notification chimed. Event triggered. The goddess of calamity has entrusted all resources to her master. Reward, 20,000,000 points. These resources must be utilized wisely, Jun Xiao Yao murmured to himself. With the system's new feature, the super sect, he could forge an unparalleled and formidable sect from these resources. This sect would become a sharp sword in his hand, capable of striking wherever he wished, invulnerable to all. Naturally, powerful treasures would be reserved for Yaoer and the others. As he stepped out of the villa, Jun Xiao Yao noticed a young girl swimming in the pool, her enchanting figure on full display. Alongside her was a familiar face, Zhou Qingqing. To his surprise, Zhou Qingqing had also arrived. Upon seeing Jun Xiao Yao emerge, Su Mingyao climbed to the pool's edge, greeting him. Hello, brother. Zhou Qingqing chimed in, her little face flushed, adorably beautiful. Initially, Yaoer had not mentioned that her brother was home. Now, she found herself dressed in such a manner, utterly mortified. wishing desperately to disappear into a crevice. Clad only in a swimsuit, she was exposed, with very little left to the imagination. Ah, Qingqing has come. You two enjoy yourselves. I shall prepare some delicious food for you. Jun Xiao Yao waved his hand, greeting Zhou Qingqing. A glance at her revealed that she possessed an excellent figure. Appearing quiet and demure, yet her form was remarkably alluring, a true enchantress. However, he also noted, the girl, possessing a delicate sensibility, blushed deeply upon encountering him, clearly overwhelmed by shyness. Thus, he felt compelled to depart swiftly, lest the young lady find herself in a state of confusion. Thank you, brother, she murmured as she watched Jun Xiao Yao leave, finally exhaling a sigh of relief, her heart brimming with gratitude. Yao Yao's brother is truly kind. Had he chosen to linger, she would have been utterly at a loss, unable to don a swimsuit in the presence of a grown man. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Might Yao Yao's brother harbor feelings for her? After all, she, too, was one of the beauties of Jiangnan First High School, not inferior to Yao Yao in any regard. In that moment, her mind swirled with a cacophony of thoughts, her cheeks aflame. Chapter 106. Just a little crush. Qingqing. Are you infatuated? As Zhou Qingqing pondered in a flurry of thoughts, Su Mingyao's voice pierced through her reverie. Startled by Mingyao's sudden presence, Zhou Qingqing's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. At this moment, her secret was all but exposed. Of course not. You're the one who's infatuated. Zhou Qingqing pouted, playfully engaging with Su Mingyao in a bid to divert her attention from the topic, fearing that if Mingyao's brother got wind of this, it would be utterly mortifying. Facing him afterward would be an embarrassment she could hardly bear. But wait, why should she even need to confront him? Could it be that she harbored feelings for Mingyao's brother? Unthinkable. She would never fall for him, despite his striking handsomeness and the delightful, exquisite pet he had gifted her. Qingqing, tell me, do you like my brother? Speak the truth, no lies allowed. Su Mingyao leaned closer, her voice a mere whisper. Her enchanting visage adorned with a mischievous smile, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qingqing, eager to discern any hint of deception. In reality, Mingyao possessed formidable powers as a mind master, ranked at level 51, comparable to a martial emperor. In a true battle, she could effortlessly obliterate any martial emperor, eliminating foes before they even knew what hit them. Yet, the true strength of a mind master lies not merely in combat, but in their dominion over the cosmos. Their quick wit, and their extraordinary abilities that surpass human imagination. They can peer into the depths of the heart and perceive that which eludes the naked eye. To attempt to lie in her presence is akin to speaking nonsense with one's eyes wide open. What are you talking about, Mingyao? I'm ignoring you. Zhou Qingqing's face was aflame with embarrassment. She understood that it was futile to conceal anything from Mingyao. She was not adept at lying or hiding her feelings, as everything was laid bare upon her countenance. No disguises allowed. Speak. Su Mingyao fixed Zhou Qingqing with a mock stern gaze, though it lacked any semblance of true menace, rendering her even more charming and delightful. Do you really want me to say it? Zhou Qingqing asked softly. Su Mingyao replied. Isn't that obvious? Just a little crush. Truly, it's only a smidgen. Zhou Qingqing's voice was barely audible, so faint that even Su Mingyao, sitting beside her, nearly missed it. Upon hearing her words, Mingyao's exquisite face blossomed into another sly smile. I understand. Just a little bit. Don't worry, I don't mind you. With a grin, Su Mingyao spoke, leaving Zhou Qingqing's heart racing, pondering the implications of Mingyao's words. If she were unaware of the relationship between Su Mingyao and Jun Xiao Yao, she might not have indulged in wild speculations. However, she is acutely aware of their connection and knows that Mingyao is destined to marry Jun Xiao Yao when she grows up. How could Mingyao not feel a surge of anger upon discovering her affection for him? Furthermore, what thoughts occupy her mind? Mingyao, you aren't upset, are you? If you are, I shall cease my admiration for him, truly. At the very least, I will avoid his presence. Please, do not be angry. You are my sole good friend. Zhou Qingqing gazed anxiously at Su Mingyao. To be candid, she felt a twinge of reluctance, yet she feared losing a cherished friend even more. For they had been together since childhood, knowing each other for a decade. I am not angry at all. Please do not overthink it. If I were to become upset over such matters, I would have succumbed to fury long ago. Su Mingyao replied with a gentle smile. What do you mean? Zhou Qingqing inquired, perplexed. My brother not only has a fiancée, but also a girlfriend. Yet, I harbor no resentment. I adore my brother, and he is exceptionally remarkable. Many admire him, and as long as they are worthy of him and he reciprocates their feelings, I shall not mind, Su Mingyao stated earnestly. Regardless of what the future holds, her affection for her brother remains unwavering, and she understands that he has always cared for her, showering her with love and affection. They have been each other's support, and in their hearts, no one could ever take the other's place. This is one of the reasons for her lack of anger. Moreover, in this era, although it superficially adheres to monogamy, truly powerful men often possess multiple wives and concubines. Not only the capable men, but even those of lesser merit often engage in erratic romantic pursuits. Qingqing is here too. What are you two discussing? At that moment, as the two were engrossed in conversation, the gates of Longquan Mountain opened, and a pink sports car glided in, eventually halting on the lawn. Tian Yuzi, adorned in high heels, approached, greeting Zhou Qingqing and Su Mingyao with a smile, her eyes scanning for something. Sister Yuzi, hello, greeted Su Mingyao and Zhou Qingqing in unison. Where is your brother? Tian Yuzi inquired, having not spotted Jun Xiao Yao. He is in the kitchen, Su Mingyao responded. Oh, it's almost time for dinner. A blissful smile graced Tian Yuzi's exquisite face. As she spoke, she switched out her high heels for a pair of fluffy slippers and made her way toward the kitchen. Mingyao, isn't she known as Ice Sister? Why is she now? Zhou Qingqing expressed her curiosity. The last time she encountered Tian Yuzi, she had referred to her as Ice Sister, aware that her name was Tian Luobing. Yet, upon her return, she wondered why the name had changed. In truth, her name is not Tian Luobing, but Tian Yuzi. Tian Luobing is her younger sister. They are strikingly alike, more identical than twins, sharing the same demeanor. The true Ice Sister, whom you have yet to meet, is the fiancée of my brother. This elder sister is my brother's girlfriend. Do you understand now? Su Mingyao spoke softly. As they conversed, they walked towards the villa, preparing to bathe, change their clothes, and then have dinner. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingqing listened in astonishment, ultimately left speechless. This was truly remarkable. The scenario felt as if it had sprung from a novel. Chapter 107. The comic-level ice goddess, Yao Yao So. Can your brother distinguish between them? Does he know their identities? Zhou Qingqing was filled with curiosity. Is it truly possible for sisters to resemble each other so closely in this world? Moreover, they are not even identical twins. Even if they share the same appearance, there should be some distinguishing features. Yet, according to Yao Yao, they look exactly alike, even down to their temperament, which is quite extraordinary. More importantly, they are both breathtakingly beautiful. Initially, her brother had mistakenly thought that Sister Zier was Sister Bing, unaware that he was encountering a pair of sisters. After parting ways with Sister Zier in the morning, he met Sister Bing at noon, leading to a series of amusing mishaps. However, he now understands their relationship. Su Mingyao responded, stating that she, too, had difficulty believing there could be such similar individuals in the world. Even after meeting Tian Yuzi and Tian Luobing, she remained skeptical, for their resemblance was uncanny. Double the joy, indeed. Zhou Qingqing covered her mouth in surprise. After a moment, the two girls finished their baths and changed into fresh clothes before entering the dining hall, where Jun Xiao Yao had prepared a meal. The four of them finished dining, and Su Mingyao announced, Brother, I'm going to Qingqing's house to play. I want to be back today. All right, Jun Xiao Yao nodded. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, brother. Zhou Qingqing and Su Mingyao chimed as they departed from Longquan Mountain. This was her first visit to Zhou Qingqing's home. Although their relationship had always been close, she had never visited before. Upon returning from school, she would always be with her brother. For the past 2 years, she maintained this routine, returning home after school and waiting for her brother's return, day in and day out. Yet, every day ended in disappointment, though she never lost hope. Darling, shall we go shopping? After the two girls left, Tian Yuzi snuggled up to Jun Xiao Yao, sweetly expressing her desire. She felt immense gratitude as Yao Yao was creating opportunities for her to spend time alone with Jun Xiao Yao. Sure, Jun Xiao Yao replied, setting down his utensils and hastily tidying up. Seeing Jun Xiao Yao's agreement, Tian Yuzi's face lit up with joy as she dashed upstairs to change. By the time Jun Xiao Yao finished cleaning, Tian Yuzi was ready, adorned in a casual shirt and a pleated skirt, her feet encased in delicate shoes. Her stunningly cold visage, with hair cascading down to her waist, showcased a flawless figure, her waist delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand, complemented by long, graceful legs that were smooth, fair, and perfectly straight, clad in crystalline stockings. Darling, do I look beautiful? Tian Yuzi blushed at Jun Xiao Yao's gaze, her heart swelling with pride and joy. If only one could be truly beautiful. Giant Xiao Yao remained oblivious, yet his gaze was undeniably captivating, evoking a sense of shyness. Indeed, he was handsome. Giant Xiao Yao nodded, speaking candidly. He was inherently good-looking. If Tian Yuzi were not beautiful, then it would follow that no girl in this world could be deemed attractive. Let us depart, he suggested. You shall drive. Tian Yuzi, filled with unrestrained joy, rushed to Giant Xiao Yao's side, her delicate hand entwining with his arm as they made their way to the car. Upon reaching it, she handed him the keys, entrusting him with the responsibility of driving. Where to? He inquired as he settled into the driver's seat, while Tian Yuzi took her place beside him. Shopping. Watching a movie. You decide, she replied. Her enchanting eyes fixed on him, eagerly anticipating a day akin to that of a couple in love. Very well, Jun Xiao Yao acquiesced. And soon they were en route to the city center, the most vibrant locale. After parking, he grasped Tian Yuzi's small hand, leading her through the streets, strolling leisurely. Watching films and shopping. They shared a single ice cream, indulged in candied hawthorn, and sipped from a cup of milk tea, embodying the essence of a couple deeply in love. Tian Yuzi's once cold, exquisite visage radiated with sweet smiles, devoid of any trace of frostiness or the demeanor of a CEO, revealing the innocence of a young girl. As the clock struck 11, they returned to Longquan Mountain, ascending to the second floor of the villa, to the observation deck. Jun Xiao Yao reclined in a hanging basket, gazing up at the starry sky, entranced by the celestial dance of the stars. Beside him, Tian Yuzi nestled in his embrace, her soft, fragrant form igniting a surge of impulse within him. Gradually, his hand found its way around her slender waist, exploring her figure with an unrestrained tenderness. Though separated by a shirt, he could still feel the silkiness of her skin beneath. Jun Xiao Yao was the only male she had ever been this close to. In that moment, she leaned against him, unable to meet his gaze. Husband, she murmured, yet this time, she did not deter his advances. Her beautiful eyes, like fine silk, turned toward Jun Xiao Yao. Chapter 108. Jun Xiao Yao. I shall end your life. As I gazed upon Tian Yuzi, her exquisite visage was suffused with a rosy hue, her heart racing in a tumult of tension, fear, and shyness. Husband, Jun Xiao Yao tenderly embraced her, lifting her into his arms as he made his way toward the chamber. In the Linjiang courtyard, within a modest yet cozy villa, Tian Luobing sat cross-legged on her bed, engrossed in her cultivation. In her realm, there was naught but the pursuit of mastery, for she yearned to swiftly reclaim the pinnacle she had once attained in her previous life. Only then could she return to the Taishan heaven. Moreover, with the earth having entered the realm of fantasy for 99 years, there remained but a year of protection. After this year, Earth would undoubtedly become perilous, besieged by formidable worlds, a critical impetus for her to grow stronger expeditiously. Another motive lingered in her heart, vengeance against Jun Xiao Yao. The illustrious empress of Taishan heaven had been so egregiously wronged by him. It was utterly infuriating. Once I restore my full power, I shall compel you to call me sister, you scoundrel. Yet, as she reflected on their experiences in the cataclysmic realm, she recognized that Jun Xiao Yao had treated her with kindness, which quelled her resentment. In that moment, her emotions were a tumultuous storm. Calm yourself, she admonished, forcing tranquility upon her troubled mind. After all, how could one cultivate without composure? As time passed, 2 hours slipped by, and at last, she found her serenity. However, just as she was about to enter a state of deep meditation, an unusual heat enveloped her body, accompanied by a bewildering surge of intimate fantasies that inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Furthermore, her body began to undergo subtle transformations. In an instant, her usually frosty countenance was flushed with crimson. Though she prided herself on her indifference and aloofness, she was not oblivious to the ways of the world. In this era, it was evident what her sensations signified, an experience akin to romantic desire. Yet, how could she entertain such notions alone? She had never harbored feelings for anyone, nor had she ever interacted intimately with the opposite sex. Her only acquaintance had been Jun Xiao Yao. What could possibly be the cause of this? Sister, Jun Xiao Yao, could it be? As she grappled with her thoughts, a sudden realization struck her. Was it conceivable that her sister and Jun Xiao Yao were engaging in such intimate acts, creating a mysterious and profound connection between them? It seemed implausible, almost absurd. While it is often said that twins share a subtle bond, it is typically negligible. However, she and her sister were not twins. How could they share such an intense connection, especially of this nature? If her sister were to wed Jun Xiao Yao, would she not be at a disadvantage? Jun Xiao Yao, you scoundrel! Cease this at once. I shall have your head. Tian Luobing's fury ignited. In the presence of a profound connection with Tian Yuzi, at least a fraction of that essence manifested within her, akin to the playful yet intimate gestures of Jun Xiao Yao, which instantly rendered Tian Luobing utterly bashful. Internally, she chastised Jun Xiao Yao countless times. Indeed, within the confines of Tian Yuzi's chamber, Jun Xiao Yao gently placed her upon the bed and, turning away, prepared to depart. Husband, Tian Yuzi gazed at him with reluctance as he made to leave, a mixture of fear and anxiety welling within her, for she was not entirely ready. Be good and sleep, Jun Xiao Yao smiled. Husband, would you hold me as I sleep? Tian Yuzi murmured softly, her heart brimming with anticipation. Aren't you afraid? Jun Xiao Yao paused, taken aback. Was she being deliberately provocative? Did she not fear the potential consequences? I am afraid, Tian Yuzi replied, her gaze fixed anxiously upon Jun Xiao Yao. Good night. Chapter 109. The Demon Empress of the Fifth Demon Realm. On this particular night, Jun Xiao Yao and Tian Yuzi lingered in their slumber long after the moon had ascended. They had indulged in all that was to be seen, kissed, and touched, with only the final step remaining. Meanwhile, Tian Luobing, residing in the villa of Linjiang Garden, spent the night in a state of unrest, caught in a whirlwind of shyness and anxiety, accompanied by an inexplicable, exquisite sensation. She felt a tumult of anticipation, desire, and fear. Her animosity towards Jun Xiao Yao had penetrated her very core. In time, she found herself in a dilemma, uncertain whether her feelings leaned towards hatred or affection. A thought, which she deemed shameful, began to surface. Perhaps she should agree to his proposal, marry him, and become his woman. The mere notion filled Tian Luobing with dread and terror. How could such thoughts emerge within her? No, she must strengthen herself swiftly and eliminate him. Otherwise, her resolve would be shattered. The following day, at dawn, Jun Xiao Yao awakened, his gaze falling upon the delicate figure nestled in his arms, igniting a fire within him. Her skin was smooth and fair, reminiscent of satin, her face exquisite, and her form perfect. Her long, shapely legs were elegantly curved and pristine. Every inch of her was intoxicating, particularly her lovely legs and voluptuous form, leaving him utterly captivated. At that moment, Tian Yuzi remained in deep slumber, clad only in a diminutive pair of panties, her fullness pressing against him, one beautiful leg draped across his body. Jun Xiao Yao gently reached out, his fingers brushing against a delicate spot, causing the sleeping Tian Yuzi to shudder and awaken, her icy yet stunning visage flushing a deep crimson upon meeting his gaze. Darling, she whispered softly, her voice sweet and enchanting, sending tremors through his heart. Jun Xiao Yao responded, his eyes lingering on her blushing face. Please close your eyes. I need to get up and dress, Tian Yuzi said softly, her voice laced with nervousness and shyness, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet his. No, I shall watch, Jun Xiao Yao replied with a wicked grin, relishing the sight of her. To himself, he mused, having seen and touched her the night prior. You are incorrigible, Tian Yuzi's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her at a loss for how to react. Let us rise, Jun Xiao Yao urged, aware that she had already been thoroughly seen and felt by him. Yet, she remained overwhelmed with shyness. After contemplating for a while and mustering her courage, her cheeks aflame, she sprang from the bed and dressed with remarkable speed. Typically, it would take her several minutes to prepare, but today she donned her clothing in a mere 5 seconds, astonishing Jun Xiao Yao. Will you be heading to the company today? He inquired, retracting his gaze. Yes, she replied. However, she was reluctant to leave, wanting to remain with her husband. Tian Yuzi pouted her small lips and playfully said so. Indeed, she had lost the desire to go to the corporation, yet the affairs of the company had not been fully transferred, making her absence impossible. At just 20 years of age, she found herself in a position where many other girls her age were still in university, though exceptions like Tian Luobing were certainly present. I will drive you there, Jun Xiao Yao declared as he rose from his slumber. Really? That would be wonderful, Tian Yuzi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she leaped into Jun Xiao Yao's embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek. Subsequently, Jun Xiao Yao returned to his room to freshen up and change. A half-hour later, the two departed from Longquan Mountain, heading towards Tianmu Plaza. Is that the Empress of the Supreme Void? Such a diminutive figure? Just as they were leaving Longquan Mountain, a pair of eyes nearby was fixated on the entrance, astonished upon spotting Tian Yuzi inside a pink sports car. Once the vehicle vanished from sight, a breathtakingly beautiful woman materialized on the road. She appeared to be around 17 or 18. Possessing an exquisite face and a perfectly sculpted figure, her long legs accentuated by attire akin to light armor, exuding an alluring charm that invoked both fiery passion and a hint of trepidation. She resembled a blazing inferno, akin to a phoenix of flames, stunning, fiery, and enchanting. Reminiscent of a peerless female demon empress, her eyes radiated gentleness, yet within that softness lay a steely resolve, akin to a ruthless fiend who had vanquished countless lives. However, despite her striking resemblance and shared aura with the Empress of the Supreme Void, this woman was certainly not she. Could it be Tian Luobing? The woman murmured, furrowing her brow. The Empress of the Supreme Void was a figure of immense stature, and the two were destined rivals, having clashed innumerable times throughout their lives. Their final encounter resulted in their mutual demise, leading to her reincarnation. Seeing Tian Yuzi felt akin to encountering the Empress, yet upon closer inspection, it was clear that this was not her, for the Empress had merged with the heart of the world, Even in death and rebirth, that essence would not dissipate, bound as it was to her spirit. And that man, is he the betrothed bestowed upon me by the old man? She whispered, a visage surfacing in her mind, one she had only glimpsed from afar, yet had imprinted itself upon her memory. A man not listed on the heavenly rankings, yet capable of annihilating the Western deities. Jun Xiao, how intriguing. In my prime, you would be no more than an insect, she concluded, turning her gaze towards Longquan Mountain. She was none other than the demon empress Ji Qingwu of the 5th demon domain. Chapter 110. The third fiancé. In the car, Jun Xiao Yao furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, as he departed from Longquan Mountain, he sensed someone observing him. Naturally, with his striking good looks, driving a supercar, and accompanied by an enchanting beauty, he was bound to attract attention. However, the gaze he felt was distinctly different. Darling, what's wrong? Tian Yuzi inquired, her curiosity piqued. I encountered someone who harbored hostility. Jun Xiaoyao replied. Indeed, the individual exuded a sense of enmity, albeit not overwhelmingly so. It felt akin to the attitude Tian Luo Bing held towards him. Otherwise, the system's virtual map would have long since marked her as a red dot. Suddenly, a crystalline card within the realm of Yuanshi rotated in his mind. With this realization, Jun Xiaoyao quickly deduced that the person in question was one of his 5 fiancés, and she had recognized him, hence the underlying rejection and animosity. A wave of curiosity welled up within him. Is she formidable? Tian Yuzi asked, regarding Jun Xiaoyao with concern. Not particularly. She is merely at the martial king level. She cannot surpass you. Perhaps she is the one I seek, Jun Xiaoyao stated. He chose to withhold certain truths. There was no need to conceal anything from Tian Yuzi, who was already aware of his situation. He had 5 fiancés, with Tian Luo Bing and Yao being just 2 among them. Fiancé? Tian Yuzi paused, her lips pouting slightly, a hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes. It was evident that the other must be extraordinarily beautiful. Considering Yao and Bing both were exceptionally stunning, equally matched with her own allure. The remaining 3 fiancés must be equally captivating. Last night, I should have given myself to him. Yet, I felt too shy, she mused. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, focusing intently on driving, dismissing any stray thoughts. Darling, why don't you return? I can go to the group by myself, Tian Yuzi suggested, feeling somewhat discontent at the idea of leaving the other person unattended. I will take you to the group, Jun Xiaoyao replied. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the base of Tianmu Tower. Darling, do not bully her, Tian Yuzi cautioned. Not at all, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. With 5 fiancés, he had already made his choice. He needed only Yao. If not for the existence of a marriage contract, he would not consider anyone else. In his heart, Yao was the one he wished to protect. Moreover, he was currently with Tian Yuzi. Goodbye, Tian Yuzi smiled, pecking him on the cheek before dashing into the building. Jun Xiaoyao waved and parked the car, then exited the tower. He had no intention of working. Nature requires no vehicle. After all, one is not in haste, and returning may as well be a leisurely stroll. Half an hour later, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at Longquan Mountain. Before the grand entrance, he encountered a stunning woman, whose beauty rivaled that of Tian Yuzi and Tian Luo Bing, both equally enchanting. However, her attire and demeanor stood in stark contrast to that of Tian Luo Bing. The latter exuded an air of proud coldness, repelling others with an icy presence akin to a celestial goddess untouched by earthly affairs. In stark contrast, the woman before him radiated warmth, akin to a blazing phoenix. Her figure voluptuous, her legs long and graceful, and her visage breathtakingly beautiful. She embodied a captivating allure, reminiscent of the goddess Huolinger from national animation. Yet, an unsettling sense of danger enveloped Jun Xiaoyao. His first impression was clear. This woman was not to be trifled with. In terms of beauty and allure, the only one comparable to her was the goddess of calamity, both belonging to the category of formidable women. Ding! Event triggered. Master encounters Ji Qingwu. Reward 1,000,000 points. As they exchanged glances, the system notification chimed, signaling the initiation of an event with a reward of 1,000,000 points. Is entry not permitted? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Although the surroundings exuded tranquility, he was not easily deceived. The grand formation had been struck by this woman, yet it remained unshaken. He had crafted the array, and even from millions of miles away, he could sense its fluctuations. Furthermore, the virtual map reflected the array's disturbances. Humph, Jun Tiandi, the world's foremost hidden powerhouse, a taboo among Western deities. Who would have anticipated that in Huaxia, the foremost hidden family, the Ji clan, harbored such an unparalleled prodigy? Ji Qingwu, the one most likely to surpass the martial god, was, in truth, one of the 4 prodigies of the Huaxia Security Bureau, the vermilion bird. As she spoke, her captivating gaze remained fixed on Jun Xiao Yao, gracefully approaching him, her exquisite form swaying enticingly, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Her crimson lips parted slightly, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids. At that moment, Ji Qingwu was the epitome of seduction. Investigating me? Jun Xiaoyao's tone was icy, a wave of annihilating killing intent emanating from him. The revelation of his true identity upon their first meeting was unsettling. It was evident he had been scrutinized, which irked him greatly. Secrets, after all, were to be kept hidden. I have heard that you are my fiancé. Ji Qingwu discerned the murderous intent emanating from Jun Xiaoyao and felt a jolt of surprise. Was this man truly so oblivious? With such beauty and allure, did he not feel even a semblance of attraction? Moreover, she was indeed his fiancée, even if she would not acknowledge or accept it. He should not treat her in such a manner. If this were the former life, at the zenith of my power, even if you were the esteemed emperor of the heavens, I could effortlessly extinguish you with but a mere finger. Pray, what thoughts occupy your mind? What intentions do you harbor? Will it be you who proposes the dissolution of our engagement, or shall I take the initiative? Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unperturbed, his gaze calm as it rested upon Ji Qingwu. To speak candidly, the young lady possessed an exquisite beauty, so captivating that it quickened one's heartbeat. Yet, I would never dare to provoke her. She simply does not align with my preferences. More critically, there is an aura of peril that surrounds her. Chapter 111. Ji Qingwu was on the brink of tears breaking off the engagement. Ji Qingwu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the unexpected words. It seemed that Jun Xiaoyao's statement exceeded her wildest expectations. After all, with her unparalleled beauty, only the heavenly empress of Taishan had ever been her equal in her past life. In this new existence, she had yet to encounter anyone who could rival her allure. Certainly, the girl in the pink supercar could be compared, but she was not the heavenly empress and thus could not be mentioned in the same breath. Had this man failed to notice her charm? For a moment, she was rendered speechless, questioning his taste. Did the girl from the supercar possess a promising future? As reality sank in, an inexplicable anger welled within her. To mention breaking off the engagement upon their very first meeting, was that girl not incensed? Although Jun Xiaoyao had not explicitly stated the desire to annul their engagement, his demeanor clearly indicated a lack of interest in her. It would be easier for him to suggest it outright, sparing her feelings. Jun Xiaoyao nodded calmly, resolute not to repeat the previous debacle with Tian Yuzi, which had left him entangled in a predicament with no resolution in sight, continually facing Tian Luobing's icy demeanor. He was determined to end this engagement, yet out of respect for the girl, he thought it best for her to initiate the conversation. What if he broached the subject and inadvertently hurt her feelings? Jun Xiaoyao, the so-called gentleman. Is this how you greet someone? You want me to bring it up first. When you were the one to suggest it. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have been the one to propose it, which would have been a true expression of my desire to break off the engagement. Now, even if I do bring it up, it feels like I am doing so under duress. Your coercion is palpable. Ji Qingwu was furious, her frustration pushing her to the brink of tears. At that moment, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, making her seem even more beautiful, evoking a sense of sympathy in those who beheld her. The reincarnation of a demon emperor? So what? In this life, she was merely 18, a girl who naturally had her moments of anger and petulance. Notification, event triggered. The master almost made Ji Qingwu cry. Reward points. 1. 000,000. The event reoccurred. A scoundrel? How am I at fault here? Don't be unreasonable. Even if I were a scoundrel, I haven't wronged you in any way. I am utterly speechless. Just like Tian Luobing, I ask you once more, do you wish to break off the engagement? Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What on earth was happening? A scoundrel? Am I truly a scoundrel? I am but pure of heart. In that moment, he recalled Tian Luobing, who had accused him of being a scoundrel upon their first meeting, despite him having done nothing to provoke her. These two young ladies were utterly unreasonable, and the system was being particularly cruel. Aside from Yao, the others seemed to be somewhat mentally challenged. You. Wait a moment. Who is Tian Luobing? Was that the girl I just saw? Ji Qingwu, upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, felt even more incensed. How dare he call me unreasonable? This man. I detest you. By the way, who is Tian Luobing? From your tone, it seems I resemble her in some way. It appears there is someone else who shares my disdain for you. No, she is her sister. Do I need to explain this to you? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and began to speak, only to realize he need not waste his breath. Tian Luobing, now I understand. Ji Qingwu fell into deep contemplation, suddenly struck by a revelation. The girl she had just encountered bore a striking resemblance to the heavenly empress of Taishan. Yet, she was certainly not the empress. Thus, Her sister must be the heavenly empress. The opportunity has been presented to you. So, I shall embrace the role of the villain and annul this engagement. After uttering these words, Jun Xiao Yao opened the gates of Longquan Mountain, preparing to depart. Jun Xiao Yao. Jun Tiandi. I loathe you. You bully others. Stop. What is your reason for breaking off the engagement? Is it solely because you are Jun Tiandi, possessing the power to destroy the world and govern this realm? Seeing Jun Xiao Yao's actions, it was evident he intended to bid her farewell. And indeed, he was truly annulling the engagement. I am furious. I, the demon emperor of the fifth demon domain, am supreme, a harbinger of death. None lay eyes upon me without trembling. Yet you, a mere Jun Tiandi, dare to break off our engagement? It is not due to status or power. The reason is quite simple. I do not fancy your type. And I reject the notion of an engagement. To be frank, aside from you, I have 4 other fiancées. Now, do you comprehend my position? Farewell, my dear. Or rather, never to meet again. Jun Xiao Yao chose to ignore Ji Qingwu and walked further into Longquan Mountain. Finally, he had annulled 1 engagement. There were still 2 remaining. Who could they be? Just as he exhaled in relief, a faint sound of something slicing through the air emerged as the gates were about to close. Suddenly, a red figure flashed past and stood before him, blocking his path. How dashing. Are you feeling relieved? Not so fast. I shall not allow you to have your way. You think you can simply break off the engagement? With a playful chuckle, she mused, dream on. It matters not that you are not fond of my type. What matters is that I am quite taken with yours. A mischievous smile graced the exquisite visage of Ji Qingwu, casting aside any trace of her earlier grievances as if they had never existed. Ding! Event triggered. Master S marriage withdrawal failed. Reward points. 2,000. 000. This marked the 3rd triggered event. Is everything alright here? Jun Xiao Yao remarked, an ominous shadow crossing his face. This is utterly intolerable. How are we to continue living under such circumstances? Chapter 112. The dual cultivation of Ji Qingwu Xiao Yao. Everything here is quite normal. Since you have 5 fiancées, and Tian Luobing is one of them, I bear her no ill will. Besides, having 1 more is hardly excessive. Ji Qingwu spoke with a voice as soft and melodious as a gentle breeze, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Moreover, I practice dual cultivation. Dual cultivation? What does that entail? Jun Xiao Yao inquired, momentarily taken aback, as this was the first time he had encountered such a term. Ji Qingwu, reminiscent of a playful little fox, elaborated with animated gestures, effortlessly transitioning between the persona of a mature woman and an adorable lowly. The sight left Jun Xiao Yao's heart racing with fervor. You, he sighed, exasperated. I can't bear to look any longer. Otherwise, I might lose my composure. What am I to do? Perhaps I should just cast her aside, but that seems rather impolite. Reluctantly, he decided to sidestep Ji Qingwu and make his way towards the villa atop the mountain. Surely, she won't follow me, he thought, yet his concerns proved unwarranted. Ji Qingwu trailed closely behind him, her faint, alluring scent igniting a rush of blood to his head. Could it be that I am mistaken in my approach? Perhaps. In my next attempt to break off our engagement, I should play the role of a devoted admirer. After all, women seldom truly appreciate such devotion, which would facilitate my desire to be released from this bond. I am indeed a genius. With this resolution, Jun Xiao Yao reflected on his past experiences, realizing that attempts to annul engagements often had the opposite effect. Upon entering the villa and ascending the stairs, he headed towards his room, noting, "This is a girl's room, and so is this one. It seems at least 3 girls have graced this villa. But where am I to reside?" Ji Qingwu, having closely followed him, recognized the rooms belonging to Tian Yuzi and Su Mingyao by the unmistakable aura of femininity that permeated the air. "Are you planning to stay here?" Jun Xiao Yao remarked, a frown creasing his forehead. "Isn't that a bit excessive? You might as well wish for my demise." "Of course," Ji Qingwu retorted with a playful certainty. "As your fiancé, it is only natural for me to reside with you. Even without a formal marriage, we can cultivate our bond. Just look at those young couples. How many end up tying the knot? They cohabit without any intent of marriage, whereas we have an engagement, which grants us both status and legitimacy." She spoke with an air of undeniable rationale, her mind set on settling the score with anyone who dared to provoke her. "Tian Luobing is your fiancée. I intend to seize her affection and take you away," inciting her fury. "What is happening? There is no trace of Tian Luobing here. Does she not reside in this place?"